The supreme sword master, Chu Xian, was destined to spend his life with his beloved and revel in the camaraderie of his brothers. Alas, he was betrayed and met a tragic demise at the hands of those he held dear, perishing at the god burial cliff. Unexpectedly reborn, he found himself subjected to the draining of his bloodline and the theft of his innate gifts by a beauty of this world, reducing him to a figure of mockery. Yet, with the divine treasure hidden within him, he defied fate. Awakening a celestial bloodline, slaying divine beings, and extinguishing galaxies across myriad realms. He trampled upon countless prodigies, wielding his sword over the heavens and the earth, in this life and the next. The trials of love left him questioning, is it destiny or mere coincidence? Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Sword Immortal, a tale of two tragic lives. In the Wild Desolation dynasty, within the desolate city of the Wild King, the Chu family resided in a dilapidated courtyard. Chu Xian suddenly sat up in bed, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. What has happened to me? Even a figure as exalted as the titled martial emperor, Chu Xian, found himself astounded by the current circumstances. For in his memories, he should have perished, slain by the hands of his most trusted and beloved. Yet, here he was, seemingly alive. Ugh, my head aches. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced his mind as a torrent of memories surged forth. Through the revelations in his mind, Chu Xian finally understood the source of his frailty. 3 days prior, he had expelled the cold poison from his fiancée, Lu Yunxi, sacrificing his own awakened 6th-grade bloodline to aid her in eradicating the poison, along with all his cultivation talents. To his shock, after the successful transfer of the 6th-grade bloodline, Lu Yunxi transformed. No longer the gentle and charming figure he adored, her once refreshing demeanor vanished, replaced by indifference, disdain, and contempt in her beautiful eyes. Chu Xian, do you still believe you are worthy of me? She declared. To be precise, you were never worthy of me. This mere Wild Desolation dynasty is but a speck, and your title as the greatest genius here holds no allure for me. To put it bluntly, I have never loved you. This was Lu Yunxi's response, cold and unfeeling. Yunxi, you always were so mischievous. Chu Xian refused to believe it, thinking she was merely jesting, exhilarated by her newfound freedom from the poison. Do you think I jest? She retorted, a mocking laugh escaping her lips. How laughable that you remain so deluded. Aren't you ashamed? After 5 years of companionship, you should be grateful that you still exist. Now that you have lost your bloodline and talent, how are you any different from a waste? You needn't glare at me. A mountain chicken cannot aspire to be a phoenix. The word waste struck Chu Xian like a thunderbolt. What? You dare call me a waste? This cannot be true. Yunxi, tell me this is all a jest. Chu Xian was in disbelief. Was the cold, unfeeling Lu Yunxi before him truly the same person who once clung to his arm, playful and intimate? Her gaze held no gratitude for his sacrifice, and in that moment, he comprehended the truth. Once cherished vows of eternal love were mere illusions. How foolish he was to cling to hope, believing these events to be fabrications. Yunxi, why? You promised to grow old with me, to never marry another. You declared it on my comingafage ceremony before the entire kingdom. Chu Xian's heart ached, unwilling to accept that the familiar face could turn so foreign, so cruel. Perhaps such was the degradation of love deeply rooted in his being. Huh? Lu Yunxi laughed, surveying him anew, pity evident in her eyes. You are naive, or perhaps utterly ignorant. In this world, only unparalleled warriors are worthy of Lu Yunxi's brilliant and exceptional talents, such as Nan Jianxian of the Nantian sect. With an air of calm, Lu Yunxi's exquisite countenance radiated pride. And you, perhaps, do not even comprehend the significance of the Nantian sect? Your horizons are limited to the Wild Desolation dynasty. How could you fathom the vastness of the world beyond? I have merged your 6th-grade bloodline with my own inherent 6th-grade bloodline. My extraordinary talents will undoubtedly elevate me to the legendary 7th-grade bloodline, perhaps even awaken a spiritual body, allowing me to leap through the Dragon Gate and become someone you will look up to. We are destined to inhabit different worlds. Do you still believe we are suited for one another? A glimmer of deep contempt flickered in her eyes. Yunxi, you have been deceiving me all along. You are so cruel, so heartless. Our 5 years of mutual care mean nothing to you. How laughable that I, Chu Xian, devoted myself to you, even at great cost. Chu Xian's rage surged, his body trembling. He finally recognized the harsh reality. She had truly changed. No, she had not changed. He had simply failed to see her true nature. She had never loved him, was but a jest in her eyes. Lu Yunxi remained unperturbed, devoid of guilt. At that moment, a spectral figure materialized in the room. Lu Changfeng. The newcomer was none other than Lu Yunxi's father, Lu Changfeng, the current head of the Lu family, one of the 4 great clans. His right hand clutched a gray sack. Upon his arrival, the once kind expression on his face morphed into a sinister smirk of triumph. With a swift motion, Lu Changfeng tossed the sack beside Chu Xian, the force causing it to loosen. Before Chu Xian lay a woman of resplendent beauty, like a celestial being, adorned in palace attire. She lay quietly beside him, and despite having witnessed countless beauties in his past life, Chu Xian was captivated by her gentle and ethereal visage. With shoulders as delicate as jade and skin like snow, she possessed a unique charm, her tightly closed eyes exuding an enigmatic allure, her long eyelashes resembling the wings of a cicada. She resembled a slumbering beauty, a celestial being descended from the heavens. The 9th princess? In his astonishment, Chu Xian recognized her. She was the 9th daughter of the current emperor of the Wild Desolation, cherished above all. Yet, confusion filled him as he pondered how she had been brought here. Moreover, the realization that she had been abducted by Lu Changfeng left him stunned. Such audacity from the Lu family, daring to defy the imperial authority. Coupled with Lu Yunxi's earlier words, it became clear that the Lu family harbored grand ambitions. As Chu Xian stood in a daze, Lu Changfeng quickly spat out a dark substance towards him. Chu Xian gasped, "What have you made me ingest?" "You will find out soon enough," Lu Changfeng replied with a chilling laugh. Then, his expression hardened as he pointed at Chu Xian, declaring loudly, "You, Chu Xian, already betrothed, yet insatiable, audacious enough to attempt to abduct a princess and drug her. Do you not realize that this crime could lead to your execution 1,000 times over? Do you intend to kill me?" In that moment, Chu Xian understood Lu Changfeng's lethal intent, prepared to obliterate not just him, but the entire Chu family. In the Wild Desolation dynasty, violating a princess was a capital offense, and Lu Changfeng was leaving no room for escape. His gaze shifted to Lu Yunxi, only to find her expression impassive, as if she had anticipated this all along. "Yunxi, let us depart. We shall settle this matter later." Lu Changfeng sneered before departing. Lu Yunxi cast a disinterested glance at him, subtly shaking her head, then strolled away at a leisurely pace as for the events that transpired thereafter. They unfolded precisely as designed by Lu Changfeng. After the departure of Lu Changfeng and his daughter, the golden spear within Chu Xian's body, infused with the powerful euphoric powder, began to wreak havoc. For Chu Xian, who had just suffered a debilitating loss of blood, this was akin to a potent tonic. Inevitably, as everyone anticipated, the princess was ravished by him. Subsequently, fate took a twist with the royal family's hasty arrival. Fortunately, the head of the Chu family had somehow received advance notice and rushed over, only to stumble upon Chu Xian in the midst of his vile actions. Chu Nin quickly shut his eyes to avoid witnessing the unspeakable. With a forceful blow, he jolted Chu Xian back to consciousness, lifting him from the scene and promptly covering the princess with a blanket. The euphoric powder? As an experienced veteran, Chu Nin immediately recognized the anomaly within Chu Xian's body. "Princess, this matter is fraught with intrigue. I implore your highness for some time. I shall assuredly restore your honor and justice." Chu Nan's countenance darkened, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and he humbly beseeched the princess for forgiveness, as it significantly pertained to her reputation and virtue. Without a doubt, it was the Lu family's machinations at play. The 9th princess remained expressionless, her recent experiences haunting her like a nightmare, subjecting her to immense physical and mental anguish. Chu Nan, filled with compassion and fury at the despicable tactics of the Lu family, took his leave from the princess, escorting Chu Xian away. Soon, the royal family of the Great Wilderness, along with the Lu family, stormed in with palpable rage. However, the sight that greeted them was the 9th princess, swathed in a blanket, her body marred with scratches, tears still glistening on her jade-like cheeks, her heart enveloped in fear and despair. Lu Changfeng was poised to unleash his prepared tirade against Chu Xian, denouncing him as a beast. However, a glance around revealed that the wretched Chu Xian was nowhere to be found. Jur, what has happened? Don't frighten your father. Who is responsible for this atrocity? I shall eradicate their entire lineage." The emperor of the Great Wilderness spoke with urgency, laced with anguish and concern. The air around them grew thick with tension as a formidable aura descended, radiating murderous intent. "Issue my command to seal all information regarding this matter. Whoever dares to divulge it shall face annihilation. Simultaneously, lock down the royal city. I demand a thorough search, down to the very earth, to unearth the perpetrator. I shall have them ground to dust, devoured alive, subjected to 1,000 tortures." The emperor, despite his fury, did not lose his composure and swiftly issued the highest orders. As for why the ninth princess refrained from naming Chu Xian in the end, that remains a mystery. Perhaps she had yet to emerge from her nightmare. Even with the royal family's efforts to suppress the news, it seemed that the detestable villain had inadvertently leaked the information, and the scandal of the ninth princess's humiliation spread like wildfire. At this point, the entire Great Wilderness dynasty was incensed. To be precise, the hearts of all its people burned with rage. The ninth princess, already a beloved figure in the royal city of the Great Wilderness, had the entire dynasty vowing to spare no effort in dismantling the culprit piece by piece. Meanwhile, the Liu family secretly fanned the flames, accusing the Chu family and Chu Xian, who naturally denied the allegations, claiming they had been framed and slandered, a common occurrence within the Great Wilderness dynasty. The clandestine rivalries among the four great families were no longer a secret. How absurd that I have stumbled twice in matters of the heart. My life is indeed a failure. Mu Qianxue, Lu Yunxi. Chu Xian sat upon his bed, laughing bitterly, a humorless and grim smile. Yet, his infatuation mirrored his plight, provoking a sense of sympathy within him. Having been brought back by Chu Nan, Chu Xian faced a severe beating from his father and was cast into a dilapidated courtyard to fend for himself. Left in the frigid wind, weakened by the euphoric powder's torment, he ultimately succumbed to his fate, paving the way for Chu Xian's rebirth. In truth, this reincarnation of Chu Xian was scarcely better than the deceased version of himself. His own infatuation had led him down a path of despair. However, his innate talent and experiences far surpassed those of his former self in his past life. He had stood unrivaled, a paragon of martial prowess, renowned across the realms, ultimately earning the title of Xianyuan's Sword Immortal. To have been crowned as an emperor in the sacred domain attests to his extraordinary martial talent. It is worth noting that in the last few centuries, only a handful of individuals have been bestowed the title of martial emperor in the sacred domain, each a figure of monumental significance in history. And the Sword Immortal Chu Xian was none other than the illustrious martial emperor known as Xianyuan's Sword Immortal, famed 2 centuries prior. Rest in peace, your vengeance shall be mine to avenge. Perhaps it was the lingering grievances from his former life that fueled the blazing fury within him now, his eyes gleaming with palpable murderous intent. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted as the dilapidated door, already on the brink of collapse, exploded. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened, instinctively alert. His physical condition was far from favorable. He was utterly defenseless, akin to fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Raising his eyes, he beheld a strikingly beautiful maiden, wielding a graceful sword, standing menacingly at the doorway, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Could it be the ninth princess? The morning light was blinding, obscuring her identity until she spoke. Chu Xian, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you resort to such vile actions against Mu Xian? I shall kill you, the once mighty sword master. Chu Xian was destined to spend his days with his beloved and revel in the company of his brothers. Alas, he met a tragic demise at the hands of those he cherished most, perishing on the god burial cliff. Unexpectedly reborn, he found himself drained of vitality by the enchanting beauties of this world, stripped of his innate gifts, and reduced to a figure of ridiculia, mere waste of potential. However, with the divine treasures hidden within him, he reversed his fate, awakening a godly bloodline that allowed him to vanquish celestial beings and obliterate the cosmos. He trampled upon countless prodigies and wielded his sword across the heavens and the earth. In the 2 lives entwined with fate and beauty, he pondered, was this his destiny, or merely a cruel twist of circumstance? Chapter 1. The Sword Immortal's Rebirth, a tale of 2 tragic lives. In the Great Wilderness dynasty, within the desolate king city, the Chu family resided in a dilapidated courtyard. Chu Xian awoke abruptly in bed, a spurt of congealed blood escaping his lips. What has happened to me? Even a man of his stature, renowned as the martial emperor, found himself astounded by his current predicament. For within his memories lay the truth. He should have perished at the hands of the one he trusted most, the one he loved dearly. Yet, here he was alive. Ugh, my head aches. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his mind, and a cascade of memories flooded in. Through these recollections, he grasped the reason for his frail state. 3 days prior, he had sacrificed his own awakened 6th-grade bloodline to purge the cold poison from his fiancée, Lu Yunxi, in a bid to save her, inadvertently stripping himself of his own cultivation potential. To his shock, after the transfer of the 6th-grade bloodline, Lu Yunxi transformed. No longer the gentle and charming figure, she exuded an air of coldness and disdain. Chu Xian, do you believe you are still worthy of me? She sneered. In truth, you never were worthy. This insignificant great wilderness dynasty is but a mere speck. Do you think your title as the greatest genius here could ever move me? To put it bluntly, I have never loved you. The words dripped with cruelty, leaving Chu Xian in disbelief. Yunxi, you must be joking. He refused to accept the harsh reality, thinking her excitement from the removal of the poison had led her to jest. Do you truly think I am jesting? She laughed coldly. It is laughable that you remain so deluded. After 5 years of companionship, you should be grateful. Now stripped of your bloodline and talent, what difference is there between you and a waste? You need not glare at me. A mountain chicken can never match a phoenix. Her words struck him like a thunderbolt. What? You dare call me a waste? This cannot be true. Yunxi, tell me this is a jest. Chu Xian was utterly stunned. The once affectionate Lu Yunxi, who would cling to his arm and share everything with him, now regarded him with icy indifference, devoid of gratitude for his sacrifice. In that moment, he comprehended the bitter truth. The vows of eternal loyalty and promises shared were mere illusions. It was absurd that he still clung to hope, believing this was all a misunderstanding. Yunxi, why? He implored. You promised to grow old with me, to never marry another. You declared it publicly during my comingafage ceremony. His love was profound, yet he struggled to reconcile the stark transformation of someone once so familiar. Perhaps this was the shame of love that ran deep. Heh, Lu Yunxi chuckled, surveying him with pity. You are naive, perhaps even foolish. In this world, only those of unparalleled strength deserve my affection. Extraordinarily talented individuals like Nan Jianxin from the Southern Heaven sect. With a calm demeanor, she spoke of her aspirations, her face radiating pride and superiority, even tinged with sweetness at the thought of her new path. And you? You likely have no idea what the Southern Heaven sect represents. Your vision is confined to this great wilderness dynasty. How can you comprehend the vastness beyond? By merging your 6th grade bloodline with my own, which is already of the same grade, I shall ascend to the legendary 7th grade bloodline, perhaps even awaken a spirit body, destined to leap through the dragon gate and become the figure you can only look up to. We are fated to exist in entirely different realms. Do you still believe we are suited for one another? A deep scorn flickered in her gaze. Yunxi, so you have been deceiving me all along. Chu Xian's heart trembled with rage. How cruel you are. After 5 years of shared hardships, you deem it insignificant? How foolish I was to dedicate myself to you. His blood boiled, and he trembled with realization. She had truly changed, or rather, he had failed to see her true nature all along. She had never loved him. He was but a jest in her eyes. Lu Yunxi remained unmoved, her expression serene and devoid of guilt. At that moment, a ghostly figure appeared in the room. Lu Changfeng. The newcomer was Lu Yunxi's father, the current head of the Lu family, one of the 4 great clans. His once tender expression was replaced by a sinister smile, reveling in his schemes. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Changfeng tossed a gray sack towards Chu Xian. As it landed, the sack loosened, revealing a woman of ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being. She lay beside Chu Xian, and despite having seen countless beauties in his past life, he was struck by her gentle grace, resembling a slumbering fairy. The 9th princess? Chu Xian exclaimed in shock, recognizing the daughter of the great wilderness emperor. Confusion swirled within him. How had she come to be here? The audacity of the Lu family was astonishing, daring to commit such an act against the imperial family. As Chu Xian pondered, Lu Changfeng swiftly produced a dark substance, shocking him. What have you given me? He gasped. You will find out soon enough, Lu Changfeng replied with a sinister grin. Then, his expression turned grave as he pointed at Chu Xian, declaring, How dare you? Chu Xian, you have a fiancé yet are brazen enough to attempt to seize a princess before the eyes of the sun, drugging and dishonoring her. Do you think this accusation is enough to warrant your execution? In that moment, realization dawned upon Chu Xian. Lu Changfeng intended to destroy him utterly, and by extension, the entire Chu family. In the great wilderness dynasty, dishonoring a princess was a grave offense, punishable by annihilation. Lu Changfeng showed no mercy, leaving Chu Xian without a path forward. His gaze fell upon Lu Yunxi, who remained impassive, as if she had anticipated this all along. Yunxi, let us leave. We shall settle this later. Lu Changfeng sneered, before departing with a flourish. Lu Yunxi cast him a dispassionate glance. Shaking her head slightly before leisurely following him out. As for the subsequent events, they unfolded precisely as designed by Lu Changfeng. After Lu Changfeng and his daughter departed, the effects of the golden spear's unyielding Huan powder surged violently within Chu Xian's body. For Chu Xian, who had just lost his bloodline and was exceptionally weak, this was akin to a potent and cruel medicine. Naturally, the outcome was as anticipated by the onlookers. The princess found herself entangled in a tumultuous affair with him. Coincidentally, the royal family hurriedly arrived at the scene. Fortunately, the head of the Chu family had somehow received advance notice and rushed over, stumbling upon Chu Xian in the midst of his beastly conduct. Chu Nan hastily shut his eyes to avoid witnessing what should not be seen. With a forceful strike, he roused Chu Xian from his stupor, lifting him up and covering the princess with a blanket. Huan powder? Chu Nan, a seasoned individual, immediately discerned the abnormality within Chu Xian's body. Your Highness, there is something amiss here. I implore you to grant me some time to clear your name and restore justice. Chu Nan's countenance darkened, knowing the gravity of the situation necessitated his plea for the princess's forgiveness, as it directly pertained to her reputation and honor. Without a doubt, the Liu family was the one instigating trouble. The ninth princess wore a blank expression, her recent experience replaying in her mind like a nightmare, subjecting her to immense physical and emotional torment. Chu Nan, filled with sorrow and indignation at the Liu family's despicable tactics, bid farewell to the princess and took Chu Xian away. Soon after, the royal family of the Great Wilderness and the Liu family arrived in a furious flurry. The ninth princess, wrapped in a blanket, bore numerous scratch marks, and her gently radiant cheeks were stained with dried tears. In that moment, her heart was shrouded in fear and despair. Liu Chanfeng was poised to unleash a tirade against Chu Xian, that despicable creature, but upon surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of Chu Xian. Where could he be? Jior, what has happened? Do not frighten your father. Who is responsible for this? I shall annihilate them and their kin. The Emperor of the Great Wilderness spoke with urgency, his voice laced with anguish and concern, as the air around them thickened with a potent aura of murderous intent. Issue my command. Seal all information regarding this matter. Whoever dares to leak it shall face annihilation. Furthermore, lock down the royal city. I demand that the culprit be unearthed, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. I shall have them ground to dust, devoured like flesh, and subjected to 1,000 tortures. The emperor did not lose his composure in his fury, swiftly issuing the highest order. As for why the ninth princess did not reveal Chu Xian's identity, it remains a mystery. Perhaps she was still ensnared in her nightmare. Despite the royal family's efforts to suppress the news, the scandal of the ninth princess's humiliation spread like wildfire. Currently, the entire Great Wilderness dynasty was enraged. To be precise, the entirety of its populace was incensed. The ninth princess was already well known and beloved in the royal city. A vow echoed throughout the Great Wilderness dynasty, promising to spare no effort in dismantling the perpetrator. Meanwhile, the Liu family secretly fanned the flames, accusing the Chu family and Chu Xian. The Chu family vehemently denied the allegations, claiming it was a malicious scheme to frame them, an act of slander in the Great Wilderness dynasty. The clandestine conflicts among the 4 great families were no longer a secret. How ludicrous! How absurd that I should fall prey to love twice in my life. What a failure my existence has become. Mu Qianxue, Lu Yunxi. Chu Xian sat upon the bed, laughing a laugh tinged with irony and despair. Yet his infatuation mirrored his plight, invoking a sense of sympathy within him. Upon being returned by Chu Nan, Chu Xian faced a severe beating from his father and was cast into a dilapidated courtyard to fend for himself. In this forsaken place, with the bitter wind piercing through him, coupled with his frail condition ravaged by the potent Huan powder, he ultimately succumbed to death, paving the way for Chu Xian's rebirth. In this regard, Chu Xian's current state was not much better than that of the deceased Chu Xian. His own infatuation had led him down a path of no return. However, his innate talent and experiences far surpassed those of his predecessor. In his past life, he had stood unrivaled, dominating the sacred realm of the 9 provinces, achieving godlike status in alchemy, and earning the title of Xian Yuan Sword Immortal. To be crowned emperor in the sacred realm attested to his formidable martial prowess. It is worth noting that, for hundreds of years, only a handful of individuals had been bestowed the title of martial emperor within the sacred realm, each one a figure of immense power and influence. And Sword Immortal Chu Xian was none other than the illustrious martial emperor from 200 years ago, known as Xian Yuan Sword Immortal. Rest easy, I shall avenge your grievances. Perhaps it was the resentments of his past life that fueled his current rage, transforming his murderous intent into a palpable force. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as the already precarious door was shattered. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened, a sense of vigilance awakening within him. His physical condition was far from favorable, rendering him almost powerless, akin to a fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. Raising his eyes, he beheld a strikingly beautiful maiden standing at the doorway, brandishing a delicate yet fierce sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Could it be the 9th princess? The morning light was blinding, obscuring her features until she spoke. Chu Xian, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you commit such a heinous act against Mu Xian? I shall kill you, the revered swordsmanship master. Chu Xian was destined to spend his days in the embrace of his beloved, sharing joyous moments with his brothers. Alas, he fell victim to the treachery of those he held dear, meeting a tragic demise at the god's burial cliff. In an unexpected twist of fate, he found himself reborn, only to suffer further at the hands of a scheming beauty who drained his bloodline and robbed him of his talents, reducing him to a figure of ridicule. Nevertheless, with the divine essence hidden within him, he defied the odds, awakening a godly bloodline, slaying deities, and extinguishing stars across the myriad realms. He trampled upon countless prodigies, wielding his sword across the heavens and the earth. In the face of 2 lifetimes haunted by the allure of beauty, will fate conspire against Chu Xian, or is it mere coincidence? Chapter 1. The Sword Immortal's Rebirth and 2 Lives of Tragedy. In the great wilderness dynasty, within the confines of a dilapidated abode in the Wild King City, Chu Xian abruptly sat up in bed, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. What has happened to me? Even the esteemed martial emperor, Chu Xian, found himself taken aback by the current predicament. For within his memories lay the certainty of his demise, betrayed by those he trusted most, including his beloved. Yet, inexplicably, he was still alive. My head aches. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and a flood of memories surged forth. Gradually, through the fragments of recollection, Chu Xian understood the source of his frailty. 3 days prior, he had selflessly transferred his awakened 6th-grade bloodline to his fiancée, Lu Yunxi, in an effort to purge the cold poison from her body, thereby sacrificing his own cultivation potential. To his dismay, after the successful transfer, Lu Yunxi underwent a transformation, shedding her gentle and charming demeanor, her once refreshing aura replaced by indifference, disdain, and contempt. Chu Xian, do you still believe you are worthy of me? She scoffed. To be precise, you were never worthy. The great wilderness dynasty is but a trifling place, and your title as the greatest genius here is hardly enough to stir my heart. To put it bluntly, I have never loved you. Such was Lu Yunxi's cold response, devoid of warmth. Yunxi, you are always so playful. Chu Xian, disbelieving, thought her words were merely a jest born from excitement after ridding herself of the cold poison. Do you truly think I am joking? She retorted with a laugh. How foolish you are to remain so oblivious. You should be grateful for the 5 years I spent with you. Now that you have lost your bloodline and talent, how are you any different from a waste? You need not glare at me. A mountain chicken cannot hope to mate with a phoenix. Each word she uttered struck Chu Xian like a bolt from the blue. What? You dare label me as a waste? Impossible. This cannot be true, Yunxi. Tell me this is not real, that this is just a little joke you are playing on me? Chu Xian was in disbelief. Could the Lu Yunxi before him, with her icy demeanor, truly be the same one who once clung to his arm, playfully chatting, and sharing an unbreakable bond? Her gaze held no gratitude for his sacrifice. In that moment, Chu Xian finally comprehended the falsehood of their past promises and vows. How foolish he was to still cling to the hope that everything was merely a misunderstanding. Yunxi, why? He implored. You promised to grow old with me, to never marry another. A vow made on the day of my comminglage ceremony before the entire kingdom. His love was profound, yet he refused to accept that the person he once knew had become a stranger, treating him with such disdain. Perhaps this was the pitiful nature of love at its core. Haha. Lu Yunxi laughed, surveying Chu Xian with pity, shaking her head in resignation. You are incredibly naive, or perhaps just ignorant. In this world, only the most extraordinary beings are worthy of me, Lu Yunxi. Talents like Nan Jianxin from the South Heaven sect. Her expression was tranquil, her delicate features radiating pride. And you, perhaps, do not even know what the South Heaven sect represents? Your horizons are confined to the great wilderness dynasty. How could you fathom the vastness beyond? With your 6th-grade bloodline merged into mine, coupled with my own innate 6th-grade bloodline, I shall ascend to the legendary 7th-grade bloodline, potentially awakening a spiritual body, destined to leap through the Dragon Gate and become someone you can only look up to. We are destined to belong to different worlds. Do you still believe we are suited for one another? A trace of deep disdain flickered within her eyes. Yunxi, you have been deceiving me all along. You. How cruel, how heartless. After 5 years of shared struggles, you deem it all insignificant? Haha, how laughable that I, Chu Xian, devoted myself to you, sacrificing everything. Fury surged within Chu Xian, trembling with rage. Reality dawned upon him. She had truly changed, or perhaps she had never loved him at all. He was but a fool. Lu Yunxi, however, remained serene, devoid of guilt. At that moment, a ghostly figure emerged in the room. Lu Changfeng. The newcomer was indeed Lu Yunxi's father, Lu Changfeng, the current head of the Lu family, one of the four esteemed clans. Clutching a gray sack in his right hand, he bore a sinister smile, a far cry from the loving expression he once wore. With a swift motion, Lu Changfeng tossed the sack beside Chu Xian, causing it to loosen and reveal a woman of ethereal beauty, her skin as fair as snow, garbed in palace attire. She lay quietly next to Chu Xian, and despite having encountered countless beauties in his past life, he was momentarily struck by her gentle and exquisite features. Her shoulders were delicate, her waist slender, skin like jade, and her breath fragrant like orchids, with closed eyes that added to her allure, resembling a slumbering beauty, a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. The ninth princess? Shocked, Chu Xian recognized this enchanting figure as the beloved daughter of the current emperor of the great wilderness, yet he wondered how she had come to be ensnared in this predicament. Considering her abduction by Lu Changfeng, he was taken aback. The Lu family displayed extraordinary audacity to commit such an act of rebellion. Coupled with Lu Yunxi's earlier words, it was clear that the Lu family harbored grand ambitions. As Chu Xian was lost in thought, Lu Changfeng swiftly presented him with a dark substance. "What have you made me consume?" Chu Xian gasped in alarm. "You shall discover soon enough." Hee. Lu Changfeng's laugh was chilling. Then his expression turned serious as he pointed at Chu Xian, declaring, "You, Chu Xian, possess a fiancée, yet are greedy and brazen enough to attempt to abduct a princess in broad daylight, drugging and humiliating her noble form. Do you think this accusation is enough to warrant your death 1,000 times over? You. In that moment, Chu Xian realized Lu Changfeng intended to condemn him to death, or rather, to annihilate the entire Chu family. In the Great Wilderness Dynasty, the violation of a princess was a crime punishable by extermination, leaving no room for mercy. His gaze fell upon Lu Yunxi, only to find her unmoved, her expression as calm as a tranquil pond, as if she had anticipated this all along. "Yunxi, let us leave. We shall settle this matter later." Lu Changfeng sneered coldly before striding away. Lu Yunxi cast him a dismissive glance, subtly shaking her head, before departing at a leisurely pace. They asked for the events that transpired thereafter. They unfolded precisely as orchestrated by Lu Changfeng. After the departure of Lu Changfeng and his daughter, the golden spear unyielding Huan powder within Chu Xian's body began to surge violently. For Chu Xian, who had just lost his bloodline and was in a state of extreme weakness, this was undoubtedly a potent and overwhelming force. The outcome was, as anticipated by all, that he had taken advantage of the princess. Ironically, this occurred just as the royal family hurriedly arrived on the scene. Fortunately, the head of the Chu family had somehow received advance notice of the situation and arrived early, coincidentally catching Chu Xian in the midst of his transgressions. Chu Nan hastily closed his eyes to avoid witnessing what should not be seen. With a vigorous strike, he roused Chu Xian from his stupor, lifting him and promptly covering the princess with a blanket. Huan powder? Chu Nan, a seasoned veteran, immediately discerned the anomaly within Chu Xian's body. "Princess, there is more to this matter than meets the eye. I implore your highness for a moment of patience. I shall certainly restore your honor and justice." Chu Nan's countenance darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Knowing that he could only beseech the princess for her forgiveness, as it pertained to her reputation and dignity. It was clear that the Lu family, one of the four great clans, was behind this scheme. The ninth princess, expressionless, found the recent events haunting her like a nightmare, subjecting her to profound physical and mental anguish. Chu Nan, filled with compassion, seethed at the Lu family's despicable tactics, and then took his leave from the princess, escorting Chu Xian away. Shortly thereafter, the royal family of the Great Wilderness and the Lu clan arrived in a furious uproar. The ninth princess, wrapped in a blanket, bore numerous scratch marks on her body, and her jade-like cheeks were streaked with dried tear stains, her heart shrouded in fear and despair. Lu Changfeng was preparing to unleash a tirade against Chu Xian, that beastly wretch, but upon surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of Chu Xian. "Jior, what has happened to you? Do not frighten your father. Who is responsible for this atrocity? I shall annihilate his entire lineage." The emperor of the Great Wilderness spoke with urgency, mingled with pain and concern, as the air around him thickened with tension, an overwhelming aura descending from above, brimming with murderous intent. "Let it be known. I hereby command a complete news blackout. Whoever dares to leak this information shall face annihilation. Moreover, seal off the royal city. I demand that the culprit be unearthed, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground. I shall have him ground to dust, devoured by beasts, and subjected to 1,000 tortures." The emperor of the Great Wilderness, despite his fury, did not lose his composure and hastily issued his highest orders. As for why the ninth princess refrained from naming Chu Xian, that remained a mystery. Perhaps she had yet to awaken from her nightmare. Even though the royal family made every effort to suppress the news, it was unclear which scoundrel had let slip the details, as the news of the ninth prince's humiliation spread like wildfire. In any case, the great wilderness dynasty was incensed. In truth, the entirety of its populace was enraged. The ninth princess, already renowned and beloved in the royal city, became the focal point of a collective vow to exact vengeance upon the perpetrator, tearing him limb from limb. Meanwhile, the Liu family surreptitiously fanned the flames, accusing the Chu family and Chu Xian. Naturally, the Chu family denied these allegations, claiming that they were the victims of slander. The undercurrents of conflict among the four great clans were no longer a secret. How laughable, how pitiful that I have fallen prey to deep affections twice in my life. What a failure I have become. Mu Qianxue, Lu Yunxi. Chu Xian sat upon his bed, laughing a laugh filled with despair and resignation. However, his infatuation mirrored his own fate, evoking a sense of sympathy within him. Brought back by Chu Nan, Chu Xian was met with a severe reprimand from his father, cast into a dilapidated courtyard to fend for himself. Exposed to the biting cold and weakened by the Hahuan powder's ravages, he ultimately succumbed to his fate, paving the way for Chu Xian's rebirth. At this juncture, Chu Xian was not much better off than the deceased version of himself. His own infatuation had led him down a path of no return. Yet, his innate talent and experiences far surpassed those of his former self. In his previous life, he was a sword master, unrivaled in the sacred domain, a famed alchemist, and a figure of renown throughout the world, ultimately earning the title of Xianyuan Sword Immortal. To achieve imperial status in the sacred domain attests to his formidable martial prowess. It is worth noting that over the centuries, only a handful had been conferred the title of martial emperor in the sacred domain, each a titan in their own right. And Chu Xian, the Sword Immortal, was famously known as the martial emperor Xianyuan from 2 centuries past. Rest easy, I shall avenge your grievances. Perhaps it was the lingering resentment from his past life that ignited a fierce anger within him, his eyes alight with a palpable murderous intent. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated as the already fragile door exploded. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. His physical condition was far from optimistic. He was as defenseless as a fish on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Raising his eyes, he beheld a strikingly beautiful maiden standing at the threshold, a refined sword in hand, exuding an aura of fierce determination, dripping with murderous intent. Could she be the ninth princess? The morning light was blinding, rendering her features indistinct until she spoke. Chu Xian, you despicable wretch. How dare you commit such a heinous act against Mu Xian? I shall slay you. Chapter 2. Bloodline Reshaping. The Forbidden Sutra of Immortality. The exquisite sword of the beautiful woman glimmered with a faint azure aura, exuding an enchanting chill that could captivate the heart. Chu Lingu. The voice revealed that the visitor was not the ninth princess, but rather his half-sister, Chu Linger. The Mu Xian she mentioned was none other than the current ninth princess, Qingyang Mu Xian, whom he had violated. The Xuanwu realm? It was astonishing that Chu Linger had entered the Xuanwu realm. No wonder her presence was so imposing and formidable. Recalling his own prowess before losing his bloodline, he too had been a genuine Xuanwu realm martial artist and felt no fear towards her. However, now he was merely at the first level of Yuanwu. How could he possibly be her match? Wait, Linger, please allow me to explain. Chu Xian, having lived for centuries, had witnessed countless storms and soon regained his composure. He realized that he was currently in a vulnerable state where one misstep could lead to his demise. What more do you wish to explain? The deed has been done. I must avenge Mu Xian today and cleanse the path of righteousness. Chu Linger furrowed her delicate brows, looking at her once respected second brother with disdain. She dared not lower her guard. After all, her second brother was the greatest genius of the great wilderness dynasty, his martial prowess exceeding her own. Even injured, she did not dare to relax her vigilance. She understood the adage that a dying camel is larger than a horse. Yet, she could hardly fathom that he would commit such an outrage, a deed that invoked the wrath of both heaven and man and utterly disgraced their family. Moreover, it had occurred to her best friend, Qingyang Mu Xian. Since the incident, Chu Linger had been accompanying Qingyang Mu Xian in the palace, fearing that the humiliation from vile words might drive her to a desperate act. During this time, she noticed that the once innocent, lively, and kind-hearted Qingyang Mu Xian had vanished. The familiar person seemed transformed, silent, and withdrawn. Gone was the sweet smile, and she appeared considerably thinner. In her friend's eyes, Chu Linger saw despair, fear, pain, struggle, terror, and resentment, especially with the recent rumors that her scoundrel second brother was the perpetrator. She dared not mention it in front of Qingyang Muxian and could only harbor her anger as she sought vengeance. Sister, you have always been wise. Why are you so confused today, believing the slanders from outside? Chu Xian's complexion was pale as he desperately tried to defend himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger indeed calmed down, her brows knitting together as if she had misunderstood the situation. Seeing Chu Linger slowly lower her sword and retract her spiritual energy, Chu Xian finally felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, Chu Linger raised her sword again, pointing it at Chu Xian, and coldly exclaimed, I spit. You must be trying to lower my guard so you can deliver a fatal blow. Humph. You lecher, would you even kill your own sister to silence her? Chu Xian was at a loss for words, nearly exasperated by his sister's accusations. Despite his lengthy explanation, she remained unconvinced. However, he did not reveal any flaws in his demeanor and continued to plead, Sister, we have known each other for over a decade. Surely you understand your second brother. Do you truly believe I am such a person? I have a fiancée, one whose beauty rivals that of the ninth princess. How could I harbor desires for anyone else? You also study at the Great Wilderness Academy. What do you think of my feelings for Yunxi? Finally, upon hearing this, Chu Linger fell into contemplation. Recalling the affectionate moments between her second brother and Lu Yunxi at the academy, it did seem they were quite in love. Second brother. I am sorry, I was only thinking of avenging Muxian. Chu Linger tossed aside her sword, pouting adorably as she tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, resembling a child who had erred. Were you truly preparing to kill your second brother? Chu Xian huffed in disbelief. In his recollection, he had always been fond of her, never expecting that she would contemplate such extreme measures for the sake of some misguided friend, which deeply wounded him. Oh dear, it was an accident. How could you be so petty, second brother? You keep bringing it up. I can offer you some compensation. Chu Linger huffed, appearing exasperated, yet ultimately recognizing her initial fault and conceding to offer compensation. Very well, I shall forgive you this time, but you must provide me with the compensation you promised. Chu Xian had never truly blamed her. After a moment's thought, he replied, How about this? You find me some healing elixirs. You know my current condition is quite dire. It is very likely that you will lose a gentle and caring brother if you do not act swiftly. Indeed, father is quite heavy-handed, Chu Linger exclaimed, noticing her brother's pale complexion, devoid of blood, clearly indicating he had been injured. She had indeed learned of his injuries from their father. Otherwise, she would not have dared to confront him alone with her sword. Now that everything was clear, she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. In her memory, their father had always favored her second brother and would not have struck him. We shall discuss this later. Go find the medicine. Chu Xian would never divulge the truth, that their father had witnessed him humiliating the princess, leading to his punishment. It must be said that their father was rather ruthless, leaving him here without a second thought. Oh, just as Chu Linger was about to leave, she turned back to him, gazing into his eyes and asked, The matter concerning Mu Xian truly has nothing to do with you, right? Absolutely not. Chu Xian was startled by her sudden turn, fearing she had discerned something. But he maintained his composure and continued to lie through gritted teeth. His expression revealed a hint of unease, for he had indeed committed the act and felt a twinge of guilt. Ultimately, Chu Linger departed slowly, seemingly lost in thought. Phew, this girl is astute and exceptionally clever. I must regain my strength swiftly. If she discovers the truth, I will be doomed. At that moment, Chu Xian felt an insatiable thirst for power. To exact his revenge, he must survive. As he shed his outer garments, he noticed a shattered bracelet adorning his wrist. The Soul Thief bracelet. With his vast experience, he immediately recognized it and couldn't help but sneer. No wonder Lu Yunxi was able to steal my bloodline and talents. Such a nefarious artifact exists. The Soul Thief bracelet, a sinister artifact crafted by an elder of an evil sect in the sacred domain, was merely a low-grade version. The true Soul Thief bracelet could seize another's lifetime cultivation and soul, which is why it had been banned and classified as a forbidden item by the sacred domain. Now that he had lost his bloodline, how could he seek revenge? Before his bloodline and talents were stripped, Chu Xian had been the greatest genius of the Great Wilderness dynasty, a testament to his extraordinary potential. With his Sword Immortal abilities, reclaiming his peak was merely a matter of time. As Chu Xian pondered his predicament, glimmers began to emerge from the depths of the spiritual sea. 1, 2, 108. Ultimately, 108 luminous points hovered above the spiritual sea, or rather, 108 colossal swords, each unique, shimmering with a myriad of colors. Interconnected by iron chains, each sword bore intricate engravings depicting various fierce beasts like the Tsanglong, Qilin, and Taotai. as well as representations of nature, birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, trees, withering grass, the sun, moon, and starry rivers. They appeared to be imprisoned, sealed away, even bound by shackles. The faintest aura they emitted resonated like a thunderous roar from ancient times, exuding an extraordinary ferocity. This is the image he beheld just before plunging into the god burial cliff in his previous life, as he was about to close his eyes. How could it now manifest within his spiritual sea? Could this be the fabled land of the god burial? Yet, why does it appear in my mind? Chu Xian was bewildered. It is already known in the holy domain that during the ancient and near-ancient eras, numerous peak martial emperors sought the supreme path, attempting to break free from the shackles of the great Tao, shattering the void to achieve the pinnacle of martial arts, yet all met with failure. Their burial ground is said to be the god burial cliff, but none have been able to uncover the truth. The god burial cliff has always been peculiar. Any living being that approaches, no matter how powerful, will have their entire cultivation drained, and they will endure the ravages of time, aging a century in an instant, ultimately exhausting their lifespan and turning to dust. At that moment, Chu Xian's heart had already been pierced by Mu Qianxue, and embracing a mindset of certain death, he leapt into the god burial cliff, which allowed him to witness that vision. Simultaneously, he discovered a mark in the palm of his hand, the mark of the gods. Chu Xian silently thought. Once, he had reached the zenith of martial arts, traversing countless ancient secret realms, discovering a celestial tome towering 10,000 meters in the 9 nether yellow spring, where he had encountered records regarding the mark of the gods. When he opened it, a beam of starlight had entered his mind, blurring images of some ancestral mark and the words of reincarnation. Since it did not bring him any substantial effect and was unclear, he had disregarded it, assuming it to be the seal emitted by the celestial tome's formation. Suddenly, the mark in his palm shone brightly. The iron chains on the nearest sword in his mind began to shatter, releasing an unparalleled divine radiance. The sword, entirely pure and emerald green, revealed a vibrant vitality akin to nature itself, standing tall between heaven and earth, exuding an extraordinary aura as the surrounding spiritual energy surged. At the same time, an ancient text, imbued with the weight of time, surged into the depths of his memory. The indestructible scriptures of the Sword Emperor? Chu Xian was stunned, then transformed into joy. This was the cultivation method of the ancient sword master, the indestructible Sword Emperor. Could it be that even he, who was reputed to be immortal, perished within the god burial cliff? Calamities and blessings coexist. All living beings experience life and death. Only through destruction can there be rebirth, leading to immortality, creating an everlasting legacy. In that instant, Chu Xian felt a wondrous and comforting force flowing within him, circulating through his 8 meridians, revitalizing all 360 acupoints, and surrounding him with a life force that began to restore his bloodline. It even emitted a deep dragon's roar. The bloodline of the 6th grade Purgatory Fire Dragon? This was his previous bloodline. In that moment, he felt as though he had regained his former 6th grade bloodline. No, it's not. The bloodline is still expanding. The 9th grade Indestructible Azure Dragon bloodline? Above the 9th grade lies the Divine Bloodline. The foundation of the indestructible scriptures requires a pure bloodline, and coincidentally, Chu Xian's bloodline had been transferred, meeting the entry requirements of the indestructible scriptures. Ha! Chu Xian laughed heartily, exclaiming with grandiosity, "Calamities and fortunes are interdependent. The ancients do not deceive me. Lu Yunxi, I will make you regret this. I swear to make you." Cough, cough, cough. Realizing he had become overly excited, blood surged upward, leading to a fit of coughing that nearly choked him. Chapter 3. The Revelation of Misdeeds. Who dares bark like a dog? At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly dashed towards him, accompanied by sharp spiritual energy, startling Chu Xian into leaping up and turning to flee. "Big brother, it's me. Why are you running?" Only upon hearing Chu Ling's call did Chu Xian stabilize himself, quickly adopting a nonchalant demeanor. For if anyone were to witness the dignified martial emperor being frightened away, it would surely be a source of ridicule. "What are you running so fast for? I thought Qingyang Mushuan had come to take revenge on you." As a strong individual, he was naturally fearless, yet he was not foolish, acknowledging the importance of circumstances. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. "Here, take this." Chu Ling, with a flushed face, gasping for breath, revealed a hint of anxiety and concern, hurriedly tossing several bottles of spiritual medicine to Chu Xian before preparing to turn away. Chu Xian, quick-witted, grasped her delicate wrist and asked, "Ling, what is going on?" From her demeanor, he knew something was amiss. Otherwise, her nature would not lead her to such recklessness and panic. Muxuan is missing. Let go of me. I must hurry to find her. She forcefully pushed away Chu Xian's hand and bolted out. The sudden disappearance of the ninth princess filled her with dread, fearing something unfortunate had befallen her. The ninth princess is missing? Chu Xian, frozen in place, furrowed his brows. Damn, could it be that she has come to kill me? Chu Xian quickly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air. Observing keenly, Chu Xian was suddenly taken aback and instinctively made a desperate maneuver, shouting, Princess, let me explain. In a moment of urgency, Chu Xian clung tightly to the newcomer, attempting to negotiate for his survival, but after a while, he realized the person had no intention of harming him. Looking up, he met the fierce gaze of Chu Ling. Not the ninth princess? If so, then she must have overheard his earlier words. Given her intelligence, she would surely deduce that he was the culprit responsible for Muxuan's plight. Damn it, how has he become such a coward after his rebirth? Chu Xian wished to slap himself. Had he recognized the newcomer sooner, he wouldn't have inadvertently let slip such damaging words. Chu Xian. Chu Ling's chest heaved with anger. It was then he noticed that one of his hands was still resting upon her left breast, and upon realizing the truth, her wrath surged forth like an inferno. Little sister, please let me explain. Bang! Chu Xian was propelled like a cannonball, deeply embedded into the wall, illustrating the speed and power of Chu Ling's kick. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xian instinctively sought to evade, given his extensive battle experience. Dodging should have been effortless. However, just as he prepared to evade, he realized he was merely at the first level of the Yuan martial realm. With intent but lacking strength, the outcome was predictable. Cough, cough, cough. Little sister, enough. I am not your sister. How could I have trusted you? You are indeed a despicable villain, devoid of humanity and morality. You even dared to lay hands on your own sister. I shall avenge Muxuan by killing you, scoundrel. Chu Ling brandished her sword, its chilling light aimed directly at Chu Xian's throat. What nonsense is this? Chu Xian felt his head spinning. This was truly an injustice. 6 months of snow would not suffice to express his grievances. He was clearly the victim, yet was branded a perpetrator. Now, to be misunderstood by his little sister was a predicament from which he could not escape. Acknowledging that explanation would be futile, he could only nod in acquiescence. Little sister, I admit I have indeed erred, but if someone must kill me, it should be done by Qingyang Muxuan herself to truly satisfy her vengeance. Indeed, Chu Ling paused, though she hesitated, contemplating that her elder brother was the greatest genius of the great wilderness dynasty, already having entered the Xuanwu realm. And the ninth princess would certainly be no match for him. How could she seek revenge? Chu Xian seemed to have discerned her concerns and spoke up, Sister, you need not fret excessively. You are a warrior of the Xuanwu realm, and you should realize that I am merely at the first level of the Yuanwu realm, posing no substantial threat to you. Moreover, considering the sudden disappearance of the ninth princess, have you not thought it prudent to seek her out rather than waste time here with me? I am not about to flee. Chu Ling cast a deep glance at Chu Xian, indeed confirming that he was only at the first level of the Yuanwu realm, leaving her somewhat puzzled. What could have transpired recently? Yet, upon reflection, she thought it only fitting. He must be facing his just deserts. Given the force of her earlier kick, even a mere Yuanwu realm practitioner would likely suffer a fractured tailbone, rendering him incapable of standing. Furrowing her delicate brows, she revealed her profound disdain and coldly declared, You may live for now, but you shan't escape my grasp. With that, she swiftly departed the room. Alas, what a twist of fate. To be intimidated by a mere girl. Chu Xian leaped from the wall, brushing the dust from his hands. Earlier, he had activated the indestructible forbidden technique to restore his tailbone. One must admit, this young lady was indeed ruthless. He then consumed several gathering spirit pills and sat down to heal, simultaneously drawing upon the indomitable azure dragon bloodline to entice the spiritual energy of the world, which gradually converged around him. Before long, his cultivation returned to the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. The Dantian forged by a 9th-grade bloodline was truly remarkable. Chu Xian stood up in astonishment, marveling at how swiftly he had ascended 3 levels within such a short span. Under normal circumstances, were it not for the thin spiritual energy of this realm, he would have surely broken through to even greater heights. In his past life, he had also possessed a 9th-grade bloodline. I must depart from the Chu family at once. Otherwise, when that girl returns, I will have no place to hide. With that thought, Chu Xian turned and exited the room, making his way toward the Apocalypse Mountain range. As he stepped outside, a derisive voice called out, You worthless fool. Halt. Chu Xian looked up to see a middle-aged man in a crooked hat, his gaze dripping with contempt. Chu Jiang, are you addressing me? In Chu Xian's memory, This old cur had once shown him great respect, bowing deeply, yet today he was a stark contrast. Call me Zhang Yi. Do you think you remain the exalted second young master of the Chu family? Let me enlighten you. Your audacity in infringing upon the ninth princess has been exposed, and the family head has publicly cast you out of the Chu clan. Furthermore, the Lu family has declared you no longer the betrothed of Miss Lu Yunxi, severing all ties with you. You are now a homeless wretch, with rumors circulating that you have become a worthless being for unknown reasons. The four great families, along with the royal family, have even offered 500,000 gold coins for your head. I was just coming to find you. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of the ninth princess, this lucrative opportunity might not have fallen to me. Ha ha ha, worthless fool, surrender. Greed gleamed in Chu Zhang's eyes as he rubbed his hands together, preparing to pounce. Second young master, run. Suddenly, a bloodied servant crawled toward them, uttering his last words before succumbing. Ha ha ha, this fool thought he could return to inform on me, only to be beaten to a pulp. He certainly can't withstand a beating. I wonder how many punches the delicate second young master can endure. Chu Zhang's eyes turned cold, yet a treacherous smile lingered on his lips, clearly underestimating Chu Xian. Chu Xian first glanced at the corpse nearby, paying his respects, knowing it was likely sent by his father to convey a message. With his affairs exposed, he would have no place to stand in the entire Great Wilderness dynasty. The only option left was to flee for his life. With a chilling smile, Chu Xian's gaze fixed on Chu Jiang, his dark eyes icy as he declared, even if I am no longer the second young master of the Chu family, I am not someone of your ilk who can insult me. Furthermore, your treachery against our kin is an affront to the heavens. As his words fell, Chu Xian transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly appearing before Chu Jiang, delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. Crack, crack, the sharp sounds echoed, leaving Chu Jiang's face swollen and disfigured, resembling a pig's head. Stunned by the blows, he nearly lost his footing. After a few moments, shaking his head to regain clarity, he regarded Chu Xian with newfound trepidation. Wasn't he supposed to have become a worthless being? Yet, the Chu Xian before him struck with such swiftness and decisiveness. Why, you're not a worthless being anymore. Chu Jiang stammered, curiosity mingled with fear. Yet the allure of 500,000 gold coins spurred him on as he began to draw his blade. Crack! Another slap met him, this time with greater force, sending him flying as if kicked by a powerful beast. Ah! Chu Jiang's horrified scream echoed as blood and teeth spewed forth, and he collapsed, unconscious. Having been bullied by his sister was one thing, but now even this scoundrel dared to bark at him and insult him. How could he suppress the anger that had long been building within him? To be a dog, one must accept the reality of being a dog. Chu Xian stood before Chu Jiang, his eyes deep and penetrating, casting a glance at the fallen man, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. With a swift motion, Chu Xian seized the man's blade. Since you know my secret, I have no choice but to eliminate you. After all, only the dead can keep my secrets. Just as he prepared to strike down upon Chu Jiang's head, the latter suddenly sprang to life, kneeling on the ground, weeping and pleading, "Second young Master Chu, please spare me. I was merely blinded by greed. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. I shall keep my mouth shut and will never speak of this again." Trembling, Chu Jiang lifted his gaze, only to find that Chu Xian had long vanished without a trace. Phew! Chu Jiang exhaled in relief, grateful to have escaped with his life. Recalling the terrifying aura of Chu Xian, he felt a chill run down his spine. Who could have spread such false rumors claiming he had become worthless? Suddenly, a shadow darted toward him, accompanied by a cold and violent aura, and he watched in horror as his body began to fade into the distance. Chapter 4. Disguised as a Man, by Zhua investigates the true culprit. The Apocalypse mountain range stretched for miles, resembling a colossal serpent lying in slumber between heaven and earth. Towering ancient trees intertwined with thick roots covered in moss rendered the forest perpetually dark and damp, shrouded in mist. It was a treacherous place, inhabited by venomous snakes and fierce insects. Moreover, within the mountains roamed ferocious beasts, their movements enigmatic. Among them were powerful predators, fierce and brutal, instilling fear even in human warriors. Entering alone was akin to courting death, epitomizing the very essence of Apocalypse. As for how long the Apocalypse mountain range had existed, that remains shrouded in mystery, but it has certainly endured for ages. In the depths of the forest, a disheveled youth ruthlessly slaughtered a 5th-level beast, a creature slightly inferior in strength yet unable to withstand his onslaught, becoming a mere plaything in his hands. "Beast, perish before me." The boy's figure darted forth with a fierce shout, resembling a large black rat, as a glimmering silver sword formed in his palm. Before the beast could evade, he struck it with a powerful blow to its chest, ending its life. After vanquishing the 5th-level beast, the youth straightened, gazing at the path behind him, his eyes resting on the distant silhouette of the royal city of Huang. A complex smile crossed his face, accompanied by a soft sigh. Ah, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. A molting phoenix is no better than a chicken. How did I ever find myself in such a wretched state? Was it for survival or merely to evade the spotlight as I ventured alone into the Apocalypse Mountains? The Liu family, when I reclaim my sword, shall pay for their blood debts. Just as he prepared to vent his frustrations, Chu Xian suddenly sensed movement nearby. He swiftly turned, seeking refuge in a concealed spot with remarkable agility, akin to an experienced survivor. Am I perhaps inheriting the cowardice of this impudent youth? When did I become so fearful of death? He inwardly lamented, wishing he could sever his own legs in frustration while remaining acutely aware of the looming danger. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a small contingent of armored soldiers appeared, brandishing sharp spears, their robust brows and keen eyes marking them as seasoned veterans. The Black Feather Guard? Living in the royal city of Huang for years, Chu Xian instantly recognized their identity, causing his expression to darken. He was acutely aware that the Black Feather Guard was one of the 3 most loyal royal guards, and their presence here raised his suspicions. General, the fierce sky bear has recently perished, and it was slain by a single strike to the heart. A subordinate reported breathlessly, a tremor evident in his voice. Though others might not understand, these battle-hardened warriors knew the ferocity of the fierce sky bear and its astounding defensive capabilities. Who could possibly shatter its heart with a mere blow? The ability to do so indicated that the assailant was likely a formidable warrior of the Xuanwu realm or even above. Brothers, remain vigilant. We must not allow anyone near the Qingqiu Fox tomb. The Black Feather General's expression grew grave as he prepared to inspect the bear's wounds to ascertain the truth. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing a jolt of alarm. We must return to the Qingqiu Fox tomb at once. It may be a ruse to draw us away. The thought of the young princess still present at the tomb filled him with dread. With the 9th princess already in peril, if anything were to happen to the young one, his life would be over. The Black Feather troops retreated promptly and decisively. Once they departed, a small head peeked out from a hidden thicket, frowning as it muttered, Qingqiu Fox tomb? Why is the Black Feather Guard here instead of searching for the princess in the royal city? Could they be plotting something nefarious? I must follow and uncover the truth. The Qingqiu Fox tomb, a peculiar locale within the Apocalypse Mountains, is devoid of towering trees or ominous mists. Instead, it features a slightly expansive meadow, crisscrossed by a winding stream. The scene is vibrant with sunlight and brimming with life, an exquisite contrast to the surrounding desolation. At this moment, a young man clad in white stood deep in thought, his sharp, beautiful eyes surveying his surroundings as if seeking something. After a brief contemplation, he slowly closed his eyes, recalling events from 3 days prior. At that time, he and his companion, Qingyang Mushuan, had stealthily ventured out to play. Familiar with the Qingqiu Fox tomb, they had let their guard down, and as they reveled in their fun, a dozen shadowy figures appeared, all highly skilled. Caught off guard, they were quickly subdued and rendered unconscious. After this point, her memories faded. When she awoke, she found herself unharmed back home. Later, she learned of the incident involving the princess and that scoundrel Chu Xian. Her immediate impulse was to kill him. Yet upon deeper reflection, she sensed something amiss. A multitude of inconsistencies. If Chu Xian was driven by lust, why was she unharmed while the princess suffered? Was her appearance truly so unremarkable? Such are the peculiar thoughts of a woman, prone to overthinking. There must be a flaw in the narrative, yet she could not discern it, leaving her at a loss. Her keen mind directed her attention to the place where they had been knocked out, hoping to derive answers from there. Hey! A well-featured young man clad in green was about to call out to the young man in white, but was silenced by a fierce glare, as though warned not to utter a word. This was the guardian of the elegant youth, Qin Shao. Qin Shao quickly altered his approach, donning a smile as he ingratiated. Young master, you have stood here for 10 hours. If you remain at a loss, it would be best to return home. Nightfall brings forth the beasts that seek to feast, and I worry for you. I understand. You need not advise me further. If you are afraid, you may leave. I will not hold it against you. The handsome youth raised his pristine hand, signaling him to cease his counsel. His heart was filled with anger and despair, reflecting on the misfortune that had befallen his dear sister, who suffered alongside him. At times, he even questioned why it was not he who was taken instead. With a fierce glare, the handsome youth's eyes glimmered with icy resolve as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. For her sake, I must unearth the identity of the perpetrator. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shao trembled, casting a furtive glance at the young man, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He quickly laughed. Ah, young master, is it not Chu Xian who is the culprit? Why go to such lengths to question this matter? No. What? Qin Zhao's expression shifted, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him, though he swiftly suppressed it, for he harbored deep affection for her. The handsome youth seemed to realize he had spoken too freely, understanding the principle of loose lips sinking ships. He refrained from continuing. Instead, turning to Qin Shao, speaking softly, "You should return to the manor and reassure my father that I am well," to quell his worries. "No, miss. The Apocalypse Mountains are fraught with danger, far more than they appear. Please prioritize your safety and do not act recklessly. Should anything happen to you here, how could I account for it to your father?" Qin Shao implored fervently, kneeling before her, his eyes briefly betraying his affection. In an effort to persuade her to leave, he dropped the formal address and called her miss directly. "You." Baiji Ruo felt a surge of anger, her brows knitting tightly. Ultimately, she refrained from unleashing her fury upon him, opting instead to stomp her foot in frustration. Seeing her seemingly relent, Qin Zhao's smile blossomed with genuine warmth. At that moment, a large contingent of black feather troops hurriedly approached in the distance. Baiji Ruo and Qin Shao exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. A flicker of hope passed through the former's eyes, as she pondered if there were indeed clues to uncover. The latter appeared troubled, seemingly preoccupied with some worry, her gaze darting restlessly. "What urgency is this? Speak quickly." Baiji Ruo dismissed her earlier despondency. "I report to you, my lord. Just moments ago we heard sounds of a struggle from 1,000 meters away and went to investigate, only to discover that a formidable presence was approaching. I feared it might be a diversion, so I hastily returned to check if my lord was in distress." General Heiyu gasped for breath, evidently having run a great distance. But upon seeing the young lord safe and sound, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. "Is that all? Nothing more?" Baiji Ruo's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. No, nothing more." General Heiyu was taken aback by Baiji Ruo's expression, which seemed to convey disappointment in him. He discreetly glanced at Qin Shao, aware that Qin Shao was her personal bodyguard, well acquainted with her temperament. Had he inadvertently offended her? Qin Shao remained silent, equally relieved. "Enough, no need for such fuss. If there is ever such recklessness again, I shall have you executed." Baiji Ruo's spirits plummeted once more. "Miss, General Heiyu merely acted out of concern for his lord. Let us spare him this time. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the situation he described. We should retreat promptly." Qin Shao continued to persuade her. Baiji Ruo said nothing, her frustration lingering for a moment before a sweet smile unexpectedly graced her gloomy countenance. Seeing this, Qin Shao felt an overwhelming joy. Is the young miss considering heeding his advice? Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable excitement. By himself, he would have found it difficult to persuade the stubborn young miss, but General Heiyu's timely assistance had earned him full marks. While Qin Shao reveled in this happiness, little did he know that Baiji Ruo was secretly calculating her next move. She was determined to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and could not afford to give up easily. Had it been earlier, she might have left without a plan. But General Heiyu's warning of a powerful presence approaching likely connected to the band of thieves from 3 days prior, compelling her to stay. After much contemplation, Baiji Ruo's lips curled into a sly smile as she feigned compliance, stating, "Very well. The day has drawn to a close, and I am weary from my labors. My attire sullied with sweat. I shall take a bath at Qingqiu Lake before returning home. You will guard the area for me. Be sure to keep outsiders at bay, or I shall annihilate your entire clan." As her words fell, she gracefully leaped away, heading towards the Qingqiu Fox. "Hey, miss." Qin Zhao's expression shifted as he focused intently, only to find no trace of her. Ultimately, he had no choice but to stand guard outside with the Heiyu army, commanding them, "Keep a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Not a single fly shall be allowed to slip through." Implicitly, he also meant to keep a close eye on the young miss, having been by her side the longest. He knew all too well her mischievous thoughts. Chapter 5. The Qingqiu Fox Immortal, Love and Hatred in a Moment's Thought. Qingqiu Lake, nestled deep within the Qingqiu Fox tomb, is adorned with cascading waterfalls and encircled by mountains, its picturesque scenery providing a secluded retreat. The pristine waters, warm and invigorating, indeed create an ideal bathing spot. Upon arriving, Baiji Ruo thought that escaping for a moment was of little consequence. The lake's crystalline waters beckoned, and she felt discomfort in her attire, prompting her to shed her garments and wade slowly into the lake. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Chu Xian observed the heavily guarded Heiyu army stationed outside, patrolling diligently, and inwardly mused, "Truly, There is a conspiracy afoot. What astonishing secrets does the royal family harbor? To conceal it so meticulously, to unravel their plot, one must surely target the very object they are safeguarding. The answer lies within. As Chu Xian steeled himself and surveyed the area for a stealthy approach, he suddenly sensed that the Qingqiu Fox tomb held an unusual aura. He pondered, what enchantment could exist amidst the vast apocalyptic mountain range? Moreover, an indescribable presence lingered here. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, and the vigilant Chu Xian crouched down, peering closely. Alas, it was merely a small dog. Initially, the creature intended to leave, but upon hearing Chu Xian's words, it abruptly halted, turning to gaze at him. In the cool moonlight, its eyes shimmered with an ethereal green glow, strikingly captivating. It then approached Chu Xian slowly. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to realize it was not a dog, but a fox. You are the dog. Your entire family is made up of dogs. A female, no less. And she could speak human language. Her voice ringing like silver bells. Chu Xian was astonished for only a brief moment, as he understood that the world was vast and filled with wonders. Generally, speaking beasts must attain the heavenly martial realm to assume human form and articulate speech, yet this fox evidently lacked such powers. My apologies, I mistook you for a dog. Chu Xian chuckled awkwardly, having been momentarily deceived by its dark fur. Previously, he had only encountered fox spirits with 9 tails, and this one had but a single tail. Mistaken? You are clearly blind. Such beautiful, lustrous fur, and you dare to call me a dog? How ridiculous. Chu Xian noticed the small, round eyes filled with resentment, clearly holding a grudge against his earlier remark. Humph, blind. I wouldn't believe you. Humans are never to be trusted, wicked and vile. One day, my Qingqiu Fox clan will. Upon uttering these words, she regretted it. How could she reveal her identity? She ought not to have exposed herself. In her moment of anger, she had overlooked this grave concern. Should news of any surviving members of the Qingqiu Fox clan spread, it would spell disaster for them all. The only course of action now was to silence him. The atmosphere around the little fox began to shift ominously. Her once innocent and endearing eyes filled with murderous intent, revealing her small, white fangs as she emitted a soft growl, attempting to intimidate the intruder. Lowering her body, her claws curled inward, preparing to charge. Seeing this, Chu Xian panicked and hastily intervened. Hey, are you out of your mind? Your actions will reveal my position. The fluctuations in energy would surely disrupt the tranquility of this realm. Chu Xian recognized the potential danger and knew he must not allow the situation to escalate. While aware that her strength was not substantial, he also understood that it was not to be underestimated. To control her swiftly and discreetly, he needed to employ cunning. In a moment of inspiration, he feigned terror, widening his eyes. My goodness, how come 3 more Qingqiu foxes have arrived? Sure enough, his ploy worked. She turned to look, finding nothing but darkness. Not even a ghostly shadow was in sight. At that moment, a smile spread across Chu Xian's face as he swiftly executed the 7-star steps, seizing her and pinning her to the ground, wrapping his arms around her from behind and covering her mouth. Huh, how dare you? Release this princess. To think I was deceived by a human. This is the end. She struggled violently, but her captor's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. She ceased her futile attempts, as if resigned to her fate. In an instant, tears streamed down her face, her eyes filled with desolation and despair. It seemed she would not escape death today. Would the Qingqiu Fox clan truly face eternal extinction? Mother, I was unable to restore the glory of the Qingqiu Fox. In a moment of despair, believing there would be no legacy left for the Qingqiu Fox clan, the little fox was surprised when Chu Xian whispered softly in her ear, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. The fox's luminous eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Yet, as quickly as it appeared, doubt took hold. How could she trust a being of such brutality as a human? After all, he had just deceived her with underhanded tactics. Humans, she concluded, were untrustworthy. You have no choice now. If you continue to resist, I shall end your life, sever your limbs, strip your fur, and even remove your tail. Under the intimidation of Chu Xian's menacing threat, the little fox finally fell silent. Indeed, humans were cruel, akin to demons. I am not jesting. If you comprehend my words. Blink once, he ordered, yet his suspicion lingered. He was certain that the Black Feather Army would soon arrive to investigate. Shivering in fear and uncertainty, the little fox eventually blinked, realizing she had no alternative. Death was inevitable either way. Chu Xian then rolled to the side into a nearby ravine, cradling the fox in his embrace. Moments later, 2 members of the Black Feather Army approached, bleary-eyed and evidently fatigued. Honestly, can we not catch a break? A mere rustle, and we're on high alert. Is the general overly cautious? I feel like twisting his head off and using it as a ball. Shoo. Keep your voice down. If outsiders hear us, we might as well perish 1,000 times to atone for our sins. The general is not a topic for us mere mortals to discuss. Forget it. Just venting my frustration. By the way, do you think the mythical Qingqiu fox fairy truly exists? I've heard they are all enchanting and ethereal. If I could capture one, it would certainly alleviate my woes. Do not hold such foolish dreams. The Qingqiu fox is merely a legend. Whether it exists is still up for debate. Even if it does, it certainly won't be for you to enjoy. I will have my turn first. As their banter continued, the little fox, initially intent on causing chaos alongside Chu Xian, found herself unexpectedly favoring him as she overheard their crude remarks. A surge of anger arose within her at the thought of those men tarnishing the sacred name of the Qingqiu fox. In that moment, she harbored a profound disdain for humanity. As the black feather soldiers drew nearer, one thrust his sword into the ground where Chu Xian had been moments before. Scanning the area but finding nothing. Must be some birds or beasts foraging, one remarked, the tension in the air thickening. Nestled in Chu Xian's arms, the little fox experienced an ephemeral moment of tranquility. Her long, fluffy ears pressed against his heart. She could faintly hear the warmth of his heartbeat. Suddenly, their secret was discovered. Chu Xian sprang up, locking onto the soldiers with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Another soldier approached, spotting the fox in Chu Xian's arms and mockingly exclaimed, "Unbelievable. A man who cannot resist even a fox. You truly are a disgrace." The little fox's beautiful eyes filled with alarm. She loathed the soldiers' mocking stares. "Who are you to engage in such lewd acts here? Brother, you are quite the ruthless one, it seems. You are not picky at all. Even beasts are fair game." Chu Xian remained silent, his brow furrowed. "Damn it. I asked you a question." At that moment, one of the soldiers raised his sword and swung fiercely at Chu Xian. The little fox, terrified, buried her face into the youth's chest, a reflex despite her animosity toward him. With a swift whoosh, a branch shot through the air, piercing the soldier's throat. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The second soldier, sensing the danger, prepared to retreat and report the incident. Seeing this, Chu Xian leaped forward, delivering a powerful strike. The soldier, in a panic, lashed out with his sword, narrowly missing Chu Xian. How pitifully slow, Chu Xian thought, as he stumbled back, realizing he had underestimated the opponent's strength. Just a fourth-tier martial realm weakling. How dare you challenge the Black Feather Army? You must be tired of living. Prepare to die. The soldier's confidence surged, emboldened by the earlier ambush. With a swift motion, he unleashed a lethal strike. Chu Xian, with the vulnerable little fox in his arms, struggled to evade the attack. He was in a precarious position, hindered by his burden. I must resolve this quickly. I cannot allow him to make a scene. Another sword jabbed forward, cold and menacing. The soldier, having learned from previous encounters, aimed for the little fox instead. Gripping Chu Xian tightly, her pupils dilated as her long lashes trembled. She sensed the murderous intent, almost anticipating that he would use her as a shield. Yet, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Chu Xian sidestepped, allowing the soldier's blade to pierce his arm. He then clamped down on the weapon, preventing its withdrawal. The soldier's expression shifted to panic as he realized he could not extract his sword. Oh no, he thought, just before a powerful blow struck him on the forehead, shattering his skull and leaving him lifeless on the ground. With no one else around, Chu Xian withdrew the sword and slowly released the fox. She seemed to be in a stupor, as if she enjoyed the warmth and did not wish to leave. Without the constraint of his presence, she immediately felt a loss of security. When she opened her eyes, she was met with Chu Xian's deep black gaze, and he smiled at her. Startled, she jumped to the side, her furry paws fidgeting, her eyes darting around as if shy and frightened, especially after recalling the two soldiers' obscene misunderstanding of their situation. She felt a surge of indignation. "I apologize for deceiving you earlier. It was a necessity. That sword did not harm you, did it?" Chu Xian asked as he sat on the ground, hastily tending to his wounds. The little fox, still in shock and confusion, shook her head. She was astonished that he had truly released her and protected her from harm. Had he not intervened, she might have perished. Curiously, she stole a glance at him, etching his features into her memory. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he declared, turning to venture deeper into the ravine. Upon hearing his intention to depart, the little fox felt an unexpected sense of loss. You have lived here for a long time. Do you know how to enter this place without being detected?" To her surprise, Chu Xian turned back. Upon hearing her inquiry, she eagerly nodded, her spirits visibly lifted. Chapter 6. A Beauty's Bath, Like an Exiled Fairy. Hee hee. Chu Xian gleefully approached her, nudging her playfully. Could you perhaps lead me in quietly? Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. I shall ensure your well-being in the future. Initially, he had his means to enter, albeit cumbersome, but considering that the fox had lived here for an extended period, it was only natural that she possessed a shortcut, and indeed, his speculation proved accurate. Will I not be disappointed? Is it synonymous with not letting me down? Contemplating this, the little fox felt a flutter of emotions, her countenance subtly shifting, warmth blossoming in her heart as she furtively glanced at Chu Xian, finding him reasonably agreeable for a companion in the years to come. The more she pondered, the quicker her heart raced, leaving her flustered and her mind in disarray. Uncertain of her next steps, how could things escalate so rapidly? She was hardly prepared. Little fox, what do you think? Chu Xian inquired tentatively, oblivious to the fact that the little fox had already woven a narrative of love for herself in her mind. Ah! The little fox exclaimed, startled like a frightened rabbit, her fluffy little feet rubbing against the ground. Was he seeking my consent? She shyly lifted her gaze, her wide eyes fixated on Chu Xian, sensing he was not jesting, and nodded heavily, warmth radiating from her, her eyes shimmering. You must take responsibility for me in the days to come. Please wait for me a moment. The little fox declared before turning to dash away. Chu Xian stood stunned, perplexed. Why was she so joyful? Before long, the little fox returned, clutching a few medicinal herbs in her mouth, her previously pristine white fur now speckled with mud, rendering her undeniably adorable. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile helplessly. Seeing the herbs in her mouth revealed her intentions. He reached out to accept the herbs, expressing gratitude, but she stubbornly nudged him with her head, signaling him to lie down. Despite his confusion, he complied. The little fox carefully set the herbs aside, gently tearing apart the rough bandages around his wound, licking the area tenderly before mashing the herbs and applying them to his injury. Hey, don't tear my pants. Alas, it was too late. One leg of his trousers had been torn, yet she proceeded to tenderly bandage him. The soothing effect of the herbs quickly alleviated his discomfort. It was unexpected that this little fox was quite adept at caring for others. He. The little fox then sat beside him, watching him with a silly smile. Her smile possessed an enchanting quality, radiating warmth and joy that lifted one's spirits. Little fox? My name is not just Little Fox, it is N.I. Chong. You may call me Chongar. I want to mind. The little fox blushed and lowered her head, her voice melodious and sweet, her gaze soft. In truth, she had another statement she hesitated to voice. Only my mother and future husband may call me that. Chu Xian found himself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, she was an innocent child, untainted by the world. Chongar, now can you take me inside? N.I. Chong responded with a soft acknowledgement, her heart fluttering at hearing her name. Yet as she turned, a hint of melancholy and longing flickered in her eyes. She recalled how her mother once called her that. At this moment, she began to question her mother's warnings. Not all humans were malevolent. At least this one before her did not seem bad, despite the dreadful first impression, which did not hinder her growing fondness for him. As they journeyed onward, they engaged in conversation, with N.I. Chong predominantly speaking while Chu Xian listened, entranced by her melodious voice that flowed like honey, uplifting his spirits. Chongar, do you know what those people outside are doing? No. N.I. Chong shook her head, her sparkling eyes twinkling briefly before she continued. They seem to have been waiting here for 3 days. I recognize one beautiful girl who used to come here to play with another lovely girl. 3 days? ISNT that precisely when I was wrongfully accused? Simultaneously, it was also the time the princess had been with him. Could there be a coincidence? Who were the 2 beautiful girls she mentioned? N.I. Chong, seemingly finding a hidden small hole akin to a dog's entrance, led them through a concealed passage that was difficult for an average person to detect, effortlessly bypassing the guards of the Black Feather Army. Chongar, you are too naive. Why disclose everything to me? Aren't you afraid I might be a villain, leaving you with nothing? Humans are quite skilled at deception, and they can kill without a second thought. Chu Xian smiled innocently, agreeing with N.I. Chang's earlier views on humanity. N.I. Chong tilted her head, hesitating for a moment before resolutely shaking her head. I'm not afraid. Losing everything doesn't frighten me. I have no money anyway. Chu Xian remained silent, continuing forward. Ahead lay a chaotic pile of stones, with the soothing sound of flowing water and the occasional crash of a waterfall, reminiscent of a tranquil pool. This is Qingxiu Lake, N.I. Chong explained. Shoo, someone's coming. Chu Xian quickly grasped her paw, hiding behind a massive rock. He mused that the royal family was indeed scheming something. N.I. Chong, caught off guard by his sudden pull, felt her heart flutter, while Chu Xian merely gestured for her to remain silent. Peering through a crack in the stone, he prepared to assess the situation. nearly losing composure at the sight before him. A stunning maiden bathed in moonlight, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her flawless skin glowing with a faint blush emanated an aura of elegance and aloofness. Brother Xian, what's wrong? I'm fine. Let me see. No. This arduous and perilous task cannot be entrusted to you. Besides, in matters of reconnaissance, I possess more experience, and I could never allow you to take such risks. Just stay behind me. Why are you so kind to me? Despite our unfamiliarity, I still feel an overwhelming joy for you. Chu Xian quickly interjected, earnestly explaining. Primarily to shield the innocent Ni Chong from witnessing such inappropriate sights. After he spoke, he resumed his serious demeanor, peering through the stone crevice once more. In that fleeting moment, his resolute and righteous visage etched itself deeply into Ni Chang's heart. Had he just expressed affection for her? Ni Chong felt a surge of excitement. Warm tears brimming in her eyes as she longed for her mother. Besides her, no one had ever treated her so kindly. In the next instant, her heart faltered. He was human, and she was a spirit, destined for different paths. Suddenly, Chu Xian slapped his own face, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how could I, a dignified supreme being, stoop to such voyeurism? In that moment, I was utterly lost. Why was his self-control so lacking? Had he truly strayed from his core principles, beginning to indulge in depravity? He was certain that the earlier version of himself was not truly him. He had merely approached the situation with the intent to gather intelligence. However, upon witnessing the beautiful maiden bathing, his thoughts had begun to subtly shift. A terrifying and malevolent urge surged within him, causing Chu Xian to lose himself once more. His blood boiling with an overwhelming desire, his eyes gradually turning crimson, akin to a famished wolf. Was this a will that did not belong to him? He hastily settled into a meditative position, turning his focus inward. Indeed, among the 108 sword tombs, one emanating a crimson hue began to tremble, emitting a howl akin to that of a wild wolf. The malevolent will that had just surged forth like a ferocious beast belonged to him. Chen Wuxia. To his astonishment, he never expected this scoundrel, a disgraceful martial emperor, to be nestled within these mysterious tombs. The tombstone flickered, silver light curling like smoke. As streams of radiant energy pierced through Chu Xian's consciousness, unleashing a terrifying roar that gradually eroded his sanity. Brother Xian, what is wrong? Ni Chong was startled by Chu Xian's bizarre behavior. Boom. In the next moment, the massive stone they had used for concealment shattered with a thunderous crash, transforming into a cloud of dust, followed closely by a fierce and violent surge of power. Ni Chong hastily pulled Chu Xian back to evade the impending danger. Who goes there? A woman stood not far away, wielding a moonlit longsword. When her gaze fell upon Chu Xian, she beheld something she should not have seen. Her complexion flushed, blood coursed through her veins, and her eyes brimmed with lascivious intent. She appeared utterly shameless. A fool could discern that he had engaged in peeping. Without a doubt, this woman was Baiziru. Earlier, while bathing, she had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and strange sounds, prompting her to hastily wrap herself and strike with her sword in a fit of rage. You filthy wretch, I shall slay you. Baiziru glared at Chu Xian, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from her. Since her birth, she had preserved her virtue, never allowing a man to gaze upon her form. Sister Ziru, you are mistaken. Ni Chong quickly intervened, recognizing her as one of the beautiful girls who often frolicked here. She had envied their carefree play, naturally absorbing their names through their conversations. A talking beast? Could it be a great demon of the heavenly martial realm? But how does she know my name? Baiziru grew increasingly vigilant, a hint of panic stirring within her, for the other party might indeed be a beast of the heavenly martial realm. She feigned strength, demanding, How do you know my name? Without answering, Ni Chong stepped forward, her body enveloped in a mesmerizing starlight, the azure glow flowing like a river of stars. Magnificent and ethereal, her long tail swayed gracefully, and the surrounding desolate stones under the gentle moonlight resembled a celestial realm, breathtakingly beautiful. The Qingxiu fox? Baiziru was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement. Was the legend of the Qingxiu fox true? Clearly, she had yet to recover from her shock, the astonishment overshadowing her previous indignation and murderous intent. Ni Chong had not intended to reveal her identity, but to save Chu Xian. She had no choice but to do so, for she knew that Baiziru had longed to see the Qingxiu fox, silently praying under the starlit sky every time she came to play. Now do you believe me? Brother Xian is not a bad person, Ni Chong asserted with unwavering confidence. Baiziru glanced at Chu Xian, only then noticing the pain and struggle in his eyes, as if he were battling something immensely powerful. Coupled with the benevolent nature of the Qingqiu fox, it was impossible for her to lie. Perhaps it had all been a misunderstanding. She comforted herself. Moments later, Chu Xian's aura surged, and he began to chant a spell. This was the calm heart incantation from his previous life, capable of soothing the mind, dispelling worries, and ultimately achieving a state of tranquil detachment. Indeed, as his desires were suppressed, Chu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and he realized that the 108 sword tombs within him were both a boon and a bane. With a moment's carelessness, he could have fallen into the path of darkness, transforming into a soulless lecher. As Chu Xian sensed the depletion of his internal energy, he immediately commenced his cultivation of the indestructible Immortal Sutra. The surrounding energies of heaven and earth gradually converged above his head, and he directed his will to guide the energy into his dantian, subsequently dispersing it throughout his limbs, a warm current flowing through him, expanding his meridians and causing his cultivation to surge. He had ascended to the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. Chu Xian inhaled deeply, settling his energy in his dantian. Upon turning his head, he found Ni Chong and the girl he had been secretly observing standing there. How did she end up here? Could it be that she caught me peeping? He thought, my illustrious image. Bai Ziru's eyelid twitched. She had to admit that his cultivation talent was astonishing, having leaped 2 levels in an instant. However, why did he seem so familiar? It felt as if they had met before. As Bai Ziru scrutinized Chu Xian, he too was observing her. He had not looked closely before, but this woman seemed to have an air of familiarity. Could it be that she was from the royal city? The astute Chu Xian quickly connected the dots between the Black Feather Army outside and the girl before him. Wait, it's her, Bai Ziru, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She was among the 4 goddesses of the royal city, alongside the 9th princess, Lu Yunxi, and his sister, Chu Linger. Judging by her expression, it seemed she had not recognized him and did not regard him as the peeping rogue. Brother Xian, are you all right? You scared me just now. Ni Chong rushed over and gently nudged him with her forehead, her demeanor sweet and tender, her eyes brimming with affection. Oh, I'm fine. Chu Xian snapped back to reality, deliberately avoiding any direct encounter with Bai Ziru, fearful that she might recognize him. Brother Xian? The perceptive Bai Ziru's mind began to conjure the image of a figure she despised deeply. However, upon considering that this person had likely perished in the royal city, it was impossible for him to appear here, especially not in the heavily guarded Qingqiu fox tomb. Have we met somewhere before? No, absolutely not. Chu Xian firmly denied. Then added, I have lived in the wild since childhood, in desolate places with no one around. How could I possibly encounter a beauty as celestial as you? If by chance we crossed paths, it would be my profound honor. And your earlier behavior was. She clearly found his previous oddity distasteful. It's rather embarrassing to admit, but I suffered from a peculiar illness in my childhood, during which I would lose my sanity and become a raving beast. Neighbors would mock and insult me, even physically assaulting me. Upon learning of this, my parents, fearing for their reputation, abandoned me in the wilderness, leaving me to fend for myself. Fortunately, I was taken in and nurtured by the fox fairy, allowing me to survive. As Chu Xian spoke, he mimicked expressions that could rival a theatrical performance, nearly choking up by the end. In truth, he had his own motives for this act. First, it would clarify how he ended up in the Qingqiu fox tomb, for this was his home. Second, it would explain the near catastrophe he faced at the hands of that scoundrel Chen Wuxia. Third, girls are inherently sentimental. They would likely sympathize with his plight rather than harbor suspicion, for it would be inhumane to doubt him after hearing such a woeful tale. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziru truly dispelled her doubts. Particularly, his subsequent words resonated with her, stirring her emotions to the point of tears, evoking sympathy within her. Furthermore, the endorsement of the Qingqiu fox indicated his character was likely worlds apart from that despicable scoundrel, Chen Wuxia. Achoo! Damn it, that scoundrel is cursing me. Beside them, Ni Chong remained in a daze, utterly bewildered by the conversation unfolding before her. What on earth is Brother Xian talking about? Did Brother Xian truly experience a sudden illness just now? Fox Immortal, do you reside here? Bai Zhiruo's charming face lit up with curiosity. Nishiang nodded slightly. So, you have been secretly watching me, knowing my name? Upon asking this question, Bai Zhiruo felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and anticipation. Nishiang's response further invigorated her spirit. Have you just arrived here? Be quiet, someone is coming. Chu Xian hurriedly pulled the 2 of them behind him, sensing that she was trying to extract information from Nishiang. Do not be anxious. It is likely that my subordinates have detected movement here, coupled with my prolonged absence, so they have come to find me. Bai Zhiruo displayed no fear, exuding confidence. No, it is not the Black Feather Army. His enhanced cultivation allowed him to sense disturbances within a 500-meter radius. The number of newcomers far exceeded that of the Black Feather Army, and their chaotic strides indicated they were not soldiers. The murderous aura they emanated was particularly intense. Soon, over 100 shadowy figures landed amidst the scattered rocks surrounding Qingqiu Lake, effectively encircling the entire lake. Bai Zhiruo stole a glance, her expression shifting as a trace of chilling murderous intent seeped from her beautiful eyes. It's them. Haha, they have finally made their appearance. She recognized them as the black-clad figures who had forcibly abducted her and the ninth princess 3 days prior, especially the one wearing a conical hat, whose visage remained deeply etched in her memory. What do you intend to do? Chu Xian quickly restrained Bai Zhiruo, urging her not to act impulsively. He was acutely aware of her strength, and the adversaries held a numerical advantage, with several exuding auras even stronger than hers. I will slay them and avenge Mu Xian. Mu Xian? Could this group of black-clad figures be connected to the Liu family? Chu Xian was no fool. Upon witnessing the current situation, he had nearly deduced Bai Zhiruo's purpose for being here and realized he had been mistaken from the outset. The royal family was not embroiled in any grand conspiracy. Just as Chu Xian was lost in thought, the reckless girl had already soared into the air wielding the moonlight longsword. Her feet dancing upon the azure silk as a chilling wind stirred, her sleeves fluttering, shimmering like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. With a swift thrust of her sword, Bai Zhiruo gritted her silver teeth, her enchanting eyes brimming with lethal intent, eager to dispatch the intruders. Bai Zhiruo, you truly are here. One of the men clad in black, wearing a conical hat, emitted a spine-chilling laugh, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Then he darkly continued, wouldn't it be better to live peacefully? Why seek your own demise? Now that you've waded into this murky water, it seems you will have to pay with your life. You wish to kill me? Ha ha. Can your disorganized rabble truly accomplish that? Bai Zhiruo laughed, utterly unafraid. Or perhaps you are the ones who shall become my prey. Indeed, her purpose for coming here was to investigate them. But she had miscalculated by underestimating their strength. Their presence signified that the Black Feather Army outside had likely encountered misfortune. As their master, she felt sorrow, yet more so an indelible hatred. You are still alive now because this young lady has granted you a chance at life. Speak. Who is your true mastermind? I can offer you a swift end. Ha ha. The man in the conical hat laughed heartily. Miss Bai, you are indeed loyal, even on the brink of death. You remain obstinately devoted to uncovering the mastermind behind this. If you wish to know, you may go ask the king of hell yourself. Attack. Show no mercy. With the man's command, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Shadows darted forth like arrows, rushing towards Bai Zhiruo. Not to be outdone, she unleashed a brilliant sword light, akin to a bolt of lightning in the night. Soon, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, with Bai Zhiruo agilely weaving through the fray. Her movements lithe and swift, her sword energy sharp and fierce, as dark shadows fell before her in defeat. Big brother, this girl's swordplay is extraordinary. Her cultivation exceptionally profound. It seems difficult for the brothers to subdue her in a short time. One shadow stepped forth, his gaze fixated on her graceful figure, occasionally revealing a hint of appreciation. Third brother, are you developing ulterior motives upon seeing Bai Zhiruo's beauty? The man in the conical hat did not even glance at him, remaining poised with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had guessed his unspoken thoughts. Hearing this, the shadow quickly bowed his head in contrition. Big brother, I would never. Huh, do you think I cannot see through your intentions? Go. Remember not to overindulge and ruin the grand scheme. As for how to proceed, I needn't remind you, do I? The man in the conical hat let out a slight sigh, utterly speechless at his third brother's carnal inclinations, genuinely fearing that one day he would perish beneath a woman's charms. Thank you for your support, big brother. Third brother shall not disappoint your expectations. The shadow brandished his wicked blade, his eyes glinting with unabashed desire as he boldly scrutinized Bai Zhiruo's alluring figure. With a leap, he charged toward her, bellowing, everyone, step back, allow me to have a word with her. The others, in perfect harmony, retreated in an orderly fashion, forming a circle around Bai Zhiruo to prevent her from escaping. The third shadow approached within 10 meters of Bai Zhiruo, and up close, he was even more mesmerizing. Clad in a flowing white gown, her enchanting curves were accentuated, rendering onlookers parched. After a fierce skirmish, Bai Zhiruo found her breath slightly unsteady. Upon meeting his gaze, her heart swelled with disdain and contempt, her murderous intent surging. The adversary grinned wickedly. Little girl, you truly possess a captivating charm. Among the women I've slept with, you are the most beautiful. Why not come here and allow me to cherish you properly? Shameless scoundrel. Bai Zhihua thrust her sword forward. A piercing sword intent slicing through the air. This fiery temperament I admire. Though the third shadow's words were nonsensical, he appeared gaunt and emaciated. Yet he wielded his blade with a force that stirred the winds. The clash of blade against sword erupted in a shower of sparks, forcing Bai Zhihua to retreat 10 meters before she could regain her stance. Such immense power. Bai Zhihua's beautiful eyes widened. Heh, little girl. Do you now understand the extent of my prowess? Will you not surrender? Here's your chance. Strip off your clothes and serve me. After landing a blow, the third shadow was in high spirits, his lewd intentions unmistakable in his gaze. He, being at the second level of the Xuanwu realm, held a full rank advantage over Bai Zhihua and thus felt no fear. The outcome remains to be seen. Bai Zhihua's fair wrist flicked, her sleeves fluttering in the wind, producing a captivating sound. Her hands shifted, forming seals as the moonlight longsword became enveloped in frost. Ice Cloud 9 swords. The universe shivers with 1,000 blades. Bai Zhihua suddenly stomped her foot, unleashing her spiritual energy, transforming into a shooting star, akin to divine radiance bursting forth. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, creating ripples as visible water vapor coalesced into the sword's form. Chapter 8. The Fox's Prowess. Abyssal gaze of the four-eyed demon stag. The spiritual energy swirled, and the cold wind howled. The surrounding shadowy assassins swiftly retreated, their faces marked by terror. This woman possesses remarkable abilities, and had she unleashed them at the very beginning, they would likely have perished without a trace. The third shadow furrowed his brow, his eyes turning icy. With a surge of combat fervor, is this your trump card? Watch as I shatter it. With a furious roar, his elemental force surged, and his wicked blade shimmered with a ghostly light as he charged forth like a ferocious tiger, in a desperate attempt to withstand the mightiest strike from Bai Zhihua. A resounding crash echoed through the air, followed by her figure being hurled backwards, landing at the water's edge, her complexion as pale as parchment. A metallic taste flooded her throat, and she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not far away, the third shadowy figure bore a similarly harrowing appearance. His garments shredded by the razor-sharp sword energy, skin marred with lacerations as he clambered out from the rubble. He spat vehemently, his gaze fixed upon Bai Zhihua with a ferocious intensity, vowing that today he would make her wish for death, seeking to reclaim his losses through her suffering, lest his injuries be in vain. With that, he charged at her like a wild beast, driven by both the pain from her sword energy and the dark fury festering within him. Witnessing this scene, the remaining shadowy assassins slowly retreated, while a man in a conical hat resignedly stepped aside, aware that Bai Zhihua was doomed. As she saw him rushing towards her, Bai Zhihua endeavored to rise, but her strength had utterly dissipated. Was she truly destined to perish in such a humiliating manner? The only regret lingering in her heart was the inability to avenge Mu Xian, and the thought of never seeing her beloved elder brother and father again, along with her dear friends Mu Xian and Chu Linger, filled her with despair. She resolved to end her own life rather than allow that beast to tarnish her purity. Yet, death was not so easily attained. The third shadowy figure swiftly sealed her acupoint, moving closer to gaze upon her enchanting visage, which filled him with unrestrained ecstasy as he swallowed hard. Overwhelmed by the filthiness of his gaze, she spiraled into despair, her heart plummeting into an abyss of helplessness. Accustomed to disguising herself as a man, she had always embraced a masculine demeanor, yet in this moment, she realized her longing for protection from the storms of life. At that instant, she fervently wished for someone to descend upon her like a divine savior. Haha, I'm here. The third shadowy figure began to strip off his outer garments, lecherously eyeing Bai Zhihua, his gaze roaming over her flawless figure, eyes glimmering with desire as he salivated, his throat convulsing in anticipation. Scoundrel, dare you insult my friend? Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from behind the third shadowy figure. As he turned, a terrifying flash of sword light surged forth, swift and dazzling, as if it had been gathering strength for ages. The very air seemed to ripple with spiritual energy, crashing like tumultuous waves. But this fierce sword aura was fleeting, lasting less than a second. Is it him? The voice, both ethereal and solid, resonated in her mind. It belonged to the man she had nearly forsaken, a man of merely the 6th tier of Yuan martial realm. She had no expectations of him, and she thought to herself that since he knew the Qingxiu fox, he could appear here unnoticed. He could also leave just as quietly. She assumed they had already departed. But what use was his appearance? The third shadowy figure could not be defeated even with her utmost efforts, let alone this low-tier martial artist. Bang! The third shadowy figure fell, collapsing before Bai Zhihua, a malevolent visage reflecting in her eyes, his mouth slightly agape, and eyes wide in shock. Had he perished? How had he met his end? The next moment, a crimson line of blood erupted from his forehead to his jaw, and his body split in two. Bile rose in by Ziru's throat. She had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. "You are gravely injured. Do not move. I will carry you." Chu Xian appeared beside her, holding by Ziru's moonlit sword, and swiftly supported her, unsealing her acupoint. "No, this is unacceptable. Men and women should not have physical contact. At such a time, do we still adhere to such protocols? We must leave swiftly while they are distracted. Should they sense anything amiss, we will be trapped." Bai Ziru's delicate features froze in surprise as she gazed at Chu Xian, her heart still burdened with misgivings. After all, she was a woman of traditional values. "No, we are different by gender. Enough of this. We cannot linger here. We must flee." Chu Xian disregarded her protests, lifting Bai Ziru without hesitation, prepared to escape. The only reason he had been able to slay the third shadowy figure was due to the latter's unpreparedness and the element of surprise. Otherwise, success would have been unlikely. In his embrace, Bai Ziru felt the warmth of his body and the intoxicating fragrance wafting from him. Her face flushed, for this was the first time a man had held her, and the nervousness compelled her to clench her delicate hands, gritting her teeth. "Thief, do not escape." In an instant, a shadowy assassin spotted them and shouted, "Master, trouble is brewing." Soon, the shadowy figures regrouped rapidly, encircling Chu Xian around a massive stone. The man in the conical hat appeared, his gaze fixated on the two severed pieces of flesh nearby, causing his blood to boil with rage, as if struck by lightning. "Third brother." His gaze then locked onto Chu Xian, who cradled the barely conscious Bai Ziru, and he quickly pieced together the situation. However, confusion washed over him. How had this man appeared in a place that should have been impenetrable? Moreover, how had he managed to silently kill his third brother? Could this man be a formidable opponent? "Master, please give the order to eliminate this scoundrel and avenge the third master." A chorus of shadowy assassins clamored for action. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and flee," Bai Ziru weakly urged, anxiety lacing her voice. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Chu Xian's features, his handsome countenance framed by the night breeze, his dark hair cascading elegantly. Seeing his calm demeanor, unafraid, she felt a surge of admiration. Smack! Chu Xian playfully slapped her bottom, exasperated. "They are everywhere. We cannot escape. It is better to remain still." "You." Bai Ziru was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the slap. Gazing into his earnest eyes, she struggled to suppress her anger, thinking to herself that once she recovered, she would make him regret his actions. Yet her rationality prevailed, and she attempted to reason with him. "Are you truly foolish? If you abandon me, you might find a way out. If you remain passive, it will surely lead to our demise." Smack! Another slap, this time more forceful. Chu Xian frowned. "Do not suggest foolish ideas. Besides, how could I abandon you? You are not a burden. Why belittle yourself? We might as well face death together." Bai Ziru's heart raced at his words. The notion of sharing death with him felt absurd. Did he wish to be a pair of tragic lovers, entwined even in death? Yet, realizing they had no other options left, she sighed. "Please, trust me. I have a plan to fend off our enemies." Chu Xian assured her with unwavering calmness. In the distance, the man in the straw hat paid no heed to his subordinate's volunteerism. Instead, he scrutinized Chu Xian with cold detachment, uttering, "Who are you? And why do you meddle in the affairs of our listening rain pavilion?" The man clearly invoked the powerful force behind him, revealing a hint of trepidation towards Chu Xian. "Listening rain pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ziru felt a chill run down her spine, unable to suppress an involuntary shudder, indicating the notorious reputation of the pavilion. She turned her gaze, coldly fixing it on the man in the straw hat, realizing they were indeed assassins from Listening Rain Pavilion. For only they would dare to defy the royal family and abduct a princess. Conversely, Chu Xian remained unperturbed. Why was he unfazed by the mention of Listening Rain Pavilion? The man in the straw hat was astonished. Chu Xian's expression conveyed a complete lack of fear towards the pavilion, with a flicker of disdain deep in his eyes. Could it be that this youth was a young master from some formidable faction? What was Listening Rain Pavilion to him? Chu Xian spoke, and his words instantly ignited the volatile emotions of all the assassins, their eyes ablaze, fists clenched tightly. Upon hearing, the man in the straw hat visibly trembled, though his features remained obscured, leaving one to wonder about his expression. "Beneath the realm of Tianwu, all are but ants, and you are no more significant than mere weeds. If I were to kill, a single stroke of my sword could eradicate you. Yet my sword only claims the lives of those in the Tianwu realm. Once drawn, it must taste blood. Worthless wretches of the Xuanwu realm do not deserve to tarnish my blade." As he spoke, a resonant dragon roar erupted from above Chu Xian, a massive azure dragon shadow materializing, instantly enveloping the surroundings with an imposing aura, radiating magnificence. The overwhelming pressure akin to a vast ocean condensed the air around, creating an ominous wind that resonated with a power capable of tearing apart the very fabric of reality, predominantly emanating from the ancient, weathered strength within the azure dragon shadow, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Coupled with Chu Xian's expression, serene and unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuations even while uttering the most ruthless words, it was evident he was a merciless butcher. As his voice fell, the crowd stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Was this individual not a tad overzealous in his bravado, to dare speak so boldly at such a tender age? Yet, his demeanor was undeniably terrifying, leaving a cadre of shadowy assassins paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, even Bai Ziru in his arms was taken aback, questioning if he was deliberately courting death by provoking the adversary with such fervor. For a fleeting instant, she found herself overwhelmed by his commanding presence. "Senior, I must apologize for the earlier offenses. I hope you, with your vast magnanimity, will overlook the transgressions of the younger generation." The man in the straw hat hastily conceded. Yet the doubts lingering in his eyes remained, as he stealthily scrutinized Chu Xian, seemingly searching for a flaw. He felt an instinctive sense of danger, but refrained from acting recklessly, unable to gauge Chu Xian's true strength. Chu Xian maintained his composure, slowly shutting his eyes. Witnessing this, a sinister thought crept into the minds of those present, while the man in the straw hat calculated his next move, gesturing discreetly to one of his subordinates to test the waters. The subordinate, receiving the signal, unsheathed his blade, ready to charge. "Master!" Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed, followed by an overwhelming, divine presence that descended upon them. An endless expanse of black clouds roiled like thunder, surging from all directions. A colossal, four-eyed abyssal venomous beast emerged, its steps resonating like ripples, surrounded by a shimmering azure light, its four large, luminous eyes surveying the world. The abyssal four-eyed beast? Chapter 9. Identities unveiled, enmity arises. In an instant, the shadowy assassins appeared to have lost their souls, their legs quaking violently, with some kneeling in fear. Even the man in the straw hat nearly succumbed to terror. According to legend, deep within the Doomsday Mountains resided a malevolent abyssal beast, particularly adept at poison. It detests humans, and any intruder into its territory would be consumed by the toxic mists it exudes, perishing in agony. Moreover, should this abyssal creature cultivate a fourth blood-red eye, it would ascend to a formidable Tianwu realm demon, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains and turning rivers upside down. The beast before them clearly possessed four eyes, and astonishingly, it could articulate human speech, its mere presence causing the heavens to change color. A definitive sign of a demon-level beast. Most alarmingly, a Tianwu realm demon was addressing the striking young man before them as its master, indicating his strength transcended even the Tianwu realm. Clearly, he had not been boasting. One could only say that during misfortune, even drinking water could lead to choking. "Is the one who unsheathed his sword intending to slay me?" Chu Xian opened his eyes. His aura surged once more. "Enough." The man in the straw hat, assessing the situation, swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving his subordinate in two with ruthless decisiveness, knowing he had no escape. He firmly believed in the philosophy of better a dead friend than a living foe. He bellowed, "You blind fool! How dare you provoke the might of a senior? You are worth less than a moment's notice." He then knelt before Chu Xian, sincerely apologizing. "Senior, my poor leadership has led to the emergence of such an ignorant fool. I have executed him. I implore you to spare us the innocent." Chu Xian remained silent. The man in the straw hat felt a chill within, sensing Chu Xian's thoughts. He turned and displayed his prowess once more, leaving dozens of his subordinates without a trace, causing the remaining assassins to tremble, pondering the ruthlessness of their master. He then severed his own arm, suppressing a cry of pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he endured the agony, kneeling once more. "Senior, enough. I bear no grievances against you. I will not pursue total annihilation. Furthermore, you exhibit considerable competence, which I admire. Depart now. I wish to resume my meditation. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy." The man in the straw hat was elated, not daring to linger, fleeing with the remnants of his group, vanishing almost instantaneously. Clearly, they were left shaken and fearful. As for their target, Bai Ziru, they presumed her to be in the hands of the senior, fearing she too had little chance of survival, intending to report back. Once the assassins from Listening Rain Pavilion departed, Chu Xian immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground, inadvertently pinning Bai Ziru beneath him. By sheer coincidence, his face pressed tightly against hers. "Pervert, what are you doing? You're suffocating me. Get off," Bai Ziru exclaimed, struggling against his weight, unable to overcome him due to her injuries. To avoid the awkwardness of their faces being so close, she had no choice but to turn her head away, feeling utterly uncomfortable, especially with a man pressing down on her in such an embarrassing position. She glanced helplessly at the abyssal four-eyed beast nearby, only to find it mirroring Chu Xian, curling on the ground and reverting to its original form, soft and delicate. This was no abyssal four-eyed demon. It resembled a fox spirit from Qingxiu. Yet, its previous disguise had been impressively convincing, allowing it to deceive the assassins of Listening Rain Pavilion. "I have exhausted all my strength, even draining my spirit energy. I am utterly immobile now," Chu Xian admitted candidly, then began to circulate his techniques to restore his energy. Should the assassins of Listening Rain Pavilion return, he could effortlessly ensnare them all. "Yet your face," Bai Ziru timidly murmured. "I did not do it on purpose. Besides, it's just a face-to-face encounter. It's nothing serious." Self-aware of her shortcomings, there was no room for argument. "Oh dear, this is quite a significant issue. It may not matter if you are a man, but she is a woman. If others were to witness this, how could she ever marry in the future?" Bai Zhao was in a state of distress, her delicate face turning increasingly crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. The gender of the individual was of no concern. "I also care deeply about my reputation, you know. Moreover, we are in a desolate wilderness. Where could there possibly be anyone around? Let us endure this for now. It will soon pass." "But what does your hand mean?" Although Bai Zhao felt weak, she had regained some sensation after a while. The pressure on her body made her feel uncomfortable, and tears of grievance nearly welled in her eyes. "What is this? Taking advantage is not meant to be done in such a manner." Chu Xian lacked the strength to lift his head. He merely rolled his eyes, nearly scaring himself to death. "Rest assured, I currently have no feeling in my hand and will not cause any discomfort. No, you must move away." Her tone was exceedingly firm. "I am powerless. You are fixated on this. You'd be better off recovering your strength quickly, which would resolve the issue." Upon hearing this, it seemed reasonable. Yet, speaking was futile. In truth, Chu Xian was also in a state of distress. Was there truly an insurmountable barrier between him and women? The deep wounds inflicted by women remained buried in the depths of his heart. How could he forget the profound pain that etched itself into his being? Initially, he had vowed never to interact with any woman again, yet reality proved otherwise. After 10 hours had passed, Chu Xian stabilized his energy, but exhaustion overtook him, and he fell asleep. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. He groggily opened his eyes to find himself clutching the tail of an aishang, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it was not something else. A smile crept onto his face as he turned to see a woman with her hands on her hips, her eyes harboring a deadly glint, emanating a gaze that seemed to devour him whole. "Why are you glaring at me? What was your hand doing just now?" Bai Zhao questioned, secretly relieved that she had regained her strength. Otherwise, she might have truly fallen victim to him. Men, indeed, only those hanging on the wall remain honest. "I didn't do anything." "Shaner, are your injuries healed? If so, let us depart." Chu Xian felt guilty and decided it was best to leave, primarily out of concern for his identity being revealed. "Chu Xian, stop right there." Bai Zhao gritted her teeth. "Chu Xian? Is he the dashing figure?" "Miss, you must be mistaken." Hiss. A sword slashed through the air, swift as lightning. Despite Chu Xian's quick evasion, the side of his thigh was still grazed by the sword's energy, leaving him with a chilling sensation below. "Hey, are you serious?" "I am, after all, your savior. Had I known you were this ungrateful, I would never have risked my life to save you." "Humph. One matter is separate from another." Bai Zhua's eyes were cold, her murderous intent unwavering as she continued. "If I had known you were Chu Xian, I would rather perish at the hands of another than allow a shameless scoundrel like you to save me. You vile scoundrel. I will eradicate you today for the sake of the innocent." "Wait, Miss Bai, since you are here to investigate the truth, I cannot believe you have not suspected that there are ulterior motives at play." Chu Xian hurriedly intervened, although he was not afraid of her. He wished to avoid a life-and-death struggle. After all, her cultivation surpassed his greatly, and regardless of his formidable skills and vast experience, they would be of little use. What of suspicion? Yet, the fact remains that you bullied Mu Xian. Upon mentioning Mu Xian, Bai Zhao recalled her days in the palace, lost and absent-minded. Like a soulless entity, the torment of nightly nightmares had left her in a state worse than death. Her hatred for Chu Xian was profound. A princess who once had a bright future had been reduced to this state because of him. and she felt compelled to eliminate Chu Xian in hopes of alleviating Mu Xian's pain and shadows. If I said I was also a victim, would you believe me? Chu Xian, who had initially scorned the need to explain, found himself doing so. Huh, you shameless scoundrel. You take advantage and yet play the victim. Why don't you go die? A beast that dares to act without bearing the consequences must not live to see another day. Otherwise, countless innocent women will fall prey to your wickedness. Chu Xian was utterly speechless. What nonsense is this? Am I the sort of person who indulges in debauchery? Sister Zhuo, have you misunderstood? At that moment, an Ai Shang, with a puzzled expression, stepped in between them. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How had they suddenly turned against each other? Moreover, Sister Zhuo was hurling insults like scoundrel and beast, which was quite a leap, considering they were of the same kind. Her admiration for Chu Xian made it impossible for her to accept the notion that he could be the despicable person she described. Bai Zhuo quickly pulled her to her side, cautioning, "In Ai Shang, you are still young and naive. Do not be deceived by his facade. He possesses a heart as vile as a beast. You must not fall for his charming exterior, for he is truly wicked." Bai Zhuo, that's enough. Chu Xian was enraged and added, "The grievances between us need not involve her." Bai Zhuo trembled. She suddenly realized her words might have been inappropriate. For In Ai Shang's heart was simple and pure. Nonetheless, she felt no regret, as she was protecting the Qingqiu fox spirit. "Brother Xian, Sister Zhuo, please stop arguing. I do not wish for you to fight. Can we not coexist harmoniously as we did earlier?" In Ai Shang's eyes glistened with moisture, her expression anxious, clearly not quite understanding how to mediate. Upon seeing this, Bai Zhuo's heart softened, and she cast a glance at Chu Xian not far away, unwilling to let her witness a bloody scene. Yet she was reluctant to concede first. Chu Xian, however, ignored her and walked directly to In Ai Shang, pinching her fluffy cheek with a smile, saying, "Very well, I promise you. A gentleman does not engage in quarrels with ladies." Bai Zhuo nearly exploded again. But for the sake of the fox spirit, she decided to let him live a little longer. Shortly thereafter, the two of them set foot into the depths of the Qingqiu fox grave, bordering the end of the mountain range. The environment here was not particularly harsh. They found a cave, and, upon entering, each set up their own camp. As night fell, the moon was bright, and the stars were few. Once Ai Shang fell asleep, Bai Zhuo found herself unable to rest. She could not kill Chu Xian, her agitation palpable as she shot him a glare, silently challenging him to settle their scores. "If you are a man, step out. I will not rest until I have made you regret your actions." Although he had once held the title of the greatest genius of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, she had come to realize today that he was merely a fraud, possessing only the meager strength of the 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. Surely, he must be vain, having fabricated this title. Chapter 10, Barriers Removed. Zhuo also falls for the melancholy wind. The wind howled. The waning moon glimmered like frost, casting a pall over the ravaged earth. Two figures stood opposing each other, one wielding a sword, the other a staff, a wooden stick, lest there be any misunderstanding. "Chu Xian, I never imagined you to be not only despicable and shameless, but also vain." A deep disdain flickered in Bai Zhuo's eyes. She had always loathed such men, deeming them a complete failure in masculinity. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Xian was perplexed. "To gain fame and fortune, you resort to connections and deception, shamelessly occupying the title of the greatest genius of the Great Wilderness Dynasty for so many years." Cast her a glance, realizing that she had discerned his cultivation level to be merely at the 6th rank of Yuanwu, and had thus unjustly assigned him a baseless accusation. Indeed, overly intelligent women often stray onto perilous paths. What perplexes me is, despite having a fiancé of ethereal beauty, why would you choose to harm Mu Xian? Do you truly believe you are worthy of your betrothed? You are nothing but a selfish scoundrel. Bai Zhuo felt an urge to slay Chu Xian with a single strike. Yet she was not foolish. She understood that such a fleeting act of vengeance would not erase the dread and nightmares haunting Mu Xian. She needed to thoroughly unravel the truth behind it all. If I were to claim that the Liu family orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, would you believe me? I do not believe it. Then what is the point? If you refuse to accept my explanation, it is unnecessary for me to elaborate further. Chu Xian smirked, displaying an air of indifference. He was aware that unfounded words held little weight. He continued, "Moreover, the title of the foremost genius of the Great Wilderness Dynasty is not merely an empty claim. Of course, if you choose to dispute it, I am indifferent. Would a peerless prodigy, once causing the entire continent to tremble, truly care for such a title? In all realms, who dares to challenge me, the Xianyuan Sword Immortal, in combat?" Bai Zhuo was almost entranced by his audacity. In his eyes, she saw a pride and disdain that eclipsed all. an imperial aura that was both refined and dignified. His starry orbs, akin to obsidian, bore no impurities, untouched by any blemish, radiating arrogance. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. As for Mu Xian, you need not concern yourself. As a man of stature, I take responsibility for my actions and will provide her with a satisfactory answer. With that, Chu Xian's mood darkened, yet he pressed on. It is said that in matters of love, 9 out of 10 end in sorrow. Promises are often laced with deception. A lifetime is seldom shared with another. Why not clear the air and return to our respective lives? This was Chu Xian's mindset after his rebirth. He vowed never to entangle himself with women. Yet fate played a cruel joke on him. Hearing this, Bai Zhiruo's frustration eased slightly, but a mere declaration from him held little significance. Primarily, he bore responsibility for the harm inflicted upon Mu Xian. Do you understand how vital a girl's reputation and honor are? This incident has spread throughout the royal city, and the princess's name is nearly tarnished beyond repair. You are still young. How could you comprehend the princess's anguish and helplessness? Do you know how she has spent the past 3 days? In a dismal nightmare, amidst mockery and gossip, in pain and darkness. How will you make amends? Can your attempts restore the once lively, innocent, and kind-hearted ninth princess? You do not understand. You simply do not know. Bai Zhiruo grew increasingly agitated, even striking Chu Xian in a fit of passion, tears streaming down her face, revealing the deep bond she shared with the ninth princess, one of mutual trust and sincerity. Young? Perhaps. He understood that a woman facing such profound anguish might indeed find herself in an endless abyss, plagued by despair, sorrow, and melancholy. Bai Zhiruo eventually collapsed. Exhausted from her outburst, sitting on the ground with her knees drawn to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Once her emotions calmed, Chu Xian spoke. In this world, how can one achieve a perfect balance, neither failing the Buddha nor the beloved? After uttering this, he fell silent, gazing into the distance at the great wilderness royal city. Lost in thought, the melancholy and solitude in his eyes were unmistakable. A heavy past had buried his initial feelings towards love. For a fleeting moment, Bai Zhiruo found herself mesmerized. This man must harbor countless stories within him, a spectrum of emotions that only revealed joy, rarely displaying sorrow. She etched his last words into her memory, neither failing the Buddha nor the beloved. How beautiful, how sweet, how warm. Perhaps his heart is not inherently wicked. In truth, I find myself believing you to an extent. Bai Zhiruo softly murmured, her tone significantly softened. She was not a reckless person. From the moment the assassin appeared at the Listening Rain Pavilion, she sensed a grand conspiracy lurking within, coupled with Chu Xian's selfless rescue during a perilous moment. She had already realized he was not a villain, nor capable of defiling a respectable woman. Her earlier fury was merely a facade, tinged with a hint of emotion, aimed at gauging Chu Xian's true character, ultimately leading to satisfaction, yet also pain and guilt. I know. This was Chu Xian's response. You know? Bai Zhiruo blinked her dark eyes, clearly taken aback. Could he have seen through her act? Impossible. Then, you don't hold my earlier recklessness against me, do you? I apologize. You need not feel guilt or remorse. I have never blamed you. A cheerful and invigorating voice chimed in, followed by Nisha dancing joyfully as she exclaimed, Brother Xian and Sister Zhiruo have reconciled and restored their friendship. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Zhiruo nearly choked on her words. What does it mean to reconcile and restore friendship? I am merely a friend to him. She cast a hopeful glance at Chu Xian, only to find him unfazed, seemingly indifferent, causing a flicker of disappointment in her heart. However, considering he would likely be the future partner of her dear friend, her worries dissipated. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the undulating hills of the Qingxiu Fox Ridge, cloaking it in a pristine white garment. Chu Xian sat poised on a larger stone at the edge, gazing up at the starry sky, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps having not felt such relaxation in a long time. After his rebirth, it had been a relentless escape. He felt weary, suffocated, and helpless. Bai Zhiruo sensed the sorrow within him and, accompanied by Nisha, walked slowly to his side, sitting down beside him. Her cheeks flushed and slightly bashful. Chu Xian, could you share your experiences in the royal city with me? As soon as she spoke, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have asked such a foolish question? Perhaps her desire to share in his burdens had compelled her to speak, yet such inquiries were not hers to make, for she was not anyone significant in his life. If she were the beloved woman in his heart, it would be a different matter altogether, a means of sharing his inner sorrows and grief. Yet, she was nothing. Her lovely face turned crimson, and she hurried to explain, Do not misunderstand. You know I am pursuing the true culprit behind this. and I merely wish to learn more about the details surrounding this incident. Chu Xian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling as he recounted how Lu Yunqi betrayed him and how Lu Changfeng falsely accused him. The despicable Lu family, I shall not let them escape, he declared. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhirua's sense of justice ignited within her, and she felt an overwhelming rage, wishing to confront the Lu family with a flurry of strikes. Yet, as her anger simmered down, she realized her reaction had been excessive. While her anger towards the Lu family was ostensibly for her dear friend, her frustration towards Lu Yunqi subtly revealed a desire to defend the man she admired. Suddenly, Nisha began to cry. Bai Zhirua felt deeply for Chu Xian, who had been misunderstood by the entire royal city, enduring an unspoken anguish, undoubtedly feeling incredibly stifled. Even his closest family members doubted him. To her knowledge, Chu Xian was now homeless, wandering the world. The atmosphere turned rather desolate. In an effort to dispel the awkwardness, Chu Xian broke the silence with a calm smile. Oh, by the way, Miss Bai, how is your elder brother doing lately? I've been too busy to visit him. My brother? He's fine. It's just that he heard you were being hunted for allegedly disrespecting the princess, and he refuses to believe it. He's been insisting on coming to find you. But father gave him a good beating and locked him up. She chuckled, seeing him take the initiative to restore the tranquility, especially mentioning her brother, invigorated her spirit. In truth, she aimed to alleviate Chu Xian's sorrow, offering him some comfort. Most people burdened by injustice would likely have succumbed to despair and contemplated ending their life. Although she perceived him as seemingly nonchalant, she feared it might be a fade, hiding away in solitude to conclude his existence. She was aware that her elder brother was Chu Xian's closest confidant, sharing a bond that was akin to a brotherhood. Haha, that guy. I know, he's such a fool. Being locked up is for the best. Outside of my father, he is probably the only one in the entire royal city who would believe in you. Thankfully, he's confined. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly spread rumors around the city to clear your name, and the royal family would never let him off the hook. I heard you share a life and death bond with my brother? Indeed. It must be a bond of life and death. Tell me more. Bai Zhirua became intrigued, her beautiful eyes sparkling with deep anticipation, as clear and captivating as a crystalline spring. And Ai Chong, do you want to hear the story too? Hom. And Ai Chong nodded vigorously, her rosy little face round and adorable. All right, let me tell you. Chu Xian began. This brother of mine, who values loyalty. It all started when I was just 10 years old. At that time, I was a brash young lad, almost to the point of arrogance. I got into numerous fights and made many enemies. One time, when 10 people were ganging up on me, he was the only one who came to my rescue. He told me he could only handle 5 of them, and then he lay down on the ground while 5 people attacked him, and 5 attacked me. Would you say that's not a bond of life and death? Ha. Chu Xian, you are truly pathetic. Bai Zhirua laughed so hard that her refined demeanor was forgotten, amused by the way he recounted their escapades, as if they had both defeated 10 opponents together. However, it indeed seemed to be a bond forged through life and death experiences. He then spun a few more tales, such as the love story of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, followed by tales of celestial princesses meeting with Sun Wukong, and Zhuge Liang's cleverness with Diao Chan. In the midst of these narratives, Chu Xian realized that Bai Zhirua and Ai Chong had already fallen asleep against his shoulder. Bai Zhirua appeared the most serene, her flawless features graced with a tranquil smile, radiating purity with a hint of softness, her gently rising chest pressed against his shoulder. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Xian continued to meditate, attempting to commune with the heavens and absorb spiritual energy, refining his body. At this juncture, in the Yuanwu realm, it was the perfect time to lay a solid foundation, much like constructing a tall building. Only with a firm base can one rise to great heights. The following day, the morning breeze rustled, and a light mist curled around. Awakening from her dreams, Bai Zhirua stretched comfortably, only to discover a garment draped over her and something warm cradled in her arms. When she looked up, she found herself staring at Chu Xian's chin, startling her into releasing her grip. As the sleepiness faded, the events of the previous night began to resurface. She had been utterly captivated by his stories and had fallen asleep in his embrace, shamelessly using him as a pillow. Oh dear, how will I face anyone after this? Does this count as sleeping beside a male? She thought. Did he cover me with his clothes? Could it be that he has feelings for me? What should I do? Bai Zhirua's mind went blank, her heart racing. No, she couldn't let him see her flustered. She resolved to deny everything later, knowing he wouldn't be able to hold her accountable. With determination, Bai Zhirua cautiously extricated herself from Chu Xian's embrace, just as she was about to make her escape. He suddenly asked, Did you sleep well last night? Bai Zhirua awkwardly looked up to find Chu Xian awake, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. Without a word, she quickly turned and bolted away like a startled rabbit. Before long, the trio traversed the perilous Doomsday Mountains once more. Bai Zhiruo's cheeks were flushed, and she dared not meet Chu Xian's gaze. Sister Zhiruo, you seem a bit odd today, and Ai Chong observed. And no, it's nothing. I probably just didn't sleep well. Didn't sleep well? That can't be. You looked quite comfortable last night, even drooling. Chu Xian interjected. No, that's impossible. This fair maiden would never drool. Do not slander me. That was definitely not me. If you don't believe me, I have evidence. Shut up, you insufferable Chu Xian, Bai Zhiruo retorted. Unable to counter his teasing, she rushed forward and sealed his mouth with her hand, searching his pockets for evidence of his accusations. This scene sent Ai Chong into fits of laughter, her stomach aching from mirth. After a playful tussle, although they found no evidence, Bai Zhiruo noted the dry drool mark on the corner of her mouth, leaving her in a daze, internally lamenting. Could it be that he witnessed my embarrassing moment last night? I can't face anyone now. Bai Zhiruo, how could you have drooled? This is truly detrimental to my goddess image. Suddenly, she recalled the dream she had the previous night. The trio continued their journey, encountering ferocious beasts along the way. All beneath the Xianwu realm, naturally, Chu Xian was treated as their protector, slaying them effortlessly, sharpening his skills in the process. In the midst of life and death struggles, Chu Xian absorbed martial techniques, moving gracefully and agilely. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed through the forest, shaking the ground and stirring the fallen leaves. A massive black shadow emerged from the dense woods, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely, covered in impenetrable black scales, its enormous body comparable to that of a rhinoceros. The black-scaled shadow wind tiger? Bai Zhiruo recognized the beast, her expression turning grave. Though the creature was only at the 8th level of Yuan Wu, its tough hide and rapid speed made it formidable. Its powerful claws could inflict severe harm, and a single strike could lead to death or injury. Leave it to me. No, I will handle it, Bai Zhiruo exclaimed, her eyes wide. You are only at the 6th level of Yuan Wu. Can you manage? Even I, a Xianwu expert, find it challenging. That's just an 8th level Yuan beast. I could slay it as easily as a dog. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Roar. The black-scaled shadow wind tiger growled twice, clearly enraged by Chu Xian's comparison to a mere dog, feeling utterly insulted. Bai Zhiruo, lend me your sword. Chu Xian extended his right hand, exhilaration evident in his demeanor. In the next moment, the black-scaled shadow wind tiger lunged forward, its malevolent aura intensifying. Just as it was about to close in, Bai Zhiruo, surprisingly, did not offer him her sword. Wait. Chu Xian, swift as an arrow, deftly evaded a lethal strike from his opponent and elegantly landed at a distance. While he exuded confidence, he remained humble. The black-scaled wind shadow tiger, however, seemed unwilling to grant him a moment's respite, launching itself forward with ferocious intent once more. Chu Xian, undeterred, retaliated with powerful punches. Yet the creature's remarkable defense forced him to merely push it back. At this moment, Bai Zhiruo regained her senses and urgently shouted, Chu Xian, catch the sword. Earlier, she had been lost in the surprise of being addressed as Zhiruo in such a gentle manner, which had momentarily distracted her. Observing him engaged in fierce combat with the black-scaled wind shadow tiger, bare-handed yet evenly matched, filled her with astonishment. She had sensed his formidable prowess when he fought a 7th-tier beast while being only at the 6th tier, but it had not seemed exaggerated. After all, he had once been the top genius, a title he rightly earned. Seeing the situation unfold, Chu Xuan's arms hung loosely, yet he possessed the strength of a mountain. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself towards the beast. The wind shadow tiger, wary of his fists, attempted to evade. Indeed, Chu Xuan's punch missed its mark, inciting the creature's excitement as it lunged with a fierce wind towards his exposed back. Though he had swung and missed, he caught the moonlight sword that Bai Zhiruo had tossed to him. The moment the sword was in his grasp, his demeanor transformed, radiating an aura of dominance as he gazed upon the chaos with a knowing smile. This fool, how could he leave himself vulnerable for a sword? Bai Zhiruo fumed, her palm charged with spiritual energy, ready to assist him. Yet, she was taken aback when he commanded, step aside. There's no need for a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. I alone am sufficient. His words, though somewhat flattering, bewildered her. Is he praising me? For now, she decided to trust him. Should he find himself on the brink of death, she would intervene, teaching him a lesson. As the tiger charged, Chu Xian executed a fluid strike that found its mark, piercing the vital point on the creature's neck, causing a geyser of blood to erupt. The black-scaled wind shadow tiger, in agony, let out a pained howl. Realizing its weakness had been exposed, it contemplated fleeing, thinking it had bitten off more than it could chew. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Chu Xian twirled the sword, aimed precisely, and a cruel smile crept across his lips as he thrust forward. The tiger fell lifeless, unable to express its indignation and humiliation. What? He effortlessly dispatched the dominant black-scaled wind shadow tiger, despite being at a disadvantage of 2 tiers. Baiziru stood in stunned silence, her admiration evident. Yet, as Chu Xian withdrew the sword, her expression morphed into fury. Damn it, Chu Xian, how could you use my precious sword in such a manner? Her admiration vanished, replaced by indignation, and she could only stomp her foot in frustration. Beside her, Nishang averted her gaze, unable to witness the brutality. It is one of the tiger's inherent weaknesses. Without this approach, it would have been impossible to slay it. Chu Xian explained casually, his spirits lifted. It had been a while since he wielded a sword, and his skill had not dulled. Humph, Baiziru huffed. Still struggling to accept the situation, her mind repulsed by the thought of her sword having been used in such a way. Chu Xian had already collected all valuable items from the black-scaled wind shadow tiger and presented them to Baiziru. These treasures, if sold to the merchant guild, would fetch at least 10,000 gold. Here, take them. All of them for me, she asked, surprised. Indeed, it is the merit of your sword. But you expended tremendous effort to slay it. No matter, what is yours is mine. He tossed the spoils to her and confidently strode forward. After a moment of astonishment, a sweet smile graced Baiziru's face, and she murmured, "You do have some conscience. I shall reluctantly accept this." Yet, her heart was filled with another sentiment. Replaying his words, "What is yours is mine," pondering their hidden implications. A mere 10,000 gold did not impress her. Certain treasures held far greater allure. She hastened to catch up, her cheeks flushed. "There's a fight ahead," Chu Xian suddenly stated, his expression grave. "A fight? Where?" Baiziru exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, her icy blue eyes scanning the surroundings for signs of conflict. "What nonsense!" Nishang displayed a similarly tense demeanor. Chu Xian moved forward deliberately, and after traversing nearly 500 meters, they indeed encountered 2 factions poised in confrontation, swords and crossbows drawn, the atmosphere charged with tension. "Can you believe it? I can sense danger from this far away." Baiziru stared incredulously at Chu Xian, astonished by his keen instincts. Nishang, as the legendary fox spirit of Qingxiu, could comprehend such awareness. Yet her gaze was ultimately drawn to the scene below. "Song Hongyang, what is the meaning of your presence here? This cave was discovered by our White Tiger Hall, and we have been surveying it for a month at great cost, losing many brothers. Is your arrival not a tad untimely?" Du Yin, his eyes ablaze with anger, adopted a threatening tone, revealing his confusion over the sudden appearance of the Black Blood Alliance, who had leaked their plans. It was evident that a traitor lurked within their ranks. "Not at all," countered a man with a folding fan and striking features, shaking his head repeatedly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "We have arrived precisely at the right moment." The members of the White Tiger Hall erupted in fury, ready to engage in battle against these shameless rogues. Du Yin restrained his subordinates, speaking sternly. "Are you prepared to violate the alliance's agreement? I advise you to reconsider. Should you break the treaty, it would spell disaster for both our factions." He discerned the underlying intent of their words. They sought to seize their treasures. "Not at all. Du Yin, you've been in the Doomsday Mountains long enough. How is it that your wits have dulled?" Song Honyang chuckled, then taunted, "Since I am here, I certainly cannot leave empty-handed. Our leader has even stated that, if necessary, we may eliminate a few troublesome wild dogs." Chapter 12. The Millennium Herb King. The White Tiger's wrath shakes the black blood as Song Hongyang's insinuations fell. The members of the White Tiger Hall were thoroughly incensed. Erupting with curses, "You shameless Black Blood Alliance, how dare you steal from others? Let us fight." I have never backed down. Indeed, who knows who the wild dogs truly are? Look at the Black Blood Alliance. They all seem like mongrels, clearly asking for a beating. I would love to stab them hundreds of times. Especially the leader, who wielded a tattered fan, was ridiculed for his unappealing appearance, dressed ostentatiously while thinking himself charming. Disgraceful. You should just stay home. The Black Blood Alliance members were incensed by the insults. Their teeth gritted as they brandished their weapons, bloodlust evident in their eyes. Crack, crack. Song Hongyang crushed his fan, a bloodthirsty rage flickering in the corners of his mouth. "You unruly wild dogs dare to speak to your elder? Since you are so stubborn, I shall send you straight to hell." As his voice faded, a silver folding fan reappeared in his hand, its edges adorned with sharp sword spikes and intricate patterns. This was his renowned weapon, the Jade Face fan, coated with deadly poison. He darted forward like a serpent, his aura erupting with fierce ferocity. Naturally, Du Yin was unwilling to be outdone. He retaliated with fervor, wielding a wolf-toothed club, his powerful arms causing the air to tremble with each swing. After several exchanges, Du Yan, hampered by speed, bore multiple wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone, blood splattering in the air. Not far away, Song Hongyang resembled a sinister bat, crouched low, licking the blood from the folding fan with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Du, with your speed, you'll never touch me. This time next year will be your day of reckoning. He sneered. With another strike, he extended the fan, revealing concealed projectiles, gripping them between his fingers. You think you can kill me? You're not worthy. You coward, dare to withstand my blow? I'll send you to the afterlife. Despite his injuries, Du Yan remained confident in his strength, knowing his opponent could not defeat him in such a short span. He too raised his wolf-toothed club, feeling the presence of a massive wolf merging with his arm, surging with vitality and joy as he tapped into his bloodline power. Huh, you're dead meat. Song Hongyang grinned maliciously. You're just a brainless fool. In the blink of an eye, as the folding fan collided with the wolf-toothed club, 3 agile and sharp blades shot forth from the base of the fan, enveloped in a vortex of energy, unstoppable. What? A sneak attack? You coward. Du Yan realized too late, his heart sinking as he thought this might be his end. The members of the White Tiger Hall panicked, while those of the Black Blood Alliance reveled in delight. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash, the 3 blades aimed at Du Yan's throat were deflected, scattering to the ground. The Black Blood Alliance members were astonished, scanning their surroundings for the culprit. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Du Yan, drenched in cold sweat, understood the unique skills of his lady. Only she could rescue him from the jaws of death. He knelt in reverence, gratitude swelling in his heart, pledging unwavering loyalty to her. The members of the White Tiger Hall followed suit, kneeling in respect. Soon, a graceful and stunning young woman descended, stepping upon a white long sword, her straight, snow-white legs adorned with delicate silver boots engraved with fierce white tiger motifs. Her slender waist and exquisite figure were complemented by a subtly rounded bosom, creating a vision of perfection. A bell hung from one side, strung with a pink peach blossom ribbon, enhancing her elegance. Her beauty was captivating, her willow-like brows enchanting, a true paragon of grace. Instantly, both the White Tiger Hall and Black Blood Alliance members were entranced by her presence. In a shadowy corner, Baiziru glanced at Chu Xian beside her. Noticing him fixated on the stunning woman's legs, a surge of jealousy rising within her. Do you find her beautiful? She whispered in annoyance. Very beautiful, he replied. Beautiful? You scoundrel, she retorted, kicking him. What are you doing? He asked, bewildered. Why do you care? Is she really that beautiful? Baiziru's glare could kill. No, I meant her legs. Why do you care? Chu Xian clarified, though he realized he didn't need to explain. Flushed with embarrassment, Baiziru averted her gaze, awkwardly chuckling. I was just keeping an eye on you for Muxian. Why were you staring at that little vixen's legs? Speechless, Chu Xian chose not to engage further. The acidic jealousy was palpable, but he knew she was aware of his true feelings. And Ai Chong, puzzled, felt something was off about the stunning woman but couldn't pinpoint it, especially disliking the sound of the bell. Ding Mingyan? Song Honyang squinted, a hint of admiration in his eyes. His previously bloodied visage transformed into that of a dashing nobleman. Song, we are all family. Why resort to such extremes? Ding Mingyan's every smile and frown captivated those around her. Indeed, I was momentarily foolish to almost harm my own kin. Song Honyang exclaimed warmly, clasping his hands in apology to Du Yan. Du, I hope you can overlook this transgression. I'll come bearing gifts to apologize soon. Disgust filled the hearts of Baiziru and Ai Chong, thinking, men are indeed despicable. Ding Mingyan remained impassive, while Du Yan, casting a glance at the lady, responded dismissively yet inwardly seethed. Who the hell considers you a brother? One day, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball to settle today's betrayal. Ding Mingyan surveyed the surroundings, her gaze sweeping over all, and remarked, since the alliance leader has arrived, why hide? It tarnishes your authority. Is it because I am unworthy to meet you? What? The alliance leader is here? The Black Blood Alliance members were skeptical. Ah, Miss Ding has sharp eyes. Suddenly, a deep and unnerving laugh echoed from above. All eyes turned to see a middle-aged man in a black robe with purple gold cuffs descending gracefully, his aura profound and unfathomable. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Long live the Alliance Leader. The sky resounded with this chant, the atmosphere charged with fervor and reverence, albeit laced with fear. This man was Zhou Jianlin, the leader of the Black Blood Alliance. He ignored his subordinates, approaching Ding Mingyan with fervent admiration. Miss Ding, it's been too long. Your skin is ever more radiant, a sight to behold. Your visage is utterly enchanting. I can hardly resist. Pervert. Baiziru thought, overwhelmed with disgust. Unable to help herself, she glanced at Chu Xian, who was also turning to her, their eyes locking. What are you looking at? He frowned. I'm not like that. Humph. You know the truth. Chu Xian redirected his gaze to Zhou Jianlin, instantly perceiving his true cultivation level, the first realm of true martial. Yet, this man harbored secrets that eluded even his sharp perception. It seemed this place held extraordinary treasures. The Apocalypse Mountain Range indeed harbored hidden talents, as had been rumored. Its periphery was home to formidable beasts and two notorious factions, the White Tiger Hall and the Black Blood Alliance. Ah, Alliance leader, you jest. Ding Mingyan remained cheerful and unperturbed, masking any other emotions, before she solemnly remarked, Leader Zhou, your reach is indeed extensive. It is quite impressive that you have unearthed such confidential matters from our White Tiger Hall. I must admit, I am rather astonished. Clearly, she had not anticipated that such a well-guarded secret could be leaked. Aside from herself, her father, her elder brother, the Grand Elder, Du Yan, and the subordinates stationed here, no one else should be privy to this information. There must be a traitor among them, and after today, a thorough investigation is imperative. You need not insinuate against me. Speak plainly. Now that I am aware of this secret, I shall not leave empty-handed. Let's discuss how the spoils will be divided. Perhaps I shall be in a generous mood and agree. Zhou Jianlin immediately dropped his playful facade. When he became serious, his icy black eyes instilled a profound unease. As if one were seated upon needles. He easily discerned that his counterpart was mocking him with underhanded tactics, but having roamed the Doomsday Mountain Range for many years, he had long since grown accustomed to such ignoble schemes. Upon hearing Ding Mingyan's words, the members of the White Tiger Hall felt a surge of discontent. What did she mean by agreeing only if in a good mood? That was downright insulting. Leader Zhou, I must tell you the truth. There indeed exists a millennium-old spiritual herb in this location. Moreover, it will reach maturity tomorrow. However, its exact nature remains unknown for now. Ding Mingyan was straightforward and did not conceal the truth. Since noticing the unusual phenomena here a month ago, she had suspected the emergence of a rare treasure. After a month of exhaustive investigation, she finally confirmed the presence of the millennium-old spiritual herb. However, due to the existence of an exceptionally ferocious beast guarding it, and the fact that the herb would not mature for another month, they had refrained from advancing and had opted to remain vigilant in this area. As her words concluded, a wave of fervent excitement and discussion ensued. For a millennium-old herb was indeed a rarity. Chu Xian smiled faintly, affirming the presence of treasure. Baiziru, at his side, was equally astonished. A millennium-old herb was a priceless treasure, yet she had failed to discern the location of the hidden herb after so long. Zhou Jianlin smirked, realizing she was not lying, for his information corroborated hers. He then darkly inquired, what kind of guardian beast resides within? Generally, aged herbs are protected by specific beasts. And considering this was a herb of over 1,000 years, coupled with the fact that even White Tiger Hall had not identified the herb, it was evident they faced a formidable guardian beast. Chapter 13. An eye for an eye. Zhou Jianlin posed the most compelling question, prompting everyone to lean in with anticipation. The ice cloud purple lightning beast. Boom. A cacophony of gasps erupted, as members of the Black Blood Alliance exchanged wary glances, their collective fear palpable. Yet this moment of trepidation was fleeting. Being adults, they quickly discerned the underlying nuances, bursting into incredulous laughter. How could that be? The ice cloud purple lightning beast is a terrifying creature of the earth martial realm. It cannot possibly exist in this desolate area bereft of spiritual energy. Is White Tiger Hall attempting to deceive us, thinking we are uneducated? Indeed. They surmised that the cunning members of White Tiger Hall were fabricating tales of the ice cloud purple lightning beast to intimidate them. How laughable. This clumsy ruse is hardly worthy of serious consideration. Do they believe us to be fools? I have read the spring and autumn annals. Today, I, Zhang San, shall venture forth to this treasure trove and demonstrate to these presumptuous individuals what true courage entails. The members of the Black Blood Alliance wore expressions of bravado, occasionally casting derisive glances towards White Tiger Hall, reveling in their perceived ability to see through the ruse. On the opposite side, the members of White Tiger Hall could hardly contain their indignation, their anger boiling over, yet they were not reckless. They cast pleading glances at Ding Mingyan. With a mere command from her, they would charge forth, unafraid of death, unwilling to let their honor be trampled. Ding Mingyan raised her delicate hand, signaling her subordinates to remain calm, while discreetly signaling Du Yan with a barely perceptible glance, employing a secret method to communicate vital details. initially unable to endure the provocations. Upon seeing the peculiar look in the young lady's eyes and hearing her voice echo in his mind, Du Yin swiftly understood and turned to explain the situation to his subordinates. To his surprise, the previously enraged subordinates fell silent, though some still bore expressions of discontent. This action did not go unnoticed by the members of the Black Blood Alliance, who interpreted it as a sign of cowardice. Erupting in laughter and calling them a bunch of cowards, their mockery evident. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xian smiled. This woman is no ordinary character. With just a glance, she managed to quell the rage of her impassioned subordinates, showcasing her impressive ability. The key was her mastery of secret techniques. It is crucial to note that White Tiger Hall was facing humiliation had she, as their leader, chastised them harshly and stifled their anger. It would have surely left a negative impression and potentially sowed discord. What game is she playing? Is the ice cloud purple lightning beast truly within? Zhou Jianlin mused, clearly questioning the veracity of Ding Minyan's claims. He shot her a cold glance. Though he was exceedingly lecherous, he was not a fool. He recognized that she was a schemer, adept at manipulation. His subordinate's mockery was tacitly approved by him, intending to provoke the stationed soldiers into revealing their weaknesses. Yet these loyal servants remained steadfast, consumed by only their anger. Amidst the mutual ridicule, Bai Ziru experienced a whirlwind of emotions upon hearing of the ice cloud purple lightning beast. She nearly cried out in excitement, nearly thwarted by Chu Xian's foresight as he firmly restrained her. Afterward, he cautioned her not to be overly zealous, reminding her that the ice cloud purple lightning beast would not be easily vanquished. He fully understood why Bai Ziru was so exhilarated upon hearing of the beast. For her bloodline was of the 6th rank, the Ice Soul Divine Sword. He had recognized her prowess when she unleashed her ultimate technique, the Ice Cloud 9 Swords. But he had not anticipated that she was a concealed gem. A 6th rank bloodline is undoubtedly a pinnacle of martial talent in the Great Wilderness Dynasty. Even he, once the foremost prodigy, possessed merely a 6th rank bloodline. Once she regained her composure, Bai Ziru resembled a deflated balloon, her face reflecting disappointment and discontent. If she could obtain the crystal core of the ice cloud purple lightning beast, her bloodline power would surely soar, granting her a transformation that could elevate her cultivation to new heights. It would be a qualitative leap, beneficial in every way. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to secure it for you, Chu Xian promised, returning to his previous position to continue his observations. At that moment, Bai Ziru's eyes widened, her lashes fluttering, taken aback by the realization that he could discern her thoughts and desires. Could it be that love is simply finding someone who understands your innermost feelings, empathizes with your struggles, and comforts you in your helplessness and disappointment? She became enraptured, envisioning a sweet and tender romance hand in hand with him. Bah! Is he truly worthy of my attention? My man must be a formidable being, one who dominates the cosmos with a sword and commands unparalleled strength across realms. Yet, when I glance back at Chu Xian, I find him lurking there, appearing rather lecherous and sly. A far cry from the heroic and extraordinary figure I envisioned in my mind. What are you dawdling for? Are you lost in thought again? No. Come here and keep watch. I need a moment to meditate. Suddenly, a certain spiritual technique from my past life flickers in my mind. This technique is simple to cultivate, devoid of stringent requirements, and does not deplete spiritual energy. It merely requires sufficient mental fortitude, and perhaps it will prove useful shortly. What do you intend to do? Why so many questions? Just stand guard. Do you still want the beast crystal cores or not? With that, Chu Xian settled into a cross-legged position, calming his breath and focusing his mind, beginning his meditation practice. You mustn't deceive me. Bai Zireo, though skeptical, ultimately complied and took in Ai Chong to keep watch, turning away with a carefree and sweet smile. Hee. Since the esteemed members of the Black Blood Alliance doubt the sincerity of this humble girl and mistakenly believe I am deceiving them, although it stings my heart, I understand. To showcase the valor of the Black Blood Alliance and my sincere intentions, I shall allow you to enter first to scout. The treasures inside shall belong to whoever claims them first. What say you? Ding Mingyan smiled, her intentions inscrutable. She emphasized the term powerful repeatedly. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhou Jianlin's expression soured, clearly displeased. Although entering first would guarantee the finest treasures, one must still live to enjoy them. This woman is no benevolent soul. What gives? Do you intend for us to be mere cannon fodder? The members of the Black Blood Alliance outright refused. Ha! Cowards. Just a moment ago, they were boasting grandly, and now it seems they were merely indulging in empty words. Miss, it seems even you have misjudged them this time. They are hardly what one would consider powerful. They are better described as cowards and trash. Indeed, While we, from the White Tiger Hall, do not claim to be invincible, we at least possess courage and resolve. Unlike certain individuals who merely spout empty rhetoric, ha ha ha, they dare to challenge us. Just look at them. At the mention of leading the charge, they trembled with fear, resembling frightened dogs. Not long ago, they were claiming there were no ice cloud thunder beasts within, and now they cower in trepidation. Their embarrassment is palpable. The members of the White Tiger Hall eagerly stepped forward, venting the pent-up anger and frustration they had been harboring. Each face radiated a sense of relief and exhilaration. This is a fitting response to their earlier contempt. The scorn they heaped upon us has returned to haunt them. A fitting retribution. Thanks to the miss, they have developed an even deeper admiration for her, sincerely acknowledging her prowess. Hee. It turns out the Black Blood Alliance was deliberately seeking trouble. Ding Mingyan, with a graceful yet commanding step, her smile vanished completely, replaced by an icy demeanor. Coldly, she addressed Zhou Jianlin. You shamelessly intercepted our secrets, and while we from the White Tiger Hall were prepared to share with you, you showed no gratitude and instead were aggressive. Do you not owe me a reasonable explanation? Silence engulfed the crowd. She addressed Zhou Jianlin by name, showing him no respect. Zhou Jianlin shot her a cold glance, remaining silent, his heart filled with murderous intent. In the entire Doomsday Mountain range, besides the leader of the White Tiger Hall, no one dared to address him so casually, especially not a junior. Was this not a slap to his face? Did they truly believe the White Tiger Hall could be trifled with? Boom. The air crackled with a thunderous sound as a wave of chilling power surged forth, crashing down like an avalanche, instilling fear in all present. Many were so overwhelmed that they spewed blood and fell into convulsions. Even Zhou Jianlin, at the true martial realm, found his hairpin shattered, his hair whipping wildly in the wind, as he was forced back several meters before regaining his footing. You've also broken through to the true martial realm? Zhou Jianlin's proud demeanor evaporated, replaced by a cloud of gloom. Zhou Alliance leader. May I now receive a reasonable explanation? Ding Mingyan gradually withdrew her spiritual energy, the ribbons dancing behind her settling down. Her face once again bore a smile, though now it was imbued with a sinister chill that sent shivers down spines. Should Zhou Alliance leader fail to provide an explanation satisfactory to me, you may return to your Black Blood Ridge at once. Miss Ding, my subordinate was indeed reckless earlier. Zhou Jianlin reluctantly stepped forward, casting a glance at Song Honyang behind him. Song Honyang hastily approached, bowing to Ding Mingyan, saying, Miss Ding, I apologize on behalf of my subordinate for his provocative behavior. I hope you can overlook past grievances, considering the imminent emergence of the spiritual herbs, and we can restore our alliance. You need not apologize to me. Ding Mingyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. Chapter 14. Conspiracy is Chess, the game among masters. Upon hearing this, Song Honyang frowned. The astute and sharp-witted man could not fail to perceive the underlying implication of Ding Mingyan's words. She was preparing to have him apologize to everyone in the White Tiger Hall. However, doing so would weaken the Black Blood Alliance's standing, indirectly suggesting that they were inferior to the White Tiger Hall. Yet, refusing to apologize would surely incur Ding Mingyan's wrath, especially after she had deliberately exuded the aura of the true martial realm, signaling her unwillingness to back down, particularly on the territory of their rival. Engaging in conflict would be disastrous. He first glanced at the White Tiger Hall ahead, noting their eager anticipation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to seek guidance from his superior, Zhou Jianlin, on how to proceed. Cursed be this vile woman. Zhou Jianlin's expression darkened. He finally understood why Ding Mingyan had refrained from severing ties earlier. She had been biding her time for this moment. Now, the Black Blood Alliance found itself cornered. With only two options before them, apologize or withdraw. After investing so much time in planning, how could they leave empty-handed? Yet, choosing to apologize would undoubtedly diminish their authority and reputation in the Doomsday Mountain range. Confronted with this reality, Zhou Jianlin reluctantly blinked, turning away. Perhaps this would be his last show of defiance as a tyrant. Song Honyang understood, adopting a congenial posture, prepared to apologize. I, Song. Just you? Ding Mingyan feigned confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. At this, Zhou Jianlin a short distance away twitched, as if experiencing a nervous tremor, yet he said nothing. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Blood Alliance wore grim expressions, fists clenched, facing the disciples of the White Tiger Hall, who had previously humiliated them, now looking at them with disdain and triumph. This sudden reversal was unbearable. The mere thought of having to apologize filled their hearts with indignation, nearly prompting them to spit blood. Yet, in light of Ding Mingyan's overwhelming strength, The earlier display of cold, murderous intent and formidable power left them apprehensive. The disciples of the Black Blood Alliance sincerely apologized to all members of the White Tiger Hall for our earlier reckless behavior. We regret our mockery and mistreatment of you. And we apologize. Song Hongyang led the charge. The disciples of the Black Blood Alliance sincerely apologized to the members of the White Tiger Hall for their earlier reckless conduct. We are truly sorry. We should not have mocked or humiliated you. All members of the Black Blood Alliance bowed deeply in unison. The scene was indeed magnificent, reverberating like thunder, echoing across the sky. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Jianlin was clenching his fists so tightly that they cracked, his eyes bloodshot, teeth nearly grinding to dust. Fortunately, his mental fortitude held firm. He took a deep breath, slowly reining in his anger, vowing silently, "This grudge shall not be forgotten." In his extensive life, this was the first time he had faced such a profound humiliation. Wow, what a formidable Valkyrie! White Zuru, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but admire her. She possessed beauty, grace, and strength. Seeing the Black Blood Alliance members wearing expressions as sour as if they had swallowed excrement brought her great satisfaction, for she had long found them distasteful. They were nothing more than bandits. Oh, have I also developed an insatiable desire for that ice cloud purple lightning beast? Does that make me a bandit too? No. Chu Xian is the bandit leader. I am merely coerced. Yes, coerced by that scoundrel Chu Xian. In her moment of glee, she instinctively glanced at Chu Xian and noticed a mysterious black aura emanating from him, swirling around his form in a mesmerizing display. Brothers, are you satisfied? Ding Mingyan called out to the disciples of the White Tiger Hall behind her. Not satisfied, they replied in unison, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. The members of the Black Blood Alliance once again bowed and apologized sincerely to the White Tiger Hall. We should not have mocked or humiliated you. We are truly sorry. Song Hongyang gritted his teeth and led his brethren in another round of apologies. And now, Ding Mingyan's eyes sparkled like water, her lips slightly parted. Satisfied, the faces of the White Tiger Hall disciples beamed with contentment. They turned their gazes toward Ding Mingyan, filled with admiration and respect, especially Du Yan, who now held the leader of the White Tiger Hall in high regard, adding the title of Miss to his respect. The morale of the White Tiger Hall soared, their loyalty to Ding Mingyan unwavering. Even if she commanded them to take their own lives, they would not falter. Miss Ding, since that is the case, let us discuss how to divide the treasures within. Zhou Jianlin slowly turned, his expression unchanged, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. It must be said that he was a master of patience. Once he unleashed his fury, he would become a force to be reckoned with. Is there anything left to discuss? Did we not agree earlier? When was that agreed upon? The members of the Black Blood Alliance were taken aback. Did we not say that whoever leads the charge gets first pick of all the treasures inside? Ding Mingyan replied earnestly. What? We still led? Does that mean our earlier apologies were in vain? Zhou Jianlin's gaze suddenly turned icy, an invisible pressure emanating from him. It felt as if they had been played for fools. After all, before their apologies, they had been the ones to lead the charge. Seeing this, Ding Mingyan's spirits soared. Her luscious lips curled into a devilish smile. If you choose not to lead, we shall do so ourselves. Remember, this is your own decision. Wait, Song Hongyang quickly interjected, rushing to Zhou Jianlin's side and whispering, Alliance leader, we cannot allow them to lead. I have been observing in the shadows. I was uncertain at first, but I can guarantee that Ding Mingyan has been plotting all along, attempting to deceive us. Our initial suspicions were correct. There is no ice cloud purple lightning beast inside. Zhou Jianlin instantly understood, his mood brightening as he shot a fierce glare at Ding Mingyan. What a deep strategist. She has played the game of truth and deception with such finesse that I nearly fell for her tricks. Song Hongyang, do you have anything further to say? If not, we must take our leave and reconvene tomorrow. Ding Mingyan's words were hurried, her brows furrowing momentarily, a fleeting expression noticed by the already suspicious Song Hongyang and Zhou Jianlin. Seeing this, Song Hongyang's suspicions solidified. He immediately turned to Zhou Jianlin, receiving a nod of agreement. Miss Ding, why the rush? I am not in a hurry. I am not in a hurry at all. I merely have a tough battle to prepare for tomorrow. Miss Ding, our leader did not provide you with a definitive answer. How can you take it upon yourself to decide? Song Hongyang's demeanor turned cold. Oh, what do you mean? Ding Mingyan's expression shifted, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. Our grand and majestic leader has always been reliable, a man of his word. Since the Black Blood Alliance declared they would lead the charge, they must do so. Song Hongyang's words were earnest, and he continued resolutely, the Black Blood Alliance is not cowardly. We shall indeed take the lead. His declarations left his own brothers puzzled and bewildered. What was he doing? Leading the charge meant becoming cannon fodder. This left Ding Mingyan in a difficult position. Hey, you cannot do this. Is this what you call keeping your word? Two members from the White Tiger Hall suddenly jumped out, visibly defiant. However, they were quickly silenced by the collective ire of their peers, filled with guilt and shame. Their presence caught the attention of Zhou Jianlin, who, ever cautious and suspicious, was now certain that this was all Ding Mingyan's ploy. Miss Ding, Song Hongyang indeed conveys the will of our leader. Zhou Jianlin stepped forward with a smile, his tone brooking no argument. Internally, he thought, Ding Mingyan, no matter how cunning your schemes, they will ultimately come to naught. But Ding Mingyan attempted to resist. No buts. You may leave now. We of the Black Blood Alliance must also prepare for tomorrow's endeavor. We shall meet again. Zhou Jianlin echoed Ding Mingyan's earlier words as he dismissed her. His heart swelled with joy at witnessing her discomfiture, filling him with satisfaction. Ha! You think you can outmaneuver me, Zhou Jianlin? You are still too inexperienced. When I was playing these games, you were still in your infancy. Nevertheless, he had to acknowledge that Ding Mingyan, despite her youth, wielded her schemes with remarkable skill. Had he not been seasoned by experience, he might have been deceived. Intrigued by the intricacies of scheming, she could be considered a skilled player in her own right. Before long, the members of the Black Blood Alliance departed one by one. Miss, your strategic prowess is truly remarkable. Du Yan approached Ding Mingyan. His earlier despondence vanished, admiration flooding his heart like an unending river. Ding Mingyan maintained a calm facade, revealing no hint of emotion. Keep a close watch here. No mistakes are to occur. Report any developments immediately. I must return to the White Tiger Hall. Before the echoes of her words faded, Ding Mingyan had already vanished from her spot, leaving only the lingering melody of Lin Laiquan. Yet the enchanting figure was nowhere to be seen. Farewell, miss. Du Yan remained entranced, fully aware that he was unworthy of her, left only with boundless admiration. Time passed, and at last Chu Xian exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment as his spirit soared, his demeanor regal, with eyes as clear as the night sky. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he found himself merely a centimeter away from Baizurua's face, causing him to push her away in alarm. What are you doing? Trying to steal a kiss? Chu Xian exclaimed, relieved that he had awakened in time to avoid losing his first kiss. This fellow, who usually appeared so honest, harbored such rogue thoughts within. Chapter 15. Hidden Motives, a Scheme Imminent. Stinky Chu Xian, why did you push me? Baizurua complained, rubbing her sore backside, glaring at him in irritation. Did you just try to steal a kiss? Chu Xian maintained his clueless demeanor. Upon hearing this, Baizurua grew indignant and retorted, who would want to steal a kiss from you? How shameless. I was just playing a game with Nishiang. You can ask her if you don't believe me. As she spoke, a faint blush of anger crept onto her cheeks. After all, the game required them to be quite close, and she had not anticipated him waking up at that moment. Nishiang, meanwhile, was stifling her laughter. You're still laughing? It was your terrible idea. Baizurua's face flushed crimson with rage, stamping her foot in frustration, too embarrassed to meet Chu Xian's gaze. She recalled how, after their previous investigation yielded nothing, Nishiang had whimsically suggested such a game. Initially, she had firmly opposed the idea, but after Nishiang's relentless persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, establishing a pact that only they would know about this playful endeavor. Hee, I can only say that you, Sister Ziru, are in for a misfortune. Each time I approached, Brother Xian, didn't he wake up? Nishiang candidly expressed her thoughts, but suddenly remembered Baizurua's stipulations and the promise to keep it a secret, causing her to falter mid-sentence. You, Baizurua felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks reddening further. What? Nishiang, you approached me 3 times? Chu Xian had completely overlooked the distance of merely a centimeter. At this point, how could they still concern themselves with such trivial measurements? Nishiang, uninitiated in romantic affairs, blushed and lowered her head, timidly pointing at Baizurua. Sister Ziru has approached even more than I did, more than all my attempts combined. Baizurua nearly choked, blinking awkwardly as she forced a laugh to mask her embarrassment. Traitor! She rushed to embrace Nishiang, covering her mouth to prevent further revelations that could jeopardize her reputation. Chu Xian cast a glance at the two of them, choosing to ignore their antics. He returned to the spot he had been observing earlier, only to find that the people were gone. He looked at Baizurua quizzically and asked, You two haven't forgotten the task I assigned, have you? Who has lost in the game? Baizurua furrowed her brow, irritated by his arrogance. Nevertheless, she recounted everything she had seen and heard. After listening, Chu Xian fell into deep thought, a smile gradually forming on his face as his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Interesting. Very interesting. What is interesting? Baizurua asked, confused. You'll find out tomorrow. Bai Ziruo responded with an "oh," before taking Nishiang aside to reminisce about the earlier experience, while Chu Xian continued to engage in his enigmatic activities. At that moment, in the depths of the royal city, within the ancient study of the Chu residence, Chu Nan wore a worried expression as he anxiously inquired, "Is there news of Xiana?" A man in black knelt in the center of the room. "Patriarch, all we know is that the second young master retaliated against Chu Jiang and fled alone toward the Doomsday Mountains. We have no other information. And the ninth princess remains missing. Please punish me for my incompetence." Sighing, Chu Nan's features relaxed slightly. He closed his eyes, facing the ceiling, acknowledging that as long as Xianer had not fallen into the hands of pursuers, it was still a piece of good news. The tension in his heart eased, and a faint smile appeared on his face, revealing the strain he had endured lately over Chu Xian's affairs. "Xingyu, rise. You have done your utmost. Why should you be blamed?" Chu Nan helped him up personally, demonstrating his regard for him. "Patriarch, the second young master is fortunate and blessed. He is bound to be safe." Xingyu, who was of similar age to Chu Nan, expressed his loyalty and respect, having once saved his life. "Well, from now on, it will depend on him. If he perishes, it is simply fate. If he rises to greatness, it will uphold our family's esteemed reputation." Chu Nan gazed once more toward the heavens, his respect evident, before shifting the topic. "As for the ninth princess, continue searching without negligence. And keep a close watch on the Lu family, who dare to bully our Chu family. I will ensure they pay the price they deserve." "Understood." Xingyu accepted the command and departed. In the palace's imperial study, a middle-aged man with distinct features and thick eyebrows sat behind a desk, meticulously reading a letter sealed with osmanthus runes, covered in an everlasting frost. "Ha!" Upon finishing, the man erupted into a hearty laugh, his face alight with excitement. "I never anticipated that my daughter would turn misfortune into fortune, awakening the ancient divine body and fortuitously joining the top-tier force, the Guanghan Palace. Truly, heaven blesses our great wilderness kingdom." Qingyang Yin trembled as he held the letter, his eyes shining with brilliance, as if he were gazing not at a mere letter but at a glorious future. In his joy, he momentarily forgot the earlier thoughts of his daughter being humiliated, as this matter pertained to the royal family's dignity. Mishandling it could lead to public disgrace, undermining their authority and stability. "My daughter, the rise and fall of the royal family rests upon you and your third brother." Qingyang Yin, having ascended to the throne, was no fool. His keen insight had already discerned the brewing turmoil in the royal city, with various forces eyeing one another, hinting at impending storms. The four prominent families within the royal city were growing stronger. Although the Chu family had not long arrived in the dynasty, their rapid development in a few decades was a testament to their prowess. Not to mention the Lu family, deeply rooted in the royal city, had been fighting alongside the royal family since its inception, making them founding heroes with substantial heritage. Given Lu Chongfeng's diligent efforts in recent years, it was likely that their family wealth rivaled that of the royal family itself. Lu Chongfeng is a man of profound cunning, a master of strategy, and he is certainly not the type to willingly play the role of a subordinate. Gazing out at the royal city, Qingyang Yan's eyes shimmered with a sharp and profound intensity, even revealing a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness and venom that could captivate the heart. "Report. The commander of the Snow Lion Guard requests an audience. Admit him." Upon returning to his desk, Qingyang Yan assumed a dignified posture, restoring his formidable and solemn demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure clad in white armor emerged, exuding an air of respect as he half knelt, bowing his head to speak. "Your Majesty, the guilty minister has led the Snow Lion Guard in a thorough search throughout the city and even into neighboring countries, yet the ninth princess remains untraceable. However, we have discovered that Chu Xian is currently within the Doomsday Mountains." His voice was robust, perfectly aligning with his character. This man was Wei Zhuyan, the commander of the Snow Lion Guard, renowned as one of the royal family's top experts, possessing profound cultivation and immense strength, wielding two thunder god hammers with unmatched prowess. He was presently tasked with locating the ninth princess and capturing Chu Xian. "Set aside the matter of the ninth princess for now. We must disseminate the news of Chu Xian's presence in the Doomsday Mountains, particularly to the Lu family." Why halt the search for the ninth princess? Wei Zhuyan's face displayed confusion. Within the palace, he held the ninth princess in deep affection, as she bore a striking resemblance to his late daughter. Upon learning of her suffering, he was the first to confront the Chu family in accusation. Were it not for the imperial command, he would have sought to settle matters with the Chu family in a life-or-death confrontation. Now, the emperor's sudden proclamation to cease the search raised doubts in his heart. "Rest assured, Xianer is my most cherished daughter. I would never forsake her. I have already located her, and she is currently safe. Upon hearing that the ninth princess had been found and was safe, Wei Zhuyan's expression brightened, revealing a smile as he quickly replied, I shall spread the news immediately. That beast shall not have an easy time. With that, he departed. He refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the ninth princess, knowing that his earlier actions had been misguided. As long as she was safe, that was sufficient. Moreover, he harbored deep-seated hatred for that Chu Xian, placing him firmly on his blacklist. Time flew by, and night fell swiftly. At this moment, the royal city was engulfed in a tremendous uproar. At dusk, rumors of Chu Xian's presence in the Doomsday Mountains spread from unknown sources, prompting countless warriors to prepare their weapons. Eager to venture into the Doomsday Mountains to hunt him down, Lu family. In the study, several shadowy figures stood in a line, with a man wearing a conical hat at the forefront. If Chu Xian and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly recognize them. Before them sat Lu Chaofeng, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a grave tone. Where did this news originate? From the market streets, replied the man in the hat. Unreliable. It could very well be false information deliberately released by the Chu family to mislead us. We must not act rashly. Lu Changfeng chuckled coldly, clearly viewing it as a trick played by the Chu family. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added with a serious tone, wait. This news will inevitably reach the royal family, and they will not stand idly by. Send some men to secretly eliminate a few members of the royal family and frame the Chu family. Chu family. Who leaked the news? Chu Nan thundered with fury. It was not us. The rumors originated from the market streets. Perhaps someone is targeting us, responded Xingyu. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and declared, it must be the Lu family. They would love to eliminate Chu Xian. You must quickly take some people to secretly kill a few members of the royal family and frame the Lu family. In the palace, in the deep courtyard, Wei Duo. The news has been released. The Chu family and the Lu family will surely act in secret. You two should follow them quietly, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Eliminate a few from both sides and frame the other, inciting them to turn against one another. Qingyang Yan's face was alight with joy, his eyes glinting with malice. I shall obey. Chapter 16. The Exposure of Espionage. Delving deep into the White Tiger Hall. In the Doomsday Mountains, darkness hung like a shroud, and the night breeze whispered gently. After much toil, Chu Xian finally completed his task, gradually placing the items into his bosom. He felt a bit weary, his complexion slightly pale, yet he wore a smile that resembled a gentle spring breeze. Ziruo, you and Chang'er should stay here and observe for now. When I return, remember not to act rashly. If anything unexpected occurs, you can shatter this talisman, and I will come back at once. Chu Xian instructed, his gaze solemn and words grave. He wondered how Ding Mingyan was faring after such a long time. You intend to leave alone? Bai Ziruo was taken aback, sensing the implications of his departure, and her heart filled with worry. Yes. Chu Xian nodded simply. Brother Xian, are you going to leave us behind? Hearing this, Chong looked frightened and saddened, her little eyes brimming with tears, clearly reluctant to part with him. Oh dear, I am not abandoning you. I simply need to investigate the situation at the White Tiger Hall to ensure tomorrow's plans proceed flawlessly. What? Delving into the White Tiger Hall? Have you lost your mind, or is your head caught in the door? You must not go. Bai Ziruo trembled slightly. She had witnessed Ding Mingyan's formidable prowess firsthand, and the presence of a mysterious hall master within posed a significant threat. Even if he could enter, it would be a perilous endeavor. Thus, she outright rejected the idea. Who are you to dictate my actions? Just because you say not to go, I must obey? What are you to me? Chu Xian was puzzled. Fine. Go ahead. It would be best if you perish inside. Bai Ziruo's expression stiffened, and she was momentarily enraged, turning her back coldly on him. What kind of person are you? So ungrateful. A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Die, Chu Xian, scoundrel. Brother Xian. Chong remained tearful and reluctant, feeling that the White Tiger Hall was fraught with danger, and she was disinclined to see him take such risks. She held no lofty ambitions or pursuits, only wishing to remain by his side for all eternity. Chang'er, do not worry. I will return safely. The mere White Tiger Hall cannot deter me. Besides, do not forget the promise I made to you. I vowed that if you brought me inside, I would not mistreat you. How about I fulfill that promise this time? Chu Xian grinned, revealing a row of pearly teeth, his tone brimming with confidence. Entirely dismissing the White Tiger Hall, his demeanor was calm and nonchalant, as if he were unperturbed by the dangers that lay ahead. Let alone the White Tiger Hall. I would dare venture into the 9 nether yellow springs. Who could possibly stop me? Yet, she recalled his words and felt a strange surge of happiness and excitement. Albeit her reason prevailed, and she understood the gravity of the situation. In the grand scheme of things, a promise paled in comparison to his life. Trust me. Chu Xian locked eyes with her, his smile capable of melting hearts, exuding a genuine and confident aura. Very well. And Aichong nodded. Unbeknownst to her, just moments ago, his smile had bestowed upon her boundless strength, and she found herself instinctively choosing to trust him. You. Observing this scene, Bai Ziruo was incensed. Yet she did not wish to display her emotions in front of Chu Xian. She shot a resentful glare at Aichong, as if reproaching her. How could you agree to him? If he is foolish, must you also follow suit? Bai Ziruo appeared utterly exhausted, feeling that if she continued to be around the two of them, she would eventually be driven to the brink of despair. Yet, in a fit of temper, she refused to hold back. Brother Xian, I believe in you, but you must ensure your safe return. Both Sister Ziruo and I will be waiting for you. And you must not act dishonestly. Nizhong playfully clung to him, her demeanor carefree, as she was a fox and unbothered by the propriety of gender relations. This unexpected declaration left Bai Zhiruo momentarily speechless. Why drag me into this? Who's waiting for him to return? Certainly not I. She discreetly glanced at Chu Xian, only to find him gazing back at her. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she chose not to rebut Nizhong's words, tacitly accepting them. Rest assured, you need not worry. I apologize, is that not enough? Remember to wait for my return, and you mustn't leave before I do. Before departing, Chu Xian gently patted her shoulder and jested with a smile. He then vanished like a wisp of smoke into the inky darkness of the night. Bai Zhiruo would never admit to being upset. To do so would mean acknowledging that she cared for him. However, as she turned to retort, she realized he had already left. She quickly cast her gaze in the direction he had disappeared, silently promising herself, you must return safely. We will be waiting for you. This is a first-grade talisman, a sensing talisman? When she came back to her senses, she noticed she was holding a precious first-grade talisman. Had he just crafted this? Was it possible that he was also a talisman master? She stared in astonishment at the direction of Chu Xian once more. Sister Zhiruo, Brother Xian has already gone far. If you're still concerned, you should chase after him. Perhaps it's not too late. Nizhong teased with a playful giggle, her cuteness undeniable. In truth, she was puzzled, unable to comprehend the complexities of human emotions. Just moments ago, Sister Zhiruo had seemed so indifferent and angry, yet now she appeared to be longing for his return. Little one, cease your nonsense. Bai Zhiruo tucked the talisman away, casting an annoyed glance at her before suddenly asking, what promise did Chu Xian make you earlier? Is it true? It was evident that jealousy was creeping into her tone. Yes. When I first took him to Qingqiu Lake, he promised me. Nizhong replied candidly, her fluffy cheeks still betraying her bashfulness and joy. Oh. Bai Zhiruo initially paid little heed to this, but upon further thought, she felt something was amiss. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Nizhong, are you saying you were not already at Qingqiu Lake together? Darn it. How could I have been so foolish? That scoundrel Chu Xian had been living in the royal city. How could you have taken him in? Realizing the implications, Bai Zhiruo's anger surged. Feeling utterly deceived by him that day. That rogue had even claimed he was afflicted with a strange illness and was rejected by his parents. Pure nonsense. Wait. If he doesn't have a peculiar illness, then why was he? Bai Zhiruo's face turned pale as she began to piece together a terrifying conclusion. She hurriedly inquired, Nizhong, did you do anything after entering Qingqiu Lake that day? Perhaps you spied on something? She gazed at Nizhong with fervent anticipation, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask. No. Nizhong simply stood there all day, doing nothing. Nothing. Bai Zhiruo furrowed her brows tightly, a perplexed expression crossing her face, murmuring, how strange. Could it be that Chu Xian had this strange illness even while in the royal city? It seems to be the only explanation. She almost misjudged a good person. However, Nizhong recalled that Brother Xian had mentioned discovering an enemy and had observed from a crevice for quite some time. Nizhong was not one to lie easily. Bai Zhiruo nearly stumbled, a sense of dread washing over her, feeling as if she had been exposed. How long did he watch? From what position? In which direction? Subsequently, Nizhong honestly recounted everything that transpired that day. Chu Xian. Bai Zhiruo's eyes blazed with fury, a fierce intent coursing through her. When you return, I will surely kill you. You lecher. You deceitful scoundrel. Considering the timing, direction, position, and Chu Xian's peculiar behavior that day, she was now 100% certain of her suspicions. Nizhong tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly in confusion. Humans? How strange. Ah, did I catch a cold? Chu Xian, moving swiftly, wiped his nose. After some exploration, he finally located the main stronghold of the White Tiger Hall, Baihu Mountain. The White Tiger Hall stood upon a defensible hill, its surroundings presumably cleared of beasts, with a checkpoint ahead displaying a massive white tiger banner. Beyond that, there were multiple checkpoints. Looking around, the area was brightly lit, resembling a bustling encampment. Far more lively than the pitch-black, lifeless forest. The first checkpoint was patrolled by 7 or 8 individuals, all appearing to be at the 5th or 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. Chu Xian affixed a dark talisman to his foot, then, employing an unusual stealth technique, he concealed his presence, effortlessly slipping past them. Upon activating his spirit sense, he quickly mapped out the terrain, identifying the optimal route, and began to move with a light step. In the main hall of the White Tiger Hall, the atmosphere was chilly and oppressive. At that moment, only 3 individuals occupied the space. Yenner, whom do you suspect among us? The speaker was a middle-aged woman clad in a pale blue robe, leaning on a wooden cane. Her aura restrained, her gaze deep and enigmatic, resembling an ancient well from which one could not discern the depths. She was the Grand Elder of the White Tiger Hall, Elder Silver Moon, and also Ding Mingyan's mentor. Ding Lai slowly descended from his elevated seat, his expression stern yet his eyes shining as he calmly stated, Yenner, I too wish to hear your thoughts. I suspect it must be you, father. Ding Mingyan replied with a composed demeanor, unhurriedly articulating her thoughts, revealing no surprise. Though she was aware of being used, the fact that it was her father allowed her to suppress her anger, feeling only a slight annoyance. Ding Lai was momentarily taken aback before returning to composure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The hall fell silent for a moment before Ding Lai's applause broke the stillness, followed by a hearty laugh. Indeed, it is I. The purpose was to test you, and it seems my daughter is indeed clever and extraordinary. His laughter brimmed with pride and satisfaction. Ding Mingyan did not respond. She had grown numb to such emotionless praise. In her view, it was merely a tactic to downplay his manipulation of her, which she found somewhat amusing. She glanced at her father, recognizing the insincerity in his demeanor. Elder Silver Moon approached with a satisfied expression, softly commenting, Yenner, your strategic acumen far surpasses that of your father at your age. He was nowhere near your caliber. Father. Master, I am feeling somewhat unwell and may need to excuse myself. Ding Mingyan was utterly unresponsive, her indifference evident as she clasped her fists, preparing to take her leave. All she desired was to depart from the frigid hall, and she vaguely sensed an unsettling change within her body, a discomfort brewing. Yenner, what troubles you? Inu inquired. Her expression suddenly filled with concern as she approached, scrutinizing her disciple closely, a fleeting shadow of compassion flickering deep in her eyes. Ding Mingyan lowered her gaze, barely noticing, and stepped back, her voice grave as she replied, Perhaps I am merely fatigued. I shall take my leave. With that, she hastily exited, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of desolation and sorrow crossed her eyes. Ding Lai was left speechless, and as soon as Ding Mingyan had completely departed, his expression shifted dramatically, darkening considerably. He turned to Inu and asked, Is everything arranged for tomorrow? We cannot afford any missteps in my grand endeavor. If all proceeds according to the young lady's plan, it should be foolproof. What I require is certainty, not mere possibility. You understand that I must obtain the Millennium Medicine King at all costs. Ding Lai cast a cold glance at Inu, clearly dissatisfied. Tomorrow, everything must proceed smoothly. Very well, he exclaimed, laughter echoing with fervor. After tomorrow, I shall reign over the end of Day's Mountain. Chapter 17. The harshness of society. The despairing Ding Mingyan indeed. The members of the White Tiger Hall were cunning. And Ding Lai was an old fox, shrewd and unscrupulous in his pursuits. He was likely on par with Zhou Jianlan. Clearly, they were not of the same ilk. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Xian silently observed, feeling disdain and lacking the interest to continue listening to his ramblings. Fortunately, he arrived not too late. Judging from Ding Mingyan's earlier state, she had yet to succumb to her affliction. However, he found it perplexing that both Ding Lai and Elder Inu had noticed her distress, yet chose not to intervene, allowing her condition to worsen. A father and a master should not be so indifferent, should they? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Regardless, Chu Xian dismissed such thoughts, his figure disappearing into the darkness as he sped towards Ding Mingyan. Indeed, his target was Ding Mingyan. Just outside her door, a strikingly handsome young man suddenly appeared before her, as if he had emerged from the ground. With a sycophantic expression, he wore a smile that carried an air of peculiarity. Little sister, you have returned. Elder brother. Ding Mingyan's countenance shifted, her thoughts racing. What was he doing here? Yet, he was her elder brother. Despite occasionally sensing his lewd gaze, she reminded herself of their blood ties, believing he would not descend into moral depravity. Your complexion seems off. Are you unwell? Ding Kai expressed concern, rushing to her side in an apparent attempt to support her, his tone dripping with tenderness. I am fine. Just a bit tired from today. Ding Mingyan's body shuddered as she evaded his touch, hastily attempting to bypass him and return to her room. His excessive enthusiasm and warmth made her feel quite uncomfortable. "Please, elder brother, it is quite late now." She subtly urged him to leave, reminding him of the hour and the impropriety of a man lingering here alone with a woman, especially a brother and sister. "Little sister, have you employed the sealing technique?" Ding Kai did not leave immediately, his eyes glinting with a predatory shine, though he quickly masked it with concern. "No." At his words, Ding Mingyan was taken aback, panic rising within her as she shook her head in denial. A wave of unease washed over her, for she had disclosed her use of the sealing technique to no one, and now her elder brother had struck too close to the truth. In truth, she possessed only the strength of the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. Earlier, she had resorted to the sealing technique to intimidate the Black Blood Alliance, which had led to a backlash. As she entered her room, she intended to close the door, but Ding Kai swiftly blocked her path. He was clearly intent on forcing his way inside. "Ding Kai, what are you attempting to do? This is my private chamber. Do you not know how to conduct yourself?" Ding Mingyan's lips were parched and cracked, and upon seeing his actions, panic and fear surged within her, her wariness evident. In her prime, she would have been unafraid. However, having invoked the sealing technique and suffered its repercussions, her power was diminished, rendering her no match for Ding Kai, who was at the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm. Yet, she maintained a fierce demeanor, deliberately amplifying her presence, her formidable energy swirling around her, a chilling aura pervading the air, a murderous intent piercing to the marrow. "Little sister, there is no need for you to feign strength and create illusions. If you truly had the power to stop me, you would have cast me out long ago instead of wasting words, which is hardly your character." Ding Kai's eyes sparkled with amusement as he advanced, his expression darkening, clearly no longer inclined to conceal his true nature. Once inside, he swiftly shut the door behind him. "Ding Kai, I warn you, do not act recklessly." Though Ding Mingyan felt her composure slipping, she steadied herself, retreating while issuing a warning, her gaze flashing with icy resolve. "Little sister, I genuinely care for you. I wish to cherish you for a lifetime. Will you grant me a chance? I promise to love you until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble." Ding Kai adopted a fervent demeanor, his voice soft yet sincere, embodying a lovesick fool, even swearing an oath. His gaze fixed intently on the weakening Ding Mingyan, his throat constricted with desire that blazed fiercely within him. She was undeniably beautiful, a vision of grace and allure, especially in her current state, drenched in sweat. Her cheeks flushed, rendering her even more enchanting, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. "Ding Kai, have you lost your mind? Have you no humanity or moral compass left? We are siblings." Ding Mingyan bit her lip, her brows knitted tightly in anguish, beads of crystalline sweat forming on her forehead, clearly enduring some inhumane torment. "I care not. I only desire you. My world cannot exist without you. Little sister, why do you remain so obstinate? What fault do I possess? Moreover, our blood ties may not even be genuine." Ding Kai's gentle facade shattered, revealing a grotesque expression filled with lust, his words dripping with impatience. In that moment, he seemed to have completely forfeited his humanity. What? No blood relation? The revelation struck Ding Mingyan like a bolt from the blue. Despite her vast experience in the intricacies of power struggles, she remained composed, refusing to falter. "I have already stated that I shall never grow fond of anyone. I implore you to leave now. I need to recuperate," Ding Mingyan declared firmly. "Ding Kai, our father and master are in the main hall. I advise you not to stray from the path. If you leave now, I shall hold no grudges." Seeing Ding Kai's current deranged state, Ding Mingyan felt a surge of panic and invoked her father and master, hoping to rouse him from his madness. She could barely stand, leaning against the wall, aware that if she fell into his clutches, her fate was all but sealed. "What if I said it was our father's directive?" Ding Kai's eyes narrowed, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips, resembling a famished wolf. "What? Impossible." Ding Mingyan naturally could not accept such a notion. "Ha! Believe it or not, I'm afraid, tonight I must possess you." Ding Kai, unable to restrain himself any longer, felt his blood boiling as he gazed upon her figure, the beast within him yearning for release. "Hiss!" Ding Mingyan abruptly withdrew a dagger from beside the bed, wavering as she pointed it at Ding Kai, her voice trembling with fury. "Do not approach. If you do not blame me for being rude. Little sister, you have exhausted your spiritual energy with that sealing magic. I advise you not to waste your strength. Just share the bridal chamber with me, and I shall treat you with utmost care afterwards." As he spoke, he began to madly strip off his clothes, consumed by excitement. "Father! Father, save me!" In her moment of despair, Ding Mingyan summoned all her strength to plead for help. her voice hoarse and her cheeks pale, nearly devoid of color. At this moment, she was beset by the pain of backlash while facing Ding Kai's beastly coercion. Master! Master! In the main hall, the hall master, although Ding Mingyan was not his biological daughter, recognized her intelligence and exceptional talent, feeling a twinge of sorrow. After all, he had raised her himself. Do not speak further. I know what I am doing. Ding Lai, seated in the highest position, buried his head in planning for the next day, confident yet cautious, aware that fortune favors the careful. Sighing, Inu felt helpless. Ding Mingyan's voice was hoarse and strained. But alas, no response came. A wan smile crept onto her delicate face, which soon morphed into despair, pain, and sorrow. At this juncture, she finally understood. She grasped why her father had always been harsh and unyielding, why her world lacked the warmth of a father's love. It was clear now, she was not his daughter. Ultimately, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she collapsed into the corner of the bed. For the first time in her life, tears streamed down her cheeks. Throughout her devilish training, she had never shed a single tear. She did not weep for her father's cruelty, but for her master, who had treated her like a child, yet now ignored her. The pain in her heart was unbearable, leaving her feeling lost and on the brink of collapse. As if losing all support, her world turned dark, plunging her into despair. Having grown up under her master's care, she now faced the grim reality that even he had abandoned her. It was your father's consent. Now you should obediently comply. Ding Kai had refrained from stopping her earlier to extinguish the last flicker of hope within her. After all, he could not bring himself to use force against the woman he cherished. Master, I do not blame you. I will repay your kindness in my next life. As her words faded, she raised the dagger, intent on taking her own life with remarkable speed. Yet, Ding Kai anticipated her move, swiftly striking with a flash of white light that sent the dagger flying. Ding Kai, if you truly love me, would you kill me? Ding Mingyan's eyes were red-rimmed as she gazed at him with pleading eyes. She knew it was futile, but she had no other recourse. Little sister, you know I love you deeply. I cannot bear to lose you. Ding Kai frowned, his gaze once again fixating on her body, igniting a primal desire within him, transforming him into a beast. I cannot endure this. Ding Mingyan, in utter despair, let two streams of tears fall, her eyes devoid of life. She had resigned herself to her fate. I do not care. I only want you. Driven mad by desire, Ding Kai tore his pants apart and lunged at Ding Mingyan, ripping her clothes apart in a frenzy. Why? Why must the world treat me this way? A hint of resignation flashed across Ding Mingyan's exquisite face. She ceased to struggle, her eyes hollow, as if she were a mere shell of a person, devoid of hope. Slowly, she closed her eyes, knowing she was about to face hell. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ding Mingyan felt the weight pressing down on her dissipate and realized that the agonizing wail had come from Ding Kai. She opened her eyes wide. Master? Is that you? What master? There is no time for that. Hurry and come with me, or we will not escape. A strange man stood before her. Who are you? Ding Mingyan instinctively grew wary. Looking down, she saw Ding Kai doubled over, clutching his groin in agony. A pool of bright red blood on the ground. In an instant, she understood what had transpired. Do not worry about who I am. We must flee. Chu Xian had no time for idle chatter, swiftly scooping her up. The warmth from his touch sent a jolt of realization through him, confirming that she was indeed in distress, and he hurriedly retraced their steps. In moments, they escaped from White Tiger Mountain, reaching the outer perimeter. Yet the cacophony of chaos within had not reached their ears. This is strange. Someone has castrated Ding Kai. There should have been a commotion. Yet no one has stirred from White Tiger Hall. Moreover, the route Chu Xian took to flee was obscure and chaotic, evading the most critical watchpoints. Ding Mingyan was astonished by his ghostly agility, moving with the grace of a dragon and the lightness of a swallow. He was clearly a seasoned expert. Had it not been for recent rumors of White Tiger Hall losing something valuable, she would have suspected he frequently pilfered from there. Where are you taking me? Although he had rescued her, she could not dismiss the possibility that he was merely a lecherous man drawn to her beauty, perhaps unwilling to see her sullied by another, thus intervening to carry her away to a secluded place. Perhaps it is my fate to endure such a trial. Do not worry. I am not that kind of person. I am simply taking you to a safe, secluded place. Sensing something in her forlorn gaze, Chu Xian felt compelled to explain. A deserted place? Huh, just as I suspected. A hypocritical charlatan, cloaked in false righteousness while harboring vile intentions. How repugnant. Chapter 18. Do not advise others on virtue when you have not experienced their trials on a moonless night. The autumn air crisp and invigorating. The sounds of birds and insects filled the dense forest as a shadow moved swiftly, cradling a woman in white. These two were none other than the fleeing Chu Xian and Ding Mingyan. Awaiting the impending nightmare, Ding Mingyan made no effort to resist, her strength depleted. Her lifeless black eyes reflecting her inner turmoil, resigned to her fate, even the pain from the backlash feeling distant. Before long, Chu Xian found a quiet, desolate area and gently laid her down on a soft patch of ground. Had it finally come? Her butterfly-like lashes fluttered slightly as she opened her heavy eyelids, revealing a sky full of stars. She let out a self-deprecating smile, never expecting to be humiliated in such an open place. The moonlight bathed her pale cheeks, its brilliance as cold as ice, mirroring her current state of mind. Her inky hair sprawled chaotically across the ground. As Chu Xian approached her, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a determined resolve, carried her for dozens of miles. Only someone at the Yuanwu realm, like him, would dare to risk his life in such a desperate chase. If he had known that she viewed him as a lecherous scoundrel, would he not have been driven to madness? Upon checking her pulse, he discovered her condition was exceedingly frail, with the specter of death looming at any moment. Her arm felt icy, devoid of warmth. Were it not for her slight tremors, a result of her suffering, he might have believed her lifeless. There was no time to lose. She needed urgent care. Why is your heart pulse so weak? Chu Xian wondered, hastily assisting her into a sitting position. He clasped one of her hands against his palm and immediately channeled his internal spiritual energy to stabilize her heart pulse. Quickly, channel my energy into your limbs and seal your internal meridians. Ding Mingyan, unresponsive, gradually closed her eyes. A soft scoff escaped her. She had long sensed his intentions and understood his motives for rescuing her. His earnest demeanor now seemed utterly hypocritical. Were there still kind souls left in this world? Had she lost all sense of perception? Noticing her silence, Chu Xian frowned. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He pressed his fingers onto several crucial acupoints along her body, having previously hesitated to avoid touching areas that were deemed inappropriate. Yet, upon contact with a certain spot on her chest, Ding Mingyan flinched. Her expression froze, and biting her lip, she felt a surge of fury. Being violated by a stranger was a bitter pill to swallow, yet she knew she was powerless to resist. Anger surged within her, perhaps the last remnant of her dignity as a woman. Without that anger, would it not imply her acquiescence to being defiled? Then, Chu Xian grasped her other hand, their palms facing each other, energy swirling between them like ethereal sprites dancing in the air. He fervently operated the indestructible secret technique, his own meager strength straining under the effort, causing the veins in his arms to bulge like coiled serpents. Moments later, Ding Mingyan's palm began to regain warmth, and her feeble meridians slowly regained a flicker of vitality. Just kill me, I beg you, Ding Mingyan pleaded, her voice a mere whisper of despair. Her heart, engulfed by fear and hopelessness, bore the weight of a nightmarish experience. In that moment, she felt as though death was the only release from the torment of her past. Stop speaking such foolishness. I infiltrated the White Tiger Hall solely to save you. How could I let you perish so easily? If you die, all my efforts will have been in vain, Chu Xian said through gritted teeth. He seemed to perceive her pain and despair and continued, young lady, why contemplate such dark thoughts at your tender age? You still have a bright future ahead. Life is destined to be a tumultuous journey. Where there is sunshine, shadows will follow. Peaks and valleys are but the norm, are they not? Ding Mingyan laughed, a raucous sound that echoed her disdain. Another hypocrite who can only preach. Until you walk in others' shoes, do not advise them on virtue. Chu Xian's lips twitched, a cough escaping him as he nearly choked on her words. Indeed, she spoke with reason, betrayed by those closest to her, abandoned by those she trusted most, to learn that she was an orphan with nothing. Even a single tragedy could shatter a person, let alone a cascade of misfortunes upon a fragile soul like hers. Ah, you believe your plight is the most tragic? That you are the most despairing person in this world? Chu Xian's lips curled into a bitter smile, his laughter tinged with a hint of mockery. Ding Mingyan, already despondent, narrowed her brows and glanced at him with indifference, sensing from his tone that he too had tasted such bitterness. A self-proclaimed virtuous man, is he? In her heart, she still viewed him as the shameless man who sought to possess her. Just a betrayal from a loved one. Let me tell you, the pain of being betrayed twice by the one you cherish is unfathomable. To have your most trusted allies conspire with your beloved against you. Do you understand such despair and hatred? I remember that searing pain vividly. His laughter echoed with a manic intensity, yet he remained the most composed and lucid amidst the chaos. The sound of his mirth filled the air, laced with sorrow, rage, and a heart-wrenching agony. Ding Mingyan stood transfixed, observing the increasingly deranged figure of Chu Xian. A flicker of empathy stirred within her, in his frenzied laughter. She discerned the raw struggles and heartaches he bore. You, Ding Mingyan's gaze wavered, unsure of how to respond. Until you walk in others' shoes, do not advise them on virtue. Chu Xian's laughter faded, his head lowering. If one day you truly comprehend the essence of a hopeful future, and what it means to live for oneself, the scorn, ridicule, betrayal, and anguish you've endured will seem trivial. A heavy weight settled in Ding Mingyan's heart, yet a spark of hope ignited within her weary eyes, transforming her despair into resilience. She slowly turned her gaze to Chu Xian, noting the sweat soaking his brow, the veins standing out on his forehead as he diligently worked to save her. Even in his earlier madness, he had not forgotten to channel his energy to protect her heart pulse. For a moment, she was taken aback. How could he appear so effortlessly composed? Are you truly just here to save me? Ding Mingyan asked, skepticism etched across her face. She did not know him. How could he possibly have altruistic motives? Her cautious and astute nature would not allow her to be swayed by a stranger's reckless heroics. No, Chu Xian replied bluntly. Indeed, Ding Mingyan's expression remained cold, as if she had anticipated his response. I am here for the demon spirit within you, he added, a sheepish smile breaking through, fully aware of his own greed. Ding Mingyan's heart jolted, her mind reeling. How do you know there is a demon spirit within me? I not only know of its existence, but I also understand that it is currently eroding your life force. Thus, you must heed my words. Otherwise, when the spirit breaks free, your demise is assured. As her meridians began to recover, the previously numb nerves ignited with excruciating pain, each wave crashing over her like a relentless tide. A soft groan escaped her lips. Fear not, I am here. Chu Xian hastily withdrew his hands, taking a moment to recuperate. I shall impart a secret technique to you. By following its steps, you can suppress the agony within. I need to rest a moment, or I may very well succumb myself. As he spoke, he transmitted an intricate and esoteric incantation into her consciousness. At that moment, overwhelmed by unbearable pain, Ding Mingyan cast aside all thoughts and began to cultivate according to the spiritual incantation. What followed was a scene that filled her with wonder. As she practiced the spiritual technique, a warm current suddenly surged from her dantian, alleviating much of the tremors in her body, and gradually easing the agony that had pervaded her limbs. Particularly, the chaotic energy in her dantian began to stabilize, although not entirely quelled. It was far less violent than before. With the alleviation of her suffering, a subtle change appeared on her face, and her gaze turned towards Chu Xian, her clear and bright eyes blinking as if she were trying to perceive him anew. At that moment, Chu Xian abruptly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, neither shying away from the other. His eyes were pure and untainted by the vulgarities of the world, and he seemed to possess knowledge of the demonic spirit within her. Who was he truly? This enigmatic figure, possessing only the cultivation of the Yuanwu realm, had rescued her from the perilous clutches of the White Tiger Hall. Yet, upon reflection, she suspected that his motives were not entirely pure, so she inquired, Do you seek something other than the demonic spirit within me? No. His earnest gaze suggested sincerity, leading her to realize that she had misjudged him. The thought of having previously regarded him as a lecher made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Thank you for saving me. Ding Mingyan, who rarely uttered such words, expressed her gratitude. She felt as if she were caught in a dream, the surreal nature of her circumstances making it hard to believe everything was real. If not for the pain still coursing through her body, she might have thought herself in a dream. In that moment, her mood lightened, no longer burdened by the weight of despair. Her once lifeless eyes began to glimmer with a flicker of hope. Was this divine mercy for her plight? She felt akin to someone on the brink of hell, yet miraculously rescued in her time of need. No need for thanks, it was but a trivial effort. Chu Xian chuckled lightly, adding, however, do not assume you are out of danger. You were on the verge of death just moments ago. I find it strange. I distinctly remember your condition not being so dire before. While treating you, I sensed your will to die. Do you not believe me? Ding Mingyan trembled at his words. Her delicate face suddenly flustered. Yet I understand. Were I in your position, I would react similarly. Chu Xian shrugged, displaying a generous demeanor. It was no wonder she felt this way, having just endured a nightmare that shattered her psyche, leaving her devoid of hope for survival. Hearing his understanding made her lower her head further, her cheeks flushed with guilt. From this moment forth, you must hold on to the hope of survival. You cannot entertain thoughts of ending your life. If you find yourself in pain, remember that there is someone who suffers more than you. Perhaps that will ease your heart a little. Chu Xian's warning was tinged with a touch of gentleness. If she were to perish, all his efforts over the past half-day would be in vain. Survive? Ding Mingyan let out a bitter laugh, glancing at Chu Xian with an inexplicable gaze. He truly had a way of comforting others. This, perhaps, was the warmest sentiment she had ever heard in her life. A warmth blossomed in her heart, and she smiled. Lifting her gaze to the night sky, "Will you accompany me to watch the stars tonight?" Chu Xian sighed in frustration, glancing up at the sky, where stars twinkled beautifully. Yet, he had no inclination to admire the starry night at that moment. "Let us wait until I rid you of the demonic spirit before stargazing. Otherwise, we'll be out of time." With that, he quickly positioned himself opposite her, adopting a casual demeanor without any hint of reservation. "What? You can expel my demonic spirit? And without causing my demise?" Ding Mingyan gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ever since she learned he had come for the demonic spirit, she had assumed he was saving her to protect it, given that it was intrinsically linked to her. If she were to die, the spirit would emerge, albeit diminished in essence. However, his implication was clearly different now. Indeed, Chu Xian was taken aback. What was she thinking? He cast a casual glance at Ding Mingyan, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her fair skin, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze, chastising himself internally. "Do not gaze upon that which is forbidden." It was not his fault. Her attire was thin as gossamer, drenched in sweat, clinging to her form and revealing the graceful lines of her neck and collarbone. Thus, the culprit was merely the sweat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The demonic spirit within me has existed alongside me since birth, and its malevolence is challenging to control. Even my master could only suppress it through immense exertion of his spiritual energy. Moreover, he claimed that my demonic spirit is entwined with my life force, making its expulsion impossible. The only way to drive it out would be through the sacrifice of my own blood, which would inevitably lead to my demise. Ding Mingyan, perhaps too agitated, felt the demonic spirit within her stir restlessly, twisting her features in pain. Fearing disappointment from Chu Xian, she added, "Rest assured. As one on the brink of death, all I desire is one last glimpse of the night sky. I will willingly relinquish the demonic spirit in gratitude for your rescue." Ultimately, she did not wish to owe him anything, especially since he had saved her from the clutches of Ding Kai, that beast. Furthermore, upon learning of his own tragic circumstances, she found herself feeling a twinge of compassion for him. She was acutely aware of the demonic spirit's capabilities, recognizing that he likely sought to harness it for his own advancement and revenge, and she was willing to offer her scant contribution. Alas, her own revenge was now unattainable. To claim she bore no resentment would be a lie. Listening to her, Chu Xian found himself caught between amusement and exasperation, nearly laughing aloud. All this time, she had been constrained by a misperception. It was not her fault. Her limited worldview had kept her ignorant of the vastness beyond her. Now he understood why she had asked him to accompany her in stargazing. She intended to willingly offer her demonic spirit. This foolish girl. Chu Xian shook his head in resignation, then smiled gently. "Your master was ignorant. The demonic spirit within you is not innate, but has been sealed within you by someone." "What?" Ding Mingyan's face blanched, astonishment washing over her. Her expression darkened gradually. It was not Chu Xian's earlier words that troubled her, but the revelation that her demonic spirit was not inherent. In that instant, she found herself torn between believing this stranger or the master with whom she had shared so much time. Although her master had betrayed her, she still held on to an unwavering trust, believing there were reasons behind his actions. Yet, this enigmatic figure had no apparent reason to deceive her, and his profound knowledge of the demonic spirit suggested a familiarity she could not ignore. She was caught in a web of confusion, so much so that she momentarily forgot the excruciating pain coursing through her and the intensifying backlash. With a complex gaze, she turned to Chu Xian and asked, "Could you elaborate further? I find myself struggling to comprehend. I warned you, though you may not comprehend, your body teeters on the brink of collapse. There can be no further delay. From this point on, heed my instructions. I shall channel spiritual energy into your dantian in a peculiar manner. All you need to do is open your dantian and refrain from resisting." As these words left my lips, Chu Xian's mouth began to move, reciting an enigmatic incantation. Indeed, as the incantation reached her ears, Ding Mingyan's pupils constricted sharply. Within her, the malevolent spirit seemed to detest the sound, swirling wildly in a frenzy. With gritted teeth, Ding Mingyan trembled violently, beads of sweat rapidly soaking her garments, accentuating her alluring curves, her skin as delicate as jade. Under the moonlight, she appeared even more enchanting. As the incantation accelerated, a colossal dragon silhouette rose majestically behind Chu Xian, its presence imposing and dignified. With a thunderous roar, it transformed into 6 streams of azure energy that flowed into her body, entering through her crown, arms, legs, and abdomen. In excruciating pain, Ding Mingyan suddenly sensed a warm current coursing through the 6 directions, alleviating her suffering tenfold. The ancient incantation resonated, the primordial force, the dragon of heaven. The yang energy concealed, the dragon in the field, the world illuminated. Before heaven, one must not contravene. After heaven, one must obey the celestial timing. Aligning with the virtues of heaven and earth, the brilliance of sun and moon, the order of the 4 seasons, and the auspices of spirits, sealing the demonic essence. The sacred scripture of the great sun resounded. Chu Xian raised his hands towards the heavens and moon. In an instant, his spiritual power surged, and the 6 streams of warmth converged at her dantian. As Chu Xian let out a final roar, radiance aligned, forming a hexagram, layers upon layers. The spiritual energy pulsating towards the center of the dantian. Empty the dantian. All that exists is me. At this moment, Chu Xian's voice bore a hint of fatigue, a consequence of overexerting his spiritual essence, leaving little room for elaboration. Ding Mingyan, already regaining her consciousness, felt an inexplicable trust in his words and, without a second thought, released all her spiritual energy, her dantian wide open. Within the dantian, a mass of black energy rampaged, attempting to escape the encroaching hexagram net, emitting piercing roars as it relentlessly drilled into the spiritual force, akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, a tempestuous wave sweeping through. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the black energy enveloped an infant, no more than a year old, with 2 scarlet eyes flickering within the dark mist. You wretched creature, why not surrender? Chu Xian bellowed, his hands swiftly forming various flame seals. With Ding Mingyan dispersing her spiritual force, the malevolent spirit, reliant on that very essence for sustenance, found itself quickly subdued by Chu Xian. Cornered and with nowhere to flee, the black energy released a thunderous roar, relinquishing its attempt to escape. Revealing the true form of the infant, its skin an ominous black tinged with purple, exuding a suffocating aura of death. This infant was the very malevolent spirit that had tormented Ding Mingyan, glaring defiantly at the approaching hexagram net. The infant opened its mouth, emitting a sharp and menacing cry of fury, then soared into the air, raising its tiny fist to strike at the vast net. With a resounding crash, the hexagram array radiated dazzling light, as the colossal dragon surged forth, unleashing a roar that tore through the clouds and shattered stone, while the spiritual force surged, disrupting the heavens and earth, the ferocious power akin to a flood breaching a dam, rolling forth like thunder. The malevolent spirit's scarlet eyes dimmed, its entire form trembling, clearly gripped by fear, as it closed its eyes and surrendered to its fate. Unexpectedly, a blinding light erupted from within the malevolent spirit. As endless black clouds surged from all directions, a terrifying energy rampaging forth, the cries of the child echoing through every corner of the vicinity. A howling tempest surged from the heavens, enveloping the dantian. Chu Xian, struck as if by lightning, felt his spirit tremble, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? This malevolent spirit has been cursed? It nearly tore through the net, and had Chu Xian not sensed it in time and hastily summoned his blood essence, he would have lost control. The infant, ensnared by the net, struggled in vain, its form disheveled, its tiny hands frantically clawing at the net, attempting to break free. But the azure energy of the net burned like searing heat, causing its small hands to emit smoke, flesh blistering. It let out a chilling scream. Seal, Chu Xian commanded, and the hexagram transformed into a cage, imprisoning it within. The chaotic and tumultuous spiritual energy around them suddenly became clear, revealing a flourishing scene within the dantian, where the once murky spiritual force had nearly condensed entirely within the cage. With another spurt of blood, he murmured, "Forgive me, I was unable to expel him." A hint of remorse crossed his features as he realized his oversight in not detecting the malevolent spirit's curse. Having exhausted his spiritual energy and blood essence, he succumbed to unconsciousness, tragically collapsing into Ding Mingyan's embrace. She did not push him away. Instead, she gently brushed the damp hair from his forehead, allowing her to behold his refined features, his demeanor elegant and extraordinary. She then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, softly nodding as she scrutinized the unconscious Chu Xian, her emotions swirling within, a strange sentiment emerging. Why was he so kind to her? Surely it could not be merely for the sake of the malevolent spirit? Where in the world was there such a foolish individual, so recklessly devoted to a stranger, even at the cost of his own essence? In the moment the hexagram formed, her consciousness had been liberated, free from the torment of countless ants gnawing at her, and she had been observing the situation within her dantian. She had witnessed the entire process. You have done your utmost. There is no need for apologies. Ding Mingyan chuckled to herself. Gazing at Chu Xian, she continued, it is I who should be apologizing. Thank you for rescuing me from the abyss of darkness. And thank you for your selfless sacrifice, stranger. In that moment, her frozen heart began to thaw. The pain, confusion, helplessness, and heartache she had endured vanished in an instant. Indeed, Chu Xian's actions had touched her, instilling within her a sense of hope and the promise of a brighter future. Although she did not know his name, it seemed he did not know hers either, so she referred to him simply as stranger. She lifted her gaze to the night sky. The stars twinkling like pearls embedded in the firmament, still as beautiful as before. In that moment, she realized she had grown. Chapter 20. The White Tiger's Fury. Pursuit of Ding Mingyan. Having just endured unimaginable torment, Ding Mingyan found that everything no longer felt so terrifying. At this moment, she felt a sense of ease, as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze, a little surreal. Her gaze never left Chu Xian's face, a faint smile gracing her lips. He appeared to be quite young, and the truth of his earlier words remained to be seen. Yet his expressions and pain were so palpable. She could not fathom why she had been so captivated in that moment, trusting him so completely. The cold wind howled, and silence enveloped them. After about an hour, Chu Xian stirred from his slumber, though he did not yet open his eyes. It is not that he refrains from opening his eyes, but rather that he feels a twinge of embarrassment, lying in the embrace of a young lady, a scene so awkwardly ambiguous that it renders the atmosphere undeniably intimate. Since he is awake, why not open his eyes? A sweet voice, tinged with amusement, breaks the silence. Lying there, Chu Xian smirks, attempting to alleviate the tension by shifting the topic, and helplessly replies, I can hardly move, can I? This is the truth, having just awakened. A wave of pain courses through his body, as if he were disassembled, particularly in his chest, which feels as though a colossal stone rests upon it, rendering him immobile. I know, but what does that have to do with your eyes being open? Are you afraid to see me? Or perhaps you fear this unexpected scene? Ding Mingyan, being astute, quickly discerns his attempt to divert attention. Soon, Chu Xian's face flushes with embarrassment. What are you afraid of? I won't bite. Seeing this, Ding Mingyan finds it amusing, surprised that this fellow could feel shy. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xian's embarrassment stems from her teasing. Having been outsmarted by someone so much younger than himself, he slowly opens his eyes, and indeed, he meets a pair of affectionate eyes. However, he does not shy away, holding her gaze steady. Ultimately, Ding Mingyan, overwhelmed by a primal shyness, succumbs and turns her back to him, saying, let me help you sit up. Chu Xian then settles into a cross-legged position, beginning to mend the injuries within him, expending his vitality, a loss of lifespan that cannot be restored. But he can at least tend to some internal wounds. Although he has not completely eradicated the demonic spirit, he has managed to absorb part of its power into his dantian using the sealing technique, currently refining it through his cultivation. He glances at the sky, relieved that he did not sleep through the night. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. He wonders if Bai Ziruo and Inai Chong are worried about him. What is your name? I am Ding Mingyan. Suddenly, another melodious voice chimes in. Hearing this, Chu Xian smiles with satisfaction, realizing she has temporarily stepped out of her shadow, which is a positive sign. He simply replies, Chu Xian. Chu Xian, Ding Mingyan silently repeats, a smile gracing her lips, filled with tenderness as she engraves his name deep within her heart. Thank you, stranger. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter, he responds, but is bewildered by her next remark. Did I not tell you my name is Chu Xian? Why still call me stranger? I prefer to call you stranger. Suit yourself. While Chu Xian does not comprehend her reasoning, he continues, Miss Ding, I have a plan that requires your cooperation. May I ask for your assistance? Just call me Mingyan. As for what you need, feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your every request. Although Ding Mingyan faces away from Chu Xian, her voice betrays her shyness, especially in her final words, which redden her cheeks. Her sincerity is evident, devoid of deceit. Chu Xian scratches his head, feeling a bit perplexed but dismissing it. In a moment, you will accompany me to a certain location, and I will inform you then. For now, please guard me for a moment. With that, he closes his eyes once more, placing his hands on his knees, concentrating fully on refining the power of the demonic spirit within him, as he yearns for immense strength. Ding Mingyan gives a soft "oh," glancing back at him shyly, embodying the essence of beauty in her return gaze. This young man is quite handsome. She wonders if he has a family. If not, she muses, perhaps she could make do. The more she thinks, the more her cheeks flush, and she begins to restore her own spiritual energy. In the White Tiger Hall, the main chamber, Ding Lai is in a furious state, his eyes bloodshot, a powerful aura of menace enveloping the hall. He kicks a table across the room, shattering it into pieces, appearing like a madman. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. How could such large individuals slip away right under your noses? It infuriates me. What good are you? If my plans are ruined, I will ensure you all pay the price. A group of White Tiger Hall disciples stand scattered about, trembling in fear, their hearts racing, bewildered by the midnight summons to face his wrath, especially when he threatens their very lives. The hall is filled with a palpable tension as Ding Lai's murderous glare sends shivers down their spines, prompting them to cast pleading looks towards Elder Inu, who remains silent with her head bowed. Yet beneath her furrowed brow lies an almost imperceptible flicker of joy, though she initially doubted that Ding Mingyan had been rescued. Her search of the places Ding Mingyan frequented revealed her absence, confirming that she had indeed escaped safely. While the means of her escape remain unclear, the fact that she is alive and unharmed offers her a modicum of solace. However, her joy must remain concealed as she feigns annoyance and anger. As Ding Lai's fury begins to subside, he addresses the assembly. I believe they could not have escaped unnoticed from the heavily guarded White Tiger Mountain. They may still be hiding in some concealed location. Moreover, Ding Mingyan is likely suffering from backlash, her physical strength depleted, and her energy waning. Even if her rescuer possesses great skill, it is improbable they could carry a living person past the watchful eyes of the public. Besides, Ding Mingyan is clever and resourceful. If we gather our subordinates en masse, we may fall into her trap. Clearly, she intends to buy her apprentice more time to escape, using this ploy to create confusion, an ability she certainly possesses. However, as these words are spoken, the disciples of the White Tiger Hall are left astonished, wondering if they are truly targeting the young lady. Confusion reigns among them as they exchange bewildered glances. Ding Lai, having regained his composure, furrows his brow in contemplation, realizing that his prior rage had clouded his judgment, nearly allowing himself to be ensnared by Ding Mingyan's scheme. Looking around, he sees the astonished expressions of his followers. He explains, "The young lady you speak of is not my biological daughter. I found her in the wilderness during my days of dominance over the Apocalypse mountain range. Little did I know she had discovered her true identity long ago. For her own selfish gain, she conspired with the Black Blood Alliance, aiming to bring ruin to the White Tiger Hall. Fortunately, Elder Inu and I uncovered her treachery and attempted to persuade her, but she was resistant, ultimately clashing with us. Just as we were about to capture her, a shadow appeared. Indeed, that shadow was a hidden powerhouse of the Black Blood Alliance. I was heartbroken. I had raised her for over 20 years, only to be repaid with betrayal, disregarding all feelings. She even led the Black Blood Alliance into White Tiger Mountain. The shadow, realizing it was no match for Elder Inu and me, fled with the injured Ding Mingyan. In an instant, the hall falls into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. This revelation is too sudden, too shocking for them to process, leaving them exchanging incredulous glances, their minds struggling to accept the truth. They remember how the young lady had once treated them with kindness and sincerity, entirely contrary to the image of a heartless traitor. Ding Lai observed a group of his subordinates, paralyzed by indecision, and a surge of anger erupted within him. His gaze turned icy, directed at the rabble of sycophants before him. "Do you not know who your master is?" Sensing the shift in Ding Lai's emotions, Inu felt compelled to intervene, enunciating clearly, "Indeed, everything is as the hall master has stated." The subordinates' beliefs crumbled, their hearts heavy with pain. The lady they had once revered and adored was revealed to be such a person, while they may have doubted Ding Lai's words. For he was known to utter nonsensical claims. Elder Inu was another matter entirely. They were well aware of the close relationship between the lady and Elder Inu, akin to that of family. Now, even those who cherished and cared for the lady were labeling her a traitor, leaving no room for doubt. Though they remembered Ding Mingyan's past kindness, differing allegiances compelled them to side with the White Tiger Hall, their faces etched with fury as they awaited orders. Ding Lai concealed his murderous intent and swiftly commanded, "All halls, assemble your forces immediately to seal off White Tiger Mountain. The rest of you, conduct a thorough search of the entire mountain. Should you discover the lady and an unfamiliar individual, arrest them at once. If they resist, execute without delay." Yes, the heads of the various halls acknowledged and departed. The Grand Hall was left with only Ding Lai and Inu. Ding Lai's eyes darkened once more, a glimmer of ferocity evident as he coldly declared, "Ding Mingyan, what a profound scheme you have woven. It seems I have consistently underestimated you. If she escapes, my plans for tomorrow will surely be in vain." This was the reason for his earlier outburst of rage upon learning of her flight. It was the culmination of his meticulous plotting, the very key to his ascent to power, which he could not afford to lose. Simultaneously, he was astonished that Ding Mingyan could so ruthlessly sever his son's future and then escape with a body still racked with pain. Merely astonished. Just moments ago, he had nearly fallen into her trap, summoning everyone back, leaving the exterior vulnerable. That would have been her optimal moment to break free. Inu, is Kair gravely injured? At last, he inquired about his son. Master S' life is no longer in jeopardy, though it seems he will be unable to carry on the family line. Inu replied with an air of calmness. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense once more as she sensed the murderous intent radiating from Ding Lai. She then departed the grand hall, sighing deeply in her heart. Yen escape as far as you can. Chapter 21. The Wretched Chu Xian. A war among women turning to Chu Xian. He had entered the final stage of refining the demonic spirit's energy, with dark energy swirling around him like electric serpents. His entire being enveloped in a state of ethereal clarity. At his side, Ding Mingyan had fully regained her peak strength and, upon observing him again, noted that the power coursing through him bore an uncanny resemblance to the demonic spirit within her. Had he siphoned off a portion of the demonic energy? No wonder she had sensed her own energy within her dantian becoming less volatile, as he had drawn some away. A sudden warmth enveloped her heart. Boom. As the demonic spirit was refined, Chu Xian's power broke through to the 8th level of the Yuan martial realm, elevating his aura to new heights, akin to enlightenment, bringing him immense comfort. As he concluded his cultivation, he settled his energy in his dantian, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy. However, upon opening his eyes, he found Ding Mingyan staring at him in astonishment. What's wrong? We need to leave now, otherwise, we'll run out of time. Chu Xian urged, leading the way. Are you a monster? In such a short time, you've broken through 2 minor realms. This is simply supernatural. She marveled. Her innate talent was already extraordinary, rare in 1,000, yet she had never witnessed such an aberration as Chu Xian's rise. She felt a twinge of inferiority, acknowledging that there were indeed greater talents in the world. Before long, they returned to the vicinity of their previous rendezvous. Nizhang, with her keen senses, lifted her head in surprise and gazed in a certain direction when Chu Xian was merely 100 meters away. The daze that had clouded her mind lifted momentarily. Beside her, Ziren was utterly bored, perched on a log, fiddling with a piece of wood, aimlessly digging into the ground, her mouth pouting in discontent. Damn Chu Xian. Stinky Chu Xian, still hasn't he returned? Doesn't he know a beauty is waiting for him here? What a jerk. Brother Xian is back. Nizhang exclaimed. Ah, where? Ziren hurriedly looked around, her excitement palpable, yet she saw no sign of him. You're not dreaming again, are you? Previously, Nizhang had inexplicably dozed off multiple times, awakening each time calling out Chu Xian's name, perhaps dreaming of him. No, this time Brother Xian is really here, Nizhang said, twitching her smooth, shiny nose. Unable to contain her joy. Really? Ha ha ha. That heartless one has finally returned. It seems he knows we 2 beauties are waiting for him. In such a short time, she had understood that Nizhang also harbored feelings for Chu Xian, and she felt no jealousy. However, there seemed to be another person. Nizhang twitched her nose again. It must be the hostage he captured at the White Tiger Hall. No, it's a woman. And she is beautiful. Ziren's irritation grew with each word, a flash of murderous intent crossing her face as she turned icy. That lecher. I haven't even settled the score with him yet. And he's already chasing after a vixen. I want to forgive him. Ziren, I'm the vixen. Nizhang exclaimed, bewildered. No, I'm not referring to you. Ziren trembled with anger, her previous gentle demeanor evaporating, replaced by a tempestuous fury. Sure enough, before long, Chu Xian returned, leading a woman with him. Upon their arrival, Ding Mingyan noticed 2 individuals glaring at her with hostility. Confusion flickered across her face momentarily until she discerned the jealousy and animosity in their gazes directed at Chu Xian. In an instant, she understood the situation. Ding Mingyan offered a faint smile, her natural beauty radiating as brilliantly as a rare gem. Ziren, wielding her sword, fixed her gaze on the newcomer and exclaimed, It's you. Ding Mingyan's eyes narrowed, a hint of puzzlement evident, as though she were silently questioning. Do I know you? Or have we met before? The Valkyrie. Ziren exclaimed, evidently taken aback that Chu Xian had managed to win the affections of such a formidable and striking figure. Reflecting on her unfathomable strength and strategic acumen, she found herself flustered and undeniably inferior. What troubled her most was the fact that Ding Mingyan possessed an enchanting beauty that overshadowed her own, dressed in a manner slightly more provocative, igniting a flame of jealousy within Ziren. Yet, she too was not lacking in beauty, merely less audacious in her presentation. Who is the Valkyrie? Is it me? Ding Mingyan was blissfully unaware that she had already left an indelible impression on by Xiren as a paragon of strength and prowess among women. But, in that fleeting moment, all such perceptions crumbled. Vixen, release my family and let go of that scoundrel Chu Xian. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Bai Xiren raised her sword, her gaze chilling. Evidently, she did not believe that Chu Xian had willingly brought her here. After all, he lacked the strength to do so. It must have been that Chu Xian had inadvertently fallen into the clutches of this cunning vixen while infiltrating the White Tiger Hall, whereupon she employed ruthless torture to extract all his secrets. Upon witnessing Bai Ziru's aggressive demeanor, Ai Chong assumed that Chu Xian was in danger and adopted a fierce expression in an attempt to intimidate the adversary. What was going on? We are all on the same side. Chu Xian was utterly perplexed. What if I refuse to let you go? Ding Mingyan sauntered forward with an alluring gait, lifting Chu Xian as if he were a mere chick. Hey! Before Chu Xian could utter a word, she silenced him with a fragrant object, the nature of which he could not discern, while simultaneously sealing his cultivation, rendering him powerless to resist. Ding Mingyan, observing the intensity of the situation, felt a playful urge to test the opponent's skill and her loyalty towards Chu Xian. With a cold smile, she deliberately caressed Chu Xian's exquisite face, teasingly commenting, "This pretty boy's skin is so smooth. It feels delightful to the touch. Perhaps I should keep him as a male pet." Chu Xian nearly spat blood. "I am not some pretty boy. I am manly and strong." "How infuriating. I shall kill you." Bai Ziru seethed with rage, her murderous intent palpable. Nevertheless, her anger did not cloud her judgment. She had to ensure Chu Xian's safety. In a flash, she hurled a sword, its dazzling blossoms shimmering with a chilling aura, creating a flurry of ice petals. She moved with the grace of a startled swan, swiftly darting towards Ding Mingyan. Indeed, the area around Ding Mingyan became enveloped in an abundance of ice petals, soon obscuring her vision. Following that, a flying sword aimed straight for her heart, accompanied by a multitude of ice spikes. She found herself with two choices: either release Chu Xian and expend all her strength to fend off the ice spikes, or refuse to relinquish him and face certain death from the barrage. Interesting. A bit clever. Ding Mingyan chuckled, her gaze remaining chillingly composed. She sighed, unfortunately. "You are not as clever as I am." With that, she positioned Chu Xian in front of her as a shield. "What?" Chu Xian's face blanched. "You can't be serious. You are using me as a human shield." Despite being at the Yuan martial realm, and having recently broken through to the 8th level, he was now inexplicably immobilized by Ding Mingyan's sealing of his acupoints. Should those terrifying ice spikes strike him, he would undoubtedly be left with countless bloody wounds. "What the hell? I summoned you for assistance, not to put me in danger." Not far away, Ai Chong, witnessing the scene, transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards Chu Xian in an attempt to shield him. Bai Ziru, realizing Ding Mingyan's actions, was taken aback. This shameless woman was actually using a hostage as a shield. She was unworthy of being called a warrior. Bai Ziru believed that since Ding Mingyan intended to keep him as a male pet, she would not go so far as to betray him. However, the reality proved her woefully mistaken. Desperately, Bai Ziru sought to reclaim her spiritual power, but the overwhelming force left her powerless. "Chu Xian, no!" she cried out, her voice tinged with urgency. Boom! A series of sonic explosions echoed, as countless ice spikes shattered into shards. Ai Chong stood resolutely in front of Chu Xian. Conversely, Bai Ziru, perhaps due to her abrupt attempt to reclaim her power, was swept away by the force of the backlash. "Chu Xian," Bai Ziru's weakened voice called out from the air, filled with guilt and self-reproach. "Hey, stop this." Chu Xian urgently communicated with Ding Mingyan through secret methods. "Rest assured, I know what I am doing." Ding Mingyan replied succinctly before stepping in front of Bai Ziru. One hand still gripped Chu Xian as if he were a mere chick, revealing the stark contrast in strength between a Yuan martial practitioner and one at the pinnacle of the Xuanwu realm. "Are you all right?" "Thank goodness." Bai Ziru exhaled in relief upon seeing Chu Xian unharmed, her anger reigniting as she glared at Ding Mingyan, a deep disdain flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Ding Mingyan, are you not strong? If you possess the capability, set him aside, and let us duel." Bai Ziru stood tall once more, sword in hand, exuding courage and defiance. "How did you know my name?" Ding Mingyan inquired with a hint of amusement. "Does it matter to you? If you wish to know, trade him for the information." Bai Ziru retorted with a playful smirk, her eyes glinting with frost, while gesturing towards Chu Xian. "Change the terms." Ding Mingyan initially paused, then her gaze swept the surroundings. Realizing the truth, they were not far from the treasure site. It dawned on her that they had been observing her all along. With a fierce glare directed at Chu Xian, she realized he had been plotting against her all along. Very well, I shall take your life. Her tone turned frigid, her murderous intent palpable. As her words fell, the icy aura surrounding Baiziru surged once more. A fierce gale mingled with the chill of ice and snow, creating an atmosphere of foreboding. Stop playing around. Chu Xian finally managed to break free from his acupoint seal, hastily intervening. Upon inspecting the object that had been shoved into his mouth, he exclaimed, "What the hell? It's a belly band. Here, take it back. Who needs it?" Ding Mingyan discarded Chu Xian as if he were refuse. Fortunately, he had already freed himself. Otherwise, he would have landed in a disheveled state. Baiziru, are you all right? Chu Xian rushed to support her. She will be fine. Give her this pill, and she will recover. Ding Mingyan produced a green glowing pill and tossed it towards Chu Xian. He caught it with gratitude. She was just joking with you earlier. You took it seriously. Still, I genuinely appreciate your willingness to do this for me. But don't be so reckless in the future. I won't take it. Upon witnessing this interaction, Baiziru realized they were in cahoots, conspiring against her. Her rage surged, her chest heaving, her beautiful eyes glimmering with malice. Your name is Baiziru, correct? Ding Mingyan approached slowly, her gaze lingering on her, with both firmness and gentleness. She noted that Baiziru was indeed a legendary beauty, having learned her name from their exchanges. What does it matter to you? Baiziru turned her head away, her expression darkening, granting Ding Mingyan no courtesy. Nothing much, just that along the way, I've heard someone incessantly speak of this name and share many tales about you. Please, continue. I have some matters to attend to. With that, Ding Mingyan vanished from sight. Not far away, disciples of the White Tiger Hall, alerted by the commotion, approached. Fortunately, they had encountered Ding Mingyan. Chapter 22. A sword defeats the enemy. A chaotic blade Dieter's heroes Baiziru's anger gradually dissipated as she glanced at Chu Xian, who bore a woeful expression, as if on the verge of tears. Could it be that he was touched by her earlier actions? Suddenly, she looked up at Ding Mingyan, who had just winked at her, seemingly signaling something. The astute Baiziru instantly grasped Ding Mingyan's earlier confrontational intent. It was to bridge the gap between her and Chu Xian. In that fleeting moment, she recognized Ding Mingyan's beauty and her undeniable intelligence as a warrior. Are you still going to eat? Chu Xian hesitated, his expression awkward as he inwardly chastised Ding Mingyan for meddling in his affairs, fully aware of her intentions. Why would I not eat? Baiziru let out a soft hum, pondering how she could possibly refuse. After all, this was something she had exchanged her very life for. Yet, she gently implored, I want you to feed me. Don't you have hands? Chu Xian glanced at her hands, confusion etched across his face. Oh dear, my hands. I suddenly feel so weak all over. Chu Xian, I may not have much time left. Baiziru suddenly gasped in pain, emitting a mournful and helpless groan, implying that if he did not feed her the medicine soon, she might perish. At a loss for words, Chu Xian ultimately conceded, personally administering the medicine to her. The spiritual elixir dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, its energy swiftly coursing through her limbs, miraculously healing her injuries. In the next moment, Baiziru cheerfully stood up, her complexion slightly flushed, and excused herself under the pretext of seeking Nizhang. Nizhang, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, Sister Zhao, you almost killed both me and Brother Xian just now. Haha, what a surprise. Happiness comes unexpectedly. My lady, what has transpired? Du Yan approached with a group of followers, his expression turning wary and angry upon discovering two unfamiliar individuals accompanied by a strange beast. It's nothing. They are my friends, whom I invited to assist. With that, she boldly made her way to the treasure location. Ding Mingyan stood quietly before the treasure site, her gaze fixated on it, her heart awash with conflicting emotions and profound pain. This must be the catalyst for the White Tiger Hall's betrayal, she mused. Having devoted most of her life sincerely and wholeheartedly to the White Tiger Hall, only to receive such a reward, was truly disheartening. Each recollection of Ding Kai's predatory demeanor filled her with rage, while memories of her own desperate pleas left her heart aching. Since you have shown no mercy, do not expect kindness in return. Ding Mingyan's tone turned icy, her intent to kill palpable. Now, she was colder than ever, no longer burdened by past concerns. She understood that her cunning was not inferior to Ding Lai's, and she had naturally prepared an escape route for unforeseen circumstances. Although the demonic spirit within her had not been expelled, as long as she refrained from recklessly using the sealing technique, she expected no major issues. Before long, Chu Xian, accompanied by Baiziru and others, confidently strode into the midst of the crowd. Chu Xian appeared composed, revealing no signs of distress, while Baiziru seemed slightly apprehensive. Chu Xian, what clever plan do you have? Ding Mingyan smiled lightly, having recognized that Chu Xian undoubtedly had his own strategy in mind. One he had been planning for the 1,000-year-old medicinal king, especially since she was also prepared to confront the White Tiger Hall, naturally seeking to lend him support. What? The lady actually smiled at a stranger. The subordinates exchanged incredulous glances, each slapping the other in disbelief. They thought they must have been dreaming, as they had never witnessed their lady speak so actively to a male, her demeanor always exuding an air of aloofness, akin to the snow lotus atop a mountain, pristine and unattainable. I possess 49 formation flags, and I require your assistance in placing them at the designated 49 locations surrounding the treasure site. I have clearly marked the positions. Follow the instructions. Chu Xian produced a large bundle of pre-prepared flags adorned with various peculiar patterns, along with a piece of tattered cloth indicating the flag placements. Ding Mingyan took a glance at the flags and couldn't help but smile in surprise. They appeared to be formation diagrams, seemingly crafted by his own hand. This young man was indeed extraordinary. She recalled the commotion caused by his castration of Ding Kai, yet no one had noticed, leading her to suspect he had set up a soundproof formation. Such talent at such a young age promised a bright future. My lady, what are your arrangements? Du Yan's face showed respect, clearly unaware of the events at White Tiger Mountain. Seeing their lady had a task, he was the first to comply. Follow his instructions. Du Yan shot a sidelong glance at Chu Xian, questioning how he possessed the authority to direct their lady. The subordinates regarded Chu Xian with displeasure, for they could not bear to see him so close to their lady, akin to someone stealing away their most cherished possession. Furthermore, they perceived him as weaker than some of their ranks and struggled to see any remarkable abilities in him, making it hard to accept his presence. What? Are my words ineffective? Ding Mingyan's tone grew frostier, evident anger surfacing. I dare not. Du Yan accepted the formation flag from Chu Xian's hand, turning haughtily to leave. Stop. As soon as Chu Xian entered the area, he sensed numerous unfriendly gazes upon him. He understood that to ensure the subordinates executed their tasks effectively, he must first win their hearts. Otherwise, they would surely undermine him. Is there anything else you wish to command? Du Yan feigned respect, internally dismissive, thinking that he would not even bother with Chu Xian were it not for their lady's influence. My friend may be feeling a bit irritable from the watch here. How about we entertain everyone? Oh, how do you propose we do that? Du Yan casually turned, not casting a glance. Naturally, we shall have a contest. As soon as Chu Xian uttered these words, murmurs rippled through the crowd, filled with derision. Clearly, this fellow was delusional to think he could compete with their leader. It was as if a birthday celebrant were to consume poison, inviting death. Ding Mingyan stood silently to one side, observing. She had nearly discerned Chu Xian's intention. He sought to earn their respect in order to secure their cooperation. She was curious to see what he could achieve, even though she knew he was far from ordinary. You far surpass me in cultivation. If we compete based on that, victory would be meaningless. How about we spar with knives and spears instead? Chu Xian maintained a harmless smile throughout. Knives and spears. Ha ha ha, forget it. Du Yan burst into laughter, shaking his head. Oh, are you afraid? Afraid? I'm merely concerned I might accidentally kill you, and then have our lady come after me. Du Yan understood that their lady intended to protect him, and thus had no intention of opposing him. I shall not hold it against you. If you manage to kill me, perhaps our lady might even reward you. Ding Mingyan walked towards Du Yan with a proud gait, her eyes slightly raised. Huh. Bai Ziruo blinked in surprise, wondering what was unfolding. Having interacted with Ding Mingyan before, she knew her to be no fool, pondering if there was some ulterior motive at play. Since our lady has spoken, I must humbly comply. Du Yan set aside the formation flag, retrieving his wolf-toothed club, his gaze fixated on Chu Xian with burning intensity. I shall not rest until I crush your head. Trample him underfoot, and let him know why the flowers are so red. I cannot abide someone more handsome than myself. What is so special about it? It's just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Tread upon them, and they will still scream. With their lady's command, the subordinates felt no need to suppress their dissatisfaction. Each one clamoring with confidence, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Are you ready? Chu Xian stretched his muscles and inquired. Have you prepared your weapon? Du Yan looked perplexed. My weapon is a sword, but fearing you might not withstand a single strike, I was prepared to engage you unarmed for a friendly contest, allowing us to maintain some dignity. What utter nonsense. Your arrogance is insufferable. Someone, hand him a sword. Du Yan's face was filled with fury, clearly wishing to flatten him with a single blow, but a group of onlookers protested, claiming he was bullying the weak. A soldier tossed him an ordinary sword. Chu Xian, take my sword. Bai Ziru stepped forward, instantly capturing the attention of many with her tall, graceful figure and exquisitely flawless visage, exuding an air of elegance and subtle nobility. Your sword possesses too much power. This one will suffice. Arrogant, ignorant, seeking death. Du Yan raised his wolf fang club dramatically, exuding an overwhelming presence even without the use of spiritual power. He charged at Chu Xian, swinging the club with a whooshing sound. Yet, Chu Xian remained motionless, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Regretting your choice now? A cruel smile curved Du Yan's lips as he closed in, swinging the club toward Chu Xian's head, causing the air to tremble. Chu Xian sidestepped, the club crashing down in front of him, creating a gust that whipped his clothes and hair. With a swift motion, he thrust forward, using his shoulder to lift Du Yan into the air, and then executed a spring-like kick that struck a vital point. Ah! Du Yan groaned in pain, losing his balance and crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. He quickly rose, seething with rage, but as he turned, a sword was already poised at his throat. A mere movement forward would result in his demise. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the speed displayed. I concede. Chu Xian, not one to foolishly engage in a head-on clash, understood the futility of such an approach. With the outcome decided, he prepared to turn away gracefully. I refuse to accept defeat. Suddenly, the power of the Xuanwu realm erupted. The Wolf Fang Club gleamed menacingly as it swung fiercely toward Chu Xian. Chu Xian's expression shifted as he hastily channeled his spiritual energy, turning to deliver a direct strike. There was no retreat. Retreat would mean certain death. The opponent was shielded by elemental power, making it impossible to pierce through. However, his strike was aimed precisely at a weakness. With a fierce shout, disregarding the pain of his lacerated arm, he hurled the sword with all his might. The blade ultimately reached Du Yan's throat. However, the ferocity of Du Yan's elemental force shattered the sword into countless fragments, embedding themselves around him, while the hilt pierced his throat. In contrast, Chu Xian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Xian, Baiziru rushed forward to embrace him, then drew the long sword, pointing it at Du Yan with a cold reprimand. You despicable coward, resorting to such underhanded tactics and relying on your superior cultivation. Is there no honor left? A loss is a loss. Why make excuses for your own incompetence? Can one blame others for their own weaknesses? The members of the White Tiger Hall rejoiced collectively, their disdain for Chu Xian evident as they reveled in his misfortune. You are shameless. Baiziru seethed, her teeth clenched. Yet she held back from attacking, concerned for Chu Xian's safety. Silence. The arena fell silent once more, for the commanding voice belonged to Du Yan. All eyes turned to him, filled with confusion. I have lost. A shocked murmur spread through the crowd. Du Yan, with a face full of shame, approached Chu Xian, bowing his head and kneeling. I am grateful for your mercy. It is no matter. I simply lack skill. Chu Xian replied nonchalantly. Do not be so modest. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. At this moment, Ding Mingyan, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Everyone turned to her. She calmly handed Chu Xian a medicinal herb, then grasped his right hand, explaining, had he not used his own injury to disperse the innate sword energy within, Du Yan would likely be a cold corpse now. The crowd gasped in horror. Innate sword energy? He has actually mastered indomitable sword energy. It became clear why Chu Xian had refrained from delivering a lethal blow at such close range. He had spared Du Yan's life. The members of the White Tiger Hall bowed their heads in shame, their perceptions of Chu Xian gradually shifting, recognizing his formidable power. Chapter 23. As passers-by, why cling so? Innate sword energy can only be comprehended by those who have cultivated the sword path to its utmost limits. Yet most can only reach high-level sword energy before entering the realm of sword intent. Entering the path of the sword allows one to comprehend the myriad laws of nature. The depth of understanding and mastery over the sword can be categorized into 10 realms: sword energy, sword intent, sword pill, sword embryo, sword spirit, sword soul, sword heart, sword pattern, sword bone, and the ultimate essence of the sword. Each realm is viewed as a state of intent, complementary to martial arts, which emphasizes spiritual energy. While the sword path prioritizes the depth of comprehension, a master can give birth to a sword with sentience, traversing the world alongside its wielder. Each realm is further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels, and above the advanced level exists the innate realm, a refinement of this minor realm to its zenith. A feat rarely achieved, often leading one to lesser realms. The reasons for failure are threefold: insufficient talent and comprehension, an inability to endure the solitude of time, or, even with adequate talent, one may reach the threshold of the innate realm but cannot breach the celestial gates. The essence of the innate realm is the sword knocking upon the heavens, harnessing the power of the universe for one's own use. The realm of sword intent significantly enhances the wielder's combat prowess. At a certain level, splitting mountains and shattering stones becomes trivial. Legends speak of individuals wielding swords that could rend the very fabric of the cosmos, such as the legendary Xianyuan Sword Immortal, whose sword overshadowed the stars and dictated the realms. Through the battle between Chu Xian and Du Yan, every disciple of the White Tiger Hall was left in awe of his prowess, and his reputation began to grow, though still eclipsed by Ding Mingyan. At this moment, Du Yan led his subordinates to plant banners, while Chu Xian was taken to the camp station nearby to recover from his injuries. With this 1,000-year-old medicinal king, how confident are you? Ding Mingyan stood to the side, arms crossed, her cold demeanor strikingly apparent, resembling an ice mountain, her luminous, intelligent eyes glimmering with depth. She knew little of formations, yet recognized that Chu Xian was young and that the formation he set up was not formidable enough to breach the ferocious ice cloud purple lightning beast, especially with the presence of the White Tiger Hall and the Black Blood Alliance, as they faced more than just demonic beasts. 10 out of 10, Chu Xian replied nonchalantly, engrossed in his own tasks, seemingly sketching talismans. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was using the blood of the demonic beasts as ink, his hands as the brush, with spiritual energy transforming into talismanic souls, imbuing them with power. His earnest demeanor was surprisingly captivating. His wrists moved with grace, all 5 fingers working in concert, resulting in a composition that was neither chaotic nor disorderly, akin to a masterful brushstroke. Could it be that he is also a talisman master? Ding Mingyan was momentarily lost in thought. The more enigmatic the man, the more he possessed an inexplicable allure, particularly that insatiable curiosity to unravel his true nature. Female Valkyrie, do not be too astonished. This fellow is simply that way, occasionally springing surprises upon others. I have grown accustomed to it. Baiziru sat gracefully to one side, her gaze mesmerized by his demeanor. Unconsciously, her delicate hand brushed against her chest. Where a signal talisman lay, once crushed, it would reveal her location within a 10,000-meter radius. Array master? Talisman master? Innate sword chi? Contemplating these thoughts, Ding Mingyan could not help but smile. Being part of the White Tiger Hall, she was privy to many mysteries, as far as she knew. Even Ding Lai did not dare to claim absolute certainty. It was not that she doubted Chu Xian. It was simply that the ice cloud purple lightning beast truly resided within. Considering that he had been observing her in secret, he must have been aware of her clever ploy to mislead the Black Blood Alliance, perhaps believing that no genuine demon beast existed inside. Let me be unequivocal. The ice cloud purple lightning beast does indeed exist. How confident are you now? 10 out of 10. It is merely a little two-headed demon beast. Killing it would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Soon, he completed 3 talismans, his complexion pale as paper, appearing as if a gust of wind could topple him. He promptly sat cross-legged once more, striving to restore his depleted strength. It seemed this fellow was either perpetually exhausted or always on the verge of collapse. Perhaps he lacked some necessary capability? Evidently, the talismans he had drawn exceeded his usual realm. He was clearly crafting talismans beyond his current level. This fellow was indeed audacious. Unafraid that his spiritual force could falter and lead to a sudden collapse, resulting in the shattering of his soul by the backlash of the talismans, at which point his life would truly be forfeit. It could only be said that great skill breeds great courage. When he mentioned the existence of the ice cloud purple lightning beast within, she was only momentarily astonished before returning to tranquility. Given his intellect, he should have a countermeasure. Observing his demeanor of confidence and determination, Ding Mingyan chose not to pry further. She was a wise woman, aware that excessive inquiry could be detrimental. She simply sat down, awaiting his command, curious to see how he would proceed. For a time, the atmosphere was so quiet it bordered on dullness. Suddenly, Baiziru recollected something. Her fair face shifting as she fixed an unusual gaze upon Ding Mingyan, inquiring, Valkyrie, I recall you are not a member of the White Tiger Hall. Are you truly willing to assist us in obtaining the ice cloud purple lightning beast? Previously, her assistance in bridging the gap between herself and Chu Xian had delighted her, leading to a surge of affection that clouded her judgment. Now, with a clearer mind, she could not help but feel a sense of dread. Once, but not anymore. Ding Mingyan replied calmly, her pace unhurried. You are associated with the White Tiger Hall, Baiziru began, but was interrupted by Chu Xian, who suddenly spoke. I'm rather thirsty. Go fetch me a glass of water. Baiziru had intended to let him fetch it himself. She was neither his servant nor anyone's subordinate. So why should she cater to him? Fine, I'll get you the water. She relented, but upon seeing his cracked and parched lips, she felt a pang of sympathy and exited to fetch him water. Once Baiziru departed, Chu Xian expressed his apologies, saying lightly, "Do not take offense. She is just straightforward, asking whatever comes to her mind, not the brightest of souls. Considering her initial experience of nightmares, it would take her time to recover." Meanwhile, on the side, Ai Chong gazed wide-eyed, bewildered. "It's nothing," Ding Mingyan replied with a gentle smile, a faint trace of mirth adorning her lips, her eyes sparkling with clarity. She was indeed a vision of ethereal beauty, her spirit refined and serene, a rarity in this tumultuous world. "Stranger, I have a question I wish to pose to you," Ding Mingyan said, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity as they fixed upon Chu Xian. "What is it? How do you manage to let go of everything?" Indeed, her earlier calm demeanor had been a facade. At her tender age, it was implausible for her to relinquish all burdens easily. Her heart brimmed with hatred, concealed from the prying eyes of others. Yet, she observed that Chu Xian always appeared unperturbed, devoid of the traces of someone who had endured nightmares. Even if he tried to mask it, the tone in his voice would betray a hint of his past, yet he remained enigmatic, as if he had seen through much. Not disturbed in spirit, not ensnared by emotions, unafraid of the future, untroubled by the past. Thus, one finds peace. Chu Xian's eyes shone with depth as he smiled gently, offering her encouragement through his compassionate gaze. Ding Mingyan said nothing, merely smiling faintly, her pupils narrowing slightly, a chill emanating before warmth returned, restoring her usual demeanor. The world is vast, much like the starry sky. It does not shimmer because of the presence of a single star, nor does it lose its luster due to the absence of one. Chu Xian, aware of her fondness for the cosmos, used the stars as a metaphor, perhaps to convey a sense of clarity and closeness. At that moment, Ding Mingyan trembled ever so slightly, though it was barely perceptible. The stars held profound significance for her. Chu Xian would not urge her to relinquish her hatred, for he himself struggled with the same. Life is fraught with hardships. Only one can navigate their own path. Life, being a transient journey, why cling to it? With that, Chu Xian rose and departed, his demeanor effortlessly graceful. Though Ai Chong comprehended little, she followed him closely, unwilling to part from his side. Life, being a transient journey, why cling to it? Ding Mingyan mused, a deep smile gracing her lips. She raised her gaze, deeply observing Chu Xian's retreating figure, her emotions a blend of gratitude and something more profound, leaving one intrigued. The only certainty was that a corner of her mist-laden heart had been unveiled, gradually revealing a warm and comforting sunlight. Exiting the tent, she coincidentally encountered Baiziru returning with water. Accepting the cup, she leaned close and whispered, "Do not mention this matter in front of Ding Mingyan again. I will explain the reason to you later." Baiziru paused, tilting her head to glance inside the tent, noting Ding Mingyan's peculiar expression, realizing her folly. "How could I be so foolish?" she thought. The sudden shift in allegiance must have stemmed from some betrayal. Regretting her earlier words, she hurriedly apologized. "Chu Xian, I did not intend to." She pouted her luscious lips, her voice a jumble of guilt. "It's fine. I have already clarified it for you." She does not blame you. Truly. Baiziru's gloomy expression lifted, and she stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Chu Xian's cheek, exclaiming cheerfully, "Thank you." Afterward, she dashed away. "Thank you, my lord," Chu Xian remarked, bewildered, as he touched his tingling cheek, watching Baiziru skip away. He suddenly wondered if he had fallen into her trap. Perhaps she aimed to seize this opportunity for a stealthy kiss. This little rogue had been enamored with his charm for quite some time. After all, he had merely caught her bathing by accident. Now she seemed intent on binding him for life. Such audacity. Chapter 24. Sowing Discord, Distorting Truths, Part 1. At the same moment, in Black Blood Ridge, the conference hall, Zhou Jianlin sat comfortably in the main seat, a smile gracing his eyes, reveling in his triumph. The assembly before me comprises the stalwarts of the Black Blood Alliance, including the esteemed Grand Elder and various other esteemed officials. The Alliance leader, I, the humble observer, have gazed upon the celestial phenomena. The Northern Dipper aligns southward, traversing the 7 stars, heralding the auspicious arrival of the Black Blood Demon Bear's battle. Indeed, a portent of great fortune. Does this not suggest that the Black Blood Alliance shall emerge victorious in all endeavors come tomorrow, returning laden with triumph? Ha ha. Allow me to extend my premature congratulations to the Alliance leader on the imminent victory. Suddenly, the Grand Elder, clad in a black robe, rose with fervor. His gaze fixed upon the heavens, his visage radiating exuberance as he spoke with fervent eloquence, lavishing praise with unparalleled enthusiasm. Alliance leader, I second your sentiments. The Grand Elder possesses an uncanny ability to foresee outcomes, never having erred. Surely, this time will be no different, as fortune smiles upon our leader. Then, Song Honyang, the loquacious scholar, interjected with languid grace, fanning himself and exuding sincerity. Witnessing this exchange, others felt compelled to curry favor with the two most favored individuals, rising to flatter with delightful praise. Above, Zhou Jianlin, despite his aversion to sycophants, relished the sweet words of those who could articulate well, finding them quite pleasing. After all, who among us is not susceptible to vanity? Honyang, do we have any intelligence from the scouts stationed at the treasure site? None. The White Tiger Hall members are quite honest. They merely patrol the vicinity, perhaps out of fear of us, hence their heightened caution. Song Honyang reported, his demeanor composed and gentlemanly. Splendid. Everything is in place. We merely await the favorable winds. Grand Elder, when shall the elders from the 9 mystical gate arrive? Suddenly, Zhou Jianlin's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Reporting to the Alliance leader, they shall arrive at the Black Blood Alliance by dawn tomorrow. The Grand Elder responded with a bow, his spirit invigorated. Yet a moment later, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings and hesitantly added, however, Alliance leader, I find it perplexing why we involve the 9 mystical gate. Given their ruthlessness and greed, what hope do we possess? The implication was clear. The treasures would likely be seized by the 9 mystical gate, leaving the rest with naught but scraps, rendering our efforts futile. Fear not, for I have my own plans. It is far from a fruitless endeavor. When the time comes, it will be uncertain who dines on the feast or who sips the broth. With that, he ceased further discussion on the matter, wary of eavesdroppers. For the opposing force was formidable, and should their spies overhear, his demise would be certain. With renewed gravity, he commanded, prepare the entire alliance. We shall set forth at dawn. At the treasure site, the members of the White Tiger Hall returned, assembling outside the tents, their gazes fixated on by Zareo, revealing their true natures. Esteemed colleagues, lend me your ears. I must announce a matter of utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, you may struggle to accept it, and perhaps even resort to violence against me. Yet, I implore you to remain calm and composed, and do not despair. Form your own judgments. Chu Xian's words jolted everyone back to reality, tightening their hearts with bewilderment, their curious gazes fixed upon him. What could be so unbearable? I fear not even death. Rest assured, I am the epitome of calmness. Even if I were to hear that my wife has run off with another, I would remain unperturbed. Speak swiftly. What storms have we not weathered? Besides, why would we strike against you? We cannot hope to prevail. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall, brimming with vitality, embodied a fearless spirit, having tasted blood on the razor's edge of the end of Days Mountains. Actually, I am the closed-door disciple of Zhou Jianlin. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. The previously boisterous disciples of the White Tiger Hall were suddenly rendered speechless. Do not be hasty in drawing your blades. Know that I, like you, am merely a pawn in someone else's game. Furthermore, I am not your enemy. Chu Xian maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. Impudent wretch of the Black Blood Alliance. Cease your deceptive words and attempts to sow discord. You dare to enter our territory brazenly and audaciously command us. You must be weary of life. A furious White Tiger Hall official, possessing the cultivation of the Xuanwu realm, unsheathed his blade, casting aside any remnants of former respect. This was the same individual who had been the first to speak with unwavering confidence. All the bravado he had previously displayed now seemed foolish. The thought of having just assisted him with a flag, only to have his wife stolen by the very scoundrels of the Black Blood Alliance, ignited a deep sense of shame and anger within him. Stop! Ding Mingyan and Du Yin interjected in unison. The official, poised to strike, was momentarily taken aback. Du Yin cast a surprised glance at the young lady, then spoke in a low voice. Let him continue. If he fails to provide a satisfactory explanation, we shall deal with him later. With that, he glanced at the young lady, receiving a look of approval in return, which filled him with joy. Indeed, one must learn to adapt and not act impulsively. With the young lady and Du Yan's assurance, the crowd gradually calmed and allowed him to continue. You must be curious how I, a disciple of the Black Blood Alliance, came to be associated with your esteemed lady. The truth is, at the stroke of midnight tonight, I accompanied my master, Zhou Jianlin, to White Tiger Mountain to discuss plans for tomorrow. Perhaps you wonder why we would venture to White Tiger Mountain. In truth, the Black Blood Alliance has long been in secret alliance with Ding Lai, breathing the same breath, unbeknownst to you. Impossible. Our leader is not that kind of person. An ardent disciple retorted, his eyes glaring at Chu Xian with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to rend him asunder. Indeed, initially, I too believed my master incapable of such an alliance. Yet, the reality is that two estranged parties have united. Is it not absurd? Chu Xian's lips curled into a bitter smile, his hands raised in a gesture of incredulity. Amidst this exchange, he discreetly signaled towards Bai Zireo, who understood and quietly departed without drawing attention. Continue. Du Yin stepped forward, silencing the White Tiger Hall members, and gestured for Chu Xian to proceed. What was meant to be a collective discussion turned when my master unexpectedly altered his course, insisting on a private meeting with Ding Lai, commanding me to withdraw with your esteemed lady. Given the peculiar nature of these events, both Ding and I felt an ominous premonition. Thus, we shared a silent understanding and resolved to eavesdrop on our master's conversation with Ding Lai. As he spoke, Chu Xian cast a glance at Ding Mingyan, hoping to validate his claims. Silent understanding? Ding Mingyan hesitated, then ultimately nodded in agreement. This revelation startled them. They discovered that the ice cloud purple lightning beast would cease its attacks once satiated. Thus, they planned to treat all of us as mere food for their exclusive feast of the Millennium Herb King. At that moment, my emotions mirrored yours. I was incredulous at first, but the further I listened, the more certain I became that my master had abandoned us. In the end, Miss Ding and I were unexpectedly discovered by Ding Kai, who launched a fierce attack against us. In the midst of our struggle, we inadvertently inflicted a grievous injury upon him, which granted us a fleeting opportunity to escape. Regrettably, we were ultimately apprehended by our master and Ding Lai, who ordered the sealing of Baihu Mountain to search for us, fearing that we might divulge critical information and thwart their grand designs. Fortunately, with Miss Ding's assistance, our escape from Baihu Mountain became possible. Chu Xian's expression was one of deep fury. His teeth clenched as he vividly articulated the anguish of betrayal and the struggle against it. Indeed, he spoke nothing but the truth. Miss Ding unexpectedly interjected. I now inform you of this to thwart their nefarious scheme. You are my trusted confidants, nurtured through my utmost efforts. How could you become mere pawns in the hands of one so heartless, so treacherous? Furthermore, this unscrupulous leader, driven solely by profit, fabricated false accusations of our betrayal to deceive you into continuing your servitude. Such a person is unworthy of your loyalty. This was a divine intervention. Initially skeptical, the disciples of Baihu Hall began to believe her words, swayed by her sincere demeanor and the profound sorrow etched upon her face, which unmistakably revealed the scars of betrayal she had endured. This was her genuine performance, fueled by her deep-seated hatred for Ding Lai. Chapter 25, Sowing Discord. Distorting Truth and Justice, Part 2. Miss, has the leader truly abandoned us? This was the final struggle of Baihu Hall. Indeed, I can hardly contain my desire to rend him to pieces. Miss Ding's beautiful eyes sparkled with fury, an aura of impending doom that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in with urgent news. The atmosphere among all the members of Baihu Hall shifted to one of alarm. What is the cause of such panic? Du Yin inquired sternly. Reporting to you, Lord Du, urgent orders have come from Baihu Mountain. It has been reported that the young lady and an unfamiliar person have been sighted. They are to be executed on sight. As it is claimed that the young lady has defected, a collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, confusion reigning supreme. They were caught between believing Miss Ding's assertions and the ominous allegations against her. Brothers, I understand this is hard to accept, much like what Chu Xian just said. You must form your own opinions. You are human beings, not mere pawns or dogs. Miss Ding's words struck their hearts like a dagger. To spare you further difficulty, I shall depart on my own. I hope you all return alive after tomorrow. With that, Miss Ding took heavy steps towards Chu Xian, preparing to lead him away. Miss, Du Yin suddenly stepped forward. Are you planning to take me back for a reward? If so, you may proceed. Miss Ding's tone was icy, filled with sorrow. No, my life is a gift from the young lady. I can never repay her kindness. I believe in her words. That scoundrel Ding Lai has never regarded us as human. Du Yin declared, his face ablaze with righteous indignation. Half of the disciples of Baihu Hall believed in Miss Ding, while the other half remained uncertain. Just as the moment of hesitation lingered, a powerful voice shattered their thoughts. Who is in charge? Step forward to receive your orders. A messenger arrived, riding upon a white tiger, exuding an air of nobility. His tone was laced with arrogance, his voice booming like thunder. The disciples of Baihu Hall were momentarily taken aback by the messenger's haughty demeanor. However, recognizing his attire as that of someone descending from Baihu Mountain, they dared not react. Instead, instinctively shielding Miss Ding behind them to avoid detection, illustrating their admiration and respect for her. As for Chu Xian, he was left in a pitiful state, ignored and abandoned. It is I, Du Yan boldly stepped forward, kneel to receive the decree. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, eyes widening in disbelief. What are you staring at? Do you wish to die? The messenger's face was a mask of arrogance, brimming with fury. Ultimately, Du Yan knelt. The leader has commanded that you all guard the treasure site throughout the night without allowing anyone to approach. I am here to supervise you. And should I discover any of you slacking, you will face immediate execution. Furthermore, the leader emphasized that tonight is crucial. Should anything go awry, not only will you be killed, but your entire families will be wiped out. The messenger's disdainful gaze revealed no compassion, treating their lives as though they were mere weeds. The disciples of Baihu Hall clenched their fists in rage, yet the mention of their families rendered them speechless, as the threat struck a deep chord. Moreover, that wretched young lady has defected. Upon sighting her, you are to capture her and bring her to me. Should you dare to harbor her, you will face the same fate of annihilation without mercy. The messenger's eyes were fierce, his tone brazen. Remember, do not defy the orders. Or do not blame me for my lack of mercy. I will slay you like dogs. After delivering his orders, the messenger noticed Du Yan trembling on the ground. Not from fear, but from rage. He had just referred to Miss Ding in a derogatory manner. With a swift motion, the messenger kicked Du Yan to the ground and pointed at his head, angrily scolding, "You bold dog servant, how dare you defy the orders? Do you believe I won't kill you? I am the newly adopted son of the leader. Dare to oppose me, and I will take your head." His words dripped with contempt, constantly likening them to dogs, revealing his inherent arrogance. Ha ha! Du Yan burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, you lowly dog? The messenger towered above, pressing his foot upon Du Yan's head. The other disciples of Baihu Hall seethed with fury, gritting their teeth in silent outrage. The leader must have taken you as a son because his own son has become a eunuch, unable to continue the family line. Ha! Du Yan could no longer contain himself and retaliated with scathing words, filled with sarcasm and delight, a fitting retribution. How do you know this? Speak, or I will kill your entire family. The messenger drew a long knife, pressing it against Du Yan's neck. Brothers, it seems the leader has truly abandoned us. In their eyes, we are but lowly wild dogs, devoid of dignity. Is such a leader worthy of our allegiance? Du Yan shouted to his comrades behind him. Bold servant, do you dare to rebel, uttering such blasphemous words? Today, I shall slay you on behalf of the leader. The messenger raised his long knife, preparing to cleave it down upon Du Yan's head. To hell with you. Du Yan sprang into action, kicking the long knife away. He retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the messenger flying. The other disciples of Baihu Hall quickly surrounded the messenger, trapping him in their midst. The messenger's expression turned cold as he retreated, clearly intimidated, and furiously exclaimed, "Do you dare to rebel? I am the newly adopted son of the leader. Do you believe I want to return to inform the leader to feed your families to the beasts?" In that moment of desperation, words spoken were from the heart. Now, they all believed it. "I will kill you." Du Yan took the initiative to strike first, delivering a brutal beating. "You audacious fools. The envoy still relies on your might. Stop it, all of you. Hand me over. Ding Mingyan has arrived." The members of the White Tiger Hall retreated, yet their murderous intent remained undiminished. "I shall take him hostage, and I will subject him to severe torture. I will extract your grievances one by one through her." With that, she seized him and soared towards the tent, even pilfering a chain, indicating that the envoy would surely endure hellish torment. Subsequently, the White Tiger Hall members erupted in a chorus of curses. "This wretched hall master. We have been stationed here for a month, enduring hardships without any reward, only to have a worthless son demand our slaughter. In his eyes, are we truly not human?" The hall master had indeed conspired with the Black Blood Alliance, paving the way for their demise, preparing to sell us as food tomorrow. And from his words, it seems our families are to be treated the same way, utterly inhumane, devoid of conscience. This tyrannical wretch, I refuse to serve him any longer. Thankfully, the lady is astute, unraveling his schemes. Otherwise, we would have perished without knowing how. We shall confront him. Yes, we shall confront him. At worst, we shall perish together. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xian wore a barely perceptible, enigmatic smile. Dear friends, since they are so certain of devouring us, why not turn the tables tomorrow and surprise them? Brother Xian, what should we do? Presently, we are all in this together, naturally sharing both fortune and misfortune. To avoid being cannon fodder, we must leave this place. Chu Xian spoke indifferently. Leave this place? But our families are still on White Tiger Mountain. Clearly, they were still terrified by Ding Lai's intimidation. Once they disappeared, their families would undoubtedly suffer. Staying here is a path to death. If you leave, you may escape calamity and rescue your families, leading a prosperous life together. Hearing this, The members of the White Tiger Hall were indeed invigorated, brimming with newfound energy, surviving and bringing their families to a blissful life. What could be better? Let us retreat now, then hide near White Tiger Mountain and Black Blood Ridge. Once they depart tomorrow, their stronghold will surely be vulnerable. With our strength, we can seize the opportunity, claim their wealth, and depart to live in abundance. Excellent. What a brilliant plan. Ha ha ha, my days of luxury have arrived. The members of the White Tiger Hall were successfully swayed by him. Chapter 26. No. Men and women should not be close. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall displayed a bloodthirsty rage, each sharpening their blades against the White Tiger, discarding the location of the treasure entirely. As for the Hall Master, the more they contemplated, the more they were determined to oppose him to the end. Though they were rugged mountain dwellers, often traversing blood-soaked terrain, they also valued familial happiness. Perhaps they had grown weary of slaughter and desired to withdraw from this realm of strife. The Hall Master's abandonment relieved them of their psychological burdens. Upon returning to the tent, Chu Xian casually set up a soundproof array, yet found no one present. However, shortly after, a graceful silhouette approached. It was Ding Mingyan. Chu Xian smiled warmly. Mingyan, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, dealing with this rabble would have been quite a challenge. This was the truth. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he could only subdue them through sheer force. While he could resort to secret techniques to annihilate them, it would come at a tremendous cost, an unworthy exchange. It was but a trivial effort. Ding Mingyan recalled how he had previously responded to her and humbly added, "To be honest, I merely offered a small suggestion. Ultimately, you orchestrated it brilliantly. Moreover, to be selfish, I was also protecting them in a way." In truth, she had perceived from the outset that he intended to employ extreme measures. Although his cultivation was only at the 8th layer of Yuan martial realm, his demeanor suggested he had hidden cards. Miss Mingyan, you need not be so modest. This is a result of our joint effort. Rather than claiming you are protecting them, it would be more accurate to say you are safeguarding me. Chu Xian, unabashed, showed no concern, his face radiating a sunny smile. He jested, Miss Mingyan, with your meticulous nature, kind heart, and stunning beauty, you truly embody the rare qualities of an ideal wife. I wonder who shall be fortunate enough to claim you. Now everything is prepared, only the wind is missing. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to tease Ding Mingyan a bit more, intending to help her emerge from her shadows, for he could not hide in the Doomsday Mountains forever. As he spoke, he lifted a cup of tea from the table and savored it. You truly have a way with words, young master. I have never been fond of romantic entanglements. Moreover, I have spent years dwelling in the mountains, accompanied by beasts and opposed by bandits. It is not as idyllic as you describe. I am hardly suited to be a virtuous wife. Whether I shall find a partner remains an uncertainty. Ding Mingyan gazed at Chu Xian, who was wholeheartedly enjoying his tea. Her heartstrings tugged. She delicately tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes resembling autumn waters. Yet within, she silently mused, perhaps that wretch is you. Nay, Miss Mingyan. Though you traverse the mountains, you possess no trace of vulgarity. Instead, an ethereal aura surrounds you, a rare embodiment of grace and intellect. If you cannot find a suitor, then truly, no one in this world could dare speak of marriage. Chu Xian fixed his gaze upon Ding Mingyan, scrutinizing her from head to toe, passionately expounding his views. Had it not been for the clarity in his eyes and the absence of any lewdness, he might have been mistaken for a lascivious rogue. Such an exquisite beauty was a rarity even in his past life. It was not that he lacked masculinity, but rather that he was yet to resolve his past entanglements, compounded by his inherent discomfort with women. Hearing this, Ding Mingyan slightly nodded, her cheeks flushed, her willow-like brows arching ever so slightly, exuding an indescribable tranquility and elegance, akin to a shy girl caught in the act of revealing her innermost thoughts. At this moment, she longed to ask, "Why not, you marry me?" Unexpectedly, an uninvited guest arrived. What about me? At that moment, a person disguised as an envoy hurriedly removed their makeup, revealing an enchanting beauty. However, her visage bore signs of bruising, and her clothing was tattered, clearly the envoy who had just been beaten. This stunning beauty could only be Baiziru, who had taken the opportunity amidst the chaos to don an envoy's attire per Chu Xian's request, thinking it would be a delightful task, only to end up beaten to the brink of losing her appearance. The reason they had not seen through her disguise was largely thanks to Ding Mingyan, who had led them and knew them inside out. She stood before Chu Xian, her beautiful eyes shimmering, disregarding her pain as she fixed her intense gaze upon him, eager to hear him praise her. Truthfully, upon entering, she had overheard Chu Xian extolling Ding Mingyan, stirring a hint of jealousy within her. You are not bad yourself. Chu Xian offered a casual compliment before returning to discuss the matters of the following day with Ding Mingyan. Is that it? Have you nothing more to say? Bai Ziru's eyes were fixed on Chu Xian, her lively gaze blinking in astonishment, clearly a bit dazed. The fellow just now lavished praise on Ding Mingyan. Yet when it came to himself, he merely uttered, "You are not bad." "Oh, Chu Xian, you wretched scoundrel, I utterly despise you." In a fit of anger, Bai Ziru turned to leave, but a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to cry out and tumble to the ground. With tears of grievance welling in her eyes, she glared at Chu Xian, infuriated that he did not catch her. Humph. Sob, sob, sob. In her fury, she lamented. Why must I deal with this little tyrant? Chu Xian's gaze fell upon her swollen ankle, evidently injured from earlier, and he expressed his concern. Did I not ask Mingyan to apply some ointment for your bruise? Why are you out here again? He approached her slowly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Humph. You shameless rogue. Thankfully I arrived, or I would not have discovered you two engaged in your flirtation. You heartless cad. Someone took a beating on your behalf, and you cannot even muster a word of consolation, instead focusing on charming the ladies. I loathe you. Bai Ziru's brows knitted in anger, and she glanced at Ding Mingyan, realizing her presence posed a significant threat to her. No, no, no. I am merely guarding my dear sister Mu Xian. It is my sister Mu Xian who is in jeopardy. Why do I feel as if I'm stealing from my own? What nonsense are you spouting? Who said I did not come to check on you? I was merely going to exchange a few words with Mingyan before helping you with your injury. Look at you now, running about and worsening your condition. As he spoke, he swept her up in a princess carry and placed her gently on the bedside, his expression clear of any ulterior motives. How can I trust you, you crafty old man? Being carried like this lifted her spirits slightly, yet she still felt unsatisfied. This fellow talks a great deal of nonsense. I do not believe a word he says. Young master, you are busy. I shall take my leave. Ding Mingyan's lips parted in a smile, and she politely nodded to Bai Ziru before rising to depart. Sit down. Allow me to tend to your ankle. I assure you, you will be able to walk by tomorrow. Chu Xian placed her on the bed and gently pulled out her injured foot, preparing to remove her boot. Bai Ziru froze slightly, anxious. This is not appropriate, is it? What is inappropriate about it? This injury is my fault. I cannot let you endure such pain. For a moment, Bai Ziru was at a loss, her heart racing wildly. As he removed her boot, her delicate foot, as pure as jade, was revealed, shimmering like ice, though the swelling and bruising marred its beauty. It will hurt a little at first. Just endure it. Chu Xian tenderly grasped her injured foot, feeling its icy touch, which sent a shiver through him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Bai Ziru's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, tightly shutting her eyes, too shy to look. Employing a special technique, he infused the regenerative energy contained within the indestructible scriptures into her ankle's blood vessels, nourishing the flesh and clearing the meridians. As he gently kneaded her foot, Bai Ziru sat at the edge of the bed, biting her lip in embarrassment, feeling warmth seep into her, the initial pain fading into a comforting sensation. She slowly opened one eye, peeking at the exceptionally handsome man before her, who was deeply focused on his task, and a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over her. Moments later, under Chu Xian's careful ministrations, her ankle visibly reduced in swelling, and her once ice-cold foot now felt pleasantly warm, as if she were basking in a hot spring. She gazed tenderly at Chu Xian, her lips curving into a peculiar, sweet smile, just as she was about to express her gratitude. Hey, I hope you do not misunderstand. I am merely treating your injury. If memory serves me right, you have a fiancé, do you not? You must not return to the royal city and claim that I bullied you, or I shall bear the brunt of it.
Chu Xian stated with utmost seriousness. Go to hell. Bai Ziru lifted her foot and kicked Chu Xian to ground, her shyness evaporating, replaced by fury as she scolded.
Do not mention him in my presence. I do not like him at all. Is that not the truth? Chu Xian replied innocently. Do not say anything. Bai Ziru's tone was icy, clearly irked by the mention of her fiancé. All right. I shall say no more. Chu Xian, uninterested in quarreling, continued. Let me examine the rest of your injuries. Huh. Bai Ziru, startled from her anger, gasped, her lovely cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. That seems inappropriate. Does it not? Oh, indeed. I was too forward. Chu Xian's face reddened as he realized he had become accustomed to her silky skin. Shaking his head vigorously, he sensed the lingering thoughts of Chun Wuxie stirring within him, that rascal always lurking about. I shall fetch Mingyan. Wait, how about you? Bai Ziru's face turned even more crimson, feeling the heat rise within her. It was evident that she summoned great courage to utter those words. To alleviate the awkwardness, she added, do not misunderstand. I merely believe she may not possess your skill and might not achieve the same effect. Hence, it is better if you come. Absolutely not. Men and women should not have such closeness. Chu Xian vehemently disagreed, stating seriously, I will go fetch Meng Yin or Shang. As his words fell, he dashed away swiftly. That scoundrel! How could he not grasp the situation, even after all this? He is truly thick-headed. Spouting about propriety while conveniently forgetting his own transgressions when he spied on me bathing. What a lecher! Bai Ziru rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. With a resigned sigh, she lay down, reflecting on the intimacy of his earlier touch as he massaged her ankle. He was the first to have such close contact with her skin. Chapter 27. The assassination plot begins in the depths of night. In another part of the Apocalypse Mountains, a group of individuals clad in black flitted through the dense forest. The leader, obscured beneath a hat, revealed little of his features, but his deep-set eyes held a glacial coldness, with the only notable aspect being that he had but one arm. Captain, have you found Chu Xian's whereabouts? None. Then this is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Our mission is not to kill Chu Xian, but to eliminate the royal assassins. What? We are to kill the royal family? Do not be so surprised. As assassins, our only duty is to kill, regardless of the target's identity. When we encounter the royal assassins, remember to strike swiftly and lethally. Understood. Without question, they were members of the Liu family, seeking to ambush the royal assassins and frame the Chu family, igniting conflict between the two factions. At the same time, the Chu family's assassins lay in wait in another concealed location, poised for action. Lord Xing, do you believe the royal family will truly come at this late hour? Xing Yu surveyed the surroundings with vigilance. Indeed. Then we must strike decisively. Remember, one blow, one kill, do not linger. Understood. Simultaneously, in a hidden corner, a figure sat calmly, resembling a sage, his expression devoid of emotion. His nose was sharp like that of a bat, and his sunken eyes rendered him almost unrecognizable in the dim light. Have the Chu and Liu family's assassins been located? He inquired suddenly. None. A small team was dispatched to scout in the southeast direction. They were instructed to prioritize reconnaissance, avoiding any actions that might alert the enemy. If they encountered anything, they were to return and report. Yes, the black figure vanished like a shadow. In the darkness, they moved with the agility of eels. Soon, they reached the ambush site of the Chu family. Lord Xing, someone is approaching stealthily. It seems to be assassins from the royal family. One subordinate reported, his face lighting up with excitement. After waiting for so long, their blades were eager for action. Prepare to act. Xing Yu cautiously led his subordinates into the shadows. In the boundless darkness, the royal assassins appeared in groups, moving swiftly, darting and leaping with remarkable speed. My lord, do you think the Chu and Liu families haven tea come? One remarked, growing disheartened from not seeing anyone after such a lengthy wait, thus lowering their guard. Silence. Since His Majesty anticipates their arrival, they will surely come. Suddenly, 3 sharp sounds pierced the air, and even the most agile of the royal assassins could not escape death. This is the essence of the saying, an open arrow is easy to avoid, but a hidden dagger is hard to defend against. Be cautious, someone is here. The leader squinted, transforming into a bat in the darkness, sprinting away. More shadows descended from above, resembling celestial soldiers, each armed with sharp blades, swiftly overpowering the royal assassins, their blades expertly piercing through. In a particularly humiliating act, one individual stomped on the face of a royal assassin before leaving, a blatant display of disdain. Lord, we are under ambush. One assassin cried. I know. I am not blind. Is it the Chu family? One assassin recognized the mark of the hidden arrow, emblazoned with an elegant character for Chu, igniting a furious rage. They intend to rebel. It is not the Chu family. It is the Liu family. The Chu family would not be so foolish as to leave behind evidence of their crime, clearly indicating an attempt to frame someone. The leader, unwilling to linger, quickly commanded his men to disperse and retreat, realizing that 10 of their own had been assassinated, evidence that their adversaries had long awaited the perfect moment. At the royal assassin's base, Wei Tuo slowly opened his eyes, his expression turning cold as he muttered, What a bold Liu family, daring to strike at our royal house. Not bad. They have a modicum of intelligence, knowing how to maintain stillness in the face of movement. I am not entirely disappointed. He examined the hidden weapon from the Chu family, a thrill coursing through him as he extended his pale, bloodless tongue to lick his lips, resembling a bloodthirsty beast awakened from slumber. His subordinates dared not speak, bowing their heads in trepidation, awaiting orders. In that case, I shall indulge in some play. Wei Tuo's demeanor darkened suddenly. Bring me 10 bloodthirsty bats at once. His subordinates, filled with dread, complied without protest. Head northwest. Wei Tuo leaped, transforming into a shadow akin to a bat, vanishing into thin air. A moment later, at the Liu family's stronghold, a report came in. There is movement. It should be the royal family. The man in the conical hat's eyes sparkled with intensity. Let us go. As anticipated, they lay in wait 100 meters away, and soon sounds of movement reached them. Accompanied by rustling leaves and the occasional black figure hanging from branches, their eyes glowing crimson. It was the royal assassins. All assassins knew that the royal assassins shared a common trait. They moved like bats. Rumor had it that their training officer practiced bat sorcery. Though the truth of this was uncertain, the man in the conical hat remained still, waiting as the sounds drew nearer. They each drew forth daggers coated with a paralyzing poison. As the sounds approached, the man in the conical hat made a classic gesture across his throat. And his subordinates understood, unleashing their skills as a flurry of hidden weapons flew through the air, a dazzling display of blades. Yet, upon landing, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of bats. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. The man's pupils contracted, his heart racing as he quickly ordered a retreat. Ha! Seeking death. A chilling laugh echoed through the air. Suddenly, 3 leaves sliced through the air at an imperceptible speed, striking down 3 of the Liu family's assassins. Wei-Tuo. The man in the conical hat gasped in shock, his voice trembling. It was unexpected that the royal training officer was indeed the legendary bat assassin, Wei-Tuo, who had gone mad from practicing sorcery decades ago. Liu family brat. I am Wei-Tuo. Prepare to pay with your life. Retreat. Do not linger. The man in the conical hat frantically hurled a barrage of deadly needles. The sky filled with chaotic yet brilliant lines. The Liu family members, while throwing their hidden weapons, searched for an escape, but no matter how they tried to retreat, they were driven back by the sharp blades. Wait a moment. Are they not the prey? Indeed. Why does it feel like we are surrounded by ambushes? Becoming the hunted ourselves? Perhaps we have been led into a trap. The last assassin's words remained unfinished as his head was severed, a gruesome sight. Wei-Tuo moved like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering with abandon, indulging in his thrill. In mere moments, he was drenched in blood, like a bloodthirsty bat emerging from a pool of crimson. He hung from a branch, laughing maniacally, instilling fear in all. Ultimately, only 2 from the Liu family managed to escape, one being the man in the conical hat, who now appeared disheveled, his hat riddled with holes and tattered, his body marred with gruesome wounds. He bore the pain and weakness, desperate to flee. There was no doubt. They had been ensnared by the royal family. My lord, I sense something amiss. They do not seem to be the royal assassins. The sole survivor from the Liu family voiced his concern, presenting a piece of fabric that only the Chu family would possess, a remnant from his desperate counterattack. Wait, why did that leader emphasize he is Wei-Tuo? And his movements were reminiscent of the cloud-penetrating step. Darn it, it's that scoundrel Xingyu. We have been deceived by the Chu family. The man in the conical hat cursed furiously. Captain, how can you be so certain? Is it merely based on this? Questioned another assassin, still rational. No, it is Xingyu. He is my equal in strength. He cannot kill me. The legendary bat assassin, Wei-Tuo, must be a formidable figure in the earth martial realm. As an assassin, he would only need one strike to take me down. The fact that I blocked his attack indicates it was clearly Xingyu disguised as Wei-Tuo. The man's eyes darkened with a fierce glint, a murderous intent swelling within him, realizing he had been nearly annihilated by an opponent of equal strength. Ha ha, that was exhilarating. Suddenly, a voice filled with satisfaction and pride echoed. Lord Xing is indeed remarkable. Look at how they flee in disarray. It's simply hilarious. Xingyu smiled indifferently. No need to flatter me. Let us return swiftly to avoid any unforeseen changes. Behind a massive stone, the man in the conical hat and his surviving subordinate exchanged fierce glances, their eyes ablaze with resentment and unwillingness, emotions surging within. These scoundrels. The man in the conical hat's gaze hardened as he suppressed his anger, turning to his subordinate, coldly stating, "Do you desire revenge?" The survivor, unable to swallow his indignation, nodded heavily. Currently, we can only resort to stealthy attacks, and once we strike, we must flee swiftly. If my intuition serves me right, there lies a small river not far ahead. After we execute our plan, we shall jump into the river and disperse, bidding farewell to the Liu family. Excellent. Remember, utilize only the royals' hidden weapons. Huh, aren't we using our own? They have just annihilated us without a trace. If we use the Liu family's weapons, they shall not believe us. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. Soon after, they parted ways. Subsequently, each of them managed to eliminate a killer from the Chu family. Then, like dogs, they fled in a most disgraceful manner, ultimately escaping by diving into the river. How infuriating. The royal family has come knocking so soon? One assassin seethed with anger. Not at all. Xing Tai maintained a calm demeanor, contemplating for a moment, then concluded, "This is the work of the Liu family. Damn it. This bunch of rascals from the Liu family, we did not seek them out, yet they have delivered themselves to us. I shall certainly avenge my fallen brothers." The assassins of the Chu family cast their eager gazes toward Xingyu, for he was the leader of this endeavor and could not overstep his bounds. Excellent. Weighing the pros and cons, Xingyu acquiesced. He also harbored murderous intent towards the man in the straw hat. Meanwhile, within the royal assassins' ranks, laughter erupted. Ha ha. The Liu family actually dared to ambush us. This is the consequence of crossing us. The royal assassins reveled in their triumph. Wei Tuo continued to keep his eyes closed, ominously stating, "Since the Liu family has been routed, they will surely believe it was the Chu family behind this. Now we shall don the Liu family's attire and directly deal with the Chu family." Indeed, following this battle, their respect for Wei Tuo intensified, and they were grateful they had never aligned with the four great families. Otherwise, they would have faced a truly terrifying adversary. "You all proceed first. I must refine this fresh blood. It cannot go to waste." Wei Tuo beamed with unrestrained joy. The assassins, upon witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines and fled hastily. Time swiftly passed. The royal assassins, clad in the garb of the Liu family, began searching for traces of the Chu family, with their leader wearing the straw hat of the Liu family leader, imitating him to a remarkable degree. Hee. This tattered hat is rather stylish. Perfect for showing off. Concealed among the trees, the Chu family members discerned their presence, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Those treacherous Liu family members dare to show themselves. Just as the enemy was but a step away, Xingyu bellowed, "Kill." A flying dagger struck, severing the head of the man in the straw hat in an instant. The remaining members of the Chu family were poised for action, swiftly eliminating their targets, leaving the ground stained with blood and strewn with bodies. "Master Xing, the Liu family must have just ambushed us and are now reveling in their victory. Indeed, they will die without even realizing we would retaliate with a lethal blow." The Chu family assassins felt a sense of satisfaction, their vengeance fulfilled, their spirits lifted. In contrast, Xingyu approached the man in the straw hat, noting his unappealing appearance. No wonder he had always worn a hat, for his visage was unbearable to behold. "How foolish of me to have once considered you a rival. You are nothing but this." Retreat. Chapter 28. The framing concludes. Some rejoice while others grieve. Who is responsible? By the time Wei Tuo arrived, all his subordinates lay as stiff corpses, having met a gruesome fate. The assassins he had painstakingly trained were now entirely lost. How could he not lament for a moment to release the fury within him? Calming himself, Wei Tuo stood amidst the fallen, his expression dark as storm clouds, his crimson eyes ablaze with overwhelming fury, coldly declaring, "Chu family, you shall pay for this. The Liu family has been utterly routed. Hence it is impossible they would retreat like this. Only the Chu family possesses such strength at present. Yet, what perplexes him is how his trained subordinates could fall so easily." This dealt a heavy blow to his invincible pride. In the next instant, he transformed into a shadow and vanished into the darkness. In the great wilderness royal city, within the Chu family, the report to the family head was delivered. "We have lived up to your expectations, launching a surprise attack on the royal assassins and framing the Liu family. During our retreat, we were countered by the Liu family's retaliation, which led to the complete annihilation of the enemy. I humbly request the head of the family to punish me for my unauthorized orders." Xingyu's countenance bore both excitement and guilt. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. Acting on my own accord is ultimately inappropriate. After all, burying all the Liu family assassins in the end of Days Mountain could provoke a retaliatory response, shattering the balance among the four great families. Ha ha. Chu Nen smiled broadly, stating, "When one is in the field, a commander's orders may be disregarded. A man must possess your decisive character. You need not concern yourself with the consequences. Even if you are to make amends, you should lead your brothers in distributing the rewards, lest their spirits be dampened." Upon hearing this, he did not chastise his subordinate or fear any desperate actions from the enemy. Instead, he felt a rush of joy at the enemy's total defeat. The thought of the Liu family's heinous actions against his son, Chu Xian, made him realize that his restraint in not openly confronting them was a kindness. This slaughter of the Liu family assassins was merely reclaiming a modicum of interest. "Yes, thank you for the reward, family head." It must be said that Chu Nan was quite adept at winning hearts. He understood the importance of clear rewards and punishments, and how to win over the world to earn unwavering loyalty from his subordinates. Unbeknownst to them, the Liu family they considered destroyed was not the Liu family at all, but the royal family, The Liu family had indeed been nearly obliterated, yet it was not their doing, merely a twist of fate. At the same time, within the Liu family, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting to that of the Chu family. The ambience in the study was suffocating enough to choke a bull. The man in the straw hat stood trembling, drenched and covered in wounds, his hat nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, one could see his face was riddled with scars, resembling the aftermath of a devastating fire. Liu Changfeng's face was as dark as water, standing behind the desk, quietly scrutinizing the folding screen before him. He must have been remarkably patient, or else he would have been cursing the heavens. Surprisingly, he began to laugh heartily. Though his laughter was laced with an unsettling chill, he boisterously proclaimed, "To think that dozens of assassins, who have roamed the royal city for so many years, were outmaneuvered by the Chu family and nearly faced total annihilation. This truly brings honor to our Liu family. My subordinates are incompetent. I implore the family head to punish me." The man in the straw hat, having only one arm, wore a complex expression. This assassination and framing operation had ended in utter failure. Since his last encounter in the End of Days Mountain, while pursuing by Xiren and meeting that terrifying elder, his luck had plummeted, and everything had gone awry. Indeed, failure to perform should warrant punishment. Liu Changfeng slowly turned, glaring at the man in the straw hat. He had already harbored disdain for the Chu family. Publicly, they had been crushed by him, and secretly, they had played him for a fool. How could he not feel a gnawing hatred? The man in the straw hat promptly knelt, preparing to receive punishment, adopting a posture as if ready to face death. Yet a flicker of unwillingness and desolation shone in his eyes. "How many years have you followed me?" Liu Changfeng took a deep breath, his tone surprisingly calm, devoid of anger, rendering it utterly inscrutable. 30 years. The man in the straw hat replied truthfully. "This time, I shall spare your life. I lack the authority to take it. Return and inform Master Tai that the royal family has encountered some anomalies lately. Kindly ask him to investigate the disappearance of Qingyang Mushuan and to keep a vigilant eye on the third prince, for he has been rather restless of late." With that, Liu Changfeng vanished. The man under the hat cast a deep glance around, his eyes rekindling with hope. He yearned for vengeance, and soon, he too faded from sight. The burden of the Liu family's complete annihilation would naturally fall upon the Chu family, unaware that everything was orchestrated behind the scenes by the royal family. The atmosphere within the royal palace was equally unfriendly, steeped in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Qingyang Yin closed his eyes in meditation. He had ordered all to assassinate, yet they all met with their own demise, leaving only Wei Tuo to return unscathed. Upon first seeing him, devoid of any signs of struggle, Qingyang Yin couldn't help but suspect that this fellow had betrayed the elite assassins of the royal family. Of course, this remained mere conjecture. "Wei Tuo, what transpired? Are you still capable? Why have your skills diminished instead of improving? If you are past your prime, then return to your wretched cave and cease to embarrass yourself here." A figure clad in a red eunuch's garb approached, wielding a feather duster. His voice sharp and laden with mockery. He displayed no fear towards Wei Tuo. At first glance, his gaunt face exuded a delicate yet formidable presence, commanding an invisible pressure that spoke of his long-standing authority. Wei Tuo cast a resentful glare at the red-robed eunuch, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet bound by his current disgrace, he dared not engage in a verbal duel. Perhaps Wei Tuo's oversight this time led to our significant loss of elite assassins. But we can only fault the Chu family for their treachery. They must have been well prepared to ambush our assassins. Qingyang Yin spoke calmly, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Nevertheless, his words evidently favored Wei Tuo. "Your Majesty is wise. I, a mere servant, humbly request permission to infiltrate and eliminate the Chu family's prodigy to compensate for this grave loss." Wei Tuo's heart seethed with resentment. No, the Chu family, now in a position of power, is at their peak. With Chu Xian's demise, they are hardly a threat. If Wei Tuo is willing to serve the nation, I shall promptly assign you to assist Henner. You will follow his directives. Mentioning Henner brought a slight change to his otherwise impassive countenance, indicating a lifting of his previously heavy spirits. "Understood. I take my leave." Wei Tuo received the imperial edict and exited the palace, only to find the red-robed eunuch following closely behind. "Why do you persist in trailing me, you wretched eunuch?" Wei Tuo's expression darkened, his irritation palpable. Were it not for the fact that this individual held a high position as the current Grand Master and possessed comparable strength, Wei Tuo would have drained him of his blood and turned him into mere paste for the dogs. It is said that this red-robed eunuch, Chung Santong, was no less ruthless than Wei Tuo. He had been by the king's side since childhood and had even served as his mentor. Thus his status was significantly higher than that of Wei Tuo. Which dog-eyed fool saw me following you? I am here on the king's orders to deal with that young lady from the Chu family, Chung Santong boasted, a triumphant look plastered across his face. As he deliberately mentioned the Chu family, delight evident in his slender, pallid features. The implication was clear. Wei Tuo's earlier request to confront the Chu family had been politely declined, and the task was now handed to Chung Santong, subtly indicating that the king held Wei Tuo in lower regard than Chung. The Chu family is nothing to me. Sending you, that miserable eunuch, is indeed appropriate. Wei Tuo strode away, his demeanor haughty. TCH, the Chu family, yet you still fell into their hands. Chung Santong scoffed, departing with a disdainful expression. Despite the Chu family losing the prodigy Chu Xian, they still had the talented Chu Linger, and she must not be allowed to flourish. Time passed swiftly, and dawn broke once more. On the second day, as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the hills remained shrouded in mist, presenting a scene of serene beauty. However, Blackblood Ridge was already bustling with activity, a solemn atmosphere enveloping the area as they awaited the arrival of significant figures. A moment later, commotion arose at the edge of Blackblood Ridge. All eyes turned to see a carriage pulled by a wind-shadow dragon horse racing towards them, eventually halting at the ridge's edge. We welcome the esteemed arrival of the King's Hall Master, Zhou Jianlin exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he clasped his hands in greeting, his earlier fierce demeanor replaced by one of respect. He seemed transformed. Behind him followed the elder of Blackblood and Song Hanyang among others. 4 men approached, one of whom, a burly figure with a pronounced nose and thick beard, led the procession. He returned Zhou Jianlin's salute with a nod, disdainfully surveying the surroundings. This place is truly wretched. It's hardly fit for human habitation. Let us make haste to secure the treasures and be gone. He wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Zhou Jianlin, how are the preparations? Master of the hall, everything is in order. We await your arrival. Zhou Jianlin replied with a smile, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he discreetly glanced at the imposing Wang Tianlei. Excellent. Wang Tianlei beamed, clearly pleased, and called out, lead the way. Yes. The Black Blood Alliance's hundreds of members set out in a grand procession, encircling the carriage of the 9-yin mystical sect, which left the members of the Black Blood Alliance feeling quite vexed. Wasn't the 9-yin mystical sect supposed to be impressive? Initially filled with pride and arrogance. Why were they now cowering in the middle instead of leading the way? Unbeknownst to them, Wang Tianlei's actions were intended to ensure the safety of certain individuals within the carriage. Inside the carriage, the once arrogant Wang Tianlei now bowed respectfully. Miss. All arrangements are complete. We are currently en route to the destination. Before him sat 3 veiled women, their features obscured, yet their figures were slender and graceful, brimming with allure. The central woman, possessing a delicate appearance, nodded indifferently. Wang Tianlei then withdrew. Miss, do you truly believe these individuals' words? This place is devoid of spiritual energy. One might not even encounter a 3rd-tier true martial beast, let alone the items you desire. Even if they existed here, there would be no need for you to come personally. The woman in green remarked with a playful smile. Is it not that you wish to remain within the sect to rendezvous with your little lover? The blue-clad girl, usually reticent, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Enough, enough. Little Blue, you only know how to spout nonsense. I have no such little lover. If you keep talking, I shall have the miss punish you. The green-clad girl panicked. Indeed. The blue-clad girl chuckled heartily. You still dare to speak. Miss, look at Little Blue. She only knows how to tease others. The green-clad girl pouted. Seeking refuge from the Mississippi, enough of your antics. The delicate woman spoke, and an immediate silence fell as they approached the treasure site. Upon Ding Lai leading the brothers from White Tiger Mountain to the location, he surveyed the surroundings and found not a single soul in sight. His expression hardened, a sense of inexplicable panic washing over him as he hurriedly grabbed someone to inquire. Where are the guards stationed here? Reporting to the hall master. I have searched all around, but have not seen Lord Du. The man was then cast aside. Preposterous. Ding Lai's expression darkened immediately, his eyes blazing with fury. Hall master, do not be enraged. The formation remains intact, indicating that the treasure is still present. Silver Moon stated impassively. These wretched lackeys dare to neglect their duties at such a critical moment. After this matter is resolved, I shall see to it that they all meet their end. A chill radiated from Ding Lai, relieved that his treasure had not suffered any damage. As one might expect, his ascent to the position of Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall was no accident. He was far from a fool. The inexplicable disappearance of the guards stationed here would normally raise suspicions, yet at this moment, his thoughts were consumed by the promise of the Millennium Medicinal King, leaving no room for doubt. In contrast, Silver Moon appeared contemplative, her gaze directed towards White Tiger Mountain, as if a revelation had crossed her mind, though she remained silent. Before long, members of the Black Blood Alliance arrived. Instantly, the atmosphere grew oppressive, both sides casting wary glances at one another. As if to confirm the saying, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Ha! Hallmaster Ding, it has been some time. You still look as dashing as ever. Zhou Jianlin's smile could melt ice, exuding warmth and approachability. Brother Zhou, your expression is also commendable. Ding Lai responded calmly, then added with a grin. I wonder how prepared you are, Alliance Leader Zhou? Hehe, you will find out soon enough. Zhou Jianlin dismissed the question, then continued, Brother Ding, time is of the essence. As mentioned yesterday, please have Elder Silver Moon unlock the formation. Ding Lai nodded with a smile, signaling to Silver Moon. She acknowledged with a slight nod, then stepped onto her flying sword, rising above an open area. Forming seals with her hands, streams of azure light flickered and gathered at her palms, suddenly bursting forth, unleashing a colossal wave of wind below, the gusts appearing without warning. The previously barren expanse revealed a gaping maw, the ground trembling violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Under Silver Moon's control, a seemingly bottomless chasm was torn open. As the chasm gaped wide, a chilling aura surged forth, transforming the sky into a flurry of snowflakes, accompanied by flashes of menacing lightning, though not clearly visible in the daylight. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, as if plunged into the depths of winter. With thick frost forming around the chasm's entrance, the cold oppressive. Miss, it is the aura of the ice cloud purple lightning beast. Those damned scoundrels of the Black Blood Alliance dare to deceive us. They must be tired of living to mislead Our Lady. A masked woman exclaimed angrily. No, the Black Blood Alliance is completely unaware. The poised young woman in the center remained calm, rejecting her maid's assertion. The maid's face flushed, and she laughed it off. In the shadows, somewhere nearby, so that's where the entrance is. Bai Ji Ruo's eyes brightened, a look of realization crossing her face. Beside her were a man, a woman, and a demon, none other than Chu Xian and his companions who had been waiting here. Ignoring Bai Ji Ruo, Chu Xian turned to Ding Mengyan and softly inquired, Have you notified Du Yan and the others? Yes. He splendid. Let them be left homeless. What a chilling presence. There can't truly be an ice cloud purple lightning beast inside, can there? The members of the Black Blood Alliance quickly grew anxious. Despite their leader having assured them the previous night that it was not an ice cloud purple lightning beast, but a ruse by the White Tiger Hall. Experiencing the aura firsthand, however, left them unsettled. Even Song Hongyan's expression shifted, his face reflecting a mix of uncertainty and dread as the cold seeped into him from 50 meters away. Alliance Leader Zhou, are you afraid? Ding Lai's gaze sharpened, a hint of mockery in his smile, his voice audible to all. The renowned Zhou Jianlin of the Doomsday Mountain Range seemed to have faltered. Hallmaster Ding, there is no need to provoke me. I am more aware than you of the beasts that lie within. Let us agree, for the first hour after we enter, you must refrain from intervening. Zhou Jianlin's brow furrowed, his words sharp, a warning to his counterpart, believing Ding Lai was merely trying to create a facade. Of course, Ding Lai nodded in agreement, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Internally, he scoffed, envisioning how they would engage the ice cloud purple lightning beast for an hour, while he and his allies would reap the benefits. And let me assure you, the Millennium Medicinal King is mine, Zhou Jianlin declared, his expression darkening with unwavering confidence. He turned and commanded, inform the brothers to prepare to enter the cave. Remember, any treasures seen should be collected immediately. Should any outsiders dare to intervene, they are to be killed without mercy. With that, he cast a cold glance at the members of the White Tiger Hall, clearly indicating that the outsiders referred to them, given their prior agreement that the Black Blood Alliance would lead the charge. Understood. The members of the Black Blood Alliance were energized, their spirits lifted, their expressions filled with superiority as they felt they had the White Tiger Hall beneath their feet. Let us proceed, Zhou Jianlin declared, ready to set the example. Witnessing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Ding Lai's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. Wait. Suddenly, a deep voice emanated from the carriage. Then, a burly man wielding a massive axe stepped into view, his stride steady and powerful. Faced with this unexpected turn, Ding Lai furrowed his brow, quickly glancing at the imposing figure. This man exuded strength, clearly no ordinary person. When had such a formidable figure emerged from the Black Blood Alliance? Hall Master Wang, join us in entering the cave, and we shall divide the treasures within. I promise to leave you the remains of the spirit-protecting beasts. Zhou Jianlin exclaimed, elated. Enter? To meet death? Wang Tianlai sneered, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. Ding Lai's heart tightened, resentment flashing in his eyes, wishing he could eliminate him. Oh, what does Hall Master Wang mean? Zhou Jianlin glanced at Ding Lai, noticing his unusual demeanor. It is indeed the ice cloud, purple lightning beast. With Wang Tianlai's declaration, the morale of the Black Blood Alliance plummeted. Those who had been eager to charge forth suddenly deflated like wilted eggplants. Their legs trembled, hearts racing, realizing they had been prepared to rush in. What? It truly is the ice cloud purple lightning beast? Zhou Jianlin was taken aback, confusion etched across his face. He too could not discern the truth, as the other party hailed from the Nine mystical sect, leaving room for doubt about whether they were fabricating lies to monopolize the treasure. On what grounds do you assert this? Zhou Jianlin, ever cautious, sought clarification from the Nine mystical sect. An archaic viewpoint. Wang Tianlai's retort was dismissive, his eyes glancing scornfully at Zhou Jianlin. Zhou Jianlin nearly erupted with rage, but suppressed his anger, knowing he needed the other party's assistance. He bore the humiliation, pressing on. Then how can Hall Master Wang be so certain that the ice cloud purple lightning beast is indeed within? Are you questioning me? Wang Tianlai frowned, his fierce gaze piercing, an aura of ferocity emanating from him. Not at all. Continuing to endure, Zhou Jianlin felt a surge of shame and anger, his heart roaring with a fierce intensity. Once I have used you, I shall discard you, and then attach a leash, forcing you to crawl before me daily. The opponent hailed from the Nine sect, undoubtedly possessing hidden cards and profound cultivation, making it unwise to lash out. What infuriated him further was that he had been the one to invite this humiliation upon himself. At the same time, Ding Lai, in another location, was equally filled with rage, incensed by the disruption of his grand plans. However, Ding Lai was also a formidable character, exhibiting remarkable patience as he kept his head down, striving to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. He understood that Zhou Jianlin was a proud individual who would never allow a trivial figure to dictate terms to him. This tempest would surely pass swiftly. Ah, dear brother, you truly have calculated well. In the next moment, Wang Tianlai directed his attention towards Ding Lai, a flicker of interest gracing his countenance, for this man had demonstrated the ability to manipulate Zhou Jianlin with ease, clearly possessing some skill. Unbeknownst to him, it was not Ding Lai who orchestrated Zhou Jianlin's predicament, but rather another party altogether. Otherwise, Ding Lai would not find himself at such a loss. He had believed that everything would unfold according to Ding Mingyin's plan, allowing him to reap the benefits without effort, only to be confronted by such a fool. In terms of strategy, he and Zhou Jianlin were evenly matched, which was why he had adhered to Ding Mingyin's design without daring to employ his own cunning, fearing that the other might detect the slightest hint of deceit. I do not comprehend your words. Ding Lai's gaze turned cold as he fixed his stare on Wang Tianlai, refusing to concede. You need not continue your charade. Although I am unaware of how you previously deceived Zhou Jianlin, your every move now betrays you. You cannot deceive me. Having been the master of the Nine sect for many years, I have encountered countless schemes and tricks. Clearly, Wang Tianlai had sensed Ding Lai's murderous intent and promptly invoked his own status. Boom. As expected, the mere mention of the Nine sect sent shivers down the spines of the White Tiger Hall members, their bodies trembling in fear. Even Ding Lai, who had been ready to strike, was momentarily shaken, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, his murderous intent dissipating. The Nine sect? It was needless to think. Ding Lai was indeed afraid. As the most formidable and thriving demonic force in this region, their intimidating presence was undeniable, and few would dare provoke them. Chapter 30. The Conspiracy Unveiled. 3 mysterious women in a secluded location. Chu Xian wore a puzzled expression. What precisely is the Nine sect? It sounds so familiar. Maintaining a degree of caution towards the suddenly intersecting force, he recognized that his lack of understanding could lead to unnecessary troubles. The battlefield demands knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary for assured victory, a truth that Chu Xian had nearly mastered, hence his prudent demeanor. Vague recollections of the Nine sect floated in his mind, undoubtedly stemming from this lifetime's experiences. Brother, you do not even know of the Nine sect? Bai Zihua could not help but roll her eyes, filled with disdain for Chu Xian. Is it necessary for me to know? Chu Xian replied with a bitter smile. Not only is it necessary, but the Nine sect is one of the pinnacle demonic forces within the 36 kingdoms of Yongzhou. Would you not consider that significant? They have hardly engaged in virtuous deeds, notorious for their nefarious actions, their reputation sullied by their unscrupulous pursuit of goals, making them highly unpopular in our territory, akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Yet, their formidable strength and elusive nature render them immune to eradication. At this moment, by Zhuang, who transformed into a fountain of knowledge, eloquently expounding on the Nine Yin sect, yet it was clear that she held them in contempt, revealing no affection whatsoever. Chu Xian responded with a simple "oh," realizing that they were, indeed, a demonic force. However, he bore no judgment in his gaze, for he understood that a demonic force need not be malevolent, nor must a righteous force embody justice. It appeared that Zhou Jianlin, the cunning fox, remained unsettled, secretly enlisting external aid, unaware that his greed might lead to his own downfall. Ding Mingyan expressed her inner thoughts, nearly discerning Zhou Jianlin's intentions, yet she held little hope. What now? Do you still wish to conceal your intentions? Wang Tianlei's voice resonated like thunder, penetrating every heart present, coupled with the intimidation of his Nine Yin sect affiliation. The members of the Black Blood Alliance were nearly convinced, while those from the White Tiger Hall began to reveal their true colors. Ding Lai, do you dare to deceive me? Zhou Jianlin erupted in fury, his wrath igniting. To be so humiliated and yet remain silent, was that not to imply that he was inferior to Ding Lai? His vanity had been wounded. He felt compelled to reclaim his honor through the blood of his adversary. He was the king of the Apocalypse mountain range. Cease this at once. Wang Tianlei swung his axe with a force that split the ground, a fissure spreading for dozens of meters, radiating immense power, leaving all present astounded. The second level of true martial realm. Both Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Wang Tianlei, weighing heavily upon them as two first-level true martial realm warriors. Gentlemen, please refrain from hostility. Allow me to speak. With the cave entrance wide open and spiritual light manifesting, the extraordinary treasure was at hand. The immediate priority was to eliminate the ice cloud purple lightning beast and seize the treasures within. I understand that Lord Zhou may feel discomfort due to being deceived by Lord Ding, yet I implore you to prioritize the greater situation. Moreover, I can assure you that none of us can hope to claim the ice cloud purple lightning beast alone. Only through our combined efforts can we attain victory. Thus I, Wang, hope that you two may temporarily set aside your grievances. Wang Tianlei presented his opinions and insights. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai furrowed their brows. Exchanging glances, they were acutely aware that the treasure within was the 1,000-year medicine king, an object of their utmost desire. Should the Nine Yin sect intervene, it would likely slip through their fingers. After all, Zhou Jianlin had only promised the protection of the spirit beast, without disclosing the existence of other treasures of a millennium within. Deep down, he never intended to allow them to obtain the spirit beast. According to his scheme, he planned to lead the formidable members of the Nine Yin sect to slay the spirit beast, then take advantage of the moment to ambush and kill it in its lair, achieving two objectives: eliminating the troublesome spirit beast with external assistance and effortlessly acquiring the 1,000-year-old medicinal king. Unexpectedly, fate was not on his side. It turned out that the creature was indeed the ice cloud purple lightning beast, a formidable beast at the earth martial realm, which disrupted his plans and even sowed seeds of trepidation within him. Beasts of the earth martial realm are not to be trifled with. A single roar could cause the earth to tremble, effortlessly slaying those of the true martial realm as easily as crushing an ant. Wang Tianlei noticed the furrowed brows of the two and surmised their concerns and hesitations. He smiled casually and declared, "There is no need for you to worry. The treasures within will belong to whoever obtains them first. Our Nine Yin sect has always kept its word." Such words were hard to believe. Would the Nine Yin sect truly be so trustworthy? Ding Lai and his companion, seasoned as they were in the art of deception and intrigue, had heard of the notorious reputation of the Nine Yin sect, and it was inconceivable that they would honor their word. There was a strong possibility that they would shamelessly violate all agreements and engage in rampant plundering. If you two remain indecisive and waste time, the 1,000-year spirit medicine will mature and be devoured by the beast. At that point, we will all find ourselves with nothing to show for our efforts. Wang Tianlei spoke with a hint of impatience. Were it not for his need for their assistance, he would not waste words and would have resorted to a violent solution. He was no fool, after all, and could not single-handedly confront the terrifying ice cloud purple lightning beast. Indeed, his words resonated with Ding Lai and his companion, for this was a plan they had painstakingly devised over a long period. Missing this opportunity would lead to eternal regret. Ding Lai glanced at Zhou Jianlin, who subtly nodded in his direction. Given the urgency of the situation and Zhou's knowledge of the 1,000-year medicinal king inside, the outcome could only depend on their respective abilities. Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement. Very well, if that is the case. What strategies does sect leader Wang propose to eliminate the ice cloud purple lightning beast? Ding Lai inquired with a smile. recognizing that the other party was clearly seeking to form an alliance. Ha, I relish working with intelligent individuals. Wang Tianlei laughed heartily, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianlin's face turned a shade of dark red, feeling insulted. Was he not an intelligent person himself? This place is crowded and noisy. I would prefer we discuss this within my carriage, Wang Tianlei said, his expression calm, and then he strode away with purpose. Ding Lai's demeanor stiffened, and upon turning around, he noticed that Zhou Jianlin wore a similarly submissive expression, evidently sharing his concerns about potential schemes. Zhou Jianlin whispered, "Brother Ding, let us follow him and see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Should the situation change, we may need to set aside our past grievances and join forces to break free." Ding Lai nodded gravely and walked forward with confidence. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianlin looked around but did not spot that wretched Ding Mingyan, a smile creeping onto his lips. He shot a cold glance at Ding Lai's back. That old fox was indeed cunning, having already devised an escape route for himself. Clearly, he believed that Ding Mingyan's absence meant that Ding Lai was his safeguard. With an escape plan in mind, one's courage would naturally swell. Upon entering the carriage, they discovered 3 veiled mysterious women inside. Zhou Jianlin was taken aback. Why had he not seen them at the Black Blood Ridge? He then cast a dark glance at Wang Tianlei, who stood respectfully to the side, clearly indicating that these women held a higher status. Suddenly, a sense of panic gripped him, noticing Zhou Jianlin's unease. Ding Lai observed Wang Tianlei's servile demeanor and recognized that these 3 women were of extraordinary standing, their powers completely inscrutable. "Gentlemen, there is no need for anxiety. Please take a seat." The fair-skinned woman in the center spoke, her voice sweet like silver bells, soothing to the ears like the taste of pure spring water, utterly enchanting. Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin bowed slightly, attentively observing, and chose a place to sit. "Time is of the essence. Let us be brief," the fair-skinned woman continued, her demeanor poised. "According to ancient texts, the ice cloud purple lightning beast is exceptionally fierce, typically at the earth martial realm in adulthood. However, I observed just moments ago that its aura was unstable, indicating that it has not yet matured and possesses only the strength of the 5th stage of the true martial realm. If we join forces and employ a few tactics, we might be able to subdue it. This depends on your cooperation." A nearby woman in green skillfully added, "Indeed, it all hinges on your willingness to cooperate." Is this truly the case? Upon hearing that the ice cloud purple lightning beast was only at the 5th stage of the true martial realm, Zhou Jianlin seemed to regain confidence, excitement flashing across his face. Subconsciously, he addressed the fair-skinned woman as Milady, recognizing her ability to discern the true strength of the beast, which was no small feat. Ding Lai, however, was deep in thought, his eyes calculating something. "Of course it's true. Would we deceive you?" The woman in green replied coldly, a hint of annoyance apparent in her tone, clearly displeased with his response. "Xiaoqing, do not be rude," the fair-skinned woman admonished, causing the one named Xiaoqing to obediently lean back, though her gaze remained disapproving as she scrutinized Zhou Jianlin, sensing an unpleasant aura emanating from him. "Milady, please directly instruct us on how to cooperate," Ding Lai interjected, cutting to the heart of the matter, his expression grim, betraying none of his true thoughts and maintaining his composure. "Defeating the ice cloud purple lightning beast is neither overly difficult nor exceedingly easy. I assume you have consulted ancient texts before your arrival. This beast is a rare dual-headed creature, an exceptional specimen that is hard to find. It has a weakness. The area between its 2 heads is shielded by an extreme cold ice, a vulnerable point. If we can strike it accurately, the beast will lose its combat capability and will be at our mercy." The fair-skinned woman calmly recounted what she knew, her tone as tranquil as water, her emotions concealed by the veil. "Given that it is protected by extreme cold ice, I assume ordinary weapons would struggle to penetrate?" Zhou Jianlin finally exhibited some cleverness, recalling the ancient text that indicated the difficulty of breaching that weak point. "Precisely. However, our 9 Xian sect possesses a specialized crossbow arrow, a 4th-tier spiritual weapon, capable of piercing through its icy defenses." "What? A 4th-tier spiritual weapon?" Both Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai's expressions shifted, astonishment flickering in their eyes before they regained their composure. Truly, the 9 Xian sect was wealthy and influential, casually producing a 4th-tier spiritual weapon, something beyond the reach of ordinary families. A 4th-tier spiritual weapon, forged by a 4th-tier artificer, possesses astonishing might, containing immense energy. When wielded against those below the earth martial realm, it is as effortless as slicing through vegetables, cutting through iron like mud, and severing strands of hair. When used defensively, It can withstand the mightiest blows from those below the earth martial realm. Milady, do you mean to say that you will provide the weapons while we draw its fire, allowing it to expose its vulnerabilities? Ding Lai's countenance darkened. Does sect leader Ding have any other plans? Wang Tianlei's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with a fierce tone. Very well, but let it be understood from the outset that any treasures found within shall belong to whomever claims them first. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Lai acquiesced, thinking to himself that it merely served as bait. With so many subordinates at his disposal, he could easily send them forth to seize victory. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianlin, catching on to Ding Lai's thoughts, found himself coincidentally aligned with the same notion. The elegant young woman, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Then, with a slight movement of her delicate brows, she added, I also hope that both leaders will lead by example, ensuring that our subordinates do not recklessly charge ahead without thought. Such behavior could prove counterproductive. Furthermore, we possess only 3 of our specialized crossbow bolts. Should we err thrice, our chances of success will vanish. Rest assured, I shall also have the disciples of the Jiao Yin Xianmen poised to assist. Upon hearing this, the 2 men, Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai, flushed with embarrassment, momentarily silenced by her words. After all, the Jiao Yin Xianmen exemplified a standard of conduct that they could hardly refute. To remain hesitant would only render them the subject of ridicule. Chapter 31. The emergence of the savage beast, a cataclysmic battle approaches following an agreement among the 3 parties. The plan was set in motion once more. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall and the Black Blood Alliance, having undergone a thorough indoctrination by their leaders, were ready to serve as expendable forces. At this juncture, 3 enigmatic women approached the throng, and among the 4 men of the Jiao Yin Xianmen, 2 produced from a carriage a massive crossbow, intricately adorned with an array of peculiar floral designs. Those knowledgeable would recognize the engravings as talismans, enhancing the crossbow's destructive capabilities. The imposing presence of the formidable weapon elicited gasps of awe from all present. The 3 mysterious women did not incite much of a stir, as their veiled faces obscured their features. Women were not uncommon in the ranks of the White Tiger Hall and Black Blood Alliance, and their allure paled in comparison to that of the enormous crossbow. However, Chu Xian's expression grew serious, his gaze fixed intently upon the most central of the young women, particularly her eyes, which seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing him into contemplation. Chu Xian, does that woman seem suspicious to you? Ding Mingyan's eyes were also drawn to the same young woman, not due to her well-proportioned figure, but because she was utterly inscrutable, shrouded in an air of mystery that instilled a sense of trepidation and vigilance. Somewhat, but it's not a significant concern. Chu Xian responded casually, then turned serious, stating, Prepare yourselves, a fierce battle is imminent. He felt a surge of excitement, though a hint of regret lingered in his expression. He glanced down at the ordinary longsword in his hand and shook his head subtly, then turned to cast an envious look at the ice-cloud sword held by Biziron. What are you looking at? Wishing to borrow my sword? Absolutely not. Biziron firmly refused, vividly recalling the time she had lent it to him, a memory that now haunted her, as it required daily polishing, yet still bore an unpleasant odor. Chu Xian grimaced in disdain and turned away. To him, the absence of a sword was preferable to wielding a poor one. His regret stemmed not from the sword itself, but from a yearning for the companions who had once fought alongside him. After so many years of camaraderie, a profound bond had been forged. While any person could betray him, his sword would remain steadfast. Holding a spirited longsword had always imbued him with the illusion of being reunited with his past allies. White Tiger Hall, heed my command. A resonant voice rang out, and the sky echoed with the thundering response of the White Tiger Hall, their fervor palpable. This battle is of utmost significance. You must exert every effort to assist me in grappling with the demonic beasts. In this war, we shall share both triumph and peril, life and death. No one is permitted to falter, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the White Tiger Hall. Should anyone dare to flee, let them not blame me for my lack of mercy. Upon entering, the first to lay claim to the coveted treasures would reap the rewards. Those who followed me into battle shall be generously rewarded, ensuring a life of wealth and comfort. Ding Lai's impassioned words exuded a sense of noble duty, brimming with genuine concern for his subordinates' futures. He articulated his intent to lead them against the enemy with such conviction that it solidified his image as a brave and magnanimous leader. The subordinates were indeed moved by their benevolent leader's words, overwhelmed with emotion, vowing eternal loyalty to the White Tiger Hall. The situation in the Black Blood Alliance mirrored this sentiment, though Zhou Jianlin's eloquence fell slightly short. Fortunately, he had earned a deep respect among his followers, who dutifully complied with his commands. Brothers, follow me into battle. Ding Lai led the charge, raising his radiant gem-encrusted sword high, the white jade gem in its center radiating a blinding light. He soared through the air, leaping toward the cave's entrance, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the stone threshold into countless fragments. Immediately thereafter, a crimson sword light shot forth, striking the interior of the cave, followed by a muffled rumble as the massive rocks collapsed, transforming the previously modest 5-meter entrance into a gaping 10-meter wide aperture. Inside, the scene became clearer. The rocky walls were adorned with a glistening layer of frost, some hanging, others angled upward, resembling a vast ice cavern. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the scent of medicinal herbs nearing maturity. A single whiff invigorated the senses, instilling a sense of vitality. Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin, possessing the highest cultivation levels, had naturally unleashed their most formidable strikes, each seeking to demonstrate their prowess to their subordinates, vying for the title of ruler of the Apocalypse Mountain Range. They exchanged glances, grinning with uncontained joy, clearly having detected the enticing aroma. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the cave's entrance, the sound carrying a fierce momentum that sent dust and debris soaring into the air, enveloping the surroundings in a storm of sand and grit. Clearly, the protective spirit beast had been provoked. A colossal head emerged from the depths, adorned with a dense array of ice spikes and a sharp, transparent horn protruding from its forehead, its 2 aquamarine eyes blazing with fury. With another thunderous roar, the beast unleashed a sound akin to a clap of thunder, sending shockwaves through the air and creating ripples that caused nearby trees to shatter and the ground to tremble. By heavens, it's enormous. All disciples, poised for battle, halted in their tracks, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the gargantuan creature, which dwarfed them by dozens of times. How could they possibly engage in combat? Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Fear not this beast. It is all show and no substance. Follow me, and we shall slay it. Observing his subordinates wavering, Ding Lai hastened to reassure them, then leaped forward, raising his long sword to deliver a precise strike upon the beast's head. Upon witnessing this, the subordinates felt emboldened. They rallied and shouted war cries to bolster their spirits. The members of the Black Blood Alliance, unwilling to be outdone, united in their resolve, launching a coordinated attack, encircling the beast and unleashing their most potent techniques. With Wang Tianlei joining the fray, the ice cloud beast quickly lost its advantage, as 3 formidable warriors of the true martial realm exerted their influence from above, while hundreds of ordinary disciples bombarded the creature from below. Roar. Once again, a beastly roar reverberated, followed closely by a thunderous crash. The sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, swiftly obscuring the blazing sun. Winds howled and clouds surged, shrouding the heavens. With a resounding boom and crackling sounds, purple lightning descended violently, incinerating the weaker disciples who were mere fodder, some igniting instantly. Amidst the storm, a colossal purple head emerged, its lantern-sized eyes glowing a menacing crimson, clearly sensing the ice cloud beast's faltering resistance. The ice cloud purple lightning beast was of the 5th realm of true martial, yet its power diminished greatly when separated, which explained the ice cloud beast's earlier struggles. What transpired? Why had the sky suddenly darkened? Did the ice cloud purple lightning beast truly possess 2 heads? Some were so taken aback by the abrupt change that they stood frozen, their expressions filled with dread. In the next instant, a grotesque purple lightning bolt danced through the air, a dazzling electric network sprawling across the surroundings. The bewildered disciples were transformed into lifeless corpses, their bodies charred by the overwhelming current. "Lady, it is the purple lightning beast," exclaimed Xiaoqing, her face lighting up, in stark contrast to the fearful expressions of the distant disciples. "Prepare." A glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the elegant woman, marking her first emotional response since arriving, as she too felt a surge of exhilaration. Under the strain of 3 burly men, the bow bent into a crescent shape, with Xiaoqing and Xiaolon knocking the arrows, searching for a target. Despite their femininity, the strength they exhibited was beyond the reach of ordinary men. As they drew the bow effortlessly without a hint of strain, the emergence of the purple lightning beast rapidly shifted the tide of battle. Their synergy was exceptional, their power escalating dramatically. The trio of Ding Lai in the air struggled to keep their ground, while those below, including Yin Yu and the Elder of Black Blood, found themselves in dire straits, hesitant to approach too closely lest they be torn apart by the ferocious force. Chaos reigned, with corpses littering the ground. At that moment, the members of the White Tiger Hall and Black Blood quaked in fear. The terrifying might was beyond their capacity to withstand. clearly indicating that their leader had sent them forth as mere cannon fodder. "I refuse to participate," shouted a disciple of black blood, casting aside his weapon and fleeing. Seeing his retreat, others glanced back at the monstrous beast and, with steely resolve, turned to run. As one fled, so did two, then three, and four. Meanwhile, at the bow's position, the ice-cloud purple lightning beast was preoccupied with slaughter, exposing a flickering weakness in its defenses. "Beast, perish!" Xiao Qing exclaimed in ecstasy, releasing a bolt from her crossbow. Just as the arrow was about to strike its mark, the ice-cloud purple lightning beast suddenly shifted in another direction, causing the seemingly inevitable shot to miss. Cursed creature! It evaded. Xiao Qing looked up, horrified to see the beast pursuing the fleeing crowd, fortuitously avoiding her attack. With a furious roar, the ice-cloud purple lightning beast, having attained a modicum of intelligence, expressed its wrath. The two heads joined together, no longer separate. Damn those cowardly wretches. Having lost the opportunity, capturing its weakness again will prove difficult. Xiao Qing stomped her foot in frustration, her vexation mounting. Elsewhere, Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin had been monitoring the situation, aware that the arrow had missed its target. Ding Lai's eyes blazed with fury as he growled, "Zhou Jianlin, what a disgrace. How have you trained your subordinates to falter at such a crucial moment?" His hair bristled in anger, fully aware of the impending disaster. Zhou Jianlin's expression darkened. He had no grounds to retort, his gaze fixed on the fleeing disciples, an overwhelming urge to kill surging within him. With lightning speed, he hurled a flurry of hidden weapons, which spread like shadows, striking the fleeing disciples in the back of their heads. Their eyes widened in terror as they coughed up black blood, lifeless before they hit the ground. "Who dares to flee? This shall be your fate." Zhou Jianlin's voice chilled the air, turning to Wang Tianlei with an apologetic tone. "Hall Master Wang, I take full responsibility for this oversight. To atone, I shall lead my subordinates to exploit the weakness once more." Before his words could settle, Zhou Jianlin roared again, charging back into the fray. Wang Tianlei regarded Ding Lai sternly. "I hope your men do not repeat such a blunder. Given the circumstances, anger would serve no purpose. They must seek the weakness anew. Rest assured, my subordinates possess far more ambition than those of black blood. Our creed in the White Tiger Hall is to fight to the last breath," Ding Lai proclaimed, confidence swelling as he patted his chest. Not far away, several disciples of the White Tiger Hall attempted to stealthily slip away, their faces betraying their terror, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Humph, is this the creed of the White Tiger Hall?" Wang Tianlei shot them a scornful glare before storming off in indignation. Ding Lai's expression shifted to alarm as envy coursed through him. He too hurled a few throwing knives, mercilessly dispatching his fleeing subordinates, his face devoid of pride. Chapter 32. The 100 Phoenixes greet the sun, the Queen's grace despite the initial setback. Wang Tianlei and his companions could not easily relinquish hope. With the spiritual herbs nearing maturity, they launched a renewed offensive. In an instant, the battlefield erupted anew, a fierce clash of power igniting the skies, vibrant energies swirling chaotically, a dazzling spectacle yet decidedly unfavorable for humanity. In the shadows, Ziren observed, astonished, her delicate visage revealing a hint of horror. Is the ice-cloud purple lightning beast not excessively ferocious? How can so many powerful beings be rendered helpless against it? Moments ago, she witnessed a White Tiger Hall enforcer at the 5th realm of Xuanwu be reduced to charred remains by a single bolt of lightning. Doubts began to creep into her mind. The expression on Chu Xian's face remained perpetually cold, his gaze steady and unwavering, devoid of joy or sorrow. He occasionally glanced towards the three mysterious women, his thoughts a mystery. "Lady, the ferocity of this beast is overwhelming. Prolonging this conflict may be detrimental to us." Xiao Qing murmured softly. No sooner had she spoken than the situation shifted dramatically. Ding Lai leapt into the air, his sword aimed fiercely, only to be brutally swatted away by the beast, crashing to the ground. The ice-cloud beast unleashed an icy spear, hurtling towards him. "No, please, spare me. I beg you, I do not wish to die." As Ding Lai glanced upward, he saw the massive ice spear hurtling towards him with blinding speed, leaving him no time to evade. Panic-stricken, he cried out for help, tears streaming down his face, stripped of all dignity. The terror of death stripped away the facade of the imposing Ding Lai, revealing a pitiful figure pleading for mercy. In that moment, the elegant woman moved like the wind, appearing beside Xiao Qing in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, she drew her bowstring taut, aimed at the beast, and released an arrow. The movement was fluid and swift as lightning. The arrow soared forth, slicing through the air like a tempest, its speed so tremendous that it could scarcely be contained. The arrowhead, unable to withstand the intense velocity, glowed red-hot, reminiscent of a brilliant rainbow piercing through the sun. First, the ice spear that attacked Ding Lai was shattered, and then it continued to surge forward. Boom! It accurately struck the head of the ice cloud beast, the bolt piercing through one of its eyes, instantly causing blood to spray into the air. Following this, the anguished cries of both the ice cloud beast and the purple lightning beast echoed in unison. The two beasts, united in pain, clearly felt the agony down to their bones, their wails relentless. This scene left all present in stunned silence, their gazes turning in reverence toward the elegant young woman, who had previously been inconspicuous, instantly becoming the center of attention. What remarkable archery skills! A masterful shot that achieved two objectives in one arrow. That single arrow not only saved a life teetering on the brink of death at the hands of the monstrous beasts, but also provided everyone present with a moment to breathe. Most importantly, it conveyed a message to all. The ice cloud purple lightning beast was not invincible. It too could be felled by overwhelming force. High above, the expressions of Zhou Jianlin and others were a mix of surprise, fear, and concern. Wang Tianlei's face, in contrast, radiated with pride. A lady is indeed a lady. Her prowess is extraordinary. Ding Lai, meanwhile, lay trembling in a pit, shivering uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Realizing the ice spear had not come for him, he looked up and found he had been saved, breathing heavily in relief. Damn, I almost lost my life here. He cast a glance at the graceful woman, his eyes devoid of gratitude, instead solidifying a thought in his mind. This woman must not be allowed to remain. How incredibly powerful she is, to have so severely wounded the ice cloud purple lightning beast with a single strike. Baiziru's eyes widened in disbelief, and she rubbed her eyes, fearing she was imagining things. She has hidden her abilities well. Ding Mingyin's lips curled into a beautiful arc, seemingly unfazed, as though it was all anticipated. What the heck? Chu Xian frowned and stood up, his reaction somewhat lacking in composure. What? Are you also shocked by her strength? Baiziru couldn't suppress a smile, as she found Chu Xian's demeanor amusing. Powerful? Uft. She missed the mark. To her astonishment, Chu Xian bluntly remarked, that archery is simply pathetic. If she can't shoot accurately, compassion can ultimately lead to one's own demise. Baiziru was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Xian in disbelief. Are your eyes malfunctioning? You think her archery is poor? She continued, exasperated. Just admit you're envious. If you think you can do better, go ahead. She not only injured the beast, but also saved a life. Chu Xian shot her a look of incredulity, urging her to reflect on her words. You don't understand him. If you did, you'd never call him human. As for the archery skills, while others saw a marksmanship that could hit a target from 100 paces, to Chu Xian, it was lacking. Her foundation might be solid, but the finesse was insufficient. Not far away, the elegant woman's brows knitted together, her pupils constricting as a fleeting shadow of frustration crossed her face. She murmured, to think the purple lightning beast would sense it. Its vigilance is indeed formidable. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with her previous shot. Indeed, she had intended to deliver a decisive blow to the head, but unexpectedly, the purple lightning beast had sensed a trace of danger mid-flight and evaded to the side. However, the bolt's speed was too great, and it still struck its eye. Miss, had you not saved that man, perhaps you could have achieved a clean headshot. Xiao Qing remarked, her expression toward Ding Lai far from friendly. Xiao Qing, you all take charge here. I will confront him. The elegant woman replied without looking back, striding toward the ice cloud purple lightning beast. It must be noted that at this moment, the ice cloud purple lightning beast was in a state of fury. Its power frenzied, its ferocity so intense that everyone else had retreated to 100 meters away to avoid its wrath. Who would dare provoke it at such a time? Nevertheless, the mysterious girl in purple resolutely approached. The ice cloud purple lightning beast let out a series of menacing roars, its voice like thunder, as dense spiritual energy formed a fierce whirlwind around it, clearly intent on thwarting any human attempts to ambush. The elegant woman's garments billowed in the gusts, resembling a battle flag, while her eyes, like deep pools of jade, focused intently. Then, a delicate, jade-like hand emerged slowly, slender fingers glistening like bone. A surge of purple light enveloped her, radiating an ever-growing aura. Between her fingers, arcs of purple electricity flickered into existence, and then, a fully purple-patterned long spear materialized from thin air, gripped tightly in her hand. This scene resembled a queen emerging onto the battlefield, her presence commanding, characterized by both grace and unparalleled beauty. 100 phoenixes greet the sun, the elegant woman called out, her voice melodious as she soared through the air. thrusting the spear like a dragon. A terrifying purple aura enveloped the sky, resembling a purple meteor streaking across the heavens. Bang! The earth trembled as she pierced through the raging storm, a mass of purple energy expanding like a black hole, engulfing the whirlwind, which then dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the woman standing high above, gazing down upon the world. Roar! Upon seeing her, the purple lightning beast opened its massive maw, unleashing a thunderous roar to express its fury, its eyes filled with murderous intent. It detected a familiar scent emanating from her, the same presence that had ambushed them earlier, igniting its rage further, viewing her as a sworn enemy. Zzz! Electricity surged forth, transforming into intricate arcs that struck violently. As a massive purple energy sphere erupted from its mouth, the mysterious woman lightly pursed her lips, blocking the spear with a deft motion, yet was still sent flying by the immense shockwave, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Both of you, come fight alongside the lady. Otherwise, there will be no chance left. Wang Tianlei was the first to swing his axe toward the head of the purple lightning beast, channeling his spiritual energy. And though it radiated a terrifying might, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg, as the beast swatted him away effortlessly. How many times he rolled on the ground afterward remained unknown. Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin were astute enough to understand the principle of seizing the opportunity while the enemy was vulnerable, leaving no chance for the ice cloud purple lightning beast to catch its breath, leading the remaining subordinates into a fierce charge. Now that the ice cloud beast had been gravely injured, only the purple lightning beast was left to endure. However, unlike Wang Tianlei, they did not expend all their energy, but rather assessed the situation, waiting to take advantage of the chaos, ensuring they conserve their strength. These two fools are cutting off its retreat. Chu Xian, observing from the shadows, felt exhausted and helpless as he glanced at Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin. Naturally, he wished for them to weaken each other, yet those two clever fools refrained from doing so. As expected, the combined frontal assault inflicted significant pressure on the purple lightning beast, brutal strikes raining down upon it like a tempest, causing it immense pain. Its body now covered in bloodstains, a torrential downpour of crimson falling. The cold, haunting gaze of the purple lightning beast was filled with boundless hatred. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a sonic wave that rippled through the void, creating a pressure that shook the mountains and rivers, the ripples quickly spreading like a blooming lotus. First as a gentle stream, then transforming into a violent torrent. Those around hastily covered their ears, unwilling to approach, some suffering ruptured eardrums, spurting blood. Seizing this moment, realizing no one was behind it, the ice cloud purple lightning beast swiftly retreated into the cave in a panic. Whoosh! As the ice cloud purple lightning beast turned its head, a swifter shadow darted past. It was Zhou Jianlin, who had just witnessed the ice cloud purple lightning beast fall into a disadvantaged position and, thinking it was on the brink of death, recklessly rushed into the cave in search of treasure. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the ice cloud purple lightning beast retreated back into the cave, and the two encountered each other by mere coincidence. What is happening? Aren't you supposed to be near death? Zhou Jianlin, taken aback, was filled with panic. How could he be so unfortunate? At such close proximity, the beast could easily crush him with a single swipe. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. The ice cloud purple lightning beast harbored deep-seated hatred for him and unleashed a mighty claw descending upon him. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I don't want the spiritual medicine anymore. I beg you, spare my life. In that moment, Zhou Jianlin was gripped by terror, the fear of death overshadowing his spirit, revealing a most undignified state. Greed had led him to this predicament. Had he known better, he would not have rushed in. Suddenly, 3 shadows of spears surged forth. Upon closer inspection, it was the mysterious woman, undeterred by the sound waves, forcefully blocking his escape route. The purple long spear shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, emanating an invisible aura of dominance. The ice cloud beast, sensing danger, let out a low growl, clearly unprepared for such a lunatic, and hastily retreated, attempting to evade the impending strike. However, it underestimated the strength of the mysterious woman. With a resounding crash, the spear pierced through the neck of the ice cloud beast, blood gushing forth and drenching the mysterious woman. Yet, she remained unfazed, seemingly immune to the blood. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a fluid motion, she lifted the bloodied spear once more, aiming to strike the nearby purple lightning beast. Bang! Before she could land her blow, the beast's powerful claw struck her, sending her tumbling to the ground, where she spat out blood in a desperate attempt to rise again. However, sharp pain radiated from her ribs, and upon inspection, she discovered several of them had fractured. The claw had been a desperate, instinctual strike from the ice cloud purple lightning beast, its power unmistakable. At this moment, the ice cloud beast was also in dire straits, its life force diminishing rapidly due to the spear wound, inciting greater anxiety and fury in the purple lightning beast. Kill. Ha ha ha, the spiritual medicine is mine. Seeing this, Ding Lai charged forward, his eyes wide with joy, exuding an aura akin to a ferocious beast. Not if I can help it. The spiritual medicine is mine. Zhou Jianlin, witnessing Ding Lai's advance, seized the opportunity to scramble to his feet and rush forward. If they could slay the ice cloud purple lightning beast, he would be the first to enter the cave, where the allure of the treasure was limitless. At that moment, the only thought occupying their minds was the spiritual medicine. Wang Tianlei also joined the fray, his powerful arms bulging with muscle, his aura escalating rapidly. As a violent bear-like spirit emanated from him, clearly tapping into his bloodline's power. Miss! A frantic cry echoed from nearby. It was Xiaoqing. Seeing the pain etched on her mistress's face, her heart ached, and she turned urgently to Xiaolan, saying, "You take the helm. I'll assist the miss." Without hesitation, she discarded her crossbow and sprinted towards the mysterious woman, who was gravely injured and in imminent danger. "Leave. Do you think we are mere decorations?" Ding Lai smirked, mocking them with a calm demeanor. He gestured, and his remaining subordinates surrounded their escape route, revealing menacing expressions, as if to say that passage through here required stepping over their bodies. Such was their arrogance. How infuriating. Wang Tianlei's expression turned grim as their exit was blocked. If they fought to the death, perhaps there would be a chance for survival, but behind them loomed the unbeatable purple lightning beast. Realizing this, he slowly approached the miss, ready to voice his thoughts. "Miss, Wang Hall Master, I know what you wish to say. That is not advisable." The poised woman's cold gaze flicked towards Ding Lai and his cohorts, radiating a chilling resolve. She continued, "Engaging them head-on would yield no victory. They seek to create the illusion that we fell to the beast, thus shedding their own culpability. They remain wary of the Nine sect, so they will not attack us. Our focus must be on the purple lightning beast. If we fight to break free, it will only provoke them into a reckless assault against us, disregarding our Nine sect identity, thereby plunging us into peril." She cast a deep, longing gaze at the rampaging purple lightning beast, her eyes reflecting genuine desire and determination. It was imperative to devise a strategy that could eliminate the beast while also neutralizing Ding Lai and his ilk. This was their best chance of survival. Luring the beast outside might present an opportunity. Harnessing the beast's unassailable strength to breach Ding Lai and his followers' defenses was a brilliant insight from the composed woman. Roaring, the purple lightning beast fixated its icy glare on the woman, its rage palpable. It unleashed 3 violet energy spheres, hurtling towards her. "Remember, do not engage directly. Adopt guerrilla tactics. Scatter." As her command rang out, she leaped into the air, enduring the excruciating pain. The others swiftly followed suit, retreating. Boom. In the next instant, the spot where they had just stood was obliterated, a massive crater forming, dust and smoke billowing into the air. The woman had been absorbing the medicinal energy, and though not fully healed, she could still exert 30 to 40% of her peak capabilities. On the battlefield, she moved like a specter, her agility betraying no signs of injury. Ding Lai, witnessing this, was taken aback, gripping his sword tightly, prepared for her counterattack, still haunted by their previous encounters. Xiaoqing felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress, yet the situation left her powerless. Soon, Xiaoqing and her companions joined the fray. But they chose an unconventional strategy, alternating positions within the combat zone, rendering it difficult to pinpoint who was where. In this exchange, they occasionally struck the beast, only for it to retaliate in vain. This was a tactical maneuver, allowing for both offense and defense, but required impeccable coordination, otherwise it would be futile. Aptly named guerrilla warfare, Zhou Jianlin, discerning their scheme, let out a sinister chuckle. At this moment, he felt utterly at ease. Whether they succeeded or failed, it would yield him nothing but benefits. Should they perish, he would conveniently pin their deaths on the beast, and the Nine sect could not hold him accountable. If they survived, it would mean the beast's demise, to his advantage. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Lai, both sharing a smirk without uttering a word, clearly aligned in thought. As the agile woman slowed her pace, the purple lightning beast seized the opportunity, unleashing a bolt of electric energy that crackled and sparked in its wake. The once seemingly exhausted and graceful woman suddenly lunged towards Zhou Jianlin with ferocity. Attempting to deceive me, Zhou Jianlin struck the air with a powerful slash, forcefully repelling the graceful woman back. A surge of electric light then hurtled towards him. Again, He swung his sword fiercely, shattering the electric attack, though the sheer force left his arm tingling. You wretched witch, you dare to use this trick against me? Do you truly believe me to be so easily fooled? To think you could kill me is a testament to your naivety. Zhou Jianlin spat inwardly, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. In the distance, Xiaoqing observed this spectacle and chuckled, silently thinking that it served them right. Although they had failed to eliminate him, they had nonetheless incurred an unexpected setback. It seemed she had discovered a method for revenge, trying out the young lady's approach, which proved effective, yet Ding Lai and the others appeared to have learned their lesson and were well prepared, resulting in minimal casualties. How laughable. Do you truly consider me a fool? Do you believe I would fall for your schemes? Zhou Jianlin guffawed, then noticed them fleeing and could not help but express his annoyance. Is escaping all you nine Xianmen are capable of? I must say, you seem quite adept at fleeing. Do you often find yourselves in such predicaments? Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. Xiaoqing retorted angrily. Xiaoqing, ignore him. Xiaolon, who had teleported in, cautioned, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Jianlin. Meanwhile, after several attempts to distract, the graceful woman discerned that the beast would not venture more than 10 meters from the cave entrance. She softly conveyed, Xiaoqing, our previous tactic is no longer viable. We must rethink our escape route. Currently, they could only entangle the beast while contemplating their retreat, a significant test of one's mental fortitude. A moment's distraction could lead to the purple lightning beast exploiting a flaw, resulting in their demise. Finally, the purple lightning beast exhibited cunning. It stood motionless, biding its time. The moment they hesitated, it would seize its opportunity for revenge, waiting until their energy was utterly depleted. Ha ha! Zhou Jianlin laughed uncontrollably, unabashedly mocking them. These fools truly believe the beast is powerless against them. Now, they find themselves countered. In my opinion, the nine Xianmen is merely a hollow name, filled with nothing but useless individuals. No, to call them useless would be an insult to the term. They are less capable than a beast devoid of intelligence. The other subordinates joined in the mockery, emboldened by their leader's approval. Do not panic. Remain calm. Any misstep now, and we shall become targets for the beast. The graceful woman noticed Xiaoqing and Wang Tianlei beginning to show signs of emotional instability and hastily urged them. Did she not harbor resentment towards the insults directed at her lineage? She did, yet she perceived the situation with clarity. Miss, this is intolerable. I would gladly sacrifice myself to ensure they perish alongside me. Xiaoqing's murderous intent intensified. Foolish girl, they are ignorant and foolish. Why lower yourself to their level? Offending your mistress, do you think they will escape unscathed? I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end, 100-fold retribution. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing and the others stabilized their emotions. Unbeknownst to them, the graceful woman was equally perplexed. The beast, seemingly devoid of intelligence, could not possibly conceive the strategy of remaining still to counteract their movements. Yet, it had done so, suggesting its intelligence was not insignificant. Could it be related to the Millennium Spiritual Herb? Her purpose here was the purple lightning beast, not the Millennium Herb, which was merely a secondary task. Having been within the sect, she had encountered various Millennium herbs, and she had even consumed several herself. It was not that she underestimated the beast, but rather the Millennium Herb. The graceful woman finally understood why she had faced repeated setbacks. Her meticulously crafted plans had consistently gone awry. The 100 phoenixes rising should have led to the beast's downfall, yet she had only managed to slay the ice cloud beast, indicating much. Of course, another error was her unwarranted compassion. She once again gazed at the beast, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Earlier, she had merely been comforting Xiaoqing, yet she herself was devoid of thoughts. She recognized that this approach could not persist, for should their energy be depleted, their demise would be inevitable. Before long, Xiaoqing, Xiaolon, and Wang Tianlei's energies began to wane. It was clear their spiritual energy was nearing exhaustion. Witnessing this, she felt urgency like never before, biting her lip, compelling herself to devise a strategy for retreat. However, her mind was a blank slate. Her thoughts began to spiral. As her own energy was also failing, she urgently called out, Xiaoqing, gather here at once. Noticing their consciousness waning, she leaped into the air, pulling them all towards her, then cast a talisman. Upon landing, the array formed, and a luminous barrier appeared. A fourth-tier defensive talisman? Ding Lai gasped in astonishment. The 9 Xianmen truly possessed considerable wealth. Even having fourth-tier defensive talismans, it was infuriating how people could vary so greatly. The purple lightning beast, seeing those within the barrier, erupted with joy, launching furious assaults against it. Yet, the barrier remained impervious. Xiaoqing weakly lifted her gaze, noticing the sky. Am I still alive? Wang Tianlei, already low on energy, had succumbed to exhaustion, lying motionless on the ground, unaware of his fate. Miss, do not speak. Focus on regaining your strength. The graceful woman's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, pure and translucent, lending a rosy hue to her complexion. Delicate and smooth as if coated in fine powder. She immediately administered a recovery pill to each of them and began contemplating their escape. Outside, intense tremors reverberated as the beast continued its relentless bombardment, clearly intent on destroying the graceful woman. Although the fourth-tier spirit array was formidable, it was not without limits. The longer it endured, the less spiritual energy it would possess, and eventually, it would be shattered by the beast. With a slight frown, the graceful woman's starry eyes sparkled with a hint of resignation. Xiaoqing, Xiaolon, I am sorry. I have brought this upon you. Miss, what are you saying? We chose to follow you willingly. Besides, you once said we are your dear sisters, destined to share trials and tribulations. I support your every decision unconditionally, even if it proves erroneous. The usually reticent Xiaolon furrowed her brow tightly, speaking with a hint of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though veiled, her sorrow was palpable. The graceful woman slightly tilted her head, her brow unfurling as she chuckled softly. Of course, I regard you as my closest sisters. I know my dear Xiaolon cares for me the most. However, this time, I miscalculated, and guilt inevitably weighs on my heart. Allow me to express my apologies, if only to ease my conscience. Xiaolon nodded obediently. Sensing her mistress's distress, Xiaoqing smiled and said, Miss, do not burden yourself too much. How much worse can the outcome be? At worst, we shall die together. It is merely that I cannot bear the thought of not vanquishing those vile scoundrels. Xiaoqing cast a resentful glance at the distance. Indeed, Zhou Jianlin and his cohorts reveled in their misfortune, exulting in their victory, some even dancing with glee. Their mouths spewing disparaging remarks about the 9 Xian men, their faces etched with disdain and contempt, certainly no kind words. They now found themselves in an inevitable death trap. Miss, are we truly destined to perish today? A revived Xiaoqing blinked her large eyes, glancing outside, evidently still harboring many hopes for this world. Xiaolon teased, What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave your little paramour in the sect? Since we are destined for demise, why wear a frown? Not at all. You wicked Xiaolon, always ready to frame me. Xiaoqing retorted awkwardly, casting a resentful glare at Xiaolon, who delighted in her teasing. The graceful young woman smiled serenely, fully aware that her misjudgment of the true power of the ice cloud thunder beast and her decision to let Ding Lai and his companion go had led to this tragic outcome. Yet, strangely, Xiaoqing and the others bore no resentment towards her, nor did they feel any regret, revealing her contentment despite the many regrets that lingered in her heart. Chapter 35. The arrival of Chu Xian, commanding the atmosphere. Miss, are you also thinking of your beloved? If my memory serves me right, your wedding is but a year away. Xiaoqing climbed beside her, her gaze filled with desolation and solitude. Though it seemed inappropriate to speak of such matters at this moment, she feared that if she did not voice it now, she may never have the opportunity again. The graceful young woman remained silent, neither denying nor confirming. Her eyes were lost in the distance, betraying no emotion. How dare you speak, you traitor? Xiaolon interjected, her voice tinged with indignation, as a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, seemingly recalling some rather embarrassing past events. How have I become a traitor? Do not falsely accuse me, or I shall haunt you as a ghost. How have you not become a traitor? We swore as children to share one husband. And yet you have betrayed us midway. Xiaolon huffed, her face already flushed like a ripe peach. Huh. The traditionally aloof young woman, who seldom smiled, suddenly covered her mouth and let out a giggle, her laughter sweet and melodious, akin to a gentle spring stream, refreshing the soul. She must be extraordinarily beautiful when she removes her veil. I did not. Xiaoqing protested, her delicate brows furrowing, her expression bashful as she forcefully denied it. Still denying it? You have already begun writing love letters to your little paramour. Xiaolon teased, refusing to let the matter rest. I meant to say I never swore an oath. Xiaoqing's face turned crimson, and she fell silent by the end of her sentence. Well, you heartless one. After all the kindness Miss and I have shown you. Xiaolon continued to jest. Miss I. Xiaoqing found herself at a loss, her face resembling that of a drunken maiden, despite her petite, charming appearance. Enough. You two, cease your bickering. The graceful young woman gestured, reminding them that there were outsiders present. The two finally fell silent. Not far away, Ding Lai and his companions waited leisurely, feeling particularly triumphant. Truly, heaven is aiding us. Once the beast shatters the defenses, it will be utterly exhausted, and then it shall be ours to slaughter. Indeed, Brother Ding possesses foresight, Zhou Jianlin echoed, his expression one of unrestrained joy. The other subordinates were equally ecstatic, their faces alight with smiles. After enduring the hellish slaughter they had just experienced, they were finally on the brink of reaping the rewards, their minds racing with visions of future glory and wealth. In the shadows, it was time for me to make an entrance. Chu Xian chuckled, hastily starting to remove his garments. Ah, Chu Xian, what are you doing? You need not undress to make your entrance, Ziren exclaimed, startled by his actions, her eyes wide with shock as she both admired and admonished him. After all, a girl must maintain her modesty. You shall see shortly. Chu Xian continued to undress, oblivious to her gaze. Ding Mingyan's expression remained cool and composed. Though unsure of Chu Xian's intentions, she slowly turned her back to him, maintaining the decorum expected between the sexes. You are shameless. You rogue, Ziren scolded playfully, quickly shielding her eyes. However, he deliberately opened his fingers to create a gap, considering she was a pure and stunning beauty. She pondered whether engaging in such behavior might tarnish her goddess-like reputation. Aware this was somewhat inappropriate, she reassured herself it would only be a brief glance. Ziren, apply this all over, Chu Xian commanded, holding a black substance in his hand, clearly ready to adorn his chest. He then handed Ziren a box. Ziren's eyes reflected a hint of regret, yet her face flushed with warmth. What is this? It looks revolting and smells strange, Ziren exclaimed with distaste, her delicate fingers pinching her nose. Why ask so many questions? Hurry and apply it. Otherwise, the Millennium Spirit herb will mature. Chu Xian urged. Do you still desire the crystal core of the Ice Cloud Thunder Beast? If you do, be swift and do not waste time. He lightly kicked Ziren. Such a pampered young lady. One must not indulge her. Under the pressure of Chu Xian's insistence, Ziren ultimately relented, moving to his side to begin applying the substance. Initially shy, her movements were cautious and tentative, but soon she grew bolder, unabashedly taking liberties as she occasionally pinched. Are you really going to use this to enter the cave and retrieve the Millennium Herb? Ding Mingyan asked, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded the dark substance on him with skepticism. Indeed, Chu Xian nodded nonchalantly, applying it under his arms. Ding Mingyan was taken aback, wondering if this would truly work. The beast was currently at its peak, and even the 9 Yin sect had been driven to despair, seemingly awaiting their end. She wanted to advise Chu Xian to wait, but recalling his history of never undertaking ventures without certainty, she refrained from speaking. Rest assured, I shall succeed. Just remember to await my command before acting. Do not rush. That area does not require application, Chu Xian instructed, but suddenly felt a tightness in his groin. Leaping away in shock, casting a bemused glance at Ziren. You did that on purpose. You did not specify where to avoid. Ziren replied innocently, her beautiful, gentle face now flushed with embarrassment. You just said to apply it all over, she added, lowering her head in a manner both tender and pitiful, evoking sympathy. Not a problem. Chu Xian's face had turned equally red as he turned to flee, but not before sternly reminding her, remember, await my command. Once Chu Xian had departed, Ziren exhaled, her tension easing, yet the blush on her face remained. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ding Mingyan smiled knowingly. Absolutely not, Ziren quickly denied, her eyes darting, her awkward expression making Ding Mingyan stifle a laugh. How was it? Was it large? Ziren jumped, astonished that the typically aloof Ding Mingyan would ask such a question. She froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. What do you mean by that? Hee. So you too are enamored by Chu Xian's looks, you rogue. Ziren's expression brightened with a mischievous smile, recognizing their shared understanding, rendering any shyness unnecessary. Indeed, we are kindred spirits. Beside him, the enchanting figure wore an expression of perpetual confusion, her round eyes spinning in bewilderment. What is a female rogue? She pondered aloud. Sister Zyro and Sister Mingyan are both female rogues, so I want to be a female rogue too. If Chu Xian were present, he would undoubtedly be frightened into fleeing, reminding everyone that men must safeguard their safety when venturing outside. Meanwhile, Chu Xian strode forward with an air of reckless abandon, heading straight toward the cave entrance. What on earth is that? A primitive savage? He thought, observing the dark figure that resembled a giant black rat. Are you blind? That's clearly a person. At this moment, the members of the White Tiger Hall and the Black Blood Alliance took notice of Chu Xian, their curiosity piqued as they exchanged opinions. Ding Lai's expression turned serious as he regarded Chu Xian, exclaiming in astonishment, Brother Zhou, Have you ever encountered such a wild man in the Apocalypse Mountain range? Never, Zhou Jianlin replied, shaking his head in disbelief. This fellow cannot possibly be a savage. Ding Lai concluded. Not far away. Chu Xian flashed a broad grin towards Ding Lai and the others, revealing his gleaming white teeth, which appeared even more radiant against his dark attire. He waved his hand, seemingly greeting them. Heh, is this fool waving at us? What a riot. He looks like a clown. A disciple of the White Tiger Hall chuckled. Soon after, they observed Chu Xian bow deeply, as if in gratitude. Ha ha ha, is this guy performing tricks? First, he waves at us, then he bows. He making us feel embarrassed. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who clearly regarded him as a circus monkey. The 4 members of the defense formation also noticed Chu Xian. However, after observing his peculiar antics, they deemed him a fool. After finishing his bow, Chu Xian turned and proceeded toward the cave entrance. Hey, don't leave. Continue your performance. If it amuses me, I might even give you some meat. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending him flying like a salted fish. It was Ding Lai, his fury palpable as he stood at the forefront, having long suspected this peculiar youth. Stop him. We cannot allow him to enter the cave, otherwise, all our sacrifices will be in vain. Ding Lai unsheathed his sword, his face darkened with rage, disdain seeping from his lips. Trash thinks it can lay claim to my treasure. Watch as I break your legs. To him, the Millennium Spirit Herb was his possession. He strode forward with an imposing presence, brandishing his sword with flair. A roar erupted from the purple lightning beast, its thunderous sound waves akin to a torrential storm, sending Ding Lai tumbling backward, his formidable might rendering him helpless. How could a first-level true martial realm practitioner possibly stand against a 5th-level opponent, especially one bolstered by the purple lightning beast? Clearly, the beast believed the humans intended to attack and seize its treasure, forbidding anyone from approaching. It roared again, a clear warning that any further advance would be met with lethal force. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were rendered speechless, fear gripping their hearts. Having learned from Ding Lai's misfortune, Zhou Jianlin hesitated to act recklessly. Instead, he pointed toward the cave entrance and shouted, "Brother, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We are here to warn you that someone is attempting to enter your cave and steal your treasure. You must stop him." His voice boomed like thunder. Yet, the beast paid him no heed. As Zhou Jianlin watched Chu Xian inch closer to the cave entrance, he felt a surge of anxiety, akin to countless ants gnawing at him. The beast regarded him as a fool, mocking him with its gestures, and in response, it unleashed 3 purple energy orbs, sending Zhou Jianlin flying, blood spewing from his mouth in a wretched state. To make matters worse, Chu Xian turned back, grinning triumphantly at him, igniting the flames of Zhou Jianlin's rage to unprecedented heights. "You little brat, I am Zhou Jianlin. If you wish to live, get lost. If you dare take another step, I will annihilate your entire family." Zhou Jianlin seethed with fury, his anger palpable. Despite his injuries, he showed no sign of retreat, demonstrating just how much he valued the Millennium Spirit Herb within the cave. Chu Xian halted before the cave entrance. The flustered and angry onlookers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him stop. Evidently, the reputation of the alliance leader, Zhou, still held sway. They began to flatter him. Zhou Jianlin, reveling in vanity, smirked coldly at Chu Xian, his anger dissipating somewhat as he thought, "At least you know to back down. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to kill you. I cannot let you lay claim to my prize after all this planning." However, to everyone's surprise, Chu Xian stuck out his tongue at Zhou Jianlin in defiance, and then leaped into the cave. Zhou Jianlin, momentarily taken aback, coughed up blood and rage. His eyes blazing with fury, his expression twisted in anger. "You bastard, you brought this upon yourself. No matter who you are, I will kill you and wipe out your entire family." The disciples of the White Tiger Hall snickered at Zhou Jianlin, who had been so full of himself moments before, now rendered powerless and humiliated before such a crowd. Chapter 36. The Millennium Tao Lotus, 7-seed Bodhi. Haha, splendid work. My lady, look. Those 2 villains are nearly driven mad. Who would have thought they would experience such humiliation? Truly, what goes around comes around. They deserve their retribution. One young girl in the defense formation cried out in delight, jumping with excitement at Zhou Jianlin's misfortune, her heart swelling with satisfaction. She glanced toward the cave entrance, now viewing the one she had previously dismissed with newfound respect, realizing he was rather endearing. Meanwhile, a delicate young woman fell into deep thought. The ice cloud purple lightning beast was known for its keen sensitivity to human presence. Why had it ignored him despite their proximity? The audacious thief dares to steal Ding Lai's treasure. If I do not kill you, I vow to cease being human. Ding Lai roared to the heavens. His teeth clenched in rage, his attire in tatters. That treasure had been his heart's desire, for which he had devoted countless efforts and energy. Now, he could only watch helplessly as someone else seized it, his fury boiling over. His murderous intent rivaled that of Zhou Jianlin. As Chu Xian entered the cave, he paid no mind to their anguished cries, focusing solely on the fragrant scent of herbs wafting from within. The once mighty Ding Lai and the prideful Zhou Jianlin were now consumed with rage, their eyes blazing red, their faces contorted in a terrifying manner. They were furious beyond measure. The emotions evoked were akin to that of a beloved wife being abducted by Chu Xian. In the shadows, Baiziro couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon witnessing this scene. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes shimmering with mischief, and pouted with a haughty snort. Humph. They deserve it. Those two old dogs have been too arrogant, and now they finally taste the bitterness of humiliation themselves. This is what we call karmic retribution. It's not that it doesn't happen, but rather that the timing isn't right yet. Sister Mingyan, look at Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin's expressions. They look as though they've lost their wives. Hee. After saying this, she resembled a lovesick maiden, her face radiating an innocent and enchanting smile, making her affection for Chu Xian all the more profound. Ding Mingyan was momentarily stunned, then revealed a captivating smile, involuntarily murmuring, "This fellow never ceases to surprise me." Observing Ding Lai's sorrowful expression, akin to that of someone mourning the loss of a cherished love, a subtle smile graced her fair visage, reminiscent of a lotus blooming gracefully in a tranquil pond, both delightful and breathtaking. "Damn it, you wretched beast, are you targeting me?" Zhou Jianlin, filled with indignation, pointed at the beast, cursing vehemently. If it were not for the fear of being overpowered, he would have relished the thought of dismantling the creature into a fine paste for the dogs. He had never endured such humiliation before. With a fierce roar, the thunderbolt beast's eyes grew cold, unleashing a thunderous bellow, as if to say, "Get lost." Although Zhou Jianlin was seething with rage, he had not lost his composure. At that furious roar, he quickly turned and fled, his retreat as pitiful as it was frantic. The previous feelings of ease and joy dissipated, replaced by a tide of anger and hatred that threatened to burst his chest. At that moment, Ding Lai composed himself and approached slowly, speaking in a deep tone. "Brother Zhou, let us not be overly pessimistic. That brat's strength is meager, and he cannot possibly absorb the Millennium Spirit Herb all at once. When he emerges with the herb and treasures, we can reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Wouldn't that be even better?" Indeed. Zhou Jianlin calmed down, a sudden expression of wild joy crossing his face, mingled with a shadow of malice. "I will not let him off the hook. I will not rest until I see him torn to shreds. Only then will my heart find peace." The rebirth from despair. His hatred for Chu Xian had seeped into his very bones. Seeing that the humans had retreated, the thunderbolt beast resumed its fierce assault on the light barrier. Inside the cave, ice layers surrounded them, the chill palpable. As Chu Xian ventured deeper, he sensed that this place was anything but ordinary. An inexplicable ominous feeling settled within him, a sense of danger more intense than that posed by the outside thunderbolt beast. After advancing several thousand steps, descending approximately 500 meters underground, the interior was surprisingly bright, illuminated by the shimmering ice crystals, reminiscent of lanterns, casting a warm glow. In contrast, the shadowy figure of Chu Xian appeared out of place. Eventually, he reached the end. Pausing to survey the area, he noted that the space expanded dramatically, revealing a vast hidden chamber. At the opposite end of the chamber, a lotus flower shimmered, its petals transparent like ice pillars. Yet, unlike rigid ice blocks, the petals swayed gently in the breeze that inexplicably flowed through the open expanse, confirming their authenticity. Moreover, the chamber's floor resembled a tranquil pond, covered by a thick layer of ice, with a few lotus leaves scattered across its surface, though ensnared by frost. The chamber was indeed peculiar, despite numerous vents around. The cold air remained trapped within, swirling and suspended like mist. The Millennium Tao Lotus, 7-seed Bodhi. Chu Xian gasped, instantly recognizing the precious entity before him. In his past life, he had mastered the art of alchemy, possessing profound knowledge of spirit herbs, leaving no doubt in his mind about the identity of this treasure. The Millennium Medicine King, known as the Tao Lotus, had existed for a millennium and bore 7 seeds. Legend had it that an immortal once comprehended the Tao upon its petal, leading to enlightenment, transcending constraints, and ascending to celestial realms. Naturally, Chu Xian's heart swelled with joy. However, he refrained from rashly attempting to pluck it, knowing that the Tao Lotus was not fond of cold environments, and the surrounding ice was far more frigid than ordinary frost. As he extended his hand toward the chamber, it recoiled instinctively as if shocked. His fingertips turning purple from the biting cold, a clear indication of frostbite. What an impressive chill. This must be the ultimate frigid energy. Perhaps the thunderbolt beast was drawn here primarily due to this extreme cold. The ice was indeed the natural habitat for the thunderbolt beast, allowing it to cultivate here with great efficacy, further enhanced by the spiritual energy of the Tao Lotus, making it an ideal place for cultivation. He surveyed the surroundings. Although his current position was not as vast as the chamber, it was certainly larger than the corridor he had traversed. It was evident that he stood in the very spot where the thunderbolt beast practiced its cultivation. This meant that the thunderbolt beast dared not enter the chamber. Just as Chu Xian pondered this, a lotus leaf atop the icy surface of the chamber suddenly stirred. He quickly focused his gaze, astonished to see a peculiar entity darting away like a startled fish. By the heavens, its bone spirit cold fire. Indeed, what had darted away was not a fish, but a spirit fire, a unique flame that clung to the ice, distinct from ordinary fire, designed to burn through bone and corrode marrow. At that moment, even the esteemed martial emperor felt a sense of dread. This bone spirit cold fire was renowned on the heavenly fire rankings, said to have lost some of its sentience for unknown reasons, possessing only the power of earth fire. Yet, it was still coveted by many on the continent. This fire had last appeared a millennium ago. Could it be that this entity had come here 1,000 years prior due to the presence of the Tao Lotus? Given the 1,000-year age of the Tao Lotus, Chu Xian found this conjecture plausible. However, the pressing challenge he faced was how to retrieve the Tao Lotus from the ice encased by the bone spirit cold fire. No, since fate had led him here, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Chu Xian conceived a bold idea to subdue the bone spirit cold fire, thereby resolving his current dilemma. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, concentrating his mind as the incantation for the spirit fire, known as the Nine Heavens Heavenly Fire Mark, surfaced in his thoughts. He had won this technique from a friend in a wager. At the time, he had awakened a golden bloodline more suited to the sword path, thus setting this technique aside, dismissing it despite his friend's exuberant praises of its prowess. Little did he know that today it would prove invaluable. He silently practiced. Thanks to his exceptional talent, he quickly accessed the technique. Countless peculiar fire star points emerged within him, floating out like fireflies toward the chamber. To his delight, these star points seemed impervious to the extreme cold. This was a promising start. Before long, innumerable fire star points filled the chamber, resembling a swarm of fireflies in flight. Suddenly, a pale purple flame leaped into the air, akin to a fish breaching the surface, greedily consuming these fire star points, dancing joyfully as though relishing the feast. Following this, Chu Xian gradually drew the flame star points towards himself, skillfully employing his cultivation methods. He understood that celestial fire was particularly drawn to devour certain star points, which he could use to attract the celestial fire and subsequently employ a binding technique to restrain its power, refining it for his own use. As he observed the bone spirit cold fire drawing nearer, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to shudder. His teeth chattered, and a wave of coldness washed over his back, leading to a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he found the bone spirit cold fire to be rather endearing, its ethereal form drifting like a ghost without feet. At that moment, it was far from frightening, resembling a naive and lively child as it captured and consumed the star points. The two illusory eyes within its spirit flickered in and out of view, giving the impression of bright autumn waters, akin to a young girl. With a gentle command from Chu Xian, a character for binding soared into the air in a flourish, radiating brilliance as it lunged toward the bone spirit cold fire. The binding character enveloped it, firmly locking the bone spirit cold fire in place. Sensing the danger, it began to struggle fiercely, emitting strange sounds. Simultaneously, outside, the thunder beast, eager to break through the barrier, displayed a wild joy, as if it were on the cusp of fulfilling its vengeance. Inside the barrier, 3 women had already huddled together, quietly awaiting their fate. Suddenly, just as a punch was about to land, the beast trembled as an ominous premonition arose within it, instantly perceiving the change within the cave. It let out a thunderous roar, clearly filled with rage. In the next moment, it hurriedly turned and dove into the cave, urgency driving its actions. "Miss, it seems we are still alive?" Xiao Qing trembled as she raised her head, realizing that the monster had vanished without a trace. Soon after, they were encircled by Ding Lai and others. "Zhou, you stay here and watch over them. I will check inside," Ding Lai declared, preparing to enter the cave. The injuries of the members of the Nine Mystic sect had yet to fully heal, and even if they dropped their defensive array now, they would still struggle to escape death. Although the defensive spirit array was on the brink of shattering, their current strength was inadequate to break it. As the most powerful strike from a 5th-level true martial realm was worlds apart from that of a 1st-level true martial realm. Zhou Jianlin grasped Ding Lai, his expression darkening as he coldly stated, "On what grounds? You will keep watch over them while I check the situation." Ding Lai retorted, his tone laced with impatience. Deep down, he was constantly worried about his treasure's safety. After finally finding an opportunity, he could not afford to miss it. "It is not a matter of distrust. I could just as easily go in," Zhou Jianlin countered, avoiding the crux of the issue, clearly reluctant to escalate tensions. Despite their hidden agendas, it was best to avoid turning against each other in the face of a common enemy. With a hint of delight in his expression, he turned to rush into the cave, silently declaring, "My treasure, here I come." Boom. A terrifying force struck the cave entrance, forcing Zhou Jianlin back. His complexion changed drastically, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes as he glared at Ding Lai, saying coldly, "Ding Lai, what do you mean by this?" Though he did not wish to create conflict, it did not mean he was afraid. If it came down to it, they would go their separate ways, remaining adversaries. For the sake of the spirit medicine, he would not back down. Anyone who dared impede his progress would face dire consequences. "Zhou, isn't your behavior rather unscrupulous?" Ding Lai shot back. "How is it unscrupulous? You wanted to go in alone from the start, and that was just fine?" Zhou Jianlin retorted defiantly. "Enough with your moral high ground. Can't you see the bigger picture? One of us must remain to guard the 9 mystic sect. Otherwise, if they escape, we shall both meet our doom. Have you considered the consequences?" Ding Lai's gaze turned icy as he pointed towards the 4 within the barrier, his frustration evident as he glared at them. If not for the protection of the spirit array, he would have had the urge to eliminate them on the spot. Unfortunately, fate was unyielding. He viewed Zhou Jianlin as a fool, and at that moment, seeing his expression made him want to punch him. He silently vowed that one day he would make Zhou kneel before him. "Stop lecturing me. Who do you think you are to reprimand me? You act as if you are above it all, yet you are merely thinking of your own interests. Why should I not consider my own benefit?" Zhou Jianlin declared defiantly, his eyes narrowing dangerously, ready for a confrontation. In an instant, the previously harmonious atmosphere shattered, and those who moments ago had been laughing and boasting hurriedly retreated to the sides, preparing to draw their weapons. Hearing these words ignited a fire of fury within Ding Lai, nearly overwhelming him. Considering the myriad factors at play, he managed to suppress his murderous intent. Contemplating for a moment, he quickly devised a plan and reluctantly called out, "Brother Zhou, since you insist on this, we have only one option left." "I'm all ears." Zhou Jianlin replied. "Given the current situation, we can only entrust our respective assassination devices to our most capable aides, allowing them to watch over the 9 mystic sect scoundrels. This way, we can proceed with peace of mind. What do you think?" Ding Lai articulated slowly, his expression grave. This was the greatest concession he could offer, should the other party refuse. They would be left with no other choice but to fight to the bitter end. The assassination devices were coated with potent poison, easy to use, and capable of killing without a trace. "All right," Zhou Jianlin agreed without a moment's hesitation. Ultimately, Ding Lai entrusted his white tiger blade to Yin Yu, offering a few words of caution. Likewise, Zhou Jianlin handed his bloodthirsty dart to the elder He Shui, providing brief instructions. This scene was observed by Song Hanyang, hidden in the shadows, who felt an intense displeasure. He had always believed himself to be the favored subordinate of the leader, only to discover that the old man was held in higher regard. Envy brewed within him. The two exchanged glances before both soared toward the cave entrance. The earlier anomaly with the thunder beast suggested that the Millennium Spirit Medicine had likely been harvested by that young man. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize it from his hands. "In the shadows, Sister Mingyan, should we take action?" Bai Ziru asked, her brows furrowed with worry. "No. We wait for Chu Xian's command." Ding Mingyan remained as composed as ever, intensifying Bai Ziru's anxiety. Inside the cave, Chu Xian's expression was one of profound agony, his body covered in icy shards while strange spiritual lights surged around him. Before him, a flicker of flame struggled. A sudden roar erupted, shaking the very walls of the cave. Chu Xian's heart tightened, realizing the peril. The beast had returned just in time, confirming his earlier suspicion that the ice cloud thunder beast was indeed cultivating with the bone spirit cold fire. Before long, a colossal beast known as the purple lightning frenzy charged forth, its crimson eyes radiating an intensity of rage that surpassed even its desire for vengeance against the slayer of its kin. In disbelief, Chu Xian cast a glance at the purple lightning frenzy, which was coalescing a massive violet energy orb in its maw. the overwhelming fluctuations of spiritual power causing the ambient energy within the cavern to spiral into chaos. Cursing under his breath, Chu Xian leapt into the secret chamber, crashing heavily onto the thick ice sheet, a piercing pain shooting through his back as it made contact with the frigid surface. Upon witnessing Chu Xian enter the chamber, the purple lightning frenzy abruptly ceased its assault, standing vigil outside, its cold gaze fixed upon him, fully aware that this young man was as good as doomed. The creature briefly surveyed the intact growth of the Tao Lotus, finding a sliver of consolation in its continued existence. Suddenly, the bone spirit cold fire surged with formidable might. As frigid air began to coalesce around Chu Xian, half of it fortifying his resistance against the heavenly fire mark, while the other half invaded his body, wreaking havoc on his physiological functions. Already beset by tremendous agony, Chu Xian felt the icy tendrils envelop his heart, nearly freezing it in place.
The excruciating pain coursing through him dulled his senses, leading him to the brink of unconsciousness. Within him, the 108 mysterious sword tombs began to tremble.
The sound of clashing iron chains resonating, echoing the harmonious tones of the universe, summoning the forces of nature. Then, one particular ice-blue sword tomb flickered with ancient and profound energy, and a torrent of ice-blue flames erupted from it, coursing along the myriad chains binding him. Ultimately reaching Chu Xian's dantian, the frozen Chu Xian sensed a subtle shift within, a flicker of warmth spreading from his heart to his limbs. The long-lost heat gradually melting his blood, and his breathing began to stabilize. At that moment, the purple lightning frenzy trembled, turning its gaze back, seemingly sensing an intruder approaching, and it roared towards the cave entrance. Ding Lai and his companion, who had intended to approach stealthily, were struck with terror and fled. Akin to a mouse sensing the presence of a cat, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Brother Ding, that lad must have been slain by the purple lightning frenzy. Our treasure could fall into the clutches of that beast. Zhou Jianlin lamented, his face a mask of worry, his legs trembling. The current situation was uncertain, and all they could do was wait. After running approximately 200 meters, the two paused, panting heavily, clearly shaken by their earlier fright. We must remain vigilant. If the spiritual herb truly falls into the hands of the beast, we can only first deal with the troublesome matters of the 9 Xianmen before returning to confront this creature. Ding Lai proposed a cautious strategy, neither advancing nor retreating. Gradually, the coldness that had invaded Chu Xian began to dissipate, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him, seemingly poised to subdue the bone spirit cold fire. What kind of power is this? It can actually suppress the bone spirit cold fire? Chu Xian's hazy consciousness started to awaken. The bone spirit cold fire emitted a fearful shriek, her fiery form twisting and boiling as she struggled to break free, only to discover her futility. The fear in her ice-blue eyes intensified as she regarded Chu Xian, evoking memories of a haunting nightmare. Though momentarily free from the threat of death, Chu Xian was still in distress, alternating between scorching heat and numbing cold within, an exceedingly uncomfortable state. Suddenly, he sensed the bone spirit cold fire's plea. As if she was beseeching him for mercy, her struggles ceased, her gaze filled with terror and anguish. Why is this? Was she not fierce moments ago? How could she fear me? Is it the mysterious power within me? Who is the master of this ice-blue sword tomb? Does it share a dark past with the bone spirit cold fire? A powerful will began to manipulate Chu Xian, as if attempting to control him to refine the bone spirit cold fire, reminiscent of the time Qin Wuxia unconsciously compelled him to spy on others. Get out of my mind. My fate is not for others to dictate. I have my own thoughts and judgments. What I should do or not do is for me to decide. Get lost. Chu Xian fought to reclaim his consciousness, and his ice-blue pupils returned to normal. He quaked, staring intently at the flames before him, swaying unsteadily, on the verge of trapping her within himself for refinement. Yet, he hesitated. He saw the desolation and sorrow in the bone spirit cold fire's eyes, along with a flicker of pain and unfulfilled vengeance. She was unwilling to relent. The sword tomb within him shimmered once more, as if urging him to refine her swiftly, for the surrounding frigid air would soon restore the bone spirit cold fire's power, leaving him with no chance to capture her thereafter. Moments later, Chu Xian's anguished wails echoed, as though he were enduring unimaginable torment. "Ah!" he cried out, collapsing despondently onto the ice, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, as the previously melted snow rapidly refroze. In an instant, he became encased in ice. Before the ice sculpture, a faint flicker of flame, on the verge of extinguishing, gazed mournfully at him. She had been saved. Indeed, Chu Xian ultimately relinquished his intent to refine her. Without the bone spirit cold fire and the support of the mysterious power of the sword tomb, he could not withstand the encroaching cold, his blood freezing instantaneously. His skin cracking from the frost, a dragon's roar reverberating from within him, signaling the struggle of his bloodline power. A blue dragon shadow ascended, but it lasted only a fleeting moment before silence fell, and Chu Xian's breathing gradually steadied. In that instant, the bone spirit cold fire was taken aback. She had been fixated on his eyes, which had once brimmed with the desire to possess her and the determination to obliterate her. Yet, upon seeing her plea, his desire vanished, along with the oppressive force he had exerted. She had expected her entreaty to be dismissed as trivial, yet, in the depths of his gaze, she perceived a struggle and hesitation, as if he were grappling with his inner demons, ultimately choosing to abandon the notion of refining her. At that moment, she glimpsed the desolation and boundless sorrow reflected in his eyes, mingled with a trace of regret and unwillingness, yet predominantly a sense of liberation. Could it be that he, too, harbored unavenged grievances? Why then did he relinquish the thought of refining her? By merging with her, he could gain immense strength and the millennial-old Tao Lotus. Undoubtedly, both the bone spirit cold fire and the ancient Tao Lotus were immensely alluring, yet this man chose to forsake them. The bone spirit cold fire cast a glance toward the Tao Lotus, then back at Chu Xian, before swiftly darting away, reluctantly plucking a Bodhi seed and swiftly entering Chu Xian's body, placing the seed upon his brow. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded as the Bodhi seed descended. It swiftly penetrated his skin, embedding itself within his consciousness, and began to take root, sprouting forth as spiritual energy radiated outward, melting the ice that had encased Chu Xian. Gradually, the unconscious Chu Xian became aware of his heartbeat, sensing a powerful life force revitalizing his functions, a tingling warmth enveloping him, akin to swimming in the ocean, filling him with serenity. As consciousness gradually returned, yet the awakening remained elusive, I felt a disconnection from my own body. Within the recesses of my mind, something emerged, a sprouting blade of grass. What is this predicament? How could there be a plant within my thoughts? Have I truly lost my sanity? When did this occur? Chapter 38. A sudden surge in cultivation. Harvesting the Tao Lotus. Having weathered countless trials, Chu Xian quickly regained his composure, methodically piecing together his thoughts. His decision to relinquish the refinement of the bone spirit cold fire would undoubtedly result in being encased in an icy tomb, his heart pulse ceasing to exist. Was my immobility a consequence of my body being frozen? Yet, why was my consciousness intact, accompanied by a peculiar force blossoming within me, reminiscent of spring's gentle touch awakening the slumbering flora? It felt as though something writhed in my mind, exuding an enigmatic essence, hinting at a profound connection to the natural order, as if I had grasped the very essence of creation, seizing the brilliance of the sun and moon, yearning to transcend the mundane struggles of existence, to leap beyond the confines of law. Such marvel. I could sense the spiritual energy within my dantian bubbling forth. Despite being ensnared in an extreme cold that was reputed to freeze spiritual power, how could my dantian still yield energy inexplicably? Unfathomable. All signs suggested I had not yet succumbed entirely. In the chamber, a frail flicker of flame morphed into a diminutive figure, resembling a feeble old man. Perhaps weak by nature and further subdued by Chu Xian's mark, she expended her essence in a desperate bid for freedom, ultimately utilizing her final ounce of strength to pluck the Bodhi seed. This diminutive embodiment of bone spirit cold fire surveyed her surroundings, embodying despondence and sorrow. Finally exhaling a sigh, as if resigned yet unyielding. Death was inescapable. The bone spirit cold fire emitted a cackling laugh, as if comprehending the futility of her plight. She had long been destined for demise, surviving only through the power of the Tao Lotus, clinging to the hope of one day reclaiming her former glory to avenge herself. Alas, time was not on her side. Extending her tiny hand, though lacking substance, it possessed a peculiar charm, yet now it began to waver, flickering as if on the verge of vanishing into the ether. As the bone spirit cold fire awaited her end, she glanced at Chu Xian, whose inadvertent intrusion disrupted her tranquil existence, hastening her demise. Yet, rather than harboring resentment, she felt a tinge of gratitude for his selfless act of liberation and for freeing her from centuries of enmity. Suddenly, a flame mark on Chu Xian's forehead began to shimmer. What was that? The bone spirit cold fire froze in astonishment, recognizing it as the mysterious force that had sought to bind her. In that instant, a spark of survival ignited within her. Considering her imminent death, she pondered whether merging with him might grant her the chance for rebirth. It was a bold and beautiful notion. So be it. After all, death meant returning to nature, becoming mere dust, forever extinguished. Better to empower this young man, allowing the bone spirit cold fire to endure in the world. Perhaps, in his capable hands, she could regain her former might and instill fear across the realms. The possibility of rebirth and awakening intelligence lingered tantalizingly. With this resolve, the bone spirit cold fire reignited her vengeful spirit, swiftly darting toward Chu Xian's forehead, unhesitatingly merging with his flame mark. A soft groan escaped Chu Xian's lips as he felt himself plummeting into an endless inferno, his soul being scorched and lashed. A fleeting sense of turmoil and anguish rippled through him, but mercifully, it lasted mere seconds. In the next moment, he regained mobility. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The first image greeting him being the smooth, mirror-like ceiling of the chamber, reflecting his own form. He lay there, devoid of the initial, tearing pain. How could I suddenly move again? Chu Xian turned his focus inward, discovering no change within his dantian, still brimming with dense spiritual energy. However, a faint azure radiance mingled with his green spiritual power, accompanied by a bright azure orb, surrounded by swirling paths of the Tao, resonating with the essence of the heavens. He had ascended to the first level of the Xuanwu realm. Moreover, he had reached the third level of the Sword Tao, achieving the initial stage of the Sword Dan. After a brief slumber, his cultivation had surged. Yet, he felt no joy. His foundation had long been solidified, and this breakthrough was merely a matter of timing, especially considering how distant his ultimate goal remained. Within his dantian, the faint azure glow fluctuated, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, at times elusive. It was perplexing, oscillating between reality and illusion. In a moment of clarity, Chu Xian finally discerned a familiar sensation. No, this was the essence of the bone spirit cold fire. Could it be? He glanced around, finding no trace of her, yet the azure glow within him suggested that she had indeed been forcibly merged with him. No elation accompanied this revelation. Instead, a surge of sorrow and anger welled within him. Clearly, he believed that the bone spirit cold fire's presence within him indicated she had been refined, and that his very survival hinged upon this forced union, orchestrated by the consciousness that had controlled him during his unconscious state. In that moment, he felt like a puppet. Apologies. Yet, at this juncture, there was little he could alter. He had endured too much, witnessed countless lives and deaths, and the impact on his psyche was minimal. However, being controlled stirred a profound anger within him. He had always asserted that his fate belonged to him alone, not to be dictated by others. Currently, his strength was insufficient. He would bide his time. Turning, he noticed the thunderbolt beast glaring at him, a mixture of shock, confusion, and fury in its eyes. "You wretched beast," he thought. "You nearly cost me my life. I will skin you alive, strip your tendons, and shatter your legs." Roar, roar. The thunderbolt beast glared back, baring its sharp fangs, clearly understanding his words and seething with rage, as if to say, "Who do you think you are to speak so boldly?" Outside the tunnel, Ding Lai and his companion were startled by the earth-shattering roar, causing them to flee in haste. In his panic, Zhou Jianlin slipped on the icy ground, crashing down with a pale face, cursing, "Damn, do you wish to kill me?" Ultimately, the two reached a point merely 10 meters from the cave's entrance, hesitating to emerge, as their pride would not allow them to retreat after being so thoroughly frightened. At that moment, Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin shared a tacit understanding, both unwilling to expose the other. Ding, the aura just now clearly indicated the thunderbolt beast was thoroughly enraged. "It seems that kid is surely doomed," Zhou Jianlin declared, almost convinced that Chu Xian had perished within, leaving the spiritual medicine in the clutches of the thunderbolt beast, a most troublesome predicament. Their greatest embarrassment does not stem from their incessant fleeing, but rather from their utter ignorance of the appearance of a millennium-old spiritual herb, reduced to merely inhaling its fragrance in vain, which is indeed a profound sorrow. Within the secret chamber, although the thunder beast has merged with the power of the ice cloud beast, barely managing to grasp a sliver of ice energy, it seems hesitant to step into the chamber, harboring a palpable fear of the extreme cold. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xian smirked cunningly, his mind swiftly concocting a plan to deal with the thunder beast. Shortly thereafter, he feigned arrogance and strode towards the Tao Lotus. Roar. As expected, the thunder beast behind him became agitated. "What are you roaring about? If you have the guts, come in and bite me. If you're too scared, then shut your mouth and don't chatter foolishly. This Tao Lotus is mine." Chu Xian ignored it and walked directly to the side of the resplendent Tao Lotus. The frigid air surged forth, causing his body to instinctively shrink back, revealing the extreme temperature, yet he refrained from plucking it, instead becoming mesmerized by its beauty. How exquisite! With a clear and transparent exterior and a subtle, elegant fragrance, it truly embodies the saying, emerging from the muck yet untainted, washed in clear waters yet not alluring. How marvelous! A gentle whiff revealed a refreshing aroma that penetrated the soul. To be honest, he held a deep affection for nature. Chu Xian deliberately reached out to pluck it. Roar! The thunder beast outside was frantic, pacing and running about, clearly agitated, its eyes filled with intense hatred, wishing to rush in and tear Chu Xian apart. Yelling won't help. Once I acquire the Tao Lotus, I'll kill you. Just wait there for your demise. I will strip you of everything valuable and sell it off, and feed your little chicken to the dogs. With that, his crude action suggested he was preparing to uproot the Tao Lotus entirely. The Thunder Beast was enraged, finally deciding to take action and stepping in with the intent to eliminate this foul-mouthed human. However, as soon as it stepped inside, one foot became frozen in place. It hurriedly retracted its foot. Seeing its plan foiled, Chu Xian smirked, casting a slightly provocative glance at his opponent. If you're courageous, then come in. After teasing the Thunder Beast for a while, it remained outside, gritting its teeth and glaring at Chu Xian, seemingly waiting for him to emerge before striking. With supplies dwindling, he had only two choices: starve inside or be killed by the beast outside. The Thunder Beast had evidently developed a modicum of intelligence. Chu Xian had no time to spare on it. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the Tao Lotus, adopting a meditative posture. He was well aware of the method to harvest the 7-seed Tao Lotus. It could not be collected using ordinary means. For if the root detached from the ice layer, it would wither rapidly, and the seeds above would rot, rendering this millennium-old herbal king useless. Thus, even if someone were to encounter the Tao Lotus, they would waste it. He extended his right hand, palm flat. A wisp of ethereal energy emanated from his hand, enveloping it like mist upon a rock. The energy then seemed to be drawn towards the Tao Lotus, and in the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The roots of the Tao Lotus detached on their own, as if someone were carefully lifting it, ultimately floating upward, drawn by the ethereal energy back into Chu Xian's palm. Roar! The Thunder Beast roared in despair, its eyes filled with sorrow, weeping profusely. Chu Xian paid it no mind, directly pocketing the 6 seeds. Wait, why are there only 6? He had been so engrossed in contemplating his own predicament that he had not noticed earlier. Upon counting carefully, he realized one was missing. Damn it, that scoundrel stole my seed. What happened to the code of honor? I curse you to be a lifelong bachelor, forever unable to find a woman. Chu Xian cursed in frustration. The seeds were rare fruits of enlightenment that one might not encounter without a millennium of fortune. Today, having found them, he was thwarted by a petty thief. He suspected the thief had seized the seeds while he was in a daze. But wait, something felt amiss. As he calmed down, he pondered, could it be that someone was unafraid of the extreme cold? Even if so, why would they only steal one? Was this thief out of their mind? Or was there something more? Suddenly, a grave realization struck him. He hastily summoned his energy and turned inward to examine his consciousness. Buzz! A flash of brilliance illuminated his mind. In a daze, he saw a sprouting grass in his consciousness. This was the small grass he had discovered upon awakening, which he had sensed was unusual. Upon closer inspection, its root was none other than the missing seed. After all this, was he the thief? But how had the seed come to reside in his mind? Did it grow legs? Or was it during the time he was under the control of the consciousness of the ice-blue sword tomb within him? It had to be then. Let me reiterate, that curse is null and void. Chapter 39. The Exotic Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon Little Demonis. Suddenly, a series of anxious low growls erupted from outside. Turning to look, he saw the Thunder Beast's eyes had turned crimson, radiating ferocity, yet its focus remained fixated on the 6 seeds in Chu Xian's possession. There was no choice. Chu Xian currently lacked a spatial ring. The intense gaze of the Thunder Beast made him feel uncomfortable, as if he were being targeted by a thief. Indeed, wealth should not be displayed openly. Chu Xian murmured to himself, with the beast blocking the exit. How was he to escape? It appeared ready to wait him out, preparing to starve him. After all, his cultivation level had not reached the point of consuming the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the sun and moon, or the vitality of mountains and rivers, allowing him to feast indefinitely, with some even meditating for a century without the need for sustenance. Those outside must be waiting for him to walk into their trap. They weren't waiting for him. They were waiting for their own demise. Chu Xian seemed to have devised a plan. Outside, the 4th-tier spiritual formation was nearing its conclusion. My lady, I have regained 80% of my strength. Once we break the formation, let us fight them. There is a chance to break through, and if those 2 wolves with malicious intent return, we may have no opportunity to escape. Little Qing gripped her sword tightly, furrowing her brow in anger as she cast a fierce glance outside. As time passed, her anxiety deepened, especially regarding the man with the folding fan, who occasionally cast glances inside, pretending to be clever, thinking himself suave and refined, when in their eyes, he resembled nothing more than a useless hanger-on. Indeed, the one fanning himself was Song Hongyang, who now posed with the demeanor of a cultured scholar, occasionally glancing inside. Unable to discern the face, but judging by the figure, it was clear she was quite beautiful. Men, after all, tend to show off before women. They possessed concealed weapons capable of silent kills, crafted from special materials, effective at sealing the throat, and the two wielding them were no slouches either. Recklessly charging out could lead to dire consequences. Better to wait and see. The delicate woman's gaze fell upon the cave entrance, for just moments ago. A commotion had erupted inside, clearly indicating that a scuffle had broken out. She was assessing whether Ding Lai and his companion had returned, knowing full well that they would not engage the Thunder Beast head-on given their capabilities. She feared they might already be on their way back. She must ensure that her strength is restored to its pinnacle, allowing her to protect her two dear sisters and see them safely depart. Through this ordeal, she realizes that they too have many beautiful aspirations, much like her own. Thus, she must devise a strategy that accommodates both a complete retreat and the defeat of the Thunder Beast. If only a dashing, valiant hero would arrive to rescue us. I would certainly pledge my heart to him. Xiao Qing sighed softly, her eyes filled with dreamy longing. Xiaolon, realizing her implication, scoffed, "Pa, why don't you pledge yourself instead? Why should it be me? Oh, you know very well that both of us already have someone special in our hearts. While you remain a lonely dog, who would you pledge yourself to? How shameless." Xiaolon shot a glare at Xiao Qing and then ran toward the elegant lady. "Miss, look how Xiao Qing is bullying me. If such a hero appeared, I would gladly act as your matchmaker. Oh dear, even you are bullying me now. I shall ignore you both." Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from within the cave, its might and ancient timbre far surpassing that of the Thunder Beast, exuding an even more formidable majesty. Instantly, the expressions of all those guarding outside shifted dramatically, revealing their astonishment. How could a dragon's roar emanate from within? Could there be a dragon concealed inside? Surely not. Wasn't the legendary dragon race thought to be extinct? It must be a different kind of dragon. I once encountered a four-winged earth dragon in the Apocalypse Mountains. And ancient texts record the existence of the Scarlet Shadow Charm Dragon and the Nine-Winged Thunder Dragon in the depths of the Apocalypse Mountains. Please, do not create alarmist tales. You are making me exceedingly anxious. If I wet myself, you shall bear the responsibility. There cannot possibly be a different kind of dragon here. Why would I deceive you? Consider the strange occurrences of the past few days. It is impossible for an Earth Realm Ice Cloud Thunder Beast to appear in this desolate area devoid of spiritual energy, yet it happened. And it is equally implausible for a millennium-old medicinal king to surface, yet here we are. Your words do carry some weight. Should we continue to wait here for death or make our escape? The disciples of the White Tiger Hall were filled with astonishment and fear, their faces etched with anxiety as they collectively turned to the elder Silver Moon. Silver Moon, however, maintained a stern expression, remaining silent. As for the members of the Black Blood Alliance, their hearts raced with trepidation, their bodies tense, as if strung to the limit like a drawn bow. Everyone remained calm. How could such a cursed place possibly harbor a different kind of dragon? That rascal is merely spreading falsehoods. Let him come out and face the consequences. Song Hongyang cast a glance at the three women within the light curtain before stepping forward, radiating an air of fearlessness to stabilize the situation. He secretly glanced at the elder of the Black Blood Alliance, clearly still harboring resentment over the leader's favoritism towards her. Until now, it had been Ding Lai and the leader who had garnered the spotlight, leaving him feeling overshadowed. Suddenly, the elder of the Black Blood Alliance's expression shifted, her gaze cold and piercing as she fixed her eyes on Song Hongyang. "What are you shouting about when I have not even spoken?" Those who had previously discussed the existence of a different kind of dragon cowered at the back, afraid to utter a word. Whoosh! 3 concealed weapons suddenly struck, catching Song Hongyang off guard and sending him tumbling several times, leaving him in a most disheveled state. "Who dares to ambush me, Song Hongyang?" he exclaimed, executing a backflip to land on one knee, his white jade fan in hand as he surveyed the area for his assailant. The sudden turn of events plunged the entire assembly into a state of vigilance and wariness. Silver Moon, who had previously been indifferent, now trembled slightly, her eyes widening in alarm. Then, Baiziru emerged, leading a peculiar beast that slowly poked its head up from above. This creature was undeniably strange. Bai Ziru's appearance instantly captured a multitude of gazes. She held her delicate, oval face high, reminiscent of an elegant swan, her arms crossed before her, her large, expressive eyes scanning the crowd with a frosty demeanor. Her long hair cascaded neatly over her shoulders, presenting her as an exquisite beauty, radiant as the blossoms of spring. Indeed, the earlier dragon roar was an instruction from Chu Xian to her. Instantly, Song Hongyang's fierce expression transformed into one of admiration and awe as he silently mused. What a stunning lady. My lady, were you the one who ambushed me? With an elegant flourish, Song Hongyang stood upright, his white jade fan swaying gracefully, exuding sophistication, his tone far from accusatory. And if I were? What if I were not? Bai Ziru's haughty demeanor and icy tone conveyed her indifference. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I like it. Song Hongyang laughed heartily, finding her fiery temperament perfectly to his liking. He enjoyed the thrill of conquering such a captivating woman. Were you not the ones who were bullying my dear Xiaoxian? Do you not fear for your lives? My people dare not be bullied. Bai Ziru pointed accusingly at the crowd below, her tone cold and commanding, embodying the protective spirit of a lover, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. Xiaoxian, who is that? The onlookers had remained stationary, not having bullied anyone. And who was this woman, confronting them with such disdain? Indeed, he is the brother of my dear Xiao Chong. Nizhang prepared to intimidate them, baring her sharp teeth and emitting a rather adorable growl. Suddenly, she realized her error and feigned ferocity instead. Ah, ha ha, little sister, I am indeed Xiaoxian. If I am, then take me away. One of the Black Blood Alliance members jumped forward, leering with an unmistakable vulgarity. Whoosh! Another concealed weapon whizzed through the air, and before the man could react, he collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing. Who did that? The elder of the Black Blood Alliance bellowed. What are you shouting about? That was my bodyguard. I dealt with him for speaking disrespectfully to me. If you wish to keep your life, you would do well to remain silent. Bai Ziru proclaimed, her demeanor still imperious, resembling a spoiled heiress. In that moment, panic spread among the crowd, and uncertainty gripped their hearts. In contrast, Silver Moon stifled a smile, seemingly seeing through their ruse. Yet she chose not to expose them. Stepping forward, with a hint of trepidation, she clasped her hands and said, Miss, if I am not mistaken, you must be the young lady of the Azure Dragon sect, correct? Who are you? How do you know of me? Bai Ziru asked, momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat flustered. Yet, she noticed Ding Mingyan in the shadows gesturing for her to nod in affirmation and to remain composed. What? The Azure Dragon sect? Her words sent a wave of panic rippling through the crowd. The Azure Dragon sect, one of the three foremost righteous powers within the boundaries of Yongzhou, stands alongside the Broad Cold Palace and the Sky Sword sect. Its fearsome reputation has led to countless disciples being dispatched to the Apocalypse Mountains for training, where they have vanquished innumerable bandits and villains, leaving the members of the White Tiger Hall and Black Blood Alliance trembling in fear. In fact, when you mentioned searching for Xiaoxian, I surmised that you must have lost your beloved pet, which is why you came here to seek it. For I know that the beloved pet of the little demoness is named Xiaoxian. Silver Moon spoke earnestly. Should Chu Xian hear this, he might very well lose his temper. The situation left Bai Ziru in a dilemma, unsure whether to respond or remain silent. She discreetly glanced at Ding Mingyan, who sighed and rubbed her forehead, undoubtedly realizing that she had fallen into her masteress trap. Indeed, the subtle smile from Inu below did not escape her notice. It was clear that Bai Ziru, in her effort to avoid exposing any flaws, had inadvertently offended Chu Xian. Inside the luminous barrier, a voice inquired, Miss, if I remember correctly, your relationship with the little witch seems quite amicable. Is it truly her who has arrived? The glimmer of sorrow in Xiao Qing's enchanting eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a hint of joy as she looked up at Bai Ziru, whose beauty was as legendary as the tales foretold, unparalleled in the world, extraordinary across the ages. Her character was equally audacious and willful, embodying a sense of unrestrained defiance. The graceful woman raised her gaze, choosing silence as she observed the middle-aged woman, Inu, before turning her attention back to Bai Ziru. A curious intrigue blossomed within her. For women of keen insight and wisdom often inspire a certain trepidation. If it is indeed the little witch, we may have a glimmer of hope. Xiao Qing beamed with delight. Although the Qinglong sect represented righteous forces, while the Jiuyin Xuanzong was steeped in darkness, she was aware of the profound bond between the young lady of the Qinglong sect and her own mistress. Their encounters had always been during excursions. Hence they had never laid eyes upon the little witch's visage. What? The young lady of the Qinglong sect? Song Hongyang was taken aback, a surge of reverence and fear washing over him. Impossible. At that moment, the Black Blood Elder voiced his skepticism, his piercing gaze fixed upon Inu. It is rumored that the young lady of the Qinglong sect possesses terrifying prowess at the Earth Martial realm, yet this girl before us clearly only embodies the Xuanwu realm. How could she possibly be the Little Witch? It is obviously a deception. His familiarity with the Little Witch's notorious reputation was unmistakable, despite her mischievous antics and rebellious nature. Her martial talent was undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Shaoqing's initial exuberance faded, akin to having cold water poured over her. How could the Little Witch's talent surpass that of her own mistress if she were merely at the Xuanwu realm? Doubt began to creep into her heart. Extinguishing her hope, she stared blankly at her mistress, who remained as serene and taciturn as ever. A sense of urgency gripped her. Only her mistress had witnessed the true appearance of the Little Witch. Mistress, could she truly be an impostor? Let us hear how the Little Witch explains herself. The graceful woman finally spoke, her voice akin to celestial music, gentle and soothing, infused with hope. Shaoqing's previous dejection vanished instantaneously upon hearing her mistress declare that she was indeed the Little Witch. Ha! Baiziru erupted into unrestrained laughter, pointing mockingly at the Black Blood Elder. You old fool, I must commend your flattering tongue. I am indeed a prodigy, a paragon among the elite. As for my cultivation, you seem quite well informed. Yet, looking at your decrepit state, both ugly and ancient, perhaps you should refrain from prying into my affairs, lest I assume you harbor a secret infatuation with me. The thought alone is repugnant. If you believe my current prowess is merely at the Xuanwu realm, feel free to test your theory. Just days ago, several who shared your thoughts met a rather unfortunate fate at my hands, only to be stripped of their garments and sent back home. Ah, the thrill of it is simply exhilarating. Cough, cough, cough. The Black Blood Elder was nearly choked by her words, resulting in a violent coughing fit. The others instinctively crossed their legs, shivering in fear, for some inexplicable reason. Her voice now sent chills down their spines. The Black Blood Elder, left speechless, remained skeptical. What do you mean by what? Speak again, and I'll unearth your ancestors' graves. Leave now, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You know full well that my cultivation is at the Earth Martial realm. Killing you would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. I have no time to indulge in your games. Baiziru's playful demeanor shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from her. Beside her, Enai Chong swelled with a formidable presence, reminiscent of the abyssal four-eyed demon beast, overwhelming those present with a pressure more terrifying than that of the ice cloud purple lightning beast, rendering them breathless. The abyssal four-eyed demon beast? Good heavens! The Little Witch has not come to the Apocalypse Mountains merely for amusement. She must intend to tame it. The realization struck deeply. This peculiar Little Witch had a proclivity for engaging in extraordinary exploits, surely weary of mere mischief, now seeking to capture a beast for entertainment. The most terrifying aspect was that the beast in question was none other than the abyssal four-eyed demon beast. Chaos ensued as fear gripped everyone, their discussions rife with trepidation regarding the formidable entity that dominated the realm. Uncertain of how the Little Witch could have subdued such a creature, they rationalized that if they could comprehend it, she would no longer be deemed the Little Witch. No one dared contest her identity anymore. They were all convinced, without question. The Black Blood Elder, sensing the shift, regarded Baiziru with a newfound apprehension. Let us retreat. Inu commanded, taking the lead in departing. But Elder Inu, if we leave now, what will become of those at the entrance of the Juin Xuanzong? If the alliance leader and your sect master were to lay blame upon us, I could not bear the consequences. The Black Blood Elder was also eager to flee, yet the responsibility of guarding the Juin Xuanzong lingered. If those on the inside escaped, their fates would be sealed. Regardless, we are doomed. We merely need to assert that these individuals are from the Juin Xuanzong. Do you think the Little Witch would spare them? You may not know, but the Little Witch has a particular fondness for women. Moreover, consider this. Who is truly more terrifying, your alliance leader or the Little Witch? Even those formidable figures at the Earth Martial realm have bowed before her. Weigh the pros and cons for yourself. Inu cast a glance at the three women within the luminous barrier. Shaoqing and her companions, having overheard the conversation, realized that being handed over to the Little Witch was precisely what they desired. They would not dare display their joy, for fear of revealing their intentions. Feigning terror, Shaoqing exclaimed, "No, kill me instead. I would rather die than fall into the hands of the Little Witch. I plead with you, in my life." Her performance was remarkably sincere, drawing Xiao Lan into the act as well. Nearby, Wang Tianlei trembled with fear, not acting but genuinely terrified. He was unaware of his mistress's connection with the Little Witch, and his fear stemmed from a previous encounter that had left him utterly humiliated and traumatized. The Black Blood Elder, witnessing Wang Tianlei's abject fear, became convinced of Inu's claims. Wang Tianlei was a formidable warrior, even more potent than their alliance leader. And to see him terrified at the mere mention of the little witch was telling. Miss, these are indeed the Jiuyin Xuanzong's nefarious individuals. Please, indulge yourself. We shall take our leave and not disrupt your enjoyment. With decisive action. The Elder of Black Blood wore an expression of obsequiousness as he hastily signaled his subordinates to retreat. They understood that should their adversary unleash their wrath, it would spell doom for them all. The sight of an elderly man, in his 60s or 70s, bowing lowly to a young woman of 17 or 18, addressing her with utmost respect, was undeniably peculiar. Yet, no one dared to mock. After all, in this world, power dictated respect. The strong always commanded obedience from the weak. For survival hinged on such hierarchies. Shortly thereafter, the members of the White Tiger Hall and the Black Blood Alliance departed in a hurried, almost frantic manner, as if they had narrowly escaped death. "Hooray!" exclaimed Shao Qing, joyfully hopping about. "Miss, we are saved." The relief of survival was palpable, her eyes gleaming with tears of joy as she turned gratefully towards the enchanting little sorceress, by Zareo. In the blink of an eye, the once fearsome abyssal four-eyed demon had transformed into a mesmerizing fox spirit, radiating a gentle azure light, even adorably licking at her little feet. What was happening? The shift in atmosphere was bewildering. The elegant young woman's eyes widened in astonishment, her brows furrowing in intrigue. It was evident that this spectacle had left her utterly stunned. It was her first encounter with such a sight, yet her astonishment stemmed not from the transformation itself, but from the fox spirit, which emphasized the extraordinary nature of her surroundings. Shao Qing, filled with innocent curiosity, began to gossip about how the abyssal four-eyed demon was supposed to be hideous, yet here was this stunningly beautiful creature. She mistakenly assumed that the exquisite fox spirit was merely a smaller version of the demon. Before long, a striking figure emerged from the unknown, her flowing gown billowing gracefully as if she were gliding upon the waves. Her exquisitely crafted face, resembling a polished jade, was adorned with luminous eyes that sparkled like stars beneath elegantly arched brows. She was the embodiment of a celestial maiden. "Wow, who is this lady?" Shao Qing exclaimed, mesmerized. Her beauty and grace rivaled that of the miss. Beside her, Xiao Lan gently nudged her, urging her to remain composed. The graceful young woman, however, remained unfazed, quietly observing this ethereal beauty as she approached. Suddenly, the shimmering barrier reached its breaking point, shattering like fragile glass. At that moment, Bai Zareo and Ding Mingyan had already arrived at the cave entrance, their brows slightly furrowed, hinting at an underlying unease. "Wait, something feels amiss. Shouldn't she have come to find you first, miss? Is it possible she didn't recognize you because of the veil?" Shao Qing mused, her voice tinged with confusion. "Are you truly that oblivious? That is not the little sorceress, although I have never seen her. I vaguely recall you mentioning that she wears a Shura mask whenever she goes out." Ordinary individuals would tremble at the mere mention of the little sorceress, far too intimidated to dare meet her gaze. Thus, very few were aware of her customary mask. Shao Qing was left in bewilderment by Xiao Lan's words, a large question mark forming in her mind. Had the miss truly mentioned it? The elegant young woman smiled appreciatively, thinking to herself how sharp Shao Qing's memory was. Unlike certain individuals who, upon falling for someone, seemed oblivious to everything else. Xiao Lan's words, though spoken softly, were overheard by Bai Zareo and the others. Yet none displayed any embarrassment or surprise at being called out. "Thank you for your cooperation. Now that you are safe, you should leave promptly," Ding Mingyan offered, grateful for their timely assistance but unwilling to extend the conversation further. Their cooperation was merely a means of self-preservation, and if the miss could not discern this, it would reflect poorly on her judgment. The two sides were clearly utilizing one another, with no debts owed. Ding Mingyan had her reasons for not wanting to forge deeper ties, as the miss possessed an enigmatic background and unfathomable prowess, leaving her wary of the mysterious figure before her. "Ladies, please wait," Ding Mingyan called out. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" She paused nonchalantly, her grip tightening around her glass-colored sword, though it was pointed towards the cave entrance, not at them. "The one who just entered the cave is with you, correct? Are you preparing to confront the thunderbolt beasts? This doesn't concern the miss, does it?" Ding Mingyan glanced sideways, her long lashes fluttering. "How rude of you. Asking a question isn't a crime," Shao Qing retorted, her voice rising with indignation. Despite the other's celestial beauty, her demeanor was far from agreeable. The elegant young woman stepped forward, silencing Shao Qing, and continued, In gratitude for the life you saved, I am willing to lend you my assistance. No need. Ding Mingyan promptly declined, turning to leave. Are you truly certain? Inside, there are not only Thunderbolt beasts, but also two ruthless true martial realm experts. Do you really think you stand a chance with just the two of you? I understand that your cooperation was driven by a desire for self-preservation. But you have saved us, and thus, you have incurred a debt of gratitude. Your reluctance to cooperate stems from my unknown background and your fear of potential betrayal. Rest assured, I, Kuishue, am not the kind to repay kindness with malice. Calmly, she analyzed the situation, emphasizing that they were allies, not foes, while revealing her identity to dispel their concerns. Upon hearing this, Ding Mingyan's expression grew colder, her gaze sharp as she regarded this formidable woman, who had astutely assessed the entire situation with precision. You are Kuishue? Ding Mingyan seized upon this significant revelation, recognizing the intent behind her disclosure as a means to alleviate her suspicions. Kuishue nodded indifferently. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and the others appeared anxious, frowning over the Mrs. apparent ease in disclosing her identity to a stranger. Very well, we welcome your assistance, Ding Mingyan replied with a faint smile, and the two shook hands in agreement. Ultimately, Kuishue learned that the dark figure they had encountered was indeed affiliated with them, with the intent of acquiring the Millennium Spirit Herb. This revelation startled her. How could such an unassuming individual possess the ability to procure such precious herbs? They must not let the herbs fall into the wrong hands. As for Xiaoqing, Xiaolan, and the others' doubts, Ding Mingyan and her companions brushed them aside, uncertain if Chu Xian would succeed, but they could only hope for his safe return. Observing the confidence the two had in the dark figure, yet noting the worry etched in their expressions, Kuishue surmised that their connection ran deep. Considering the man's audacity in entering the cave, he must possess some skill. With a charming smile, she expressed her newfound interest, saying, I have a celestial image talisman. Perhaps it can be used to ascertain the status of your friend. Really? Bai Zereo exclaimed, her heart soaring with excitement. Ding Mingyan also appeared intrigued, casting a subtle glance at Kuishue. Was this a genuine display of goodwill? The celestial image talisman functioned similarly to a drone, primarily used for reconnaissance and information gathering. Kuishue produced a talisman, murmuring an incantation, which transformed into a translucent butterfly that flitted into the cave. Then, in her other hand, she conjured a flat mirror, revealing the scene witnessed by the butterfly. Beside them, Xiaoqing and the others wore solemn expressions, perplexed by the young lady's actions. Chapter 41. 3 Conditions, Severe Punishment for the Wicked, Part 1. Returning to Chu Xian. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the ancient Tao Lotus and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire had been lost. The icy layers in the outer passage began to gradually thaw. By exerting additional force, he extinguished the ice lamps within the passage, plunging the cave into darkness. Given that they were 500 meters underground, sunlight was nearly impossible to penetrate. Previously, the ice cloud thunder beast had remained deep underground, relying on the illumination provided by these ice lamps. In an instant, the thunder beast seemed to transform into a blind creature, as its eyes could not discern the darkness, a notable weakness that, while not fatal, was seldom remembered, as most recalled only the fatal points between its two heads. Nonetheless, for Chu Xian, this weakness was of utmost importance. The reason he had coated himself in a dark hue was precisely for this reason. Deprived of sight, the beast had to rely solely on its acute hearing to locate Chu Xian. Although Chu Xian's agility was not extraordinary, he managed to tread silently, allowing him to depart the secret chamber at will. With this newfound ability, he could have easily vanished, yet he chose not to. Instead, he delivered a command through a dragon's roar. However, the roar startled the thunder beast behind him, whose reaction was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying gust surged forth, illuminating the area with electric light. Yet Chu Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped. But halfway through his retreat, he stumbled upon 2 glowing orbs that crept forward like thieves, particularly furtive. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai. 2 cowards. The orbs of light were manifestations of their spiritual energy, used for illumination. The sudden darkness had prompted them to investigate, hoping to seize an opportunity. When Chu Xian caught sight of them, they recognized him as well. Despite his dark appearance, they could still identify him in the shadows, primarily due to the deep impression he had left upon them. Even if he were to turn to ashes, they would recognize him. Seeing him emerge unscathed, Zhou Jianlin's eyes widened in disbelief. This brat is still alive. Amidst his shock, anger erupted within him like a volcano. Thinking of escaping? I've been waiting for you here for ages. I'll flay you alive. Just as he prepared to strike down in vengeance, the thought of the ancient spirit medicine flashed in his mind. He hastily barked, "Kid, hand over the ancient spirit medicine, and then I'll consider letting you live after I chop off your limbs to vent my anger." Upon seeing Chu Xian, Zhou Jianlin was filled with rage, desiring nothing more than to slay him. Yet he could only resort to threats, mindful of the medicine's whereabouts. "What? I didn't hear you?" Chu Xian paused slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Is this fool so desperate for the spirit medicine that he wants it and also wishes to dismember me? Who does he think he is? Kid, don't play those useless tricks. Your strength is insignificant before me. Hurry and hand over the medicine, or I'll make you experience 100 tortures until you wish for death." Zhou Jianlin's lips curled into a chilling smile, convinced this time he had instilled fear. Generally, anyone subjected to such intimidation would be terrified and submissively deliver what was demanded. "Want the spirit medicine?" Chu Xian replied with an innocent smile, as if basking in the warmth of spring. "Yes, do hurry and produce it, lest you suffer physical torment." Zhou Jianlin's tone turned harsh, clearly growing impatient. "But if I give it to you, and you still intend to dismember me, would I not be suffering needlessly? You think I'm an idiot? I'd rather negotiate with the Thunder Beast. It values the ancient spirit medicine far more than you do. I can threaten to destroy it, and I'm certain it would be more inclined to assist me." With that, Chu Xian prepared to turn and flee. He found Zhou Jianlin's stupidity exasperating. Demanding something while threatening to kill the person was illogical. Only a fool would comply. "Wait, little brother, everything can be negotiated." Ding Lai interjected urgently, halting him. He glanced into the deep, echoing cave, unsure why the Thunder Beast had not pursued them, but he believed Chu Xian's words. The Thunder Beast must place greater importance on the ancient spirit medicine. This is based on two observations. First, it was about to kill the enemies of the Nine Mystery Sect, but abandoned the fight upon sensing the medicine was in danger. And second, Chu Xian's presence here indicates he likely threatened to destroy the medicine to escape. This was Ding Lai's deduction. His reasoning was not unfounded, showcasing that he possessed a functioning mind, unlike Zhou Jianlin, who was as dull as iron. "Have you thought it through?" Chu Xian asked with a radiant smile, appearing nonchalant. He was confident in his distance from Ding Lai and the others. No matter their cultivation level, he could evade them at any moment. "Speak. What are your conditions? Just don't be too unreasonable. We will consider," Ding Lai stated directly, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Jianlin, urging him to be patient. As the spirit medicine was paramount, Zhou Jianlin's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. Seeing the smug demeanor of his opponent filled him with a desire to strike. But at present, he could only endure. "Huh, you're much smarter than that fool." Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. "You're looking for death." Zhou Jianlin erupted in fury, having tolerated Chu Xian for far too long. Ding Lai firmly grasped his arm, whispering urgently, "Zhou, do not act rashly. This kid is clever. First, we must secure the ancient spirit medicine. We can settle this humiliation later." Zhou Jianlin trembled with rage, his gaze fixed menacingly on Chu Xian, his eyes nearly bulging. For the sake of the spirit medicine, he suppressed his fury. "First, make that brat kneel and bow 3 times. Fool, I'll kill you." Just as Zhou Jianlin had managed to regain his composure, his rage surged once more, coldly glaring at Chu Xian, his spiritual power erupting violently, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloping the air. Yet again, Ding Lai intervened. "Do not pull me into this. I will kill this bastard. I can no longer endure it. Even if I lose the spirit medicine, I must slay him. Let me go. I want to crush him." Zhou Jianlin appeared frenzied, clearly driven mad by Chu Xian. His formidable energy roiled about, and fierce winds howled. Had it not been for Ding Lai forcibly restraining him, he would have charged at Chu Xian. "Since you refuse to cooperate, then let us end this discussion," Chu Xian provocatively declared. "Little brother, it's not that I refuse your request, but rather your demands are unreasonable. Why not propose something more feasible?" Ding Lai continued to play the mediator, straining to hold back Zhou Jianlin while simultaneously calming his emotions, explaining that Chu Xian was employing a provocation tactic and that his fury would only play into the opponent's hands, which slightly restored his rationality. Chu Xian glanced at Zhou Jianlin, noticing his pale complexion and twitching mouth, which conveyed a murderous intent directed at him. He couldn't help but curl his lips and gently said, "Very well." With Chu Xian's consent, Ding Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then patted Zhou Jianlin on the shoulder, advising him to suppress his anger for the time being and let him revel in his arrogance. Later, after obtaining the spiritual medicine, he would torment him mercilessly, making him understand the harsh realities of society. "You can bow to him." Ding Lai's initially calm demeanor abruptly shifted, nearly causing him to stumble. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Little brother, don't jest. Who the hell is joking with you? Either you bow or I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Ding Lai clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with cold fury. The anger within him was almost unbearable, yet he remained rational, internally urging himself to stay calm and refrain from drawing his sword. Zhou Jianlin, filled with a sense of urgency as he observed Chu Xian preparing to leave, earnestly advised, Brother Ding, why not just endure it and bow 3 times? Think of it this way. 3 bows for a millennium of spiritual medicine. What a bargain. Get lost. Ding Lai shot a fierce glare at Zhou Jianlin, cursing violently. It infuriated him that he had just spoken up for this man, only to be targeted in return. Now, this fellow stood there as if he had no idea of the struggle, and Ding Lai felt a strong urge to punch him, cursing under his breath. For the sake of the spiritual medicine, shut up. Zhou Jianlin continued to plead, but Ding Lai shoved him aside, his face contorted with rage. He couldn't fathom why he found the sight of Zhou Jianlin so repulsive now. Do you care about your dignity? Do you think I don't care about mine? His words rang hollow, leaving Zhou Jianlin momentarily speechless, his face reddening with embarrassment. As the two continued their heated exchange, they forgot that Chu Xian, the catalyst of their dispute, was quietly chuckling nearby. Ding Lai rolled his eyes and addressed Chu Xian with a cupped fist. Little brother, I believe your suggestion is quite reasonable. Let him bow 3 times, or even 10 or 100 times, as long as you wish. Ding brother, what do you mean by that? Zhou Jianlin's brows furrowed deeply, his expression darkening with rage. Ding Lai merely snorted derisively, dismissively waving his sleeve and turning his back. Whoever wants to bow, hurry up, my patience is limited. Chu Xian pursed his lips, his languid demeanor on full display. He did indeed embody the essence of a petty tyrant, yet he felt no guilt for his actions. Zhou Jianlin was merely reaping what he had sown, having harmed countless others. Change the terms. Zhou Jianlin still sought to resist, utterly unwilling to accept the idea of bowing. Then there's nothing to discuss. Are you truly going to go this far? Absolutely. Am I to lose my face as Zhou Jianlin? How much is your face worth? I possess a priceless millennium medicine here. If you wish to kneel, then kneel. Zhou Jianlin's eyes gleamed with cold light, his anger momentarily dissipating as he burst into laughter, his countenance transforming into one of wild mirth. Very well, you have guts. I will bow. The last words were practically ground out through clenched teeth, requiring all his strength to utter. He glanced at Ding Lai, who pretended not to notice. Anger surged within him, vowing, once I acquire the millennium medicine, I will ensure you meet a gruesome fate. I swear it. Hurry up, my patience is limited. At this moment, Chu Xian was still unsatisfied. Zhou Jianlin maintained a sinister smile, eventually lowering himself to the ground, bowing a few times. Upon closer inspection, one could see his face dark as soot, his eyes reddening like a beast. Countless curses raced through his mind. This scene was witnessed by everyone outside, as the butterfly conjured by the transmission sky shadow talisman had long since arrived. They had been observing every word and action from the beginning. Initially relieved to see Chu Xian safe, Bai Ziru leaped with excitement, only to have her expression darken upon seeing Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin in the transmission mirror. Worry etched across her face. However, the next scene left them all in disbelief and shock. They could hardly contain their excitement, overwhelmed by the sight before them. The ferocious and domineering Zhou Jianlin willingly submitted and knelt before Chu Xian, his expression resembling one who had just consumed something vile. This brought them immense satisfaction, reinforcing the notion that evildoers eventually face their reckoning. The result filled Shao Qing and the others with elation, their spirits soaring as never before. The delicate woman remained unperturbed, her expression unchanged. Quite well, I am very satisfied. Rise. Chu Xian's laughter pierced Zhou Jianlin's heart like 1,000 daggers, his fury and murderous intent beyond description. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. Rising with a chilling smile, he thought to himself, this fellow can endure quite well. Chapter 42. 3 Conditions, Strict Punishment for Evildoers, Part 2. As Chu Xian prepared to present his second condition, Ding Lai abruptly interrupted, raising his hand. Hold on. First, let me make it clear that you only have 3 conditions. Use them wisely. If he allowed Chu Xian to continue, they would be perpetually toyed with, and a nagging sense of foreboding gripped him. Thus, he felt compelled to issue a warning. Not a problem. Chu Xian readily agreed and continued. Second, Ding Lai, while you bow, you must declare that you are a beast, a scoundrel, and a worthless wretch. Presumptuous. What do you think you are? You little beast. I initially intended to spare your life, but your lack of wit has sealed your fate. Off to hell with you. Ding Lai's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a fierce roar as killing intent surged forth. His face darkened, nostrils flaring, veins bulging on his forehead, creating a frightening visage. His patience, once commendable, crumbled as Chu Xian's words struck deeply at his vulnerabilities, igniting his rage. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianlin, who had previously appeared sullen, now wore a mask of delight. The earlier gloom vanished in an instant. He quickly feigned the role of the good guy, speaking earnestly, "Brother Ding, do not lose your temper. We must prioritize the bigger picture." He mirrored Ding Lai's earlier tone, whispering, "Brother Ding, you're being foolish. You've made the same mistake I just did. If you clash with him now, it will all be for naught. For the sake of the Millennium Medicine, just endure it." Internally, he scoffed. "So, you finally understand humiliation, do you? You must kneel today, otherwise my previous bowing would have been in vain." At this moment, Zhou Jinlin's mind was consumed with thoughts of seeing Ding Lai humiliated, even more so than himself, temporarily setting aside his resentment toward Chu Xian. This was a psychological tactic employed by Chu Xian. "Your words are easy to say." Ding Lai trembled in fury, his heart already ablaze with rage. Now, with Zhou Jinlin gleefully pouring salt on the wound, it was evident that he was seeking revenge, harboring a grudge against him. "Do you still want this Millennium Elixir? If so, make it quick." Chu Xian yawned, his indifferent tone radiating an air of arrogance. Now that he possessed the elixir, he felt invincible. Ding Lai, aware that he was likely doomed, had never endured such humiliation in his decades of martial arts experience. Now being bullied by a mere youth. "I can agree to your terms, but you must let me see the Millennium Elixir." Ding Lai was a shrewd man. After careful consideration and realizing there were no others around, he concluded that Zhou Jianlin, who had moments ago forced him to kneel, was equally compromised. "No problem." Chu Xian took out 7 seeds exuding potent medicinal energy, one of which was a counterfeit. "What rich spiritual energy! Truly a treasure of the millennium. If I possess it, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds." Zhou Jianlin stood nearby, entranced, his eyes filled with greed. The humiliation he had felt moments ago evaporated, making everything worthwhile. This illustrates how a person, for the sake of profit, can abandon their dignity and honor, readily sacrificing principles for their desires. Soon, Chu Xian casually put the seeds away and raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "Ha! After all these years, this is the first time I've suffered such a significant loss, and at the hands of a mere child. I accept my defeat." Contemplating the fact that there were 7 elixirs, though he was unaware of their true nature, he set aside his anger and resentment. "A mere child? I roamed the myriad realms long before you were born." Ding Lai then closed his eyes to calm himself, and knelt, shouting, "I am a beast, a scoundrel, a wretch worse than swine." Although he did not understand why Chu Xian demanded this of him, it mattered little. Thus, the cycle continued. Unbeknownst to them, outside, Ding Mingyan was deeply moved by this scene, her ethereal beauty graced with a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with excitement and warmth. Ding Lai's heinous actions had revealed him to be a beast, a scoundrel, a wretch. Thus, Chu Xian's punishment of Ding Lai was, in effect, a means to vindicate her. In that instant, her gaze towards Chu Xian transformed, realizing that encountering him was the greatest fortune of her life. She smiled softly, filled with a sweetness, warmth, and happiness she had long missed. "My stranger, thank you for your presence." Having someone she admired was truly wonderful, even as her world crumbled. She felt compelled to strive for him, filling her life with renewed hope and anticipation. Ding Mingyan's subtle change was noticed by Ku Ishue, who observed her newfound satisfaction and shyness, a stark contrast to her previously aloof demeanor. Was this transformation due to this man? Ku Ishue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her interest in Chu Xian rekindled. Was he not merely a clever trickster, a vain person? Indeed, while Chu Xian compelled Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin to kneel in apology, she perceived it as an act of vanity and self-aggrandizement. His handling of Ding Lai was indeed righteous, but showcasing the elixirs seemed to reflect arrogance, akin to that of a rogue. In her eyes, his ambitions were small. He was merely a petty citizen, engaging in trivial squabbles, and whether he would survive was questionable. Little did she know, everything was under Chu Xian's control. "Your final condition isn't to spare your life, is it? If so, hand over the elixirs, and we will let you go." Ding Lai rose eagerly, his gaze fixed sharply on Chu Xian, confidently voicing the next condition, seemingly indifferent. "Indeed, I was forced to kneel. Yet I felt no anger. I buried it deep within, knowing this was not the time to explode. Once I obtain the elixirs, I shall reclaim my humiliation and anger 100-fold. Am I Ding Lai the type to suffer in vain?" Zhou Jianlin also nodded without hesitation. Little brother, hand it over. Are you both out of your minds? If I give it to you now, how will I leave alive? Chu Xian retorted, his sarcasm palpable. Then what do you propose? If we let you go, what if you run away with the elixirs? Zhou Jianlin's eyes turned cold, ready to seize it by force. Gentlemen, do not rush. Who said my third condition was to let you release me? What? Your final condition isn't freedom? Ding Lai was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face, scoffing. Is this fellow deranged? If not, then state your last condition. I must warn you, once it is stated, you must obediently hand over the elixirs. If you dare to mock us, we will fight against the Thunder Beast, and both sides shall suffer. It was evident Ding Lai was issuing a warning. His last condition did not pertain to escape. Once stated, they would not let him go, fearing he might threaten them with the Thunder Beast. Thus, they issued a stern warning, demonstrating their fearlessness in facing the creature, merely hoping to avoid mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian felt a chuckle rise. He wished to frighten them, dismissing their abilities in contempt. I am well aware of your true strength. If you both engage me, I assure you, only corpses will remain. However, Ding Lai was curious about what this young man's final condition would be. He was clever enough to understand that even if he proposed an escape, they would immediately capture him to exact revenge. Unless he endured nightmarish suffering, their previous humiliation could never be avenged. Zhou Jianlin had already drawn his sword. Once the elixirs were in hand, he intended to cripple him before torturing him. At that moment, everyone outside was on edge, their hearts racing, as though they too were caught in the tense atmosphere within, especially after Chu Xian declared his last condition was not his life. My final condition is that you grant me 3 more conditions. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, shaking the rocky wall. Had Chu Xian not dodged swiftly, he might have met his demise. You dare to toy with us? Zhou Jianlin's eyes glinted with fury, his anger palpable. The previous strike had been his, meant to be lethal, only narrowly avoided by this brat. This rascal was clearly toying with them. Adhering to his terms would lead to an endless cycle, as if he were deliberately obstructing their path. Do not overreach. Ding Lai was equally furious, lamenting the audacity of such a demand. You never stated that I couldn't. Chu Xian retorted defiantly. That is unacceptable. If allowed, you could impose endless conditions. Ding Lai was filled with murderous intent, pondering how such shamelessness existed in the world. Simultaneously, everyone outside could not help but laugh, with Shaoqing and others watching Chu Xian in astonishment, considering him utterly shameless, akin to a rogue. Even the usually aloof Ku Ishue couldn't suppress a smile, thinking, this fellow is quite brazen. He truly dares to make such demands. Very well then. Chu Xian found the situation untenable and, with a gentle smile, calmly remarked, Brother Ding, do with him as you see fit. I find him rather displeasing. Chapter 43. Sowing discord, relationships fractured in an instant. A chilling intent to kill enveloped Chu Xian once more. Without a doubt, this malice emanated from Zhou Jianlin, whose fury teetered on the brink of explosion. You find me displeasing? I find you quite agreeable, you little brat, so arrogant. He harbored a grudging admiration for Chu Xian, wondering whether the youth was simply ignorant or brazenly reckless. In the past, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Ding Lai's expression darkened, lost in contemplation. Did he wish to eliminate Zhou Jianlin? The answer was affirmative, as they were sworn enemies. However, he was no fool. With a formidable adversary looming and the Thunder Beast requiring their joint efforts to confront it, they could not afford to splinter their forces. Is this condition truly excessive? Chu Xian smiled nonchalantly, continuing to stoke the flames of discord. Brother Ding, consider this. If I allow him to stand idle while you strike him down, you could claim 7 millennium herbs for yourself, and afterwards, you could subjugate his Black Blood Alliance, thereby expanding your power. Surely, you would become the overlord of Yongzhou. Enough with your provocations. I see you are unwilling to part with the herbs, seeking to make things difficult for us. Zhou Jianlin erupted in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, turning to Ding Lai. If that is the case, why should we be courteous? This brat clearly intends to withhold the millennium herbs. Let us act. First, break his legs to prevent his escape. In truth, Zhou Jianlin could hardly contain the anguish in his chest. If he allowed Chu Xian to continue speaking, he feared he might be driven to madness. Do you take me for a fool? Stand there and await your demise. Zhou Jianlin's icy gaze bore into Chu Xian as he prepared to take decisive action, though he remained wary of Ding Lai's potential treachery. Indeed, Ding Lai appeared poised to strike. In that case, the game is over. I warn you, these herbs are fragile. Should I crush them, I will ensure you gain nothing, unless you comply with my demands. Do not overstep your bounds. I have already made concessions. Chu Xian's countenance hardened as he clutched the 7 Bodhi seeds tightly in his palm, ready to perish alongside the herbs at any moment. Remarkably, Zhou Jianlin exhibited a measure of intellect, refraining from fully succumbing to his manipulations. However, it was evident he harbored suspicions, and such wariness would inevitably create cracks that could be widened. You dare to crush them? I will kill you. Ding Lai's expression darkened, his pupils constricting sharply. Do I dare? Chu Xian retorted with a cold smile, decisively crushing one of the seeds, which instantly turned to ashes, its spiritual energy dissipating. Ah, no, my treasure. Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai were consumed by fury as they witnessed the vanishing spiritual energy, their hearts aching. Their faces paled simultaneously, rage coursing through their veins. Fingers twitching with frustration. Watching one herb crushed before their eyes ignited a tempest of hatred within them, akin to the anguish of losing a beloved to murder. The depth of their murderous intent intensified. If their hatred for Chu Xian had previously been a mere 10,000, it now surged to the magnitude of billions. Don't come any closer, or I will crush another. Chu Xian maintained a calm demeanor, brandishing another seed, poised to destroy it. Please, let's discuss this rationally. Don't act impulsively. Rashness is the harbinger of doom. Ding Lai pleaded, fixated on the herb in Chu Xian's grasp, his heart unable to withstand the strain. Feeling as if it were being torn apart. Then do as I instruct. Quickly. Chu Xian's tone was resolute, leaving no room for rebuttal. How do we proceed? Zhou Jianlin's expression shifted dramatically as he anticipated Ding Lai's intentions, quickly dismissing them. The herbs were precious, yet he would not willingly sacrifice his life. Ding Lai whispered urgently. Brother Zhou, let us not act rashly. We could feign hostility, creating the illusion of conflict. This young man is resolute, as you've seen. If we continue down this path, all the herbs will be lost, and we will both suffer. How do we feign? Zhou Jianlin inquired, wary of the plan, unwilling to genuinely risk his life. After a clandestine exchange, they settled on a strategy. They would first agree to Chu Xian's terms to placate him, then seek an opportunity to strike him down when he was off guard, for his cultivation level was too low. A precise and swift attack would suffice. How does that sound? I cannot be blamed for proposing this condition. You were unwilling to accept my previous terms, were you not? Thus, in an effort to ease your burden, I have altered my proposal. Surely, you do not wish to complicate matters for me further? Chu Xian wore a teasing expression, relishing in their predicament. Very well, I concede. Zhou Jianlin seethed, his teeth gritting, his face contorting with a pained acceptance. You agreed so readily? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Chu Xian thought, harboring skepticism but opting not to expose their ruse. Brother Zhou, Ding Lai feigned insistence, attempting to convey sincerity. Brother Ding, no need for further words. This scoundrel presses too hard, seeking to drive me to my demise. I have a family to care for. I hope Brother Ding will look after them. Should I perish, I will find peace. Their performance was commendable, even veering into melodrama. You two cunning foxes. Do you think I am the kind-hearted sort who would pity you? How naive. Chu Xian felt a chill run down his spine as he discerned their scheme. They evidently believed he was the type easily swayed by sorrowful tales, ready to expose his vulnerabilities, but all they needed was a slight misstep to eliminate him. Yet, they had overlooked a significant flaw in their plan. It relied on Chu Xian's ignorance of their true nature. He was not a local, hence, there was no reason for him to fear them, nor would he back down. The sight of Zhou Jianlin's pitiful faade only elicited laughter from Chu Xian. What family do you claim to have? Continue fabricating your tale. Zhou Jianlin's expression hardened. A malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed a hidden weapon, the sound of its release reverberating ominously. Clang. Chu Xian deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly projectile. What? A miscalculation? Zhou Jianlin's face paled as he realized his lethal strike had failed to land. Such an outcome was unfathomable. Brother Ding, thank you for saving my life. Chu Xian called out, bowing in gratitude from a distance. What? Ding Lai, was it you who alerted him? Zhou Jianlin was consumed with rage. He had long been perplexed as to how his full-force strike could fail, especially during a surprise attack. It turned out that all along, it was Ding Lai who was orchestrating this chaos. This scoundrel, while discussing strategies with him, was simultaneously leaking information to the enemy, clearly aiming to achieve two objectives with a single stroke. Do not heed his attempts to sow discord. The current plan has already been compromised. We must eliminate him immediately. Ding Lai's expression shifted abruptly as he was poised to take lethal action. Chu Xian continued, Brother Ding, what do you mean? Just moments ago, you claimed your daughter Ding Mengyan had eliminated all members of the Black Blood Alliance. You promised me wealth and glory for assisting you in dealing with this show fellow. Are you now having second thoughts? In this moment, Chu Xian was visibly anxious, his face reflecting a blend of panic and tension, vividly showcasing his fear. What? I wondered why Ding Mingyan had not appeared. It turns out your intentions were thus. You are despicable. Zhou Jianlin staggered back, his eyes filled with fury. Brother Zhou, this cunning brat is full of tricks. Do not fall for his schemes. Ding Lai's countenance darkened as he shot an angry glare at Chu Xian. You insolent wretch, cease your nonsensical chatter. I speak only the truth. Master Ding, you said as much just now. You are a man devoid of integrity. And now you wish to silence me. Chu Xian continued to feign distress, his heart, however, reveling in amusement, plotting to turn the tables on his adversary. Indeed, Zhou Jianlin found himself in a precarious situation, unable to trust anyone. Chu Xian was cunning. Was Ding Lai not also treacherous? He had been dealing with this man for decades, both calculating how to eliminate the other, only to find that Ding Lai could no longer restrain himself and was preparing to strike. With a huff, he leaped outward, knowing that discovering the truth would reveal who was lying. Brother Zhou, you foolish dolt. Ding Lai erupted in frustration, cursing, then coldly sneering at Chu Xian. Oh, I did not realize you possessed a modicum of skill, exploiting the rift between us. Flattery will get you nowhere. Unexpectedly, the previously meek Chu Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically, his lips curling into a smile, exhibiting a false humility. The two were never allies, each harboring ulterior motives, their suspicions only growing wider apart due to Chu Xian's manipulations. Now, without Zhou Jinlin's alliance, Ding Lai dared not act rashly against Chu Xian. Should the latter flee, he would not stand a chance against the Thunder Beast alone. Yet, there was one miscalculation. Ding Lai smiled nonchalantly, unconcerned about Zhou Jinlin's potential betrayal, confident that a brief foray outside would clarify the situation, boasting, "My daughter has long since betrayed me. She would never assist in eliminating the Black Blood Alliance. Your plans have gone awry. Is that so? I would not be so sure." Chu Xian chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated outside, shaking the ground violently. Ding Lai's brow furrowed. Sensing a shift in circumstances, he shot a cold glance at Chu Xian before dashing outside. A sly smile spread across Chu Xian's face as he hurriedly descended. Chapter 44, Self-Righteousness. All is a conspiracy outside the cave. Zhou Jianlin lay pale, his eyes bloodshot, in a pit at the entrance, having been struck by Wang Tianlei's axe the moment he emerged. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have lost his life. The earth-shattering sound he had heard was the result of his own fall, creating a massive crater due to the force of impact. Before him stood Ding Mingyan and her companions. At last, you have emerged. I have awaited your arrival for far too long. Wang Tianlei's lips curled into a mocking grin. Gripping his three-headed axe, his gaze icy as he recalled the deep-seated hatred Zhou Jianlin had bestowed upon him. How could you still be alive? Zhou Jianlin, blood staining his lips, was utterly bewildered. Ha ha ha, because we of the 9E Mystic Sect have long since allied with Miss Ding from the White Tiger Hall. Wang Tianlei laughed heartily. Zhou Jianlin spat out a mouthful of blood as his gaze fell upon Ding Mingyan, who stood with a graceful woman, suddenly realizing the truth. He had been deceived. He was the true prey. Ha ha ha. Ding Lai, you despicable, shameless fiend. How cunning and ruthless you are. Now that my Black Blood Alliance has been eradicated by you, you have become the sole overlord of the Doomsday Mountain Range. With the Millennium Spiritual Herb in your possession, consider yourself victorious. Zhou Jianlin's eyes glinted with icy fury as he laughed maniacally, as if he had lost his sanity, with evidence all around him. If he still could not fathom what had transpired, he truly was worthless. Do as you will, I have nothing left. He found himself utterly devoid of hope. Brother Zhou, what has transpired? Upon his arrival, Ding Lai immediately noticed Zhou Jianlin, bloodied and lying in the pit, with Wang Tianlei standing nearby, and quickly discerned the events that had unfolded. Where were his men? Ding Mingyan? Finally, he spotted the figure he both loved and loathed, now glaring at him with what seemed like profound hatred. An ominous premonition washed over him. How could you be here? Ding Lai's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene, piecing together the unfavorable outcome. Could it be true, as that boy had said, that Ding Mingyan had helped him eliminate the Black Blood Alliance? Impossible. After all I have done to her, she had no reason to assist me. Could she truly be unwilling to part with her father? Is she preparing to forgive me? With this thought, Ding Lai's brow arched, focusing intently on Ding Mingyan. Yin, how could you be so foolish? I am now allied with your Uncle Zhou. By killing the Black Blood Alliance members, you are inadvertently hindering my efforts. Huh. Ding Mingyan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Having just seen her reflection, she understood perfectly what he meant. Her eyes were filled with desolation and coldness. Despite her best efforts, he had never acknowledged her, never shown her kindness. Now, when he had callously abandoned her, he still had the gall to lecture her as an elder, brimming with arrogance. Indeed, one who is arrogant invites downfall. She did not retort, her gaze deep and undisturbed. Ding Lai, I shall kill you. Zhou Jianlin, upon seeing Ding Lai, was consumed with a surge of fury and charged at him with all his might, especially after hearing his words to Ding Mingyan. He could not bear the hypocrisy any longer. Boom. Severely injured, Zhou Jianlin stood no chance against Ding Lai. With a swift motion, he raised his sword and sent Zhou flying back into the pit, his appearance utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Zhou's face was ashen, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth as he stammered in fury. Ding Lai, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Don't you dare take pride in this victory. I did not lose to you, but to your daughter. You, with your pig-headed intellect, are not worthy of triumphing over me. You shall never dream of trampling me beneath your feet. His tone was laced with arrogance, and even on the brink of death, he remained defiant. Ding Lai merely shot Zhou a silent glare, choosing to disregard his words. Yinner, while I do not blame you for killing members of the Black Blood Alliance, why did you not also eliminate those from the Nine Profound sect? You are leaving a potential threat. His voice turned stern as he instinctively began to admonish her. Enough. Ding Mingyan could no longer endure his criticism. He truly believed everything was as he perceived. What right do you have to reproach me? In the past, when you were my father, I accepted your criticism with humility. But now what are you? You cast me aside, handing me over to that beast Ding Kai. And in doing so, you became my enemy. Do not delude yourself any longer. Ding Mingyan had never experienced such rage. As she shouted, she felt a sense of relief. Since their ties had been severed, they should remain forever estranged. Huh, how amusing. Ding Lai chuckled bitterly, realization dawning upon him. Upon witnessing the fury and murderous intent in Ding Mingyan's eyes, he began to piece together the plot that had unfolded. It was all a conspiracy, utilizing her intelligence. She had undoubtedly orchestrated this revenge against him. Combined with that bastard's instigation, their rift with Zhou Jianlin was now irreparable, though he was unbothered by it. Their enmity was merely a matter of time. Zhou's defeat, though unfortunate, had inadvertently resolved an issue for him. What troubled him were the individuals from the Nine Profound sect. Not only was there Wang Tianlei, whose prowess surpassed his own, but there was also a mysterious young lady who instilled great trepidation in him. And what of his subordinates, who had vanished without a trace? Unlike Zhou Jianlin, he was far from foolish and would not believe that Yin had allied with the White Tiger Hall to attack the Black Blood Alliance. Awakening from his stupor, Ding Lai began to analyze the situation. Ding Lai, did you ever imagine you would find yourself in this predicament? Ding Mingyan's voice was icy as she gripped her glass sword tightly, advancing with measured steps. The person she had once revered had now become her greatest adversary. With newfound courage, she addressed him directly, Ding Lai. This signified that her memories had faded into the past, leaving only animosity behind. Well, it seems I have not wasted my efforts in nurturing you, as you have managed to push me to this extent. Ding Lai laughed heartily, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You managed to escape from the White Tiger Mountain, thanks to Yin Yu's covert assistance, did you not? Her current disappearance is also linked to you, isn't it? It is hard to believe that there were no traitors within the White Tiger Hall. And now I understand why Yin Yu had proposed a search of the mountain. Perhaps Ding Mingyan had already fled by that time. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. Others may betray him, but Yin Yu was the one he trusted most. Such treachery could not be easily forgiven. Speak. How do you wish to die? Wang Tianlei approached with heavy steps, brandishing his axe and casting a cold glance at Ding Lai, reminding him of his earlier ingratitude. With Zhou Jianlin already incapacitated, Ding Lai was not to be spared either. At this moment, Zhou Jianlin, barely clinging to life, was taken aback. Aren't they supposed to be on the same side? Why do their words carry such venom, as if there exists a profound enmity between them? Brother Zhou, I never anticipated that your brilliance would lead you to such folly. Ding Mingyan has long since betrayed the White Tiger Mountain. This entire scenario is their scheme. And you and I have been ensnared. Ding Lai sighed softly, his demeanor one of melancholy and irony. Two self-proclaimed dominators of the Apocalypse Mountain range had now found themselves stumbling at the hands of a mere girl. Enough of your prattle. Receive my axe. Wang Tianlei shouted, launching an attack with the force of a raging torrent, akin to the power of 9 mighty yaks. Clang. Ding Lai, agile and adept, evaded the blow and seized Zhou Jianlin, retreating into the cave. Outside, powerful adversaries surrounded them, and he dared not confront them head-on. The cave was their only hope for survival. We're doomed. Chu Xian is still inside. Master Wang, quickly stop him. We cannot allow them to escape. Bai Zirua's delicate features shifted to one of concern as she hurriedly warned. However, Wang Tianlei remained unfazed, watching as Ding Lai and Zhou made their escape. The Chu Xian you speak of is a silver-tongued trickster, slippery and uncatchable. He won't die easily. Even if he did perish, it is of little consequence, merely a lowly insect. Hardly worth the alarm. Wang Tianlei brushed off Bai Zirua's concerns with an air of arrogance, his disdain for Chu Xian palpable. He had found the latter's earlier behavior distasteful and considered him nothing more than a buffoon. His irritation was further fueled by the thought of Chu Xian's reckless destruction of a millennium-old spiritual herb, a precious essence accumulated over ages, wasted in a moment of folly. What do you mean by that? Ding Mingyan's eyes turned icy, displeased with his remarks. Nothing of consequence. Wang Tianlei averted his gaze, displaying his disdain. Hey, how can you speak to us like that? We are, after all, your saviors. Bai Zirua's beautiful eyes turned cold. At that moment, Wang Tianlei's demeanor infuriated her. Saviors? Huh. I just incapacitated Zhou Jianlin and repelled Ding Lai. That debt is now settled. What? Do you wish to cling to me like a stubborn leech? The Nineteen Profound sect is not something you can aspire to. Mentioning the debt of gratitude only served to ignite his anger. He had been humiliated when he had to pretend to be intimidated by the little witch, ruining his esteemed reputation. What is this attitude? You were the ones begging for help earlier, yet now you speak as if we are the ones seeking your favor. Get your facts straight. It is not we who are clinging to you, but rather you who are trying to elevate yourselves by associating with us. Bai Zirua, known for her fiery temper, could no longer hold back and confronted him directly. Impudent. You, a wretched creature, dare to debate with me? I shall slay you. Wang Tianlei's fury ignited at her rebuttal. Quickly, Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan stepped in to restrain Wang Tianlei, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They knew that his behavior had crossed a line and felt a sense of shame. Chapter 45. Diverging paths. Ding Mingyan chose to disregard Wang Tianlei, whom she deemed despicable, and instead fixed her gaze on Ku Yixue, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she coldly inquired, Miss Ku, is this your method of assistance? It is indeed enlightening. If this is the case, I kindly ask you to withdraw. We cannot afford to aspire to such help from you. Each word dripped with scorn. Boldly. Are you subtly mocking our Nineteen sect? Do you believe I won't strike you down? Wang Tianlei bellowed, his gaze betraying a chilling intent. Poised to launch a fierce assault, exuding an air of haughty arrogance. Master Wang, you must not be disrespectful. Ku Yixue's cold eyes narrowed as she shot a stern glance at Wang Tianlei, prompting him to temper his demeanor. Although she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Chu Xian, whom she viewed as a scoundrel, she nonetheless had to consider the feelings of others. Wang Tianlei's reckless behavior and acerbic remarks were unbecoming, revealing the countenance of a petty, domineering individual who leveraged the name of the Nineteen sect to bully the weak. It was particularly egregious, given that Ding Mingyan was their savior. To turn against her now would render them no different than the ungrateful Ding Lai and his ilk. With a gaze full of sincerity, Ku Yixue spoke apologetically, Miss Ding, I hope you can forgive us. Master Wang was perhaps too emotional just now. You needn't say more. His actions are of no concern to us. Let us part ways here. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Farewell. Ding Mingyan retorted with a cold snort, disappointment etched on her features. She cast a disdainful glance at Wang Tianlei, who showed no signs of remorse, instead maintaining an air of arrogance. The Nineteen sect is hardly impressive. On the contrary, how could Ku Yixue, with her profound insight, fail to perceive Wang Tianlei's contempt? It was laughable for her to label his behavior as emotional outburst. Miss Ding, please stay. I understand your concerns. Rest assured that he poses no danger at present. Ku Yixue glanced towards the chamber, where Chu Xian had returned. Although she had learned his name, she still referred to him simply as that person, as their encounter was merely a fleeting moment, destined for little interaction. She also recognized his resolve to sever ties with them, which could be seen as a final act of assistance. Thank you for the information, Ding Mingyan replied, her expression unchanging as she turned to leave. We do not require your insincere help. We can manage on our own, Bai Zirua retorted sharply. Following Ding Mingyan into the cave, the trio, 2 women and a beast, undaunted. Humph. They are merely marching to their doom. Wang Tianlei chuckled with an air of superiority. Ku Yixue wished to dissuade them, but they had already entered. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the situation, feeling a pang of guilt. Without their help, they might have perished, and now they turned against her. It unsettled her, as if she had committed a wrongdoing. My lady, there is no need for such thoughts. As Master Wang said, we have repaid their kindness. We are even now. If they insist on going in, we cannot hinder them. Xiao Qing, noticing her lady's troubled expression, offered gentle consolation. Indeed, my lady, a group of common folk departing is for the best, lest they entangle us further and impede our progress. They have the self-awareness to part ways, which is the optimal outcome. In Wang Tianlei's eyes, they were merely insignificant ants, reigning over the desolate mountains. Hardly comparable to the Nining sect. Common folk? How ignorant. With the Qingqiu fox immortal at their side, they were hardly timid creatures. Ku Yixue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the mirror. Chu Xian, having returned to the chamber, was taken aback to find it transformed into a pool, still exuding a chilling aura, preventing the thunder beast from entering. He surmised that Ding Lai and his companion would inevitably turn against each other, engaging in a fierce conflict. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to cleanse himself of the dark stains that marred his form. Without hesitation, he shed his garments. Ah, what a lecherous scoundrel. How shameless to bathe in front of us young ladies. Truly, the world has decayed, and morals have eroded. The onlookers, including Xiao Qing, felt their faces flush crimson, akin to blooming roses in the twilight, as they hastily turned away, unable to bear the sight, instinctively hurling curses at Chu Xian. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on them that they had been the ones spying. Their embarrassment deepened as they exchanged awkward glances, especially Wang Tianlei, who felt a surge of inadequacy. Ku Yixue, too, averted her gaze, cheeks aflame, for it was her first encounter with such a scene, leaving her with a worsened impression of Chu Xian, how utterly vulgar. Ding Lai, having hastily retreated into the cave, administered a healing pill to Zhou Jianlin, his demeanor serious. Alliance leader Zhou, I know you have your own hidden cards. I urge you to lay aside your grievances and disregard their slanders. We must unite against external threats. Otherwise, we will both meet our demise here. Thank you for saving my life, Master Ding. Rest assured, I will no longer fall for their schemes. I shall ensure Wang Tianlei pays dearly. The medicinal herb dissolved upon entering Zhou Jianlin's mouth, filling him with a gentle warmth that began to mend his wounds. His eyes were filled with a seething hatred. He had been caught off guard, overwhelmed by thoughts of Chu Xian, and with his allies unprepared outside, he had been severely injured by Wang Tianlei's sudden strike. The subsequent realization that his grand ambitions lay in ruins had left him mentally exhausted and despondent, contemplating ending it all. Now, having learned the truth, he had relinquished his past grievances with Ding Lai and was determined to rise again, seeking vengeance. He yearned to capture Chu Xian and dismember him, subconsciously viewing him as the root of all his woes. Brother Zhou, focus on your recovery. Wang Tianlei and his ilk will likely hesitate to enter. Fearing the wrath of the Thunder Beast, Ding Lai advised cautiously, surveying their surroundings. Being caught in the middle was not a sustainable strategy, especially with danger looming on both sides. It was indeed ironic that Zhou Jianlin would never have imagined he would one day find himself allied with Ding Lai. Meanwhile, having finished bathing, Chu Xian emerged from the water, furrowing his brow, feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched. He donned his garments once more. A sudden cacophony of combat resonated from above, causing Chu Xian's expression to shift dramatically. Simultaneously, the Thunder Beast, too, seemed to respond to the commotion, charging toward the source of the conflict. Chu Xian hurriedly followed suit. Ding Mingyan, you are quite audacious, daring to enter this cave. This is not in line with your usual conduct. Are you unaware of the murderous Thunder Beast within, or do you venture here for that young man? Ding Lai chuckled lightly, his brow twitching with anger, his face betraying his ire as he gripped the white tiger jade sword, clearly having engaged in fierce combat. Behind him, Zhou Jianlin, still healing, glared at Ding Mingyan with intense hatred, his murderous intent palpable. Do not feign familiarity with me, Ding Mingyan retorted, brandishing her Liuli sword, her eyes aflame with fury mingled with disdain. What? Have I struck a chord? Do you wish to slay your father? Ding Lai continued to smirk coldly, his gaze sharp. He surmised her vulnerability lay in her hatred of him, as she wished to sever all ties. The simplest way to incite a person is to force upon them what they despise most. Thus, he clung to this tactic, aiming to provoke her into a frenzy. For her clarity instilled fear in him. Silence. You are not my father. As expected, Ding Mingyan's eyes blazed with intensity, and with a fierce swing of her sword, she darted forward like a startled swan, unleashing a brilliant sword light that pierced the darkness. Sister Mingyan, do not fall for his tricks. He is merely trying to provoke you. Bai Ziru hastily rushed over to remind her, casting a disdainful glare at Ding Lai, who was indeed treacherous. Ding Mingyan's eyes, once filled with hatred, flickered momentarily before regaining clarity, her gaze now pure and unclouded. Yet, What awaited her was a ferocious assault from Ding Lai. She furrowed her brows tightly, swiftly altering her sword technique, her delicate wrist deftly twisting as she wielded her sword. The ethereal energy coalesced and danced, resembling a crystalline spring, emanating ripples of mist, surging forth like tumultuous waves, shattering Ding Lai's attack. Dreadful, just a hair's breadth away. Ding Lai, retreating in haste, murmured in regret. His expression twisted with fury. It was all Baiziru's fault for meddling. Otherwise, he could have severely injured Ding Mingyan. Nonetheless, even after his ambush failed, he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. My dear daughter, why has your strength diminished of late? Clearly, he sought to further incite her wrath. Suddenly, a ferocious roar accompanied by tremors from the ground erupted, unmistakably the purple lightning beast sensing the disturbance and approaching. In an instant, all present felt a surge of anxiety. Their expressions clouded with worry. Among them, Zhou Jinlin trembled with trepidation, aware that in his currently frail state, encountering the purple lightning beast would spell certain doom. Zero. We must retreat swiftly and lure the purple lightning beast away. Ding Mingyan, quick-witted, cast a fierce glance at Ding Lai, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. The astute Baiziru understood immediately, nodding in agreement, and together with Ni Chong, they created some commotion to guide the beast away. Before long, they had begun their gradual retreat. Damn it, that wretched Ding Mingyan. She intends to force us out. Zhou Jinlin cursed vehemently. Brother Zhou, how is your recovery? Ding Lai inquired darkly. With the situation changing, they had no choice but to exit. Otherwise, they would face a brutal slaughter at the hands of the purple lightning beast. 50%. There's no time left. We must go. Ding Lai seethed with resentment. Had he known, he would have kept Ding Mingyan close, avoiding a fallout that led to their current predicament. It was all due to that foolish son of his, who, blinded by desire, insisted on claiming Ding Mingyan for himself, resulting in their current loss of both resources and allies. Now, it was all too clear that Ding Mingyan's plan was to lead the purple lightning beast away, not only forcing them out, but also aiding her companions trapped within, a twofold strategy. Chapter 46. The treacherous Ding Lai before long. A series of deep roars echoed from within the cave, accompanied by inexplicable tremors, leaves rustling, and stones dancing as the wind howled ominously. The tension among Ku Ishue and the others escalated, their gazes fixed warily on the cave's entrance. Moments later, Ding Mingyan and her companions dashed out in a state of panic, landing not far away. Two of them were panting heavily, their starry eyes filled with lingering dread from the recent events, yet fortunately, they bore no significant injuries. Ha, is this your strength? Are you being pursued? Without our protection, you are nothing. Thankfully, you have distanced yourselves from us. Otherwise, you would truly be a burden. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tianlei could not contain his laughter, dismissing them with contempt. At the behest of their mistress, Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan attempted to assist Ding Mingyan, only to be sharply halted by the latter. Baiziru shot a cold glare at Wang Tianlei, having caught every word of his derision, which irked her greatly. A piercing scream followed, and Ding Lai and his companion emerged with even graver expressions, their faces etched with terror, desperately crying for help. Hot on their heels was the purple lightning beast, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, mere inches from Zhou Jinlin's rear, who bore numerous wounds from the beast's bites. Having escaped the endless darkness, Zhou Jinlin's eyes glistened with tears of relief. He had finally glimpsed hope. Given his frail constitution, had he been delayed any longer, he would have undoubtedly become food for the monstrous beast. Emerging from the abyss, he and his companion formed a defensive stance, wary and fearful of their surroundings, their appearance more pitiful than that of Ding Mingyan and her group, as they had shielded them from the beast's wrath. In that moment, Ding Lai's hatred for Ding Mingyan burned fiercely within him, his brooding gaze revealing the depths of his enmity. Their garments were tattered and stained with blood, a clear testament to the fierce struggle they had endured, their current state resembling that of beggars, utterly disheveled. It was evident they had underestimated the speed of the purple lightning beast. Arriving at the sound, it seemed to move at supersonic speed, having accumulated pent-up rage from its previous encounters, eager to tear apart anything human. With a roar, the purple lightning beast finally emerged into the light, invigorated and bellowing, scanning the area before its bloodthirsty gaze settled upon Ku Ishue. She was still alive? If one were to ask whom the purple lightning beast loathed the most at this moment, the answer would undoubtedly be Chu Xian. However, with Chu Xian absent, its primary target became her, Ku Ishue. She had slain the ice cloud beast, and their enmity was irreconcilable. It was a matter of life and death. By the heavens, it's the purple lightning beast. Wang Tianlei's smile froze, his pupils dilating in fear as his body involuntarily shuddered, especially under the beast's malicious gaze, which made him feel like a mere rabbit being stalked by a hunting tiger. In a flash, the purple lightning beast charged toward Kuishue, and the once dissipated dark clouds above reassembled, blocking out the sun, as ruthless lightning crackled ominously. "You vile creature, I shall not allow your tyranny to continue." Kuishue's eyes sparkled with determination, her voice as sweet as a lark's song. With her fair arms, smooth as jade, she summoned an indomitable purple spear from thin air, its aura surging with power, matching the beast's ferocity. In an instant, she transformed into a violet specter, charging toward the purple lightning beast. Thunder roared and winds howled as Kuishue engaged the beast in a fierce battle, surprisingly managing to hold her ground. With the addition of Wang Tianlei and others, they began to gain an upper hand, showcasing the terrifying prowess of their strength. The Nine Mystic sect was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Kuishue and her companions engaged, Ding Lai and his ally plotted to slip away unnoticed. Thinking of fleeing? Baiziru's voice rang out sharply as she drew the ice cloud sword, snowflakes swirling in a fierce display. "Do you truly believe you can stop me? How naive." Ding Lai, despite being an expert in the true martial realm, was wounded and not someone an ordinary Xuanwu realm warrior could easily intimidate. "Is that so? What if I join the fray?" Ding Mingyan spoke coldly, stepping forward, her liuli sword radiating a chilling glow. Ding Lai's heart sank, his face paling drastically. "What? Are you frightened? That is unlike you." Ding Mingyan's expression remained calm and composed. "Ding Mingyan, do you truly wish to kill me? I admit my mistakes, but I raised you for decades. Can you really bear to take my life?" Ding Lai's brows furrowed in distress as he began to play the emotional card, his voice tinged with regret. Then, in utter despair, he lamented, "It is my fault for allowing that ungrateful wretch to inflict such unspeakable harm upon you. I am less than a beast, unworthy of being human. But have you ever considered that I too am a victim of circumstance? I have watched you both grow since you were little. Did my heart not ache for you? I have only one son, Ding Kai, who threatens to take his own life if he cannot have you. What am I to do? He has grown up without a mother, and my guilt towards him runs deep. As a father, have I truly erred?" He refrained from calling you Yenner for fear of inciting your wrath. He is acutely aware that although Ding Mingyan's cultivation is merely at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, she possesses the ability to temporarily elevate her power to the true martial realm, and he considers himself no match for her. "Silence. I will not be swayed by your deceitful words." Ding Mingyan's emotions wavered. As she listened, she suddenly recognized his plight, and tears welled in her eyes. Yet, she did not wish to listen. The more she heard, the greater her pain became. "Have you never regarded me as your daughter? You would sacrifice your daughter for your son, and you call that love? Regardless of your reasoning, I will end your life." She had no desire to hear any further excuses. "Very well, come and kill me. From the moment I rescued you, I have never regretted it. I have grown weary of the underhanded schemes over the years. I have lived my life without wrongdoing to others, yet I owe a debt to you, to my deceased wife, and to my ancestors. I have failed to leave descendants for the Ding family. I am indeed a great disloyalty." Ding Lai's eyes filled with desolation as tears streamed down his face. He discarded his sword, willing to embrace death as though he had truly seen through the essence of life. He fell to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. His forlorn expression, combined with his tattered clothing, presented a pitiable sight, especially as he knelt before Ding Mingyan, his eyes brimming with regret. Particularly when he mentioned that Ding Kai had been castrated by Chu Xian, but that too was connected to her. Witnessing this scene, Ding Mingyan's heart ached as if sliced by a knife. She felt a profound discomfort, and her hands began to tremble, unable to strike. "Sister Mingyan, he is treacherous," Baiziru said, her brows furrowed in disbelief at his emotional manipulation. Yet she was interrupted by Ding Mingyan, who sorrowfully declared, "He is indeed a vile scoundrel. But his crimes do not warrant death. Depart from my sight. Let this be the repayment for your decades of nurturing. From this moment onward, we are strangers, with no debts between us." 2 lines of tears cascaded down her exquisite face, resonating with deep sorrow as memories flooded her mind. He had neglected her, remained indifferent. Yet ultimately, he had raised her for over 20 years. Baiziru sighed softly, sensing the turmoil and endless grief within Ding Mingyan. Being kind-hearted, she understood the depth of parental gratitude and remarked to Ding Lai, "Very well, then, depart swiftly." Ding Lai's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, gritting his teeth. He suddenly lifted his head, unleashing a lethal strike aimed at the emotionally compromised Ding Mingyan. "Watch out! Watch out!" 2 distinct voices rang out simultaneously. Baiziru attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Ding Mingyan's complexion changed as she turned to see, deep within her eyes, a flicker of joy and alarm. For it was the voice of her master. Bang! Yin pushed Ding Mingyan aside, taking the blow to her own back, sending her flying and causing her to spit blood, staining the air with crimson. Master! Ding Mingyan rushed over, cradling Yin in her arms, tears flowing freely as her gaze fixated on her master's bloodied face. Mingyan, are you unharmed? Yin, her voice weak as a whisper, displayed a smile filled with concern, evidently having suffered greatly during her absence from Ding Mingyan. Master, please take the elixir. You will be fine. Ding Mingyan's thoughts were in disarray. She felt powerless as she observed her master's pale countenance, knowing it was all her doing. Mingyan, it is futile. Listen to me first. For I fear I may not have another chance. Yin extended a trembling hand to caress Ding Mingyan's flawless cheek, her smile bittersweet. Do not cry, dear girl. Tears do not become you. Master, Mingyan, you must harbor resentment towards me for not standing up for you that day, right? A bitter smile crept onto Yin's lips, her face filled with shame and regret for not intervening, a burden she would carry forever. No, Mingyan does not resent her master. Ding Mingyan sobbed like a rain-soaked flower, shaking her head repeatedly. Chapter 47. The Fall of Yin and the Slaying of the Thunderous Beast. Whether there is hatred is irrelevant. As long as you are safe, I can rest easy. Remember, do not heed any of Ding Lai's words. You are not his possession, nor do you owe him anything. You are a divine gift bestowed upon me, raised solely by my hand, with no connection to him. Yin's eyes sparkled with joy, filled with happiness as she continued to stroke her face, acutely aware that she might never again caress her child in such a manner. A divine gift bestowed upon you? Upon hearing this, Ding Mingyan wept even more profusely, her heart overwhelmed with emotion, feeling truly fortunate to have encountered her master. At the same time, she harbored deep resentment towards Ding Lai, cursing herself for having believed the words of such a cold-blooded, heartless man. She regretted. She hated. Yet now she was powerless. Mingyan, my greatest regret is not witnessing you find your beloved, marry, and bear children. I fear that after I depart, you will feel lonely and helpless, especially since you are so frightened of thunder. Master, please do not speak such ominous words. You will be fine. I do not wish for marriage and children. I only want you by my side. Master, please do not leave me. I am afraid of thunder. I truly cannot bear to be without you. Ding Mingyan's face was streaked with tears, her expression filled with anguish as she clung to the hand that had been stroking her face. She realized that she was not as strong as she had imagined. She too feared loss, for her master had always been her source of strength. Zero, Mingyan. What has transpired? At that moment, Chu Xian descended like a deity, his eyes landing on the fallen Yin, as if he had already deduced the unfolding tragedy. In the final moment before the silver moon closed its eyes, she beheld Chu Xian, her lips curling into a gentle smile, and then she departed peacefully. Master, no. Please don't go. Master, don't leave me. Yinner, will you? Open your eyes and see me. Ding Mingyan clutched her master tightly, pressing her warm cheek against her master's face. Her eyes swollen and reddened, her throat hoarse, yet she continued to call out for her master. Ding Mingyan's heart-wrenching wail echoed into the heavens, her voice cracking with anguish. Why? Why must you treat me this way? What have I done to deserve such punishment? Why must you take away everything I hold dear? In her fury, Ding Mingyan spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that the world around her had drained of color, reduced to shades of black and white, with only the chilling wind as her companion. Suddenly, she found her world shrouded in darkness and cold once more. She ceased her raging cries, choosing instead to embrace her master, her gaze unwavering, lost in the moment of their embrace, unaware of how long they remained entwined. She held her master's pale, bloodless hand tightly. In her perception, her master's hand was forever warm, and she could not bring herself to believe that her master had truly departed. Two streams of tears traced down Ding Mingyan's snow-white cheeks, yet she found herself devoid of more tears. She grasped her master's hand, palm to palm, and a sweet smile graced her delicate face as she turned to Zuru beside her and said, Zuru, did you hear? My master just told me not to cry anymore. Crying girls are not pretty. Yes, I heard it too. Zuru replied, her eyes still glistening with tears. Yet she wore a gentle smile, adding with envy, Sister Mingyan, Elder Yin also said that you should find a beloved man to marry and have children, and to bear a few chubby little ones. Chu Xian stood by, gazing blankly at the two girls, who were both pure of heart and untouched by worldly troubles, cherishing all that was beautiful, especially Ding Mingyan, who had just endured the betrayal of a loved one, left utterly alone, with her only kin now gone. Such a blow could shatter a girl's spirit. The world she had constructed in her heart was one of beauty, happiness, and warmth. Chu Xian, however, had experienced far too much. Yes, I promise her. Ding Mingyan nodded with a smile, her grateful gaze fixed on Bai Ziru. She had not lost her sanity. She simply wished for her master to stay with her a little longer. This was her master's greatest regret. Sometimes, self-deception serves as a means to alleviate suffering. Sister Mingyan, I think Chu Xian would be a good match. Why not him? What? Ziru, what are you saying? Such matters of marriage cannot be trifled with. Elder Yin, you would surely not approve. Why am I being dragged into this? Chu Xian was utterly perplexed, and then grew anxious. But considering Ding Mingyan's current state of mind, he played along, feigning seriousness and invoking Elder Yin's name. No. My master said to avoid those who are glib or dull-witted. After saying this, Ding Mingyan shot Chu Xian a playful glare, teasing him slightly before carrying her master toward a nearby tent, for it was too noisy outside, and her master favored tranquility. In that fleeting moment, she shed more tears. Yet she wore a sorrowful yet beautiful smile. In her heart, she silently prayed, Master, do you also think Chu Xian is a good choice? At that moment, her most revered master had departed, leaving her devoid of any attachments, expectations, sadness, or emotion. How could I be glib? How could I be dull-witted? Chu Xian looked at Bai Ziru in confusion, as if asking if he appeared foolish. You certainly are quite foolish. How boring. Bai Ziru feigned anger. And then she dashed outside the tent to stand guard, ensuring no one would disturb them. Chu Xian scratched the back of his head, unable to suppress a nonchalant smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Ziru, fully aware of her underlying intentions, it was merely that he had not cooperated with her. While things settled here, not far away, the chaos of battle raged on. On the other side, Ku Yixue and her companions had reached the climax of their confrontation with the Thunder Beast, both sides gravely wounded. Ku Yixue's unpredictable marksmanship instilled fear, showcasing her profound skill. The Thunder Beast bore several deep wounds, some down to the bone, and one of its eyes had been shattered by her bullet, highlighting her exceptional understanding of firearms. Miss, I can barely hold on, Xiao Qing exclaimed, her spiritual energy waning. Her speed significantly reduced. With just the two of us, we may not be able to subdue it. Ku Yixue cast a worried glance at the rampaging Thunder Beast, then inexplicably looked towards Chu Xian and the others. Her gaze lingered on the tent. During the battle, she had occasionally observed their situation and was touched by the bond between Ding Mingyan and her master. To be frank, Ding Lai's shamelessness had once again reshaped her understanding of humanity. Had it not been for dealing with the Thunder Beast, her first instinct would have been to eliminate Ding Lai. Miss, I sense that Ding Mingyan's mood is not optimistic, especially after how he treated them. They are unlikely to offer us assistance. Xiao Qing's face was sorrowful, her heart heavy, yet she bore no resentment. If they chose to assist, it was out of goodwill. If they refrained, it was within their rights. After careful consideration, Ku Yixue sighed in resignation. Xiao Qing, let them find an opportunity to withdraw. For the safety of her subordinates, she reluctantly chose to abandon the fight, even though it left her discontented. My leg is broken. Suddenly, Wang Tianlei's leg was brutally torn off by the Thunder Beast, sending him flying several meters, the scene drenched in blood. Miss, save me. I don't want to die. The Thunder Beast unleashed a bolt of electricity towards Wang Tianlei, intent on finishing him off. Oh no. Ku Yixue's expression hardened, realizing the impending danger. With a powerful leap, she moved like lightning, her gun drawn like a dragon, executing a flawless thrust that pierced through the air. The fluidity of her movements was akin to a delicate fairy dancing with grace. That moment was nothing short of picturesque. One shot not only shattered the bolt of electricity, but also pierced the Thunder Beast's arm, blood splattering into the air. Roar! The Thunder Beast howled in agony, exerting its remaining strength to seize the spear, while its other hand gathered lightning. A ferocious and chilling energy surged forth, launching a devastating blow towards Ku Yixue. Due to its incredible speed, she had no time to react. With a sickening thud, the blow struck her ribs, fracturing them anew. Blood spilled from her lips as she was hurled backward, the excruciating pain nearly causing her consciousness to fade. Miss, Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan gasped in horror, rushing to assist, but their feeble strength was no match, and they were thrown aside, unable to rise again, their beautiful eyes filled with terror. Today, it seemed they would all perish here. Roar! The Thunder Beast, dragging its battered body, slowly advanced toward Ku Yixue, thundering with murderous intent. Miss, Xiao Qing called out weakly, filled with concern, desperately trying to rise, but their injuries were too severe. Ku Yixue coughed blood, laboriously lifting her head to gaze at the approaching Thunder Beast. her eyes growing cold as she realized that today she was indeed facing her doom. The thunder beast roared in front of Ku Ishue, as if celebrating its triumph. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling light, revealing an intent to kill. It raised its massive foot, poised to crush her skull with tremendous force. The thought of meeting such a gruesome end sent a shiver down Ku Ishue's spine, and she gasped in horror, her pupils reflecting regret. Memories of her slumbering mother flooded her mind. She had yet to awaken her, leaving her mother in eternal unrest. "Mother, I have tried my best." Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to a blade cutting through the void, followed by a dull thud as something was penetrated, causing the ground to tremble as if struck by a falling meteor. Ku Ishue shut her eyes tightly, bracing herself for death. However, after a long moment, she felt no pain. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the thunder beast lying on the ground, a pool of crimson liquid seeping from its body. Still twitching, but not yet lifeless. Had its fatal point been struck? She glanced toward the direction of the giant crossbow and noticed that the last bolt had vanished. Connecting the dots, she deduced that the thunder beast had been mortally wounded. But who had loosed the arrow? As her gaze returned to the thunder beast, she witnessed a young man pummeling it mercilessly, treating it like a punching bag until it breathed its last, filled with humiliation. "I strike." The man's movements were undeniably graceful. It was clear that this individual was Chu Xian. The ferocious thunder beast met its end in an unexpected manner at his hands. Chapter 48. Ungratefulness. "Are you teaching me how to act? Is it you?" Ku Ishue exclaimed in shock, her brows knitting together tightly. It was he who had saved her. She was momentarily taken aback. How had he managed to draw the massive crossbow? With his mere first level of Xuanwu cultivation, it seemed impossible for him to accomplish such a feat, let alone hit his target and cause its demise. The subsequent events were even more astonishing, bordering on disbelief. "No need for thanks. It's simply a pleasure to assist. Who is asking for your gratitude?" Ku Ishue retorted, rolling her eyes at Chu Xian, who had the audacity to appear so brazen. Nevertheless, he had ultimately saved her, and her heart brimmed with gratitude. A vision of a woman, resplendent and dignified, resembling a blooming flower, materialized in her mind. Surely, it was her mother's blessing. Lowering her fan-like lashes, she gracefully inclined her figure, her scarlet lips parting gently. "I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. However, I kindly ask for your understanding, as my current condition prevents me from bowing in gratitude." "Not a problem. But tell me, fair maiden, do you truly remember my act of salvation? Or is it merely words?" Chu Xian feigned curiosity, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He had already learned from Baiziru how the people from the Jiuyin Xianmen had treated her. They were merciless in their betrayal. Of course, he understood that Ku Ishue was not the root cause of all this. Confusion crossed Ku Ishue's face as she pondered why Chu Xian would ask such a question. Did he know of their ungrateful actions towards Ding Mingyan and the others? Of course, it is engraved in my heart. How could it be otherwise? In that instant, a pang of guilt washed over her, yet her inherent pride prompted her to feign indignation to mask her embarrassment. She was astounded by his small-mindedness, holding onto grudges so tightly. "If you wish to retaliate, why not do so now? I fear you may deny it later. Now, how would one repay such kindness?" Ku Ishue's fair face fell in surprise, momentarily stunned, lying on the ground like a sleeping beauty. Although her features were obscured, she exuded an undeniable charm. "By offering yourself in return?" Chu Xian said, adopting a serious demeanor as he squatted before her, his gaze roving and gradually growing lewd. "You shameless fiend. I will kill you." Ku Ishue's expression froze, her eyes glimmering with icy fury. Her indomitable spirit ignited a desire to retaliate, but her injuries flared, causing her gathered spiritual energy to dissipate, leaving her weak and collapsing once more. She could not help but emit a pained whimper, her lips twitching slightly as she cast a resentful glance at Chu Xian. "Humph. I knew that women's words are deceitful. Truly, you are without integrity. You profess to remember my grace, yet in mere moments, you forget entirely, even wishing to kill me. You are the shameless one." Chu Xian scoffed, feigning outrage. "Who lacks integrity? It was your outrageous demands that were excessive." Ku Ishue's heart quivered, her delicate nose huffing in indignation, her cheeks flushed like blooming peonies. Unable to meet Chu Xian's gaze, filled with frustration and embarrassment. His words rang true. She had indeed promised to repay his kindness. But his demands were so shameless and vile that no decent girl would agree, especially considering her poor impression of him. Yet, recognizing her own fault, she chose silence, lowering her head to ease the awkwardness. "Chu Xian, you are remarkable. You actually killed the thunder beast." Suddenly, Baiziru dashed over, her spirits high. Memories of Chu Xian's promise to give her the monster's crystal core filled her with joy. She nearly embraced him with a kiss on his forehead, but refrained out of modesty. Just a trivial matter. Let us carry the beast back. Chu Xian waved his hand grandly, exuding confidence, choosing to ignore Ku Ishua. In truth, he had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to remind them to be more humble and not so prideful. He perceived that Ku Ishua harbored considerable prejudice against him, feeling ashamed to be associated with him. Although he found it perplexing since they had never met, and thus should not have any barriers, he chose not to dwell on it. Yet, he overlooked the existence of first impressions. Ladies, might I request a moment? Ku Ishua, feeling anxious, called out urgently. She glanced at the thunder beast, feeling shy and unsure how to articulate her request, as it was he who had slain it, but she needed something from within. Is there something else? Chu Xian turned back with a warm smile. Ku Ishua felt flustered and uncertain, for she had seldom asked for favors. With a gentle voice, she said, could you possibly? Bai Ziru's eyes narrowed, cutting her off in annoyance. No, this is our trophy, naturally ours to claim. What? Do you wish to intimidate us with the Jiuyin Xianmen? She noticed Ku Ishua's gaze lingering on the thunder beast, which only heightened her displeasure. The crystal core inside was essential for her. There was no way she would relinquish it to others. Ku Ishua's cheeks flushed crimson, a nervous smile escaping her lips as she felt utterly helpless, her eyes darting around as if searching for an escape from the awkward situation. Remembering her mother, she steeled her resolve, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of desperation. Miss Bai, I did not intend to imply that. The Thunder Beast's crystal core is of great importance to me. I hope you can part with it. I am willing to exchange anything you desire in return. She had no intention of leveraging the Jiuyin Xianmen to coerce anyone, but she understood the sentiment behind Bai Ziru's words. The crystal core? Absolutely not. You truly dare to ask for that? Bai Ziru exclaimed incredulously. The core is the most valuable and precious part of the beast. How could you shamelessly demand the finest right off the bat? Have some self-respect. Isn't the Jiuyin Xianmen supposed to be formidable? Do you not even possess a crystal core? I distinctly recall how you treated us earlier. The road is wide, and we shall part ways. We have no reason to accommodate you, so please abandon this futile hope. Bai Zhuo resolutely declined, for the crystal core was promised to her by Chu Xian, and she could not bear to part with it. Moreover, she vividly remembered Wang Tianlei's derision and disdain towards her, that lingering feeling of suffocation still fresh in her mind. Coupled with the indifferent demeanor of Ku Ishua and others at that time, her hatred for this group intensified. Even though Ku Ishua had repeatedly hinted to Shao Qing and the others to assist them, she could only perceive it as pity, adhering to the notion that love and hate are intertwined. As she heard these words, she lowered her head in grievance and shame. She detected the resolute and hateful tone in the other person's voice. Regret washed over her for allowing Wang Tianlei's coldness to pass without challenge. Her pride had now left her in a quandary, and she bore the consequences of her own actions. With her head slightly bowed, a cascade of lustrous black hair fell like a waterfall, her bright eyes shimmering with a desolate light. Supporting her injured frame with one hand, a self-deprecating smile graced her lips, akin to a blooming poppy. Ah, this damned pride, vanity, and arrogance. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her faint breaths presented a sickly, beautiful fragility that evoked sympathy. Miss. Not far off, Shao Qing and the others had overheard Bai Zhuo's words, their eyes instantly brimming with tears. A bunch of lowly wretches, how dare you act against us? You know not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. The crystal core of the beast is beyond your grasp. Hand it over at once, or we, the Nineteen sect, shall annihilate your entire clan. Wang Tianlei, suppressing the excruciating pain from his broken leg, shouted at Chu Xian and the others with brazen arrogance, his tone still laced with superiority and disdain. Looking at Chu Xian and the others was akin to viewing two obstinate and ignorant peasants. He continued angrily, this thunderbolt beast was severely injured by us, and you used our 9 yin's giant crossbow to kill it, merely taking advantage of our efforts. I advise you to obediently hand over the crystal core, and perhaps we might show you mercy. To dare use our crossbow without permission is already a capital offense. Now you audaciously claim possession of the 9 sect's belongings. The fact that we have not sought retribution is already a display of our magnanimity. Quickly put down the beast and be gone. Wang Tianlei's words resonated clearly, plunging the entire scene into silence. Your 9 sect's belongings? How dare you claim that all under heaven belongs to your sect? It is utterly laughable. Do you mean to imply that anything your sect covets is yours by right? Bai Zhuo, seethed with indignation, nearly brought to tears by the fury that surged within her. As Wang Tianlei scrutinized the thunderbolt beast once more, he noticed a blade embedded in its body, by Zhiruo's ice cloud sword. At that very moment, Ku Ishue's expression shifted, her eyes filled with confusion. Due to her position, her view was obstructed, and she had not seen the weapon that killed the thunderbolt beast. Based on the absence of the last bolt, she mistakenly assumed it was the crossbow that had dealt the fatal blow. Clearly, Wang Tianlei had arrived at the same erroneous conclusion. Impossible? Wang Tianlei's eyes glinted with cold fury as he retorted, "You lack the strength to slay the thunderbolt beast. It was on the brink of death from our assault, and you merely seized the opportunity." This explanation left Ku Ishue and her companions feeling embarrassed and speechless. The reasoning was patently flimsy. However, they were puzzled about how Chu Xian had truly slain the thunderbolt beast and where their last remaining bolt had gone. Huh. You claim to be the master of the Nine sect, yet you are blind to the truth. Chu Xian, enlighten him on how you defeated the beast, so this arrogant fool may learn a lesson and avoid embarrassment. Bai Zhiruo's face turned icy, her furious gaze sharp as swords, her tone laced with mockery. Bai Zhiruo, are you instructing me on how to act? Chu Xian cast a bewildered glance at her. Oh dear brother Xian, is this rogue not utterly shameless? Show him the vastness of the world, and what constitutes reality, lest he continue to harbor his delusions of grandeur. Bai Zhiruo's anger slightly subsided as she frowned, gazing shyly at Chu Xian, only to then fix her furious glare back on Wang Tianlei. Chapter 49. Awaken the masses to the equality of all beings. Shameless? And yet you continue to waste breath on him? Chu Xian sternly admonished Bai Zhiruo before casting a cold glare at Wang Tianlei, stepping forth swiftly to deliver a powerful kick to his face. In an instant, Wang Tianlei was sent flying like a cannonball, losing several teeth midair, blood gushing from his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I am Wang Tianlei, the master of the Nine sect. Before he could finish, Chu Xian lunged forward, locking Wang Tianlei's head under his arm, raining down blows upon his abdomen like a torrential downpour, causing Wang Tianlei to writhe in agony, cries of despair escaping him. What of it? I care not who you are. To act arrogantly before me, even if you were the king of heaven, you would pay the price. With another heavy punch, Chu Xian turned to look at the astonished Bai Zhiruo and said, "Do you see? In the future, when confronted with such scoundrels, do not waste words. Simply greet them with your fists. But I cannot defeat him. He was once a formidable warrior at the second stage of true martial realm, and now he is depleted of spiritual energy and has a broken leg. How could I dare confront him? Who said you must face him in his prime? If he displeases you, simply act covertly against him. Do you not understand that while a direct confrontation is easy to evade, a hidden strike is not? As long as you keep him beneath your foot, you emerge victorious." Chu Xian spoke grandly, dispensing wisdom with an air of authority. Bai Zhiruo merely responded with a non-committal "oh," but upon witnessing Wang Tianlei's pitiful state, she felt a surge of satisfaction. He deserved it for his arrogance. Nearby, Ku Ishue's lips twitched in disbelief as she cast a bewildered glance at Chu Xian. What kind of absurd reasoning is this? Anger bubbled within her. After all, Wang Tianlei was her subordinate and had been assisting her in claiming the thunderbolt beast. It is said that one should consider the master when punishing a dog. Chu Xian's arrogance and brutality were excessive, and it was hard to fathom. Others would tremble at the mention of the Nine sect, yet he remained so nonchalant, so composed. You will regret this. Wang, do not say another word. Ku Ishue urged him to remain silent, fearing that, given Chu Xian's temperament and ferocity, he would surely kill him. Her complexion turned pale, her gaze cold, fixed upon Chu Xian and his companion. Strong-willed by nature, she seldom sought help and rarely faced oppression. Yet witnessing her subordinate being assaulted before her was intolerable. Regardless of their faults, such treatment was unwarranted. She coldly reprimanded, "Both of you. I acknowledge that we acted selfishly and in gratitude towards you previously, and we regret it deeply. However, your current bullying of us is nothing short of taking advantage of our misfortune. Previously, we indeed misunderstood your use of crossbows. It was our lack of discernment that led to this misjudgment, and I concede our fault. However, have you not considered that we also played a part in vanquishing the thunderbolt beast? Is that not true?" Master Wang's words were excessively harsh, and I acknowledge that he spoke unjustly and hurtfully, but it is hardly for you to impose punishment upon him. Your current actions bear a striking resemblance to the heinous acts of bandits. I implore you not to go too far. If pressed to the extreme, I, Ku Ishue, would rather perish alongside you. Were she not injured, she would never have endured such indignity. As a young lady, her temperament is already delicate, and being treated in such a manner naturally leaves her feeling unwell. Ha ha! Miss Ku, you still fail to grasp the crux of the matter, do you not? Baiziru chuckled, saying, indeed, you have not lost all clarity. At least you recognize your ingratitude and selfishness. Yet, where's your remorse? Have you ever uttered an apology? No, your arrogant vanity remains intact. Furthermore, Miss Ku, do not slander us. When have we ever bullied you? It was you who were almost slain by the thunderbolt beast, and it was during our direst moment that we rescued you. Not only did you fail to express gratitude, but you also resorted to coercion, wielding your power against us. You contributed to the defeat of the thunderbolt beast, yet have we ever claimed the spoils for ourselves? I, Baiziru, now declare that apart from the core, all else is yours. How generous of us, is it not? And one final point, I found it utterly laughable that you would accuse us of being excessive. Miss Ku, you heard it yourself. Who is truly excessive, you or us? He continuously berates us as lowly peasants. Does he not deserve a reprimand? He insults us so. And we are expected to remain silent and not retaliate? As Baiziru approached Ku Ishua, shaking her head in disbelief, she continued to scoff. It is truly absurd. What is most disheartening is that you still believe his remarks to be harsh and unfair. Was that not the case when Wang Tianlei mocked us? I refuse to believe that you, a refined young lady, could not discern his vile character and mischievous nature. Is that merely excessive speech? Ha ha ha, now that is truly amusing. To put it plainly, you cannot relinquish your pride and ingrained arrogance, nor your entitled dignity and trivial sense of face. Baiziru's words grew increasingly incisive. Her face flushed with anger as she countered each of Ku Ishua's points with precision, effectively stripping away the hypocritical facade of Ku Ishua and her companions. I no longer desire this beast. Apologies, but Ku Ishua could bear no more. Her complexion turned pale, a deep shade of anguish settled upon her. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, and her body trembled violently. She had never felt such a sense of grievance before. Her rib injury throbbed painfully, but the greater pain resided in her heart. It had been long since she last wept or felt such profound sorrow. Having lived under the gaze of others for so long, she had unwittingly cultivated a lofty demeanor, one that was cold and disdainful, seamlessly woven into her very being. Within the sect, none dared to defy her. Outside its confines, she finally realized how contemptible and laughable her ingrained habits had become. Do not speak ill of Our Lady. If you must, direct your words at me. Our Lady is innocent. Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan, regaining some strength, rushed to Ku Ishua's side, weeping profusely. Clearly distressed for their mistress, Ku Ishua halted them, biting her lip and offering a self-mocking smile. Let her speak. She recognized that they had indeed been overly pampered, viewing everything with disdain and contempt, oblivious to the fact that she was the true joke. In a moment of clarity, she acknowledged Baiziru's words as truth. She was awakening, rather than remaining ensnared in that sordid world. Living in a world of privilege, believing herself superior and noble, she remained unaware of how deeply she had sunk into the mire. Wang Tianlei served as a living example of this. What? Am I not speaking the truth? I say you are ungrateful, repaying kindness with malice. Is that not so? Reflect upon your actions and ask yourselves when we have wronged you. Previously, we saved you out of goodwill, and you shamelessly offered to lend us assistance. What was the result? You turned your backs on us. Viewing us as burdens due to our weakness, we bore it without complaint. Now, as you face imminent demise at the hands of the beast, remember, it was once again we who came to your rescue. And what now? Ha ha ha, how ironic that you remain so insufferably arrogant, taking for granted our aid while using your power to bully others. You see yourselves as human, yet treat others as mere animals, do you? I have tolerated your behavior for far too long. Baiziru's eyes blazed with fury, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if voicing the pent-up dissatisfaction and rage within her. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her breath quickening, rising and falling with emotion. Once she finished, she inhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief as the pent-up frustration within her was finally released. Ignorant insects, daring to insult and offend the 9 mystical sect. Do you know who my lady is? Wang Tianlei, still obstinate, prepared to threaten Chu Xian and the others, clinging to his arrogance until the end. You will be silent. Do you not feel we are humiliated enough? If you do not feel shame, we certainly do. Ku Ishua, enduring her pain, glared at Wang Tianlei in disgust. She smiled bitterly, her expression as pallid as ever, realizing that she had never felt such disgrace before. Now she comprehended how terrifying the ignorant truly were. Baiziru had thoroughly drenched them in their own shame, forcing them to confront their true selves. As a young lady, she had come to a profound realization. Yet Wang Tianlei remained as deluded as ever. Had she heard his words 15 minutes prior, she might have found no fault in them. But now, she was no longer the naive individual she once was. His words were riddled with contradictions, devoid of merit, and even she felt the urge to strike him down. She finally understood the sentiments of Baiziru and her companions. Wang Tianlei always exuded arrogance, leveraging the 9 mystical sect's might to oppress the weak. And she now grasped why so many regarded the 9 mystical sect as a malevolent force, for it harbored its share of vermin. Ha ha ha, despicable and shameless. Valuing profit over life, fearing not the wrath of others, caring little for public opinion, a petty person lacking integrity, abandoning principles for trivial gains, delighting in their association while resenting their loss. Ku Ishua offered a faint smile, though it bore an air of tragic mirth, her bright eyes seemingly illuminating the truth of her own heart. Without the backing of the 9 mystical sect, no matter her talent, she would not have attained her current status. What right had she to look down upon others? Chapter 50. Small as an ant. One should aspire to soar like a swan. As Ku Ishua concluded her remarks, silence once again enveloped the scene. Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan were still weeping, for they had never witnessed their mistress in such a state of humility and despair. Their hearts ached for her. However, they had never witnessed such profound enlightenment in Miss before, as if she had undergone a transformation, reborn anew. Her eyes, as clear and bright as autumn waters, were filled with wisdom. A smile graced her lips, revealing pearly teeth, her mouth resembling cherry blossoms, her laughter imbued with self-deprecation, but even more so with joy and delight. Thank you. She cast a glance at Baiziru, filled with gratitude, then looked at her devoted maid, her eyes sparkling with a smile that no longer held self-mockery. Resembling a sky full of stars, warmth enveloped her heart, and her affection remained unchanged. The mere utterance of thank you was sufficient to illustrate her growth. In the past, she would never have expressed such sentiments. Chu Xian smiled with satisfaction, softly murmuring, "The young lady is indeed teachable." He then discreetly patted Baiziru's hand, awakening her from her stupor. She bit her lip, smiling in disbelief. Chu Xian was hinting for her to offer some comfort, after having slapped the girl. A sweet gesture was warranted. Baiziru nodded, her brows lifting in delight, then feigned seriousness, approaching Ku Ishua with a stern expression, stating, "I apologize if my tone was somewhat harsh earlier." Clearly, Baiziru was unwilling to concede defeat. Her tone remained stern, for her kind heart could not bear to see others in distress. Witnessing Ku Ishua and her 2 maids weeping elicited sympathy from her. Yet internally, she had already come to accept Ku Ishua. Apologies aside, she still believed her words were not unfounded. The fact that the other party could express gratitude indicated that she had learned to show respect. No, you were not wrong. The most tragic of individuals are those who are self-righteous. Those who engage in conflict often do so from a misguided sense of superiority. Ku Ishua's subsequent words astonished Baiziru, who looked at Chu Xian in surprise, as if to confirm she had not misheard. "Miss Ku, you are indeed well-educated and eloquent. Your speech replete with the fragrance of literature. In truth, I too was merely venting my dissatisfaction earlier, so please do not take it to heart, haha." Ku Ishua's actions left Baiziru somewhat flustered, yet a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in her beautiful eyes, signifying that her efforts had not been in vain. During this exchange, she winked at Chu Xian, signaling him to smooth over the situation, as she felt ill-equipped to navigate the current atmosphere. Chu Xian smiled calmly, approached Ku Ishua, and offered her a healing elixir, personally feeding it to her. This scene filled Baiziru with delight, her eyes widening in astonishment, lingering in a daze, her lips twitching subtly as if startled by a certain image. Chu Xian instructed her to fetch 2 healing elixirs for the maids, and as for Wang Tianlei, he received one as well. This rascal dared to feed another girl an elixir. Igniting her irritation, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Chu Xian, how can you feed other girls elixirs? You should only feed me." Her eyes brimmed with grievance and jealousy. Memories of when Chu Xian had once fed her an elixir flooded her mind, a moment she still cherished warmly. Why? Chu Xian turned, taken aback. Why did Baiziru now appear so aggrieved? Just moments ago, she had been bashful, elated at having persuaded Ku Ishua. In the span of a few moments, her demeanor had completely shifted. Indeed, a woman's mood can change faster than turning pages in a book. What do you mean, why? There is no reason. I dislike you. You big fool. Baiziru, seeing him still wearing that foolish, clueless expression, felt her anger rise. Indignantly, she distributed several healing elixirs to Xiao Qing and the others, then ran off toward the tent in dismay. This girl is truly strange. Chu Xian shook his head inwardly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. How could he not recognize that Baiziru was merely jealous? He simply wished to avoid entanglements with women, especially since she was already betrothed. His earlier actions had been deliberate, intended to prompt her retreat. Presently, he harbored a disdain for women, still reeling from the betrayals of Mu Qianxue and Lu Yunxi. Perhaps in the future, he might find love again, but that was a matter for another time. Young Master Chu, Ku Yixue called softly, glancing at the fuming Baiziru, easily discerning her jealousy. Yet, why did Chu Xian remain so unperturbed? She realized he did not seem like an oblivious fool. Why feign ignorance? Was it possible he did not find the beautiful Baiziru appealing? Considering how he had earlier suggested she offer herself and had personally fed her medicine. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? But he had never seen her face. How could he possibly be attracted to her? Never mind her, haha. The young lady's temper flared once more. Chu Xian turned back, casually replying to her, continuing the previous topic with a smile. Miss Ku, you may now comprehend many things. There exists no hierarchy in the world. Baiziru's earlier comments were simply a reaction to your haughty demeanor. Truly, there is no need to take it too seriously. We do not impose our beliefs upon others. You may continue to embody your status as a cherished young lady. For you are indeed the jewel of the Nine-Yin mystical sect, and that is beyond dispute. I merely hope you come to understand that only by respecting others will you earn their respect in return. Upon hearing this, Ku Yixue fell into contemplation once more, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Chu Xian. His words resonated within her. Yet a persistent thought echoed in her mind. Was he saying all this with the intent of courting her? Chu Xian, oblivious to her inner musings, continued, the strong are revered, while the weak are like ants. Indeed, this is the law of survival in this world. Your prior attitude was not entirely wrong. The error lay in directing it towards us. I, Chu Xian, may have arisen from humble beginnings, my life akin to that of an ant. Yet I refuse to be defeated or accept fate. My destiny is my own, not dictated by heaven. Though I may be like an ant, I possess the aspirations of a swan. Life may be fragile, but one must harbor an indomitable spirit. Should you seek to insult or belittle me, do not blame me for repaying you tenfold. Though I may be like an ant, I should possess the aspirations of a swan. Life may be fragile, but one must harbor an indomitable spirit. A powerful declaration, my destiny is my own, not dictated by heaven. Ku Yixue's beautiful eyes sparkled, struck as if by lightning. Her other thoughts vanishing completely. Her mind was now solely occupied with his subsequent words, stirring her emotions as she gazed at Chu Xian, captivated as if she had encountered love. The previously negative impression he had left on her shattered in an instant, replaced with a new image, those profound and wise eyes, those exquisite and sharp features, and his resonant words exuding an extraordinary spirit, particularly that innate air of authority, impossible to conceal, radiating an irresistible charm that enchanted her deeply. In that moment, Ku Yixue found herself spellbound. Even Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan gazed at him tenderly, as if moved by his words, their cheeks flushed. Most importantly, Chu Xian's discourse was measured. He neither coerced others nor lacked reason. His subsequent expressions conveyed his unyielding spirit, evoking empathy and admiration. Ku Yixue fixated on Chu Xian, lost in thought for a long while, her heart unable to restrain a silent declaration. What a handsome young man. As you tread towards me, you surpass all gentleness. And I am the girl who walks with the wind. I cannot afford to lose my spirit. The moment this thought emerged, she was startled, inwardly chastising herself for being shameless. How could she entertain such fantasies? After all, she had someone she cherished. How could she waver? What difference would that make between her and a courtesan with a fleeting relationship? It is unacceptable. I must resolutely prevent Chu Xian from succeeding. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the camp, accompanied by the clash of metal and the sounds of fierce combat, capturing the attention of everyone present. At last, you have returned. I have awaited your arrival for far too long. To my surprise, Chu Xian displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a strange and chilling smile crept across his lips, as if he had anticipated this moment. Ladies, please attend to your mistress. After issuing his command, Chu Xian moved with agility and swiftness towards the camp. Indeed, he found Ding Mengyan confronting Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlen, who had returned from battle fully healed and were now overpowering her. Zhuo, protect my master's remains, she exclaimed, filled with boundless hatred as she charged forward. Ha ha. Soon you shall join your deceased master as a lifeless corpse. You will have company on the road to the underworld, so you need not suffer from loneliness. Do not blame me for being ruthless. This is the consequence of your betrayal. Ding Lai's spirit was high, his words sharp as he struck fiercely, mocking Ding Mengyan in an attempt to destabilize her resolve. showing no remorse for having killed Inu. You shameless dog, I, Ding Mingyan, vow that if I do not slay you, this soulless beast, in this life, I shall not live as a human or die as a ghost. Ding Mingyan's fury was palpable, tears brimming in her eyes, driven by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. If she could not vanquish the treacherous Ding Lai, what meaning would her life hold? And how could she face her master, who had perished filled with resentment? Kill me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Purple golden blaze. Ding Lai unleashed his formidable power, brandishing his sword with a mighty swing, summoning a blazing sun behind him, radiating with a proud brilliance as countless sword shadows danced around. This was the manifestation of his bloodline power, having transcended to the true martial realm. His energy was beyond what Ding Mingyan, still in the Black Tortoise realm, could withstand. Brother Zhou, I will handle this. You deal with the members of the 9 ancient sect. We must eliminate any potential threats, especially that despicable creature who has brought us lifelong shame. He must be captured alive so he can endure an existence filled with torment. Ding Lai commanded Zhou Jianlin with a serious tone before striking forward once more, his sword dancing fiercely as a terrifying gust of energy surged around him. We're in trouble. Ku Ishue's complexion paled, though she had consumed a spiritual potion. It required time to refine and absorb, and it was evident she had not yet regained even 30% of her strength. The situation was dire, with Ding Mingyan entangled with Ding Lai and at a disadvantage, while Zhou Jianlin, a true martial powerhouse, approached them, leaving them seemingly without escape. Hand over the spiritual potion. Zhou Jianlin's gaze fixated on Chu Xian, his eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. Hey, didn't you kneel before me just moments ago? Chu Xian feigned confusion, furrowing his brow in a manner reminiscent of someone forgetful of their noble status. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianlin's expression darkened, but he quickly regained composure. After all, everyone here was destined to perish, and he feared no scandal. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, You remain as insufferable as ever. Since you refuse to see reason, I shall have no choice but to shatter your limbs and loot your body. With that, he launched his attack. As his energy surged forth, the clouds stirred, and spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a myriad of blood-red lights before him. With a sweeping strike, an overwhelming force surged toward Chu Xian, unstoppable. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Chu Xian narrowly avoided the attack, though his remaining trousers were marred with several tears, clearly inflicted by the razor-sharp sword energy. It was evident that his opponent had grasped the sword Dan. Although still at the initial stage, it was not to be underestimated. For the sword Dan contained profound power and an abundance of sword energy and intent, characterized by its blood-red hue. Zerua, stay behind me, and heed my signals. Chu Xian positioned all his companions, including Bai Zerua, behind him, instructing them to maintain distance while specifically advising her. With your meager strength, you dare to covet a millennium-old spiritual potion? Are you not deluding yourself? Look in the mirror and see if you are worthy. Chu Xian disdainfully retorted as he summoned Bai Zerua's ice cloud sword into his hand. Lacking a suitable weapon, he realized he must procure one upon returning to the royal city. Little beast, do not get too comfortable. This is merely an appetizer. I am only testing the waters. The main event is yet to come. Zhou Jianlin's eyes glimmered with a red light as he swung the black blood sword once more. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened. He had no intention of engaging him head-on. In an instant, he unleashed his full power, employing agile footwork to maintain a safe distance, deftly maneuvering to the right. Ha ha, young lad, you have fallen into my trap. My target is not you, but the 9 ancient sect. Zhou Jianlin charged forward, aiming his blade at Ku Ishue and the others, his sights set on Wang Tianlei, who had previously humiliated him and nearly cost him his life. Now, with a broken leg and depleted energy, Wang Tianlei was utterly at his mercy. The black blood sword glimmered once more, exuding a dazzling blood-red radiance, its chilling aura instilling fear. Ku Ishue's expression turned cold as she struggled to extend her hand, purple energy swirling around her, poised to summon her purple extreme divine spear for a final desperate stand. No, please don't kill me. Lord Wang, I did not harm you before. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life. Wang Tianlei, unable to flee quickly due to his injury, was paralyzed by fear, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Previously, he had dared to confront Chu Xian and his companions, believing their demeanor was benign and that they would not resort to violence, compounded by his own overconfidence in his connections. However, Zhou Jianlin was resolute in his intent to eliminate them all to prevent future threats, making confrontation unwise. Pathetic coward. How disgraceful. Ku Ishue's eyes shone with icy disdain as she scolded Wang Tianlei, deriding his actions. Just moments ago, he had been the most arrogant among them when confronting Chu Xian, yet now he cowered before the ruthless Zhou Jianlin, revealing his true nature. She cast a displeased glance at Chu Xian, who, in her view, had also displayed cowardice, inadvertently exposing them to danger and providing Zhou Jianlin with an opportunity to exploit. Miss Ku, rest assured that Chu Xian's actions undoubtedly serve a purpose. Bai Zihua interjected, sensing Ku Ishiwa's animosity towards Chu Xian, stepping forward to defend him. She held tightly to Yin, standing alongside her, prepared to retaliate even if the odds were against them. Ha ha ha, Master Wang. Did you ever consider that while you trampled upon me, there would come a day when I could easily snuff out your life? Zhou Jianlin approached, placing his foot upon Wang Tianlei, not to kill him, but to exact revenge. He viewed the group before him as weak and vulnerable, unafraid of any retaliation. His contempt was palpable, as the most threatening among them, Ku Ishiwa, lay injured on the ground, unable to move, allowing him to vent his pent-up rage and frustration. Lord Zhou, I was left with no choice. Wang Tianlei was filled with terror, his eyes betraying his fear as his entire body trembled violently. Zhou Jianlin let out a derisive laugh, intensifying the pressure underfoot, prompting a scream from Wang Tianlei akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A sense of cruel satisfaction blossomed within Zhou Jianlin, and he turned to fix a menacing gaze upon Chu Xian. You, boy, will suffer a fate far worse than his. I, Zhou Jianlin, am a man who avenges grievances. Your humiliation of me cannot be appeased even by dismembering you. Now, let me demonstrate my might. As a warning for you to prepare yourself, don't be so frightened that you beg for mercy on your knees. Even if you call me your ancestor, I shall not spare you. Ha ha ha. The humiliation Chu Xian had inflicted upon him was far greater, and the thought of avenging himself filled Zhou Jianlin with excitement and anticipation. Who among us will ultimately meet a more tragic end? Perhaps it will be you. Perhaps both you and Ding Lai will perish together? As for who will be reduced to begging for mercy, that too remains uncertain. It could very well be you. Chu Xian smiled lightly, his tone laced with an arrogance that aimed to dull his opponent's vigilance. At the same time, he glanced down at his feet, where something resembling a compass lay partially buried beneath the soil. His evasion of Zhou Jianlin's attack had led him to this spot, intentionally placing Ku Ishiwa and others in jeopardy, for he sought to activate the spiritual formation. It is worth noting that he had previously mobilized all the disciples of the White Tiger Hall to set up the formation flags. The target of the killing array was none other than Zhou Jianlin and Ding Lai. Moreover, Chu Xian had anticipated their inevitable return, knowing they could not afford to suffer losses without recourse, especially since the members of the Nine-Yin mystical sect were still alive. How could they be at ease? There was also a crucial reason for placing Ku Ishiwa and the others in danger, to draw Zhou Jianlin's attention and buy himself time. He believed that Ku Ishiwa posed a greater threat than he did, and Zhou Jianlin would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Thus, everything was under Chu Xian's control. Is that so? With your trifling strength, do you dare approach within 20 meters of me? You have no hope of even getting close. What do you plan to fight with? Zhou Jianlin sneered. For the sake of the spiritual herb, I could allow you to be the last to die. Provided you remain obediently where you are, I will not harm you. Zhou Jianlin, amused, revealed a bloodthirsty smile before turning his gaze upon Ku Ishiwa, his eyes filled with lewd desire. The girl was voluptuous, undeniably beautiful, and a sordid thought crossed his mind. He stomped harshly on Wang Tianlei's foot, grinning wickedly. Wang Tianlei, I shall grant you a chance to live. Strip your mistress naked and present her to me, so I may enjoy the view. In return, I will spare your life. Vile scoundrel, I will kill you. Ku Ishiwa shouted coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade, filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Yet, the loudness of her voice aggravated her injury, causing her complexion to pale further. You shameless wretch, you will not succeed. Master Wang will never allow such a thing. Xiao Qing echoed, her voice filled with icy disdain, her loathing palpable. She had never despised anyone so thoroughly. Xiaolan's expression was grim as she coldly retorted. You brazen scoundrel, we of the Nine-Yin mystical sect would rather die than submit to such treachery. Oh, ha. The more intense their reactions, the more exhilarated Zhou Jianlin became. He gritted his teeth, leaning in with a sinister gaze fixed upon Wang Tianlei. Master Wang, will you heed your maidservants or my command? Ha. Wang Tianlei trembled, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, uncertain of how to respond. He feared his mistress and was equally terrified of Zhou Jianlin's wrath. Receiving no answer, Zhou Jianlin's expression darkened, and he mercilessly plunged his black blood sword into Wang Tianlei's other thigh. Ah! Wang Tianlei writhed in agony, his body taut with pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Master Wang, I will ensure that you suffer more than death. Allow me to inform you. In the art of tormenting others, I, Zhou Jinlin, am most experienced. After I am done with you, you will come to adore me. Zhou Jinlin's laughter was chilling, and he continued. Will you heed my command this time? Or your maidservants? I will listen to you. I will listen to you. Wang Tianlei gasped, his response filled with anguish. Given almost without hesitation. Ha, good. You've shown insight, and I am quite pleased with your answer. Master Wang, you have made a wise choice, as the saying goes. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I admire you. He commanded, go. Strip your mistress completely. I am yet to see how she looks. She appears rather plump. I can't help but want to feel her. Zhou Jinlin kicked him towards Ku Yixue, who was glaring at Wang Tianlei with resentment. With a sudden resolve, after all, he was doomed regardless. He thought it better to fight back. He had long harbored a curiosity about his mistress and a yearning for her flawless form. Suddenly, his fear dissipated, replaced by a predatory glint in his eyes. Wang Tianlei, remember your place. Do not let a villain's words lead you to ruin. Ku Yixue noticed the wolfish gaze with which he appraised her body, his lips salivating, a truly shameless lecher. Wang Tianlei had finally revealed his true nature. Identity. Future? What identity do I possess? I am but a dog to Zhou Jinlin. He is my master, and I heed only him. As long as he is pleased, my future is limitless. Wang Tianlei's eyes burned with an insatiable hunger as he focused on Ku Yixue's form, all the while flattering Zhou Jinlin with a booming voice. Well spoken. Zhou Jinlin's face lit up with joy, pride swelling within him. He occasionally glanced at Chu Xian, who could only glare, his face pale and tight-lipped, too afraid to intervene for the hapless Wang Tianlei, which only further delighted Zhou Jinlin. Vile. Wang Tianlei, how could you utter such revolting words? You are unworthy of being a member of the Nine-Yin mystical sect. You are a disgrace and a scourge among humanity. Ku Yixue's fury reached its peak. Wang Tianlei's depravity had shattered her perception, and she wished she could strike him down with a single blow. Knowing him felt like a nauseating curse. Chapter 52. Give me 1 minute. I am invincible, ha. You may scold me all you wish. I am indeed shameless, a scoundrel, and a disgrace. What can you do to me? All I desire is to strip you of your clothing, allowing my master to appreciate the view. As long as my master is happy, I am content. And I advise you, miss, against futile resistance. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking drastic measures that may cause you pain. Wang Tianlei hastened his crawl towards her, the distance closing, his primal desire ignited by her exquisite form. He rubbed his hands together, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Miss, truth be told, I have developed a profound interest in your body. Did you know? I have admired you for quite some time. I am among your most devoted suitors, yet you have never truly regarded me. Beast, you are utterly shameless. Do not come any closer, or I will kill you. Wang Tianlei, how could you debase yourself to be a hound for another? If you dare to touch me, my father will not spare you. You are well aware of his methods. Ku Yixue struggled desperately, realizing that her injuries were severe, rendering her unable to communicate her spiritual power. Panic surged within her, her face etched with worry as she invoked thoughts of her father, hoping that his fear would compel him to cease his torment. Indeed, Wang Tianlei hesitated for a moment. A flicker of absurdity danced in his eyes, quickly replaced by a fleeting terror, before he plunged back into madness. I don't care. I only want you. He lunged directly at Ku Yixue. Ah! Ku Yixue screamed in fear. Boom! Baiziru appeared in front of Ku Yixue, a pure white light bursting from her palm as she struck fiercely at Wang Tianlei. Unfortunately, this was thwarted by Zhou Jinlin, who swept his sword to shatter her attack. The ensuing violent backlash sent Baiziru flying, landing beside Ku Yixue, blood spilling from her mouth. Fortunately, Wang Tianlei was also kicked away. Grateful, Ku Yixue asked with concern, are you alright? Baiziru weakly shook her head, glaring at Zhou Jinlin, while her peripheral vision caught a signal from Chu Xian, as if he were saying, just give me 1 more minute. She quietly transmitted her thoughts to Ku Yixue. Hold on for another minute. We just need to buy some time, and Chu Xian will be able to rescue us. Is he reliable? Doubts plagued Ku Yixue. Setting aside the disparity in strength, their current situation was precarious. Zhou Jinlin was a mere 10 meters away, fully capable of slaying them at any moment. Even if Chu Xian possessed immense abilities, could he truly arrive in time to save them? Give me a minute, and I shall be invincible. Chu Xian whispered to Ku Yixue, soothing her troubled mind. Thank you for saving my life, master. Wang Tianlei nodded eagerly like an obedient dog, then turned his cold gaze upon everyone else, a feral grin spreading across his face. Wretched creatures. I will tear your clothes to shreds for my master to see your disgrace. How dare you attempt to kill me? Having nearly been killed by Baiziru, the primal desire within him surged, his eyes turning crimson, as if he had become possessed. To think such shamelessness exists in this world. I have truly seen the depths of depravity. You refuse to engage in any semblance of decency. Baiziru laughed mockingly, witnessing him beg like a dog, leaving her at a loss for words. Indeed, I am shameless. What can you do about it? At that moment, Wang Tianlei crawled closer to Baiziru and her companions, his eyes glinting with a loathsome lust as he reached out to seize her. Wang Tianlei, where is your conscience? Ku Ishue glared fiercely at him, gathering her feeble spiritual power, preparing for a desperate fight. Can conscience fill my stomach? Can it spare my life? No, miss, accept your fate. Listen to your master, and perhaps you will survive. Is it not merely a sacrifice of your body? Why pretend to be so virtuous? Wang Tianlei's hand moved toward her clothing, intent on tearing it away. Get away from me. Enraged, Ku Ishue unleashed a strike, her purple spear slicing through the air towards Wang Tianlei's throat. Master, save me. Wang Tianlei shouted in terror, fear gripping his heart. Waste. Zhou Jianlin struck again, his overwhelming power shattering Ku Ishue's fragile strength, slicing through her meridians and devastating her organs. She coughed up blood, her eyes dimming with despair. If you can't even handle this, consider it your last chance. Should you continue to be useless, you will lose all value. Yes, yes, I obey. Wang Tianlei glared at Ku Ishue, his fury boiling over as he crawled closer, ready to rip her clothing apart. Tears welled in Ku Ishue's eyes, the weight of her injuries leaving her in a daze. Yet her vision remained clear as she beheld a demon tearing at her garments, her will to live crumbling into thoughts of surrender. Stop, you beast! Shao Qing and the others rushed forward to intervene, but to no avail, though they did manage to delay his advance. In her desperation, Ku Ishue contemplated biting her tongue to end her life, valuing her purity above all else, unwilling to let anyone tarnish her virtue. To her dismay, Wang Tianlei anticipated her move, seizing her face and clamping her jaw shut, then frantically began to strip away her outer garments, his eyes wild, his throat working with anticipation. Shoo! In the distance, Ding Mingyan sensed the dire situation and unleashed a powerful strike, a terrifying beam of light hurtling towards them, a tempestuous force that shattered the air. Wang Tianlei, already a formidable warrior, felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly dodged to the side. Indeed, the next moment, a massive sword energy descended, leaving a horrific crack in the ground where he had just stood. Staring at the scar in awe, Wang Tianlei was filled with shock and trepidation. Without a doubt, it was Ding Mingyan who had intervened at the critical moment to save them. Shao Qing and the others ceased their weeping, casting grateful glances at Ding Mingyan before crawling towards their mistress. Bang! Just as Ding Mingyan was distracted, Ding Lai seized the opportunity, launching 3 powerful strikes that struck her with the force of a ton, sending her crashing to the ground, her organs misaligned, her face pale and devoid of color, blood seeping from her lips. Witnessing this, Ku Ishue's brows knitted tightly, anxiety flooding her heart, gratitude mingling with concern. She silently vowed, if we survive this calamity, I shall forge a bond of sisterhood with Ding Mingyan and Baiziru, no matter the cost. Ha ha ha, Ding Mingyan, why do you not use your sealing magic? If I recall correctly, you employed it on Mount Baihu, which left you exhausted. You managed to escape from my subordinate in that weakened state. But do you have some secret technique? You must have resorted to a hidden art to save your life, yet at a price. You cannot use sealing magic again. Am I right? Ding Lai approached with a maniacal grin, his eyes gleaming with cunning and delight. He was well aware that Ding Mingyan's sealing magic was what he feared most, and after this confrontation, he believed he had unraveled her secret. Ding Mingyan smiled coldly, her gaze locked onto him, her eyes radiating a chilling intent. He was correct. She could not use her sealing magic, yet his reasoning was absurdly misguided. Brother Ding, they have all become lambs to the slaughter. Once we eliminate them, we will have no worries left, and we can claim the purple lightning beast and 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. It is a perfect plan. Your foresight is truly commendable. Zhou Jianlin chimed in, his eyes alight with joy as he envisioned their future. Previously, they had been cornered by their strength, forced to flee like frightened dogs. But now was their moment for revenge. He was determined to torment them thoroughly. Ding Lai clenched his fists, as if he could crush them in his grip, the thought of the loathsome brat igniting his fury once more. Before Zhou Jianlin could speak, Chu Xian bellowed, your grandfather is here. Heh, you have quite a good memory. Young lad, remembering your grandfather. It seems my earlier kindness towards you was not in vain. Unlike certain ungrateful fools. Ding Lai turned to see it was Chu Xian, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. You wretched creature, Even on the brink of death, you dare to speak so brazenly. If you kneel and bow to us 100 times, calling yourself a worthless fool, a piece of garbage, lower than a pig or dog, I might grant you a swift death." Beside him, Zhou Jinlin glared with murderous intent. This bastard's words were as unpleasant as if he had devoured excrement, igniting a fire within him. "What nonsense! You old toad! Have you forgotten the words you uttered while kneeling before me? Allow me to repeat. You are a beast, a scoundrel, a piece of filth unworthy of even a dog's regard. It seems you seek death, forcing my hand. Today, I shall make you experience every torment imaginable, rendering you desperate to escape life itself." Consumed by rage at the sight of Chu Xian's face, he struck out without hesitation. "Seeking death? Indeed, but not me, it's you." Chu Xian bellowed, raising the ice cloud sword high. In an instant, the heavens darkened, fierce winds howled, and the ground trembled violently. In a heartbeat, within a radius of 100 meters, countless runes materialized in the void, swirling chaotically, intertwining in the air and on the ground, as if they were encased within a colossal sphere. From a distance, one could indeed see a massive sphere, 100 meters in diameter, rolling across the ground, though it remained stationary, creating a mesmerizing visual illusion. The golden runes, both real and ethereal, layered upon one another, emanated a hazy brilliance, surrounded by a golden divine light, akin to a searing sun, impossible to approach. Chapter 53, The 10 Ultimate Killing Array, Blood Sacrifice and Spirit Slaying Whoosh. In the next moment, numerous bizarre banners burst forth from the earth, hovering in the void, beginning their movement following the flow of the runes. Thunderous roars followed as pure, ethereal spiritual energy gathered, akin to countless rivers converging into an ocean, overwhelming and majestic, a terrifying and violent pressure descending from the heavens. At this moment, Chu Xian resembled a celestial deity. Drawn into the air by an invisible force, the howling winds whipping his long hair about, his sleeves fluttering, exuding an aura of supremacy. "I am invincible. You are but pawns." He slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a face as finely chiseled as if sculpted by a master, his eyes opening, a smile of condescension gracing his lips as he looked down upon all. "What is happening? What are these strange characters flying about?" Ding Lai trembled, his face betraying shock and horror, clearly taken aback by this sudden spectacle. "This fellow is peculiar. How could a mere first-level Xuanwu practitioner soar into the sky? Could it be related to these strange characters?" Zhou Jinlin's form swayed, his face paling, disbelief and astonishment evident in his eyes. Not to mention Ku Ishue and the others, who were already on the brink of despair. To them, he appeared like a war god, embodying the hero they longed for, all of them irresistibly drawn to Chu Xian. The weakling who had once been as insignificant as an ant now radiated an overwhelming presence, surrounded by an eerie aura, the power within the runes ancient and profound, clearly beyond their reach. "He will surely prevail," Bai Zereo exclaimed joyfully, concealing the pallor of her face. Ding Mingyan also smiled faintly, having personally witnessed Chu Xian's extraordinary abilities. She knew he was far from ordinary. Ku Ishue recalled his earlier words, "Give me a minute, and I shall be invincible." Now, he truly resembled an invincible war god. "Gentlemen, I have long stated that victory is not yet determined." Chu Xian raised a hand, the surrounding void twisting, unleashing a terrifying gale. Here he seemed to be the sovereign, commanding the elements at will, all show and no substance. Ding Lai's eyes sparkled with disdain as he cast a dismissive glance at Chu Xian, smirking lightly. "You wouldn't dare claim this as your formation, would you?" With that, he curled his lips in a sneer filled with contempt. "Are you blind? Your old eyes seem to be failing you." Unperturbed by the insults, he remained calm. Having grown accustomed to it, revenge would come in due time, but the sudden emergence of a formidable spiritual array demanded caution. Ding Lai furrowed his brow, feigning profundity. "This seems to be a formation? Brother Zhou, that kid lacks true martial cultivation. He cannot possibly soar without the power of the array. If we destroy this formation, we can capture him." Indeed, at his tender age, what profound mastery could he possess? Clearly, he has merely learned a method to amplify his might, using the array to intimidate us. He truly believes we can be frightened. Zhou Jinlin laughed maniacally, relieved, for just moments ago, he had indeed been overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. "Is that so? You may certainly attempt it." Chu Xian welcomed the challenge, a glimmer of coldness igniting in his eyes. "Try if you dare, lad. Prepare to pay with your life." Whoosh. Blood flashes darted past, and Zhou Jinlin suddenly launched a surprise attack, only to shift his target toward Ku Ishue and the others, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Surprise. You thought it was you?" My aim remains unchanged. Currently, he unleashed a terrifying strike, intent on taking down as many as he could, a storm brewing, sword energy surging. Ku Ishua's delicate face paled, clearly caught off guard. Buzz. Suddenly, 3 golden planes materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. Zhou Jinlin's figure swayed, his black blood sword still thrusting forward. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted as the 3 golden planes shattered into nothingness. Ha ha ha. Clearly all show, no substance. Brother Ding, I leave the rest to you. Zhou Jinlin grinned coldly, striking forward as 3 blood-red sword lights surged toward Ku Ishua. Miss. Xiao Qing screamed in terror. Brother Zhou, be careful. Ding Lai shouted, witnessing the bizarre scene, rushing forward to assist, but alas, it was too late. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Xian had already appeared behind Ku Ishua. With a powerful stride, he raised the ice cloud sword high, gathering a formidable force aimed directly at Zhou Jinlin's black blood sword, bringing it down with precision. What sword energy is this? Is it innate sword energy? Zhou Jinlin's expression changed dramatically. He sensed the unmatched power within the sword energy, incomparably sharp and profound, akin to a surging sea. However, he had no retreat. The arrow was knocked, and he had to release it. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to engage in battle. Boom. With a single swing, Zhou Jinlin was actually sent reeling back dozens of meters, his sword hand trembling uncontrollably, rendered numb. The once terrifying grin on his face abruptly stiffened. How is this possible? Zhou Jinlin's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. He, a true martial realm powerhouse, had been struck back by a mere Xuanwu realm warrior? How could he not feel humiliated? Brother Zhou, the boy's strength must derive from the spiritual array. I'll destroy the formation. Ding Lai brandished his longsword, launching a series of attacks, only to discover an invisible barrier surrounding him, trapping him in the center. Initially dismissive, he unleashed his most powerful strike. Yet it stirred no ripples, akin to a drop of water falling into an endless ocean. Despite his relentless barrage, he found himself unable to make even the slightest dent. When he attempted to touch the barrier, a sharp gust of sword energy sliced open his hand, inciting his fury and exacerbating his frustration at being confined. It was futile. Escape was impossible, let alone breaking the formation. Consequently, the safety of Ding Mengyan and the others was assured as they hurriedly sought to regain their strength, hoping to aid Chu Xian. In stark contrast, Chu Xian had no intention of letting Zhou Jinlin off easily. He soared into the air, pressing the attack once more. Zhou Jinlin could only desperately defend against Chu Xian's lightning-fast strikes and his adept combat experience, leaving him momentarily flustered. The peculiar sword techniques resembled a venomous snake striking. The crux of his discomfort lay in the fact that Chu Xian, despite appearing to be merely 18, displayed an alarming prowess. Today, I shall teach you the art of swordsmanship. Watch closely and learn what it truly means to wield a sword. Chu Xian bellowed, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. With a deft twist of his wrist, he formed a beautiful sword flourish, reminiscent of a boulder plunging into water, sending forth towering waves. Thanks to the enhancement of the spiritual formation, his movements rivaled, if not surpassed, those of his opponent. After several rounds of intense combat, Zhou Jinlin's attire lay in tatters, and 3 long gashes marred his face, resembling scratches from a cat, stained with blood. Damn, such speed. Zhou Jinlin wiped the blood from his face, licking it off his hand, his eyes narrowing as he released a murderous intent. You have forced my hand. Now, prepare to witness my true strength. With that, he extended both hands, one palm open and the other gripping a black-blooded sword. He then slashed the blade across his palm, allowing his blood to flow over the sword's surface, quickly enveloping it entirely. Chu Xian, be careful. He is harnessing his bloodline power, which can amplify his strength tremendously, and it is treacherous to confront directly. Ding Mengyan urged urgently. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I last employed my trump card. You boy possess some skill. I didn't expect you to set up formations. Zhou Jinlin sneered coldly, excitement glimmering in his eyes. A strange roar, neither dragon nor beast, erupted from within him, and a massive blood-colored dragon surged forth from behind, as if awakening from slumber, exuding an imposing presence. It must be a 5th-grade bloodline. No wonder he dominates this realm. Ku Ishua remarked, her expression unwavering as she assessed his grade, casting a glance at Chu Xian filled with concern. Though he drew strength from the spiritual formation, it remained uncertain whether he could withstand Zhou Jinlin's bloodline power. Just a black-blooded dragon, and you dare to think yourself a true dragon? Chu Xian grinned, seemingly unfazed by the revelation of Zhou Jinlin's bloodline power. What of dragons? What of serpents? Your demise is assured. Zhou Jianlin's aura surged, an overwhelming force erupting as he swung his sword, causing the air to tremble, the blood-red light flickering violently around him, aided by the black-blooded dragon's presence. I awaited your invocation of bloodline power. 10 absolute killing formation, blood thief, and spirit slayer. With a loud proclamation, Chu Xian commanded the 49 banners in the air to surge towards Zhou Jianlin, encircling him, unleashing a peculiar force that suppressed the dense bloodlight. What is this? Zhou Jianlin's confidence faltered once more as he attempted to sever the annoying banners, but his sword was met with a terrifying rebounding force that sent him staggering back. Suddenly, a banner appeared before him, pressing firmly against his back. The banners radiated blinding golden light, resembling molten gold, eliciting a wretched scream from him. A tremendous suction force erupted from behind, draining him of strength, rendering him powerless. He found himself suspended in midair. The remaining 48 banners seemingly possessing sentience as they affixed themselves to various parts of his body. Soon, aside from his face, every other part of Zhou Jianlin was thoroughly ensnared by the banners. What in the world is this? I can't move my hands. Why can't I move my legs? My strength feels like it's being siphoned away. This is impossible. How can I be this weak? I refuse to accept it. Zhou Jianlin raged, transforming into a frantic beast, howling in desperation. Get away from me. Above his head hovered the final banner, suspended directly in his line of sight, the patterns engraved upon it causing dizziness, fueling his loathing for the banners. His furious roars were futile. He found himself unable to move, his arms bound as if in chains. No matter how he struggled, it was all in vain. You must pay for the sins you've committed over the years. Chu Xian approached him, wielding the ice cloud sword with purpose. Chapter 54. The ruthless Chu Xian little beast die. At that moment, Ding Lai gripped his longsword tightly, striking fiercely toward Chu Xian's direction. He leaped with the swiftness of a gale, his descent akin to thunder, a formidable force in his wake. Bang! However, Ding Lai was repelled, landing roughly on the ground, his weakened form struggling to rise, his pupils contracting in shock, panting heavily. Clearly, he had exerted all his strength, yet could find no flaw in the spiritual formation. Seeing Zhou Jianlin in peril only heightened his panic. If Zhou Jianlin perished, his own fate would surely follow. Approaching Zhou Jianlin, Chu Xian plunged the ice cloud's sword into the ground, fixing an unwavering gaze upon him, reminiscent of death itself, staring down a condemned soul. Little beast, if you possess any courage, release me and engage me in a fair fight. Resorting to such underhanded tactics is hardly the mark of a hero. Zhou Jianlin's complexion darkened, his frenzied cries echoing his unwillingness to concede. Unable to accept defeat at the hands of external forces. Fair fight. I can afford you an opportunity. Upon finishing his words, the power surrounding Zhou Jianlin dissipated, and he plummeted to the ground with a solid thud. Heh, foolish boy, this is self-inflicted. As he felt the restraints lift, Zhou Jianlin's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes glinting with malice. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Chu Xian. Bang! To his astonishment, his fist was effortlessly caught by Chu Xian, who then applied pressure, causing Zhou Jianlin's knuckles to crack as if they were made of cotton, the pain driving him to tears as his face turned a shade of deep blue. His tongue flitted about, legs thrashing helplessly as he half knelt on the ground. One hand crushed in Chu Xian's grip. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Chu Xian stood unmoving, as steadfast as a boulder, pushing Zhou Jianlin to the brink of despair once more. I am invincible. You are at my mercy. Chu Xian smirked, a serene smile gracing his lips, as he gradually closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite sensation of absolute power. Suddenly, Zhou Jianlin perceived Chu Xian towering above him, exuding confidence. He noticed an opening at Chu Xian's abdomen, a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth, aimed for the vulnerable spot, and unleashed a punch. You think you can escape my wrath? Prepare to die? His fist surged forth with remarkable speed and force, as victory seemed imminent. Chu Xian delivered a swift knee strike that sent his opponent's fist flying. In an instant, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, rendering his entire hand numb. Following that, he felt his tightened grip twist violently. Crack, crack, crack. Ah, my hand. It's ruined. His arm contorted grotesquely, resembling a twisted pretzel. His bones shattered into fragments, and he fell to his knees before Chu Xian, emitting a wretched howl akin to a banshee's lament. Tears streamed down his face. This was not merely a fight. It was a profound humiliation. The suffocating shame and helplessness overwhelmed him, driving him to wish for death. Chu Xian remained impassive, devoid of any sympathy. He then lifted his opponent into the air, spinning him in a full circle before forcefully slamming him down onto the ground. The impact was swift, leaving behind streaks of blood on the earth as if wielding a whip. Bam! 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 The relentless onslaught continued without restraint, a punishment for his arrogance, his cruelty, his oppression of the weak, his slaughter of the innocent, and his ingratitude. He had dared to challenge Chu Xian to a duel. What folly! The final blow, whether intentional or a mere consequence of his waning strength, sent Zhou Jianlin hurtling through the air like discarded refuse, crashing down in front of Ku Yixue and her companions. They were left dumbfounded, questioning whether this was truly a case of the strong preying on the weak. Yet, Zhou Jianlin had always been the stronger one, hadn't he? What was even more shocking was his current state. He was a pitiful sight, his body marred with injuries, bloodied and battered, his face nearly unrecognizable, bruised and swollen. With several teeth knocked out, he lay on the ground, convulsing and gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. The sheer tragedy of his condition was overwhelming. Perhaps he never imagined he would be so easily vanquished. Had he known, he might have preferred a swift death by the sword, sparing himself from such inhumane torment and suffering. Such brutality. However, Chu Xian executed his task splendidly. This scourge deserved such treatment. Ziren was aghast, her delicate brows knitting together as she felt a wave of compassion wash over her, unable to bear the gruesome scene. Yet she recognized that Zhou Jianlin had brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Let him suffer for his shamelessness, especially after bullying Our Lady. Xiao Qing, however, huffed discontentedly, her eyes devoid of sympathy, instead filled with exhilaration. Nearby, Ding Lai stood in shock, his gaze vacant. It felt as though he were witnessing his own future. When he glanced up, he met Chu Xian's cold, piercing gaze, causing his heart to race and his back to chill. It was hard to believe that this young man possessed such formidable prowess. Yet, Zhou Jianlin's pitiful state was undeniable, a stark reality. Truth be told, fear gripped him. Zhou Jianlin had summoned the Black Blood Dragon, but was no match for Chu Xian. This realization dealt a heavy blow to Ding Lai's confidence, compelling him to reassess his own combat abilities. Otherwise, he risked facing an even grimmer fate than Zhou Jianlin. Chu Xian did not hasten to confront him, but instead approached Zhou Jianlin, gazing down at him with indifference. I was wrong. Spare me. I can offer you endless riches. I no longer desire your spirit herbs. Please, grant me mercy. Zhou Jianlin's bloodied eyes barely opened, and he saw a demon standing before him, paralyzing him with fear. He longed to weep, but the agony in his face rendered him helpless. Yet, he also feared for his life. You just entertained unsavory thoughts about that lady, didn't you? Chu Xian smirked, casting a glance in Ku Yixue's direction. At his words, Ku Yixue trembled, her face betraying an unnatural pallor. Was this a display of her man defending her honor? I was momentarily bewitched, committing a grave error. I shall never act so foolishly again. If only I had known she was someone you valued, I wouldn't have dared. Before he could finish, Chu Xian delivered a swift kick aimed at his groin, and the sound of cracking echoed. Ah! Zhou Jianlin's piercing scream filled the air, his face flushed crimson, bloodied eyes wide with terror, veins bulging on his neck, flesh trembling violently. Then, darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Chu Xian carelessly kicked him aside, sending him sprawling before Wang Tianlai, who shrieked in terror, weeping and pleading for mercy, ultimately losing control of his bladder. In that moment, Ding Mingyan and the others were utterly stunned. Zhou Jianlin's earlier demeanor resembled that of a merciless demon, devoid of any compassion. Among them, Ku Yixue felt the most bewildered, her suspicions confirmed. This scoundrel harbored intentions toward her. Did he desire her affection? His ruthless assault on her rival left her pondering whether he would employ the same vicious methods against her fiancé if he discovered her feelings for another. No, she could not allow him to find out. But how could she escape this demon? Though he had turned violent for her sake, it was impossible for her to feel gratitude. To be coveted by a demon was an absurdity. Fear not. I merely impart a lesson in survival. Showing mercy to your enemies is a cruelty to oneself. Never trust others. Human nature is the most unpredictable. Chu Xian's smile drew them back from their terror into reality. Such a vile heart you possess. Your actions speak of a ruthless nature, suggesting you have taken many lives. Ding Lai chastised, pretending to be profound, though his heart trembled with fear. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This young man's mindset when killing was eerily calm and steady, seemingly untouched by any emotional turmoil. It is important to note that killing demands immense courage. Even amidst chaos, an overabundance of bloodlust can lead one astray, resulting in a loss of self and transforming into a soulless killer. Though Ding Lai had taken many lives, none had done so with the serene detachment displayed by Chu Xian. Humph. Chu Xian dismissed his words with a smile, avoiding a direct response. To ascend as a supreme being, one must tread upon countless corpses. Ding Mingyan and her companions exchanged glances, bewildered. There is no need for you to divert the topic to buy time for your escape. Do not wait for rescue. Your allies are likely all dead. Your son met a similar fate at my hands. How does it feel as a father? Chu Xian approached him leisurely, his expression unyielding. The ice cloud soared dragging along the ground, leaving deep marks. His eyes held nothing but unending coldness. Moreover, Chu Xian's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. He was lucid, aware that some mysterious sword tomb had triggered this bloody awakening, gradually allowing him to regain control over his consciousness. As that boundless aura of bloodlust emerged, he almost discerned the identity of the tomb's master, the demon lord of no heaven, a harbinger of death and destruction, who once wielded a bloodthirsty sword, slaughtering countless realms, leaving behind a trail of sorrow, bodies strewn like leaves, rivers of blood flowing, painting the skies crimson, and creating a realm of blood. He has fallen, unexpectedly. However, he did not prevent this murderous aura from permeating, for this bloody killing intent enhances his power, stimulating his meridians, widening their capacity, solidifying the intricate blood vessels of the 8 extraordinary meridians, and purifying his spiritual energy, producing a force belonging to the path of slaughtering Azuras. What? It's you. You rescued that wretched woman? Ha ha ha. I should have realized that the shadow from that day was you. Otherwise, how could she have escaped from my grasp so easily? At these words, Ding Lai's expression drastically changed, fury surging within him, as he cast a fierce glance at Ding Mingyan, then darkly stated, "Your name is Chu Xian, is it not? Our hatred is irreconcilable. Not only have you caused my son to become extinct, but you have also ruined my meticulously crafted plans, bringing disgrace upon my dignity." With a wave of his arm, Chu Xian dispelled the invisible barrier, calmly stating, "I offer you a chance for revenge." A cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and if one looked closely, they would notice his eyes turning increasingly crimson, a blood-red glow flickering as he emanated the fierce aura reminiscent of Zhou Jianlin. "Do you think defeating Zhou Jianlin allows you to challenge me?" Ding Lai struggled to maintain his composure, realizing that Zhou Jianlin's utter defeat was related to this spirit formation, seemingly designed specifically against him. When he had attacked the spirit formation earlier, it had not affected his bloodline powers, indicating that he would not be at a disadvantage like Zhou Jianlin. Chapter 55. A Solo Brawl. The beginning of a misunderstanding. In uttering these harsh words, he was merely attempting to intimidate his opponent. He could not ascertain their truth, having just been trapped in an invisible prison that rendered his conjectures somewhat inaccurate. However, the current situation was urgent and unavoidable. The life-and-death duel between him and Chu Xian was inevitable, for the hatred, anger, and resentment he harbored could no longer be suppressed. "This spirit formation will not affect me." With a resolute belief, Ding Lai's gaze turned cold as he launched a powerful strike, intending to test the veracity of his assumptions. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, and he was no longer in place but charging towards Chu Xian with his sword. Though Chu Xian evaded his sweeping attack, a hint of joy crossed Ding Lai's face, for he was certain this grand formation had no impact on him. "Ha, you little beast. I admit you wield a spirit formation that enhances your strength, but do you truly believe you are my match?" Ding Lai sneered, his expression growing increasingly sinister. He had genuinely feared Zhou Jianlin's gruesome fate and had already begun to feel trepidation. Yet, upon further contemplation, he discerned many intricacies, and indeed, he was correct in his assumptions. "You seem quite confident?" Chu Xian retorted, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. "Ha ha, of course I am confident. I am certain I can kill you. To be frank, I am also a second-tier spirit formation master, and I have already thoroughly comprehended your formation, which is the blood-snatching spirit-slaying formation. This formation was prepared for Zhou Jianlin, and I assume you have already seized his black blood dragon? Did he truly think that time was wasted during that previous interval? He was studying the weaknesses of the spirit formation. Although he had not identified the eye of the formation, he had discovered a pattern. This formation consisted of 49 positions that resonated with one another, predominantly focused on the killing array. As long as he stepped on the correct points, he would not fall within the range of the killing array. This was the understanding he had just unearthed. Otherwise, he would not have been so anxious and restless before. Humans are like this. Before discovering a method for survival, they are in constant turmoil, but upon finding that method, they become emboldened and self-aggrandizing. Realizing he had regained his footing, Ding Lai glanced at the precariously situated Zhou Jianlan. Sighing slightly, yet feeling fortunate that this grand formation was tailored for him, had it been directed at him, he would have suffered a silent loss. Truth be told, seeing Zhou Jianlin vanquished by Chu Xian brought him a sense of joy. Indeed, you guessed correctly. This formation is the blood-snatching spirit-slaying formation. But what does it matter? A black dragon pattern emerged on Chu Xian's arm, coiling around his robust bicep, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Then I shall kill you. Ding Lai's cold eyes glinted with murderous intent, and he fiercely lunged at him with his white jade-long sword, not allowing any time for a response. Come at me. Chu Xian's face brightened, his battle spirit surging as he unleashed an unanticipated punch, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. His fist enveloped in a torrent of blood-red spiritual energy, overwhelming and grand. Ding Lai's swordsmanship was passable. With agile footwork, he evaded the ferocious strike, thrusting his sword from the side, the blade radiating like a purple sun, blinding to the eyes. Purple gold blazing sun, divine kill of the earth. A chilling smile adorned his face. Yet, Chu Xian seemed to have anticipated this, sidestepping as the white jade-long sword passed under his armpit, firmly clamped in place. The terrifying power of the sword essence erupted, tearing through the protective spiritual energy around Ding Lai's arm, blood gushing forth. Yet Chu Xian did not relent. Do you no longer wish to keep your arm? Ding Lai trembled, fear etched upon his face, desperately attempting to withdraw his sword, but it would not budge. An arm can be sacrificed, but your life must be surrendered. Chu Xian smirked, his lips curling into a chilling arc, as he raised his other hand. Spiritual energy surging and coalescing, a violent and frigid power sweeping toward Ding Lai. Without hesitation, he smashed it down. Ding Lai's expression shifted drastically as he abandoned his sword, fleeing with remarkable speed until he reached a safe distance, whereupon he breathed a sigh of relief, coldly watching Chu Xian. His arm was already grotesquely mangled, nearly burned to the bone by the purple gold blazing sun, bloodied and battered. You are a reckless madman. Ding Lai spat in fury, a hint of trepidation in his eyes, though he too was a desperate outlaw roaming the Doomsday Mountains. The passage of time and the crucible of experience had stripped him of that reckless nature. The older one became, the more one feared death. Chu Xian, we are here to assist you. At that moment, Ding Mingyan rushed in, sword in hand, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Ding Lai, an icy coldness radiating from her. An aura of resolute killing intent that penetrated to the bone. And us, Ku Yixue and others, having regained their strength, joined the fray. It's over. Are you planning to overwhelm me with numbers? Ding Lai's eyes widened in terror, his breath becoming erratic. A single Chu Xian was already a formidable challenge. He had painstakingly discovered a method to defeat him, and although he had not managed to kill him, the threat he posed was significantly diminished. Eliminating him was merely a matter of time. Now, with so many powerful figures emerging, he found himself in a precarious position, with almost no chance of victory. Mingyan, leave him to me. I will cripple him, and then hand him over to you for disposal. Chu Xian took a step forward, preparing to engage in a physical confrontation. His eyes shimmering with excitement, albeit tinged with pain. He was not foolish. The reason he fought barehanded was to temper his own physique. He needed to enhance his defensive capabilities. In the path of martial arts, one must possess not only formidable offensive power, but also an invulnerable defense. Within him, the undying and unbreakable Forbidden Sutra, along with the divine body refining technique from his past life, the great Luo 9 transformation's golden body, were mending his damaged meridians and flesh, a subtle azure glow emanating, delicate and almost imperceptible. Upon closer observation, one can discern that the rotting flesh on his arm has given way to new growth, the wound scabbed over and the blood coagulated. However, your injury causes Ding Mingyan great concern. A flicker of tenderness flashes in her beautiful eyes as she disregards his subsequent words, her primary worry being his safety. Deep down, she believes that Chu Xian holds greater significance than her animosity, yet the realization that he harbors no romantic feelings for her leaves her heart heavy with desolation. Moreover, she does not wish to eliminate Ding Lai prematurely. Dealing with a toothless wild dog is hardly a challenge, as he would be left at her mercy. She intends to ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions. Her master will not have died in vain. Chu Xian smiled calmly, gently patting Ding Mingyan's delicate hand to reassure her, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Come on, let us continue this duel. Let them step back. If you are a man, do not hide behind a woman, or I shall lose all respect for you. Ding Lai smirked, feigning bravado despite feeling an inner panic. TCH, fool. He received only a disdainful glance in return. Infuriating Ding Lai, whose complexion darkened with rage, yet he was powerless to retaliate. He feared that should Ding Mingyan harbor a deep-seated hatred for him, she might unite with others against him. At that moment, he would surely meet his demise. Chu Xian's dismissive glance was a response to Ding Lai's juvenile provocations. It was evident he sought to force a confrontation. Apologies, but he cared not for pride. If the fight became overwhelming, he would certainly call upon Ding Mingyan and the others for assistance, disregarding any taunts cast his way. Very well, I accept your challenge. Moreover, to ensure fairness, I shall withdraw the enhancement of my spiritual formation. Since his opponent insisted on a fair fight, he would oblige. You've got guts. I admire that. Ding Lai's heart swelled with joy as he continued to provoke, though he remained vigilant, casting furtive glances at Ding Mingyan and the others. Noticing their lack of movement, he felt elated. Without the spiritual formation's support, defeating Chu Xian would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. Step aside for now, we wouldn't want any bloodshed. Chu Xian waved his hand, signaling them to stand behind him. Bai Ziru's face turned pale, worry etched across her features as she grasped Chu Xian's arm. Chu Xian, please don't be impulsive. How can you fight without the formation? Yes, Brother Xian, I'm frightened. Please don't take any risks. Fear not. I know what I'm doing. Regardless of what transpires, remember to remain calm. Chu Xian leaned in, whispering reassuringly to the two of them, clearly understanding that they could not bear to see him harmed. Ku Ishua's brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head in resignation. Thinking to herself, continue with your charade. You could end this battle in seconds. Yet you choose to go at it alone. Are you merely seeking to flaunt your vanity before me? You think I will be captivated by your charm? You are sorely mistaken. I will not harbor any affection for you, so abandon that hope. Little did she know, Chu Xian was oblivious to her thoughts, as she had gravely misinterpreted his intentions. Make your move. Ding Lai spread his arms wide, his eyes glinting with malice as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Whoosh! Chu Xian moved like lightning, his hands shifting between the forms of a serpent and a tiger, a spectacle of strange and marvelous techniques. Now that his opponent had lost his sword, they were left to grapple hand to hand. In an instant, the two were evenly matched, their energies clashing fiercely, with each attack aiming for a fatal strike. Though it was often Chu Xian who suffered the blows. You dare to challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. A malicious smirk curled at the corners of Ding Lai's mouth as he unleashed a series of fluid punches, his true energy surging forth, unleashing a terrifying power. Clearly inferior in martial prowess, Chu Xian found himself struck repeatedly, each punch landing with bone-crushing force, the relentless barrage raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Soon enough, he was left coughing blood, his bones fractured. Alas, Mingyan, does it seem that Chu Xian is in peril? Should we? Bai Ziru's complexion drastically changed, her urgency palpable. No need. But there are no buts. This is Chu Xian's decision. He insisted we refrain from intervening, for he would be furious with us. Moreover, he declared he would never forgive us if we helped. Bai Ziru grew increasingly anxious, lamenting, why must he endure such suffering? He is a fool. Hearing this, Ku Ishua trembled, her certainty that Chu Xian was acting to capture her heart only solidifying. She cast a reluctant glance at him. Noticing his bloodied face, her ire igniting within her. He lacks the ability, yet still tries to impress me? Truly, how ridiculous. Chapter 56. Misunderstandings intensified, flirtation techniques, too obvious. By preventing Ding Mingyan and Bai Ziru from engaging, was he not attempting to provoke her into action? Now, she found herself in a dilemma, torn between conflicting emotions. His intentions were clear, he sought to gauge her response. If she intervened, he would interpret it as her endorsement of his actions, yet if she refrained, he might face dire consequences. This man required her stance. Ha ha ha, is that how weak your fists are? Is this what a true martial artist of the true martial realm is capable of? Pathetic. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Blood drenched Chu Xian's face. Yet he remained defiantly mocking, despite countless lacerations across his body, flesh torn and exposed, a gruesome sight. He had been knocked down multiple times, and yet, against all odds, he rose once more, trembling but resolute. To withstand such a barrage of attacks, a martial artist of the Xuanwu realm should have perished instantly. This was indeed astonishing. His remarkable resilience showcased the terrifying and bizarre nature of the great Luo 9 transformation's golden body, a healing effect only achievable through celestial-level techniques. Chu Xian, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? You could easily subdue him with a single strike. Why engage in such a brutal brawl? The horrific scene was agonizing for Bai Ziru to witness. Each savage blow he endured felt like a dagger to her heart, tears cascading down her cheeks. Nearby, Ni Chong's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with sympathy. Yet as a Cheongqiu fox, she sensed an unusual energy growing within Chu Xian, one that seemed to fortify his flesh. Mingyan, I implore you, allow me to assist Chu Xian. If this continues, he will surely perish. Absolutely not. Besides, what can you, a mere Xuanwu realm novice, possibly achieve? Ding Mingyan verbally rejected her plea, though her brows knitted tightly with concern. She believed Chu Xian was not the type to act thoughtlessly. There must be a purpose behind his actions. Moreover, she had noticed that every time he stood after sustaining grievous injuries, something peculiar occurred. Those grotesque wounds would quickly begin to scab and clot. And she observed that his internal spiritual energy surged at an accelerated pace. Was he, perhaps, seizing this opportunity to cultivate his technique? If this were indeed the case, then Chu Xian was nothing short of a madman. Little beast, is your skin particularly thick? Despite my relentless assaults, you remain unscathed. You must be secretly employing the spiritual formation, or how could you possibly endure the blows of a true martial realm warrior? You lack integrity in this duel. Ding Lai was momentarily stunned as he scrutinized Chu Xian, who, despite being on the brink of death each time, stubbornly rose again, reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach. What perplexed him the most was that every time he unleashed his true energy, this lad, with merely a Xuanwu realm physique, somehow withstood the ravages of such force. Thus, he concluded that the young man was secretly harnessing a spiritual formation to aid in his recovery. This fellow was utterly unscrupulous. Had they not agreed upon a fair and just duel? Yet, he overlooked a critical point, the disparity in their realms. Was it truly fair for a true martial realm powerhouse to engage in single combat with a Xuanwu realm warrior? Selfish individuals often focus solely on their own interests, neglecting their faults and their lack of integrity. A spiritual formation? Have you ever witnessed one in operation? It is not that I underestimate you. With the aid of a spiritual formation, you could not harm me in the slightest. For a true martial realm expert to accuse me of lacking martial ethics is indeed laughable and absurd. What of your dignity? Ha ha ha, very well. You have 3 minutes left, or else you shall miss your opportunity. Chu Xian forced a wry smile, his lips twitching slightly as he struggled to lift his gaze towards Ding Lai, a hint of disdain in his eyes. His fractured brow and the blood streaming down made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he was enduring immense agony. Countless streams of true energy rampaging within him, wreaking havoc on his meridians, which repeatedly broke and mended, an endless cycle. You insolent child. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Ding Lai clenched his fists as a torrent of devastating punches and gusts of energy struck Chu Xian relentlessly. The outcome was predictable. He was sent flying like a cannonball, one of his arms shattered in the process. He felt no shame for his advantage in realm. Rather, he reveled in it. What followed was a moment of unrestrained fury for Ding Lai, as he unleashed all the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of his opponent. Channeling his true energy with a thunderous roar, subjecting Chu Xian to a brutal onslaught. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, eyes closed, began exerting himself to summon the power within. Approaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden body, on the verge of entering its second tier. Ultimately, Ding Lai unleashed his bloodline power, the purple gold sun illuminating the surroundings, casting a chilling aura that enveloped Chu Xian, who crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. A small pool of blood gathered beneath him. In that moment, his body bore no trace of wholeness, flesh mangled, arms and legs broken, his chest caved in, with internal organs undoubtedly shattered. Ha ha ha, continue your arrogance. You insolent brat, can you still stand and speak now? Keep standing. Without the spiritual formation, you are nothing but a wretch. Defeating Zhou Jianlin with the aid of a spiritual formation has made you believe yourself invincible? How foolish you are. Ding Lai laughed heartily, his eyes filled with delight. Viewing Chu Xian as nothing more than a fool who had fallen for his ruse, engaging in a bare-handed fight against him. He then approached Chu Xian, coldly gazing at Ding Mingyan. Ding Mingyan, this lad must be quite important to you. Quickly dismantle the spiritual formation and let me leave. I might consider sparing his life. Otherwise, I shall crush his skull underfoot. With Chu Xian's life as leverage, he felt emboldened to negotiate. Just as Ding Mingyan and the others were at a loss, Chu Xian's hand suddenly grasped Ding Lai's heel, his tone weak, yet laced with disdain. Ding Lai, impatient, shook his head, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "Do you think I truly cannot kill you? I merely wish to torment you, to release my pent-up frustration and fury. I needed you alive to escape this place, which is why I avoided your vital points. Otherwise, do you think you would still be standing here boasting? Indeed, Ding Lai had intentionally controlled his strength, reducing Chu Xian to a state of helplessness, for outside lay Ding Mingyan and the others, watching intently. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xian had seized upon this very psychology, daring to cultivate his physical prowess without restraint. Who was truly using whom was a matter of perspective. The hunter often appears as the prey. You cannot kill me. You are merely a cowardly waste. Chu Xian continued to provoke him. I will kill you. Ding Lai could no longer contain his rage, raising a hand with fingers poised like claws, a chilling murderous intent radiating from him. Stop. At that moment, Ku Ishua unwillingly shouted. Ding Lai hesitated, relieved that someone had intervened. Otherwise, he might have truly killed Chu Xian. If he perished, so would Ding Lai. Chu Xian, enough? Are you done yet? Is this amusing to you? Let me assure you, it is not entertaining at all. Even if you pretend to be noble and pitiful, I will never like you. Spare yourself this delusion. Ku Ishua glared at Chu Xian, her eyes filled with coldness, disgust, and disdain. Her fists clenched as she nearly shouted. Do you think this will earn my admiration for your courage? Not a chance. I see you as nothing but a fool. Do you think this will make me view you as a fearless hero? Pathetic, vain scoundrel. Do you believe you are worthy? Continuing her mocking tirade, she disdainfully added, do not misconstrue my actions as a sign of affection. I find your performance utterly revolting. Your attempts at charming women are painfully rudimentary. Can you not exhibit some originality? You were so formidable earlier, showcasing your prowess. Was that not for my benefit? When I remained indifferent, you resorted to self-mutilation, thinking it would touch my heart. Let me be clear, I would not lift a finger to save you, even if you were to perish. At this moment, she could no longer endure it. Witnessing Chu Xian's exaggerated act had compelled her to expose him, hoping he would abandon his delusions. Previously, he had used the spiritual formation to dominate Ding Lai and Zhou Jianlin, flaunting his extraordinary swordsmanship and combat experience, all to showcase his might. He mistakenly assumed she would be impressed, but when he found her unmoved, he resorted to desperate measures, hoping to evoke sympathy at the brink of death. This was merely her conjecture. She believed that Chu Xian's actions were solely aimed at winning her affection, employing various romantic tactics, yet her heart remained untouched, as she had eyes for another. In light of Chu Xian's earlier display of overwhelming strength, wielding his sword with grace and finesse, capable of using the spiritual formation to vanquish them all, his decision to confront Ding Lai head-on, resulting in his battered state, was nothing short of self-mutilation. In an instant, those surrounding them exchanged astonished and incredulous glances between Chu Xian and Ku Ishua. Among them, Ziren stomped her foot in anger. Chu Xian, you ungrateful scoundrel. Let him kill you then. Humph. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Chapter 57. The powerful Chu Xian, invincible within the formation. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? Ding Mingyan shook her head in sorrow, lost in contemplation. Her naturally beautiful eyes cast a silent glare at Chu Xian. What a scoundrel, prioritizing romance over friendship, willing to risk his life for a woman. Clearly, after listening to Ku Ishua's words, the astute Ding Mingyan unraveled the truth. She had wanted to scold him for being fickle, but she realized her relationship with him was not strong enough to evoke jealousy. Even though a slight sense of resentment lingered in her heart, her inherent pride and aloofness prevented her from expressing it. Moreover, her quest for vengeance remained unfulfilled, with her enemies still in sight. She turned away indifferently, but did not venture far, as she sought the opportune moment to eliminate Ding Lai. Otherwise, her restless hatred would not cease. Xiao Qing and Xiao Lan, on the other hand, stood in a daze, their hearts tumultuous, glancing around anxiously, as if they had overheard a shocking secret. That scoundrel dared to pursue their young lady? Soon, they began to whisper conspiratorially. Xiao Lan, that shameless scoundrel secretly admires Our Lady, employing all sorts of flirtation tactics. Honestly, I wouldn't have noticed if Our Lady hadn't mentioned it. How could such a fickle beast be worthy of Our Lady, especially since she already has someone better, more capable, more handsome, wealthier, and more influential? He is utterly eclipsed by her true affection. Indeed, if you were to accept him on behalf of Our Lady, he would no longer dare to fantasize about her. They giggled. What nonsense are you spouting? I would never. He is far too lecherous. Xiao Lan's words faltered, her cheeks reddening like an apple, her forlorn gaze occasionally sneaking glances at Chu Xian. To be fair, aside from other matters, he was quite handsome. However, women must maintain their composure. What on earth is happening? Chu Xian was utterly bewildered, wondering when he had become the object of such disdain as Ku Ishua described. When had he ever wished to pursue her? He had merely contemplated using Ding Lai as a training partner. After all, Such an opportunity would not come easily again. He was not the desperate man she painted him to be. How could he risk his life for a woman? He was no lecherous addict. Vanity? A ploy for sympathy? This woman's imagination was overly fertile, mistaking his noble intentions. He was dignified and upright. How could she perceive any romantic notions from him? Surely, he had not jokingly offered himself to her, had he? Goodness, that was one grand joke. Haha, who would have thought you were such a romantic? Ding Lai observed Chu Xian with a hint of surprise. Then his demeanor shifted, a sharp aura suddenly radiating from him. After all this time, this young man was ensnared by his emotions, seeking validation through Ding Lai, hoping to win the girl's heart. However, the girl from the Nine mystical sect, though her visage was obscured, possessed an undeniable allure that captivated anyone who laid eyes on her. The more mysterious the object, the more it enticed. Boom. Unexpectedly, Chu Xian soared into the air, resembling a mighty dragon soaring through the heavens, breaking free from Ding Lai's grasp. What? The seemingly weakened Chu Xian suddenly unleashed an astonishing force that would astonish anyone, especially in the presence of someone as formidable as Ding Lai. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Ding Lai propelled himself forward, his true energy swirling, extending his hand to grasp Chu Xian with fierce intent. You old dog. Do you take my kindness for granted? Time was given, but you failed to appreciate it. Thus, the game ends. As Chu Xian ascended, aside from the dried and scabbed wounds, he bore no other visible injuries. This sight left everyone in shock. How could he recover so swiftly from such severe injuries? It was simply astonishing. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xian reformed the blood vessels, meridians, and skin within and without his body. Reaching the second stage of his great Luo golden body, his physical form had become remarkably terrifying, further augmented by the assistance of the undying and unyielding forbidden scripture, rendering him nearly invincible. Ironically, this scene only solidified Ku Ishue's belief that Chu Xian was merely feigning injury for sympathy. One moment he was on the brink of death. The next he was alive and vibrant again. She refused to believe it was genuine. A hypocritical charlatan. She too turned away, unwilling to linger. As if merely seeing Chu Xian was a humiliation. How could this be? Your injuries? Ding Lai was equally taken aback. Was this not akin to an immortal body? He glanced around and noticed the surrounding runes boiling once more, rapidly circulating, the golden light intensifying, a violent and oppressive force converging upon him. Damn it. You must have harnessed the power of the spirit array. He speculated that Chu Xian's apparent invincibility stemmed from the spirit array continuously supplying him with spiritual energy. Suddenly, he began to panic. It's over, Chu Xian stated coldly. As his voice fell, the world was engulfed in a blinding golden light. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xian appeared before Ding Lai. Ding Lai reacted swiftly, attempting to counterattack, but ultimately he was a moment too slow, receiving a punch to the jaw. His true energy coiling, he summoned the purple gold sun, but alas, the spirit array devoured his power like a ravenous beast. No, my spiritual energy. Wasn't this spirit array designed to target Zhou Jianlin? How could it also restrain me? Ding Lai howled in agony, his eyes turning blood red. Bloodthirsty spirit slayer. Is your spiritual energy beyond the realm of the spiritual path? Chu Xian scoffed, then descended, launching a barrage of strikes that left Ding Lai's face swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig, before sending him flying like a kicked ball. Uffed. Ding Lai, humiliated, spat out a mouthful of blood. A flash of golden light struck him, and he desperately countered, a palm thrust out, piercing through his arm, rendering it instantly useless. Ah, my arm. Ding Lai screamed in excruciating anguish. Yet, the nightmare continued. Chu Xian floated like an elusive ghost, reigning supreme within the spirit array. With a wave of his hand, thunder crashed and wind howled, as if mountains were crumbling and the earth was splitting, unleashing terrifying currents that surged upward, while countless runes coalesced into beams of golden light, illuminating the sphere with dazzling brilliance. No. Ding Lai's wretched roar echoed as his legs were severed at the knees, propelled into the unknown, blood raining down across the sky. Yinner, save me. He cried out in torment, his eyes filled with despair, as countless golden rays writhed within him, akin to millions of ants gnawing at his insides, inducing unbearable suffering, as if he were in hell, enduring relentless torment. Whoosh. Moments later, Ding Lai found himself dragged before Ding Mingyin, crawling. His form pitiful and diminutive without his legs, blood splattered across his face, trembling flesh, his gaze devoid of anything but fear. Please, kill me. I beg you. End my suffering. Ding Lai pleaded desperately, terrified of death, yet at this moment, it was the only thing he yearned for. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Ding Mingyan gently closed her eyes, tears cascading down her snow-white cheeks, transforming into glistening pearls. She was engulfed in sorrow. For this wretched being had caused her to lose her home, her master, and everything she held dear. Yet, not a shred of pity or sympathy lingered within her. She would never again commit such a base error. However, turmoil and anguish churned within her heart. Could she truly return after having slain her own master? Could her former home be restored? No, with his death, her will to live would be extinguished. Had it not been for Chu Xian's timely intervention, she would have unhesitatingly driven her sword through Ding Lai, laying her master to rest upon the White Tiger Mountain, and followed him into the abyss, free from all ties. With Ding Lai alive, she could deceive herself under the guise of vengeance, clinging to a life that felt increasingly burdensome. It was not the world she was reluctant to part from, but rather certain individuals. Often, in a moment of carelessness, one could become ensnared within a cage, encountering warmth more tender than the setting sun. What was she to do? Crack! Chu Xian struck him with a resounding slap, instantly fracturing his jaw and collapsing his nose. You have committed heinous acts. Your sins are abundant. To allow you an easy death would be an affront to the innocent souls you have tormented. I have encountered many devoid of conscience like you, and you must grovel before the mountain of doom, repenting for your misdeeds. With that, he delivered another slap. The repercussions of this strike were dire. To his astonishment, the wretch had actually perished. Hey, don't play dead. Chu Xian glanced at Ding Mingyan, offering an awkward smile. He had promised her the chance to personally execute this beast, yet if he had inadvertently taken that opportunity away, it would pose quite a dilemma. Chapter 58. The Fall of the Tyrant. Chu Xian becomes a cad. The once renowned tyrant of the Doomsday Mountain Range met such a pitiful end, truly tragic and lamentable. Ding Lai, perhaps until his last breath, never anticipated he would fall in such a disgraceful manner. He was well aware of his own ruthlessness. Having inflicted suffering upon countless beings, he had envisioned being assassinated, poisoned, or even slain by his own kin, any manner of cruel demise. But to be struck down alive was beyond his imagination, a death more humiliating than any other. Thus, he departed this world with eyes wide open. Mingyan, how could this fool be so fragile? I merely gave him a couple of light slaps, and he has gone. The response was chilling laughter, devoid of warmth. Huh, a fitting end. Chu Xian was taken aback. Upon raising his gaze, he found Ding Mingyan laughing without emotion, her eyes fixed upon the lifeless Ding Lai, her laughter growing louder and colder, devoid of any joy from vengeance. The once clear and bright depths of her eyes, reminiscent of a pristine spring, now bore no trace of spirit, only a hollow, lifeless vacancy, glistening with unshed tears. In her heart, she whispered, "He is dead. My great vengeance is finally avenged. I am unburdened for the rest of my days. Ha ha ha, master, do you see? Yin has slain Ding Lai. You may now rest. The one I loathed the most is dead, and the one I loved is also gone. I have nothing left to remember." Her voice gradually diminished, attempting to conceal the last flicker of stubborn hope within her heart. How she longed for a reason to deceive herself into continuing to exist in this world. She stole a furtive glance at Chu Xian. You inadvertently intruded into my cold and dark world, granting me a glimmer of warmth and light. Yet I cannot discern your true intentions. As she spoke, she approached Ding Lai, her hand wielding a glass sword, which flashed with a blue light before she severed his head, holding it aloft, and then turned towards the tent. As she departed, she did not glance back at Chu Xian, for he had already etched himself into her heart. In that moment, Ding Mingyan resembled a soulless automaton, wearing an expression devoid of passion, her exquisite visage reflecting no other emotion, exuding an air of indifference towards life and death. Her departure went unchallenged. Among them, Baiziru sensed something amiss with Ding Mingyan. Initially frightened by the bloody head, she hesitated to approach, but ultimately, her concern for Mingyan compelled her to muster the courage to call out to her sister, only to be intercepted by Chu Xian. "Get away! Release me, you heartless scoundrel! Do not touch me!" Baiziru struggled repeatedly, her petite figure failing to escape Chu Xian's grasp. The more she resisted, the tighter he held her. And in the midst of their tussle, his hands inadvertently brushed against forbidden places, sending her heart racing, her body trembling uncontrollably, her complexion flushed as if stained by blood. A wave of frustration washing over her, nearly bringing her to tears. This scoundrel dared to take advantage of her so brazenly. In the midst of this, she glanced towards Ku Ishiue's direction, only to find her fair face tinged with anger, her expression a mixture of indignation and jealousy. This alluring vixen knew how to feel envious and furious. "Chu Xian, what are you doing? Holding her so tightly, I can barely breathe." This thought brought her a sense of delight, leading her to gradually abandon her resistance, feigning suffocation and discomfort, wanting to provoke Ku Ishue, who had stolen her man. Unbeknownst to her, Ku Ishue's fury stemmed not from jealousy, but from disdain for Chu Xian's behavior. After putting forth considerable effort to win his affection, she had heartlessly rejected him, only to witness him instantly fall for another girl. There was no trace of sorrow or reluctance in his demeanor. Indeed, he was a heartless cad, fickle as the wind, shamelessly embracing another girl right before her, even though she had yet to officially be with him. Yet, this was also improper. Chu Xian feigned indifference, choosing not to address her, for he had been wounded by her words, which had forced him to confront his own position and realize he had no chance, thus deciding to give up, ceasing his relentless pursuit. Bah, cat, cursed ugly thing. How dare you cause a scene? Yet, this was a fortunate turn of events, indicating that he would no longer pursue her, which she considered a blessing. This was solely the internal monologue of Ku Ishue. Chu Xian spoke softly. Ziru, please listen to me. Mingyan's emotions are quite unstable at present. Your sudden intervention may yield counterproductive results. I will find an opportunity to speak with her later. You, with your bewildered expression, will only bring trouble. Get lost. You are the one who looks bewildered. Bai Ziru, who had initially worn a radiant smile like the warmth of spring, furrowed her beautifully arched brows upon hearing this, forcefully pushing Chu Xian away and striking his chest a few times, turning her back on him with a vexed expression. This scoundrel. Does he not know how to compliment someone? What nonsense is this? I am clearly clever and quick-witted, not at all bewildered. You insufferable, Chu Xian. Brother Xian. At this moment, Enai Chong leaped into Chu Xian's embrace, snuggling against him. Hey, are you not being a bit too fickle? How can you so swiftly shift your affections? Xiao Qing, straightforward as ever, approached him with a scolding glare, her brows raised in disapproval of his current behavior. Xiao Qing, Ku Ishue exclaimed anxiously. What chaos are you causing at this moment? What do you mean by shifting affections? Miss, I believe Xiao Qing is right. This guy is as fickle as the weather and deserves a proper scolding. Xiao Lan, with her bright eyes, cast an exasperated glance at Chu Xian. However, Chu Xian paid them no mind. Having gleaned from Ku Ishue's earlier words that she had misunderstood him, he was disinclined to offer any explanation. Turning away to gaze in another direction, she was taken aback and asked, have Zhou Jianlin and Wang Tianlei been reduced to ashes by your earlier array's fierce energy? They might very well be right beside you now. It was Xiao Qing who responded, her tone light and airy. Then she pressed on. Hey, are you even listening to me? You scoundrel. Reduced to ashes. Damn it. In her focus on reprimanding Ding Lai, she had forgotten to control the power of the Grand Formation, resulting in a tragic outcome. The two of them, after all, had sustained severe injuries and were already incapacitated, swept away by his violent and ferocious energy. They naturally turned to dust. Boring. You are the real scoundrel. Chu Xian shot her a sidelong glance before vanishing. This conveyed two meanings. First, that he was indeed listening but chose to respond lazily. Second, it was a rebuttal, for he did not consider himself a scoundrel. What kind of person is this? Xiao Qing blinked her eyes in indignation. I say, little sister, my Chu Xian has only known your young lady for a few hours. What do you mean by fickle love? Don't speak so harshly. Besides, we have known Chu Xian longer than you have. The term fickle love should not come from your lips. Bai Ziru expressed her confusion. Miss Ziru, I'm not targeting you. I'm simply addressing that rogue Chu Xian. He is so fickle and shameless that he is hardly worthy of you. You are a beauty that could bring down a nation. If you were to go to Jiuyin City, you could certainly find someone far more handsome than him. Xiao Qing clearly did not wish to sever ties with Bai Ziru, as her earlier lesson had helped them recognize their true selves and reshape their perspectives. Heh, I'm not as good as you say. Bai Ziru felt a bit shy from her words, her face flushing. Then she spoke gently. Little sister, you do not understand. Your young lady is yet unfamiliar with him. Perhaps over time, she too will be captivated by his damnable charm. Impossible. I am not a lovesick girl. I could never be charmed by him. Even if he were the last man on earth, I would rather remain unmarried for life than be with him. Ku Ishue firmly denied, her expression filled with disgust, her tone intense, and she seemed to falter at the end, perhaps due to shyness. Miss Ku, with such sentiments, I feel reassured. Bai Ziru smiled brightly, feeling a sense of relief. She knew that at this moment, Chu Xian had gone to the tent, and she silently prayed he would return with Sister Mingyan, for she had distinctly sensed her despair. Although she had not known Ding Mingyan for long, they had genuinely become close sisters, confiding in one another. Their bond as intimate sisters could be traced back to Chu Xian. With one less rival, is that not better? Soon, Bai Ziru quickly blended in with Ku Ishue and the others, opening up a dialogue. primarily because the latter felt grateful for their desperate rescue and wished to forge a friendship. Miss Ziru, I truly wish to become sworn sisters with you and Miss Ding. I find I enjoy the feeling of being with you both. It is a wondrous sensation, carefree, joyful, and devoid of deceit. I wonder if you would mind me becoming your good sister? Would you resent us for being from the demonic sect? At last, Koishua expressed her heartfelt wishes. Her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Baiziru. For some reason, she envied the bond between Baiziru and Ding Mingyan. Although they were not blood relatives, their relationship was closer than that of siblings. Having shared life and death experiences with them, she realized she had grown fond of this atmosphere. In the Jiu-In Xian Men, life was exceedingly exhausting, filled with open strife and secret struggles, betrayal and insincerity. It appeared united on the surface but was, in reality, already in shambles. Chapter 59. Born in different beds, buried in the same grave. Of course, how could I mind? All lives are equal, and what of the demonic sect? What of the righteous path? I value only what I see and hear. The so-called evil of the demonic factions is a notion I refuse to believe. The righteous path is not necessarily virtuous, and the demonic path is not inherently savage. The labels of good and bad are merely words spoken by others. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Baiziru could not help but show delight. She too cherished making friends, especially with those she could converse with. The sincerity reflected in the other's eyes stirred her, recognizing that despite being from the demonic path, they were not as malevolent as presumed. Aside from a hint of pride typical of a young lady, that arrogance had since diminished. Truly, this is wonderful. In an instant, Koishua, having received consent, beamed with joy, her laughter as fragrant and graceful as a blossoming flower, bringing a sense of elegance and beauty. Primarily, she resonated with the other's views, sharing common interests that might enhance their communication. Suddenly, Baiziru recalled the mention of the desire to become sworn sisters with her and Sister Mingyan, causing her smile to fade. But what about Sister Mingyan? The originally harmonious and jovial atmosphere turned heavy, and Baiziru's smile vanished, her gaze drifting toward the tent, filled with desolation and trepidation. If Sister Mingyan were here, she would certainly be eager to be your sister too. She forced a smile toward Koishua. Koishua likewise gazed sorrowfully at the tent, recognizing that Ding Mingyan had lost all will to live, perhaps preparing to follow her master. A sense of regret filled her heart. Sister Ziru, do not worry. She will surely be fine. Koishua offered a word of comfort. No, you do not understand Sister Mingyan. Ever since her master departed, she has wept daily. Had it not been for her hatred sustaining her, she might have already taken her own life to join her master. Now that her vengeance has been avenged, she is naturally unencumbered. Thus, her gentle voice, like willow fluff in a breeze, was laden with sorrow. She truly feared that Sister Mingyan would leave them for good. Yet a flicker of hope remained in her heart. Chu Xian, does Mingyan not have other family? For instance, parents, siblings, or a beloved? Ishua, you must not mention her parents in front of Sister Mingyan. Baiziru then recounted Ding Mingyan's tragic experiences on White Tiger Mountain to prevent her from inadvertently touching upon Mingyan's sore spot later. What? That Ding Lai and Ding Kai deserve 1,000 deaths. Upon hearing this, Koishua and the others were filled with righteous indignation. Their beautiful eyes ablaze with fury at such cruel fathers and brothers, mere beasts in human guise. Xiao Qing and the others also felt a surge of compassion. Sister Ziru, it seems you still harbor a glimmer of hope, which means Sister Mingyan should still have a chance. Koishua, keenly observant since childhood, deduced this conclusion, a light of hope igniting in her eyes. Indeed, perhaps only he can persuade Mingyan to reconsider and dispel her despair. Baiziru did not deny this. Her gaze fixated on the house, silently urging, Chu Xian, you must not let Sister Mingyan leave us. Otherwise, I shall hate you to the core. Are you speaking of Chu Xian? Clearly, Koishua grasped some incredible notion. Yes, can he really do it? If he cannot, then perhaps Sister Mingyan is truly destined to depart this world. Baiziru sighed softly. The other three nodded slightly, remaining silent. As dusk approaches, the evening glow blazes like fire, complementing the desolation of the moment. The sorrowful stillness deepens as the sun sinks lower, receding into the horizon, reminiscent of Ding Mingyan's life, which seems fated to conclude alongside the sun, never to rise again. The twilight is silent, the setting sun is mute, the leaves whisper nothing, and I remain speechless. Within the tent, the silver moon lies serenely upon the wooden bed, its ethereal beauty marred only by the pallid chill of its countenance. Adorned with a faint smile of tranquility, she harbors no regrets. Beside her bed, a severed head lies gruesomely, Ding Lai. Next to her, A shadowy figure kneels. Sorrow etched on her delicate features. Her lips, rosy like dew-kissed petals, curve slightly, hinting at a tinge of melancholy. Master, are you well over there? Your disciple has avenged you. Dinglai has been vanquished, and White Tiger Mountain no longer exists. You may rest in peace. Master, I miss you, do you know? I feel so lost. I do not know what to do. At an age when I should not be in love, I have encountered someone I should not adore. He is a wonderful person, yet he seems devoid of any yearning or hope for love, as if he loathes it. Thus, I choose not to intrude. Perhaps that is for the best. As she speaks, a bitter smile crosses Ding Mingyan's lips, and a fleeting hint of regret glimmers in her eyes. Though it vanishes as quickly as it appeared, it seems that she may never have the chance to see him again. Master, are you lonely over there? But do not worry. Mingyan will soon join you. With me by your side, you will not be alone. She recalls how, in her childhood, you spoke of how the deceased transform into stars in the heavens, so each night she gazes at the night sky, hoping to find her parents. How foolish I was. Perhaps my parents never truly perished. The heartless ones who abandoned me are yearned for, while those who have always been with me are now lost. Master, have you also become a star in the sky? Ding Mingyan muses, reminiscing, perhaps marking the final farewell. In truth, I was never afraid of thunder or darkness as a child. I was only afraid of leaving you, wishing for you to remain by my side. You raised me, and now it is my turn to accompany you. As she speaks, a crystal sword appears in her hand, and she gazes intently at its pristine blade, which reflects the image of Chu Xian. To her, it seems her longing has conjured an illusion. Farewell, stranger. Meeting you has been a stroke of fortune. Yet, our destinies are entwined, yet ultimately separate. I wish you peace in the days to come. Suddenly, her eyelashes flutter. This is not an illusion. You have come, she exclaims, her tone icy, her eyes glistening with sorrow. How is it that you can bear to abandon me, leaving me alone? Although Chu Xian is reluctant to acknowledge love, he finds himself ensnared by fate, having overheard her heartfelt monologue even through the energy barriers. What have I done to deserve this? Wasn't Mu Qianshu as similarly attached to me? We shared a life of mutual care and devotion, yet where did that lead? Wasn't my bond with Lu Yunxi also one of unwavering love? He finds himself utterly disillusioned with romance. Yet this damned allure is tormenting. Damn it. Even if I face endless years of solitude, I shall endure. Thus, Chu Xian reluctantly allows himself to believe in love once more. What are you babbling about? Ding Mingyan's heart quivers at his ambiguous words, catching her off guard. As she had set a barrier, believing he could not hear her inner thoughts. Could it be that he secretly acknowledges her? Impossible. He has shown no interest in romance. In truth, you still harbor expectations, still have attachments. You have me, do you not? Please, cease your words. I understand you only wish to comfort me. I am exhausted, longing only to follow my master. Your words hold no weight. Ding Mingyan smiles faintly, recognizing his attempts to soothe her. I wish to make one final request. After I depart, could you ensure that I am buried alongside my master on the summit of White Tiger Mountain? Very well. I promise you. Chu Xian assents readily. Thank you. Ding Mingyan smiles with a hint of detachment, casting him a grateful glance as she prepares for her final moments. Rest assured, I will ensure that Zizhu buries the three of us together, erecting a grand tombstone inscribed with Grave of Elders Silver Moon, and for us. We need not inscribe our names. As soulmates, we remain united in death. Chu Xian's expression turns solemn as he prepares to inform Bai Zizhu of the arrangements. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you intend to do? Accompany you in death, of course. What else? Chu Xian replies with utmost seriousness, remaining unfazed. Who do you think you are? I require no accompaniment. My master suffices. Ding Mingyan gazes at him, momentarily speechless. In her mind echoes a phrase. Soulmates share life and death, their spirits forever intertwined. You have your beloved master. If you wish to follow her, I do not oppose. But if you go, what will become of me? Without you, life would be unbearable. I might as well accompany you, as a fated pair. Let us agree on this. If death is our fate, then let us embrace it together, for the auspicious moment approaches. I will finalize my affairs. At this, Chu Xian playfully defies her. Why are you behaving this way? Can you not be serious? Otherwise, I will truly be angered. Ding Mingyan falters, her expression shifting to one of disbelief, her cheeks flushed. How can you claim that without me, you would rather die? I do not believe it. And where is it written that death observes auspicious times? She turns her gaze away, her demeanor suddenly serious, her tone grave. Who is joking with you? My heart is clear, as the sun and moon bear witness. The moment I healed your wounds, I fell deeply in love with you. Yet, your beauty made me feel inferior, leaving my affection unspoken. Since we cannot be together in life, let us be entwined in death. What is the difference between life apart and death together? Suddenly, Ding Mingyan interjects, her countenance softening, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. But as she glances at her master's lifeless form, that flicker of hope extinguishes once more.